3 hours ago, Lin Chen still thought the biting man disease was a rumor, until that thing lunged at his neck. February 14th, 2026, Saturday, Valentine's Day. The cold rain in Jiangcheng had been falling relentlessly for 3 days, the damp wind carrying the scent of the new year cutting like a knife against the glass curtain wall of Lihua Automobile City. Lin Chen shrank his neck, pulling the zipper of his navy blue work jacket all the way up to his chin, the scent of printer ink from the car purchase contract still lingering on his fingertips. He was the top salesman at this Volkswagen 4S dealership, 6 years in the trade, relying on nothing but a glib tongue, sharp eyes, and honest quotes to steadily hold a place in the store's monthly performance. No one knew that this young man, who always managed to please his customers, had once been a top contender in the provincial Sanda team. A career-ending accident cut his sports life short, forcing him into car sales. In 6 years, he not only sold cars, but also joined every road trip and test drive event the shop organized. He knew every corner of the store and every vehicle inside out. It was the last weekend before the Spring Festival, coinciding with Valentine's Day. It should have been the busiest time for customers, but the shop was sparse with only a few people. The boss had let most employees go home early for the new year. Only 4 people remained in the entire showroom: him, Sister Zhang at the front desk, old Joe from after sales, and Xiao He, the car washer. "Xiao Lin, is that La Vida customer all settled?" asked Sister Zhang, gripping a thermos full of goji berry tea. Sister Zhang, clutching her thermos filled with goji berries and a hand warmer on her lap, paused her phone scrolling. Her voice carried a hint of tension. "By the way, I just saw in the group chat that the Southern Highway is jammed, and some people say there's a strange disease biting people, spreading wildly." Lin Chen smiled, carefully locking the contract into a folder, his fingertips brushing the cold metal cabinet door. "It's solid. They'll pick up the car after the new year. Strange disease is just a rumor. Every new year, there's some sensational news, right? The officials say it's just a common flu." He didn't take it to heart. 8 out of 10 phone notifications were about spring festival travel guarantees and weather warnings, while the occasional 2 about unexplained fever cases in multiple southern cities were all labeled as seasonal flu. The rain outside grew heavier, the red lanterns at the entrance of Automobile City swaying violently in the wind, their red light reflecting on the wet ground, exuding an indescribable loneliness. Old Joe walked out of the service workshop, hands covered in grease, an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He nodded at Lin Chen. "Xiao Lin, let's grab a couple drinks after work. Last gathering before the new year. After that, I still need to buy fireworks for my daughter." "Sure, let's go as soon as we lock up." Lin Chen's words had barely left his mouth when the tempered glass door of the showroom crashed open with a loud bang. A draft of rain mixed sweet and rank cold air surged in instantly. A man staggered in his dark coat, stained with sticky crimson. His chest heaved violently, his breathing like a broken bellows, hoarse and terrifying. His face was a ghastly purple, eyes bloodshot, the whites nearly covering his pupils. His gaze locked directly onto Lin Chen, the nearest person. Every hair on Lin Chen's body stood on end. He instinctively stepped back half a step, raising his hand in front of him. "Sir, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? They'll call an ambulance now." Before he could finish, a guttural, inhuman roar erupted from the man's throat, and he lunged at Lin Chen. His mouth gaped wide, revealing yellowed teeth reeking of rot, aiming straight for Lin Chen's neck. Damn! 6 years of Sanda training kicked in, muscle memory overriding thought. Lin Chen twisted his waist and sidestepped, barely dodging the lunge. The man couldn't stop his momentum and slammed heavily onto the hood of a nearby La Vida show car, producing a dull thud as the hood crumpled inward. Sister Zhang screamed, her thermos hitting the ground with a crash, hot goji tea and glass shards splashing everywhere. She scrambled behind her desk, trembling like a leaf. Old Joe's face changed instantly. He spat out his cigarette, grabbed a metal tow hook from nearby, and charged forward, his roar echoing through the showroom. "The damn bastard's gone insane." The man slid off the hood, his movements stiff as a marionette, yet terrifyingly fast. As if feeling no pain, he turned and lunged at Old Joe. Old Joe, quickied and swift, swung the tow hook squarely onto the man's crown. A dull thud echoed, making one's teeth clench. But the man only shook his head without pause, as if enraged, roaring even fiercer, opening his mouth to bite Old Joe. Old Joe's face turned white with fear. He quickly used the tow hook to push against the man's chest, straining to hold him back. The two instantly locked in a struggle. The man's face was less than 10 centimeters from Old Joe's neck, his yellowed teeth gnashing, his murky eyes filled only with bloodlust, utterly devoid of any human sanity. Lin Chen's mind buzzed. He instantly realized this was no drunkenness, no psychotic episode. Without a second thought, he dashed over, grabbed a stainless steel mop handle by the door, gripped it with both hands, slid it under the man's armpits, and pulled back sharply. With his knee pressing into the man's lower back and his center of gravity leaning back, he executed a fluid motion, dragging the man half a meter backward. Old Joe freed his hand. Whether driven by fear or rage, he swung the tow hook viciously at the man's knee. A crisp snap, and the man's leg bent at an unnatural angle. Yet he didn't even scream, didn't pause, only twisted madly, still staring fixedly at Old Joe. He completely ignored Lin Chen behind him like a beast that only saw its prey in front, utterly oblivious to its... This is seriously wrong. Lin Chen's arm muscles ached, feeling the inhuman strength in the man's body and the abnormal stiffness under his skin. "Old Joe, give me a hand, throw him out. Quick. Okay. Okay. Old Joe panted heavily, quickly bending down to grab the man's legs. Leveraging the man's struggling momentum, Lin Chen suddenly released the mop handle, slid his arms under the man's armpits, locked his hands behind the man's neck in a textbook Nelson hold, immobilizing his shoulders and arms. He could clearly feel the man's bones creaking against his chest, yet the man still thrashed wildly, a constant hoarse roar coming from his throat. The two carried the man toward the door. Lin Chen shouted at Old Joe, "You go control the rolling door. He'll count to 3 and throw him out, then you close it immediately." Old Joe quickly let go, rushed to the door, and pressed the rolling shutter switch. The motor hummed as it began to roll down. Lin Chen's arms suddenly exerted force. 2 crisp, dislocating pops were heard, and the man's arms drooped limply, his struggling strength abruptly weakening. Lin Chen kicked the man hard in the lower back, using the momentum to propel him out of the glass door, while he himself rebounded and lunged madly back into the showroom. "Close it. Hurry." The moment his body dove into the showroom, the heavy rolling door slammed shut. Lin Chen pushed himself up from the floor, his chest heaving violently, every muscle still trembling from the outburst. Old Joe collapsed beside the rolling door, his face pale. At that moment, from Lin Chen's pocket, his phone suddenly vibrated frantically. He pulled it out. A pinned emergency push notification filled the screen, a glaring red alert occupying the entire display. Jiangcheng emergency, epidemic notice. Multiple urban areas have reported unexplained violent incidents. Infected individuals exhibit extreme aggression and contagion, attacking anyone indiscriminately. All citizens are advised to immediately seek shelter in enclosed spaces, lock doors and windows, and do not go out. Do not come into contact with any injured persons. Repeat, do not go out. Before he could finish reading the text, the banging on the metal door continued relentlessly. Through the rain curtain, the sounds of screeching brakes, series of collisions, a woman's heart-rending screams, and more inhuman roars, just like that man's, surged from all directions. Lin Chen rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. His blood instantly froze. At the 24-hour convenience store across the street, a woman lay in a puddle while a man crouched over her neck, tearing and biting. Dark red blood mixed with rainwater spread across the ground. Passers-by screamed and fled in all directions. Someone fell to the ground and was quickly overwhelmed by 2 or 3 people pouncing on them. At the distant intersection, more than a dozen cars were piled up in a chain collision, hoods crushed into twisted metal flames and black smoke rising into the sky, illuminating countless figures running and biting in the rain. The street that had been quiet and peaceful just minutes ago had turned into a living hell. The rain continued to fall, the wind still blew, and the red lantern at the entrance swayed in the breeze. But that festive red in Lin Chen's eyes now only carried an overwhelming stench of blood. His phone in hand continued to push new emergency notifications, each more desperate than the last. The apocalypse had fallen without warning on what should have been a family reunion before the spring festival. Bang, bang, bang. The dull banging jolted him back to reality. He snapped around, seeing the heavy rolling door bulging with each blow, the metal panel groaning under strain, the latch hinge, already deformed, about to give way. He stared at the human hell outside the window, his mind blank, all the blood in his body frozen. He had even forgotten that behind this door a man-eating monster was stuck, and outside the door there were already countless creatures like it. Lock the door. Lock every door that can be locked. Find something to brace it. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse from shouting, cracking with lingering terror. He sprinted back to the glass front door. He first twisted the manual lock on the side of the rolling shutter door, confirming the thickened stainless steel bolt was fully engaged. Then he closed the tempered glass door, grabbed the stainless steel mop handle he had just used to lock the zombie, and jammed it crosswise into the handle grooves of both doors. The entire sequence executed without a single pause. Old Joe snapped out of his shock instantly, eyes red, teeth gritted. He shoved the heaviest reception sofa and the solid wood front desk side cabinet against the door, layer upon layer, pressing them tightly. The fingers of his hand, which had just gripped the tow hook, were pale, and the broken skin at the tiger's mouth was bleeding. Yet he seemed oblivious, frantically piling every heavy object he could move behind the door, cursing repeatedly, "Damn it. Damned creatures." Sister Jean cowered behind the front desk, her face as pale as paper, but she no longer screamed. She just trembled as she pushed everything she could find in the drawer, scissors, screwdrivers, even a heavy metal desk stand, over to Old Joe. The young car washer Shao, he had long since been paralyzed with fear, but he still gritted his teeth and helped Old Joe push the sofa, tears and snot streaming down his face, yet he didn't dare cry out loud. But the banging on the rolling shutter door didn't stop, instead it grew more frequent and louder. The roars outside also increased from 1 or 2 to 3 or 4, then a dozen, a cacophony of guttural grunts mixed with the sound of rain, like countless knives scraping against people's nerves. A noticeable bulge had formed on the middle panel of the door, and a thin crack had burst open at the lock. At this rate, it would be completely breached in less than 10 minutes. Lin Chen stared at the growing crack, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back, every hair on his body standing on end. No, this simply wasn't enough. His gaze swept across the neatly arranged display cars in the showroom, and his eyes lit up, a Tonanda half-iron beast. If he could just wedge the car firmly against the door, nothing outside could possibly move it an inch. Keys. The display car keys. Hurry. Lin Chen spun around and lunged for the front desk, his hands frantically rummaging through the drawers. Sister Jiang instantly reacted. Crawling and scrambling to the safe at the far end of the front desk, she trembled as she entered the password, yanked out the iron box holding dozens of keys, and screeched, "Here. All here. The keys for every car are tagged." Just then the rolling shutter door let out a piercing screech of tearing metal. At the most severely bulging spot, a crack had been torn open and a hand covered in blood and grime, with outward flipped fingernails suddenly thrust in through the crack, clawing wildly. No time. Lin Chen grabbed the key box, his fingertips swept across the tags, and precisely pulled out the key for the closest Passat, a test drive display car that had just arrived with the battery still connected, ready to start. Opening the door, getting and starting the engine, shifting to D, releasing the handbrake. The entire sequence was fluid, without even half a second's pause. The moment he turned the key, the engine started steadily. Fortunately, it was a newly arrived display car that didn't need a temporary battery connection. He stared intently at the rearview mirror, steadily turning the wheel to align the front of the car directly with the load-bearing beam inside the rolling shutter door. Then he lightly pressed the accelerator, easing the car forward until the front bumper was firmly against the door's steel frame. The rear of the car pressed tightly against the sofa and desk used to block the door. Only then did he yank the handbrake hard and turn off the engine. The ear-splitting banging immediately weakened. The door panels, which had been wildly shaking moments before, were now as stable as a mountain, as if not a single tremor could reach them. The showroom suddenly became much quieter, leaving only the muffled roars from outside the rolling shutter door, filtered through layers of iron and steel, along with the heavy breathing of the four people. The four people whose hearts had been in their throats finally let them drop heavily back into their chests. Without a word, they all collapsed, leaning against whatever was nearby, gasping for air. Lin Chen leaned against the door of the Passat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In the past few minutes, adrenaline had been running high, and he had been acting purely on instinct. Now that the crisis had eased slightly, an overwhelming wave of aftershock surged over him. His hands were still shaking uncontrollably, and the back of his work jacket was completely soaked through with cold sweat. "Brother Lin. What the hell were those things? Were they humans?" He curled up on the sofa, finally unable to hold back his tears, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "I don't know." Lin Chen took several deep breaths before suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. His voice was hoarse, but exceptionally resolute. "But they are definitely not normal people. We are temporarily safe now. This door is braced by the car, they can't get in." He pulled out his phone from his pocket. The moment the screen lit up, his heart sank heavily once more. The signal, which had been full just moments ago, was now down to a solitary bar flickering constantly. Every call was met with a cold, busy tone. WeChat messages kept spinning and never sent. Only the emergency alerts forced by the system kept popping up one after another, their glaring red letters pushing people toward despair. Jiangcheng emergency epidemic notice: unidentified aggressive incidents have occurred in multiple areas of the city. Infected individuals exhibit extreme violent tendencies, indiscriminately attacking others. All citizens are ordered to immediately seek shelter in enclosed spaces, lock doors and windows, and do not go out. Urgent supplement infection can be transmitted through bodily fluids and bites. Infected individuals lose their sanity within a short time, retaining only primal attack instincts. No treatment is currently available. Do not come into contact with any injured persons. Emergency announcement: the entire Jiangcheng area is now under full lockdown. All transportation routes are suspended. No personnel or vehicles are allowed to enter or leave. The Jiangcheng garrison has initiated emergency response and is moving to control various areas. All citizens must remain in sealed indoor spaces and wait for rescue. When the last push notification popped up, the showroom fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. Transmitted through bites. A loud buzzing went off in Lin Chen's head. He instantly reacted, yanking open the zipper of his work jacket and rolling up his sleeves to inspect himself carefully. He checked his neck, arms, palms, waist, and abdomen. He even cleaned the areas that had touched stains with mineral water. Only after confirming there was not a single cut or wound anywhere did he let out half a sigh of relief and looked up to shout at old Joe, "Quick, check yourself. Any wounds? Not even a scratch. Wash off any blood-stained areas." Old Joe's face instantly turned pale. He had been closest to that creature just moments ago. The tow hook in his hand was still stained with dark red blood, and the crack at his tiger's mouth was still oozing blood. He panicked, holding up his split tiger's mouth for everyone to see. Lin Chen immediately grabbed the mineral water from the front desk, rinsed the wound, then found the iodine in Sister Zhang's drawer and disinfected it 3 times thoroughly. Only after confirming the wound was free of bloodstains did he finally breathe in relief. Shouldn't have come into direct contact. From now on, whenever you touch anything like this, disinfect and wash your hands immediately. Don't be careless. Old Joe also rolled up his sleeves with trembling hands, checking even his collar and pant legs. Sister Zhang and Xiao, he came over to help, thoroughly examining between his fingers and behind his ears. Only after confirming that apart from the disinfected crack, there was not a single other wound on his entire body did they collapse weakly to the floor. Sister Zhang also finished checking herself. Aside from a bruise from the fall, there was not a single break in her skin. As Xiao, he was the same, with his whole body completely intact. The four people's hanging hearts finally settled completely. But the moment that tension eased, all the strength seemed to drain from their bodies. No one spoke. Each found a corner to huddle in. The heating in the showroom had long since stopped. The cold seeped in through the cracks in the door, mixed with the faint smell of blood from outside, like a huge stone pressing heavily on everyone's heart. Sister Zhang leaned against the front desk wall, trembling uncontrollably. Her phone pressed tightly against her ear. She dialed her husband and children over and over, but the earpiece always returned a repeated, busy tone. Tears silently fell splashing onto the phone screen. Old Joe squatted on the ground, his back to everyone, clutching his daughter's photo in his hand. The little girl had pigtails and a bright smile. His fingers repeatedly rubbed the screen, trembling so much he could hardly hold the phone. Lin Chen leaned against the car body, eyes closed, taking deep breaths and forcing down the surging fear, panic, and aftershock in his mind bit by bit. He was not a superhero, just an ordinary car salesman who had sold cars for 6 years. He had seen tough scenes before, broken bones, dislocations, and blood on the fighting stage, but never anything like this, facing the collapse of the entire world. But he couldn't fall. He had to be strong. At this moment, no one could rely on anyone else. They could only rely on themselves. These three companions were already panicked. If he collapsed too, everyone would be finished. Lin Chen opened his eyes, turned on his phone's flashlight, and was the first to move. Don't just stand there. Crying is useless. We need to inventory everything we can use to hold out until rescue comes. Sister Zhang, you're familiar with the front desk. Gather all the snacks, mineral water, and instant noodles. Old Joe, go to the service workshop and see what tools, drinking water, gasoline, and generators are usable. Xiao, he first lock all the rolling shutter doors, back door, and fire escape in the service workshop. Pull out the keys and give them to me. Remember, not a single one can be missed. After locking, check all windows to see if any are unlocked. Don't open them, just look from inside. His words were like a calming pill, giving the three on the verge of collapse a backbone again. They all got up and began to. More than half an hour later, the four gathered again in a corner of the showroom. The supplies they had gathered were laid out on the floor: half a case of mineral water from the front desk, a dozen packs of bread, several boxes of instant noodles, and some New Year's snacks from Sister Zhang and customers. From the service workshop, 3 large barrels of drinking water, a full set of repair tools, over 10 liters of spare gasoline, a backup generator that could start normally, and even a few spare quilts. The entire 4S store had double-layered tempered glass windows with security bars. All entrances and exits were locked, and the main walls were reinforced concrete, impossible to break through. The scattered supplies at the front desk can last us 4 people for 3 or 4 days if used sparingly. There are 3 more large barrels of drinking water in the service workshop. I didn't have time to check the storage room on the second floor carefully. I don't know if there are more supplies there. Water is sufficient, and the power hasn't gone out yet. Even if it does, the generator can keep us going for a while. Lin Chen looked at the inventoried items, finally feeling a little more confident. Right now, this is the safest place around. Just then, the sky gradually darkened. An impenetrable black swallowed the entire Lihua Auto City. The rain continued to fall. The growling outside grew denser and closer. Occasionally, gunshots could be heard, distant and muffled, soon drowned out by the overlapping roars of zombies. Lin Chen peered through the crack in the rolling shutter door. On the street, there was not a single living person, only staggering figures wandering aimlessly, bodies stained with blood, movements stiff, eyes hollow. He finally accepted the reality. The zombies from the movies had truly arrived, and he, an ordinary car salesman, had become a survivor of the apocalypse. Turn off all the main lights in the showroom, leave only the emergency light in the corner of the service workshop. Lin Chen stood up, his voice low. There are sofas, a restroom, and a security door in the customer lounge on the second floor. Well, I'll go up tonight. Remember, absolutely no light leakage, no loud noises. Otherwise, who knows what we might attract. The 4 hugged their supplies and tiptoed up to the second floor. The moment the door closed, the roars outside were finally muffled. Only the boundless darkness outside the window remained, and in the darkness, countless man-eating shadows. Lin Chen leaned by the window, looking down at the empty street below. In his hand, he gripped a steel mop handle from the service workshop. His knuckles were white from excessive force. He knew that the real test was only beginning tonight. The sky would always lighten, but first he had to lead everyone through this first night of the apocalypse. Lin Chen locked the anti-theft door of the second-floor customer lounge from the inside, securing all 3 locks with 3 dull, muffled clicks. Outside, the cold rain continued to patter down, and an impenetrable darkness enveloped the entire Lihua Auto City. Occasionally, a sliver of pale moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, casting long, thin shadows of the staggering zombies on the street, like vengeful ghosts crawling out of hell. The wind carried faint, sporadic roars that, even through 2 layers of tempered glass, sent chills down one's. Lin Chen first placed the supplies he was carrying into the inner storage workspace, then passed over 2 thick quilts he had brought up from the after-sales area. He gave one to Sister Zhang, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa, and the other to Xiao He, who was pale-faced beside her. He himself leaned against the window, still gripping the steel mop handle, his fingertips pale from sustained tension. Old Joe fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, shook it for a while, and finally managed to extract 2. He offered one to Lin Chen. The two of them huddled by the ventilation shaft in the restroom, their backs to the window, cupping their hands around the lighter's flame to light their cigarettes, ensuring not a single glimmer of light escaped. The acrid, spicy scent of tobacco spread, barely suppressing a fraction of the panic. Only 4 bottles of mineral water were placed on the table. Even the bread hadn't been brought out. Before coming upstairs, Lin Chen had specifically instructed that all food be collected and locked in the inner room, not to be taken out until mealtime. On the first night of the apocalypse, everyone was fraught with anxiety. Yet the silence was finally broken by suppressed sobs. Sister Zhang buried her face in the quilt, her shoulders heaving, tears slipping through her fingers. She didn't even dare to cry aloud, only letting out a tearful, breathy voice. My home is in the southern district, just half an hour's drive away. When I left this morning, my little one was clinging to my leg, asking me to bring back strawberries after work. Now the phone won't connect, messages won't send. I don't know how they are if they've locked the doors. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word of comfort. At times like this, all the it'll be okays, and everything will be fine seemed too hollow. That half-hour journey was now separated by countless man-eating monsters, by an insurmountable chasm between life and death. He could only let out a deep sigh and share her silence. Old Joe took a long, hard drag on his cigarette, only snapping back to reality when the butt burned his fingers. He shook his hand and sighed, his voice laced with uncontrollable anxiety. My family is in the Happiness New Village on the outskirts. I usually ride my bike there in just over 20 minutes. My daughter is only in middle school. She usually burrows into my arms, even when it thunders. Now she's home alone. I'm terrified she'll be scared that she'll open the door to someone, that something will happen to her. Their words pierced Lin Chen's heart like needles, striking the most vulnerable part. He leaned against the cold wall and turned on his phone. The screen showed only 30 battery left, and the signal bars were completely empty. Even an emergency call couldn't be made. He quickly closed all background apps, then turned off the screen. He then took out his portable charger and plugged it in, hoping to get a full charge before the power went out to prolong the phone's battery life, thereby increasing the hope of contacting his parents back home and waiting for rescue. He suddenly remembered his rented apartment, the cured meat and sausages in the fridge he had stocked up to take home for the new year. He thought of his parents back in G City, East Province, who had messaged him that morning asking when he was buying his ticket home. He had already planned it all out. After this new year, he would quit his job of 6 years, return to his hometown, to open a small auto repair shop, and live a stable life taking care of his parents. But now that stability was shattered beyond repair. He didn't even know if he would live to see the sun tomorrow, let alone reach his hometown 1,000 miles away. His nose stung with emotion. He took a fierce drag of his cigarette, exhaling the surging bitterness and fragility along with the smoke rings. This was no time to be homesick. The 3 people in the inner room were completely lost. He had to hold things together. If he fell apart, they would all be doomed. We can't just sit here waiting to die, nor can we just wait for rescue. Lin Chen stubbed out his cigarette. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, instantly pulling the 3 people's scattered gazes towards him. First, charge all phones to full. The mains power hasn't cut out yet, but turn off all non-essential lights. We don't know if the light will attract those things. The generator must absolutely not be started unless the power is completely cut off, and it's absolutely necessary. The noise is too loud and will attract bigger trouble. Second, manage all food and water centrally. Lock everything in the inner workspace. Sister Zhang, you're meticulous, so from now on you'll be in charge of registration and distribution. 2 fixed meals a day, morning and evening. No one takes extra. We'll make temporary adjustments for special situations. Third, take turns standing watch. Old Joe and I will keep watch tonight. He'll take the shift from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Old Joe will take the second shift from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Sister Zhang and Xiao, he gets some good rest. First, recharge your energy, and you can take over the watch during the day. We must never let everyone fall into a deep sleep at the same time. Someone needs to be watching the roller shutter door downstairs, all the windows, and the back door passage 247 to prevent anything from breaking in. Fourth, at daybreak tomorrow, we'll split into 2 groups. My group with Old Joe will thoroughly inspect the entire shop from top to bottom. All back doors, fire escapes, vents, and sewer openings. We'll reinforce the doors and windows again and sort out all the weapons and usable tools from the after-sales workshop. Sister Zhang and Xiao, he will form a team to do a complete inventory of all supplies, categorize them by expiration date and use, and keep a clear record. He paused, looking around at the 3 of them, his tone softening, but remaining firm. Any additions, or if anyone has objections, speak now. His clear and logical arrangements were like a stabilizing anchor, instantly calming the 3 panicked individuals. In this world turned upside down by the apocalypse, having someone who could think clearly, make decisions, and plan every step was more valuable than anything else. The 3 of them looked at each other, then nodded firmly, their voices hoarse as they replied, no objections. Well, do as you say. Good. Lin Chen stood up. Now everyone go and rest. Old Joe, you sleep first. Get your energy up for the late shift. They'll be right outside by the stairwell landing. If anything happens, they'll call you immediately. Sister Zhang and Xiao, he went into the inner room with their quilts. Old Joe dozed off against the doorframe of the inner room, and soon suppressed snores could be heard. He had been terrified all day, moving things and reinforcing the doors, and was already completely exhausted. Lin Chen moved a small stool and sat on the landing between the first and second floors. From this spot, he had a clear view of the roller shutter door in the showroom and could also see the street outside through the second-floor observation window. It offered an unobstructed field of vision, and the wall provided cover, making it hard for others to spot him. In case of an emergency, he could react instantly. He swapped the mop handle for the steel crowbar he had taken from old Joe. It was sturdier and more lethal than the mop handle, the most effective self-defense weapon in the after-sales workshop. The crowbar was warm from his grip, but his palms were covered in cold sweat. He wasn't a born hero, just an ordinary salesman who had sold cars for 6 years. With his eyes closed, he could recite the specifications of all car models, accurately calculate the best options for purchase tax and insurance, and charm even the most demanding customers. With the skills he had honed in the Sanda team, he could handle a few troublemaking thugs without breaking a sweat. But he had never killed a zombie, never learned wilderness survival, and certainly never experienced a desperate situation where the world was collapsing. His mind was racing, replaying zombie movies he had watched in his spare time, desperately trying to remember how the people in them survived and what had gotten them killed. In the movies, those who died were always the careless and the ones who relied on luck. He didn't have a protagonist golden finger, no chance for a do-over. He only had one life. One wrong step, and it would be eternal damnation. He had to calculate every move carefully, and every decision had to have an escape route. He not only had to keep himself alive, but he also had to lead these 3 people he knew to survive and find their way home. Just past midnight, a sudden intense and frantic banging on the door came from outside, accompanied by a dozen or so roars that rose and fell in succession. The commotion was 10 times louder than it had been during the day. The heavy roller shutter door rattled and clanged, causing even the stair railing to tremble slightly. Dust and plaster trickled down through the cracks. Lin Chen's heart leaped into his throat, and every hair on his body stood on end. He gripped the crowbar tightly, pressed himself flat against the wall, and even held his breath, not daring to make a sound. He carefully crept to the observation window, squinting to look outside. Under the moonlight, a dozen or so zombies were gathered at the showroom entrance, frantically ramming the roller shutter door with their bodies and heads. Some were even scraping the door panel with their nails, producing a piercing metallic screech. His gaze was fixed on the Passat parked at the entrance. Seeing that the car body remained perfectly still, not even the tires budging an inch, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But his heart was still pounding thump-thump, so hard it made his eardrums ache. For a full 10 minutes, the group of zombies seemed to lose their target, their roars gradually fading as they dispersed. The banging slowly subsided, reverting to the sporadic, distant moans. Lin Chen's legs gave way, and he slumped onto the cold floor. The back of his work jacket was completely soaked through with cold sweat. A gust of wind made him shiver. He looked up at the window. The pale moonlight still bathed the empty streets. The entire city of Jiangcheng had become a dead city besieged by zombies. In the deathly silence, a few beast-like roars occasionally drifted through like knives slicing through what should have been a romantic Valentine's Day night. Just a dozen or so hours ago, he had been thinking about going for a drink with old Joe after work and calling home to ask if the New Year's supplies were ready. But now the world had changed. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the crowbar, his knuckles turning white. He leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on the direction of the stairwell, leading to the outside world with only one thought in his mind. No matter what, dawn would always come. He had to survive, to wait for the daylight, and lead everyone to find their way home. The sky had not yet fully brightened. The damp chill of Jiangcheng's early morning crept in through the window cracks, coating the hard wooden bed with a biting cold that seeped through the thin mattress and burrowed into the marrow of his bones. Lin Chen was jolted awake by this chill. In the second before his consciousness fully returned, he was still trapped in a shallow dream. In the dream, there were no howling monsters, no door banging that rattled his eardrums. Only the alley in his hometown of Jiangcheng, which he had walked for over a decade. Firecracker debris, stained with snow, clung to the ground. Red lanterns hung by the wall, and his parents stood at the courtyard gate, painted with red lacquer, waving at him. His mother, wearing a faded blue cloth apron, held a plate of freshly boiled dumplings. The rising steam blurred the smile lines at the corners of her eyes. He wanted to run over, but his feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. All he could do was watch as the wisp of steam grew fainter and fainter. When he woke up, the edge of the pillow was slightly damp with a trace of cool moisture. His chest heaved violently twice before he abruptly sat up. The cold sweat on his back mixed with the chill, making him... In this city of Jiangcheng, 1,000 miles away, he had no relatives or friends. His only concern lay in his hometown, separated by several provinces. With the signal cut off, he couldn't even send a simple "I'm fine" to his parents. This hollow sense of powerlessness was like a sharpened needle pricking at his chest again and again, suffocating him. Lin Chen rubbed his face vigorously, the pads of his fingers brushing over his dry, gritty eyes, forcefully suppressing the surge of bitterness. Now was not the time for homesickness. The 3 people in the inner room were still waiting for him: Sister Zhang, old Zhou, and Xiao He. Each of them had someone back home hoping for their return. He couldn't afford to fall apart. He got up and walked into the bathroom. The cold ceramic tiles stiffened the soles of his feet. He turned on the faucet, cupped his hands under the icy water, and splashed it fiercely onto his face. The biting cold water trickled down his jawline, seeping into his collar, instantly dispelling the remnants of sleep. He raised his hand to wipe the thin layer of mist off the mirror, and looked at the person reflected within dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, a faint stubble emerging on his chin, his navy blue work uniform wrinkled and stained with dust from yesterday. He was no longer the impeccably groomed top-notch salesman who always ironed his uniform and smiled gracefully at clients. Stepping out of the break room, he didn't see old Joe, who was supposed to be on watch in the middle of the night. Instead, he was crouched in the corner by the observation window, huddled in the shadow of the wall, clutching a steel mop handle so tightly that his knuckles were pale and the veins on the back of his hand stood out. Hearing footsteps, he stiffened and turned around sharply. Recognizing Lin Chen, he let out a sigh of relief and offered a nervous, simple smile. His voice lowered. "Brother Lin, you're awake." Uncle Joe caught a couple of hours of sleep before midnight, but he felt uneasy. At the crack of dawn, he went to check the service workshop and the back door again to see if there were any gaps, afraid those things would find a way in. Lin Chen nodded slightly. His gaze swept past him and over the showroom downstairs. The roller door was completely still. The Passat propped against it remained firmly in place, its tires not having budged an inch. Only then did he feel completely at ease. He patted Xiao He on the shoulder and said in a very soft voice, "Xiao He, you keep an eye on the front door here. Don't take your eyes off the observation window. Call me immediately if there's any movement. I'm going to do a thorough check of the entire store's security and supplies, just as we discussed last night." "Got it, Brother Lin. Don't worry, I won't even blink." Xiao He quickly straightened his back, gripped the mop handle even tighter, and immediately pressed his face back against the observation window, even softening his breath. Lin Chen first turned into the main control room. He took a high-powered flashlight from the emergency kit and, using its cold beam, checked the main switch and all the branch circuits one by one. He turned off all non-essential power, leaving only the basic lighting in the front desk, storage room, and bathroom. The moment he flipped the switch for the signboard, he heard an extremely faint hum of electric current from outside. The entire building went completely dark, ensuring no light would leak out to attract the things roaming outside. He pulled hard on both the front and back roller doors. The locks were tight and secure with no looseness. The deadbolt on the tempered glass door was fastened perfectly. The sealing strip on the doorframe was intact, and apart from the slight bulge from the first day's impact, the door panel showed no new signs of prying or collision. He walked a full circle along the base of the showroom walls, even bending down to check the vents and drains, confirming that every possible entry point was sealed tight. Because he had seen similar movies where all kinds of bizarre mutated creatures existed, he had to be cautious. After completing the security inspection, Lin Chen finally pushed open the door to the storage room. A mix of food packaging, plastic, and disinfectant hit him. This room, originally used for storing promotional materials and employee snacks, was now their lifeline, the granary for the four of them. He didn't rush to take inventory. First, he organized everything on the shelves by category, even straightening the crooked cardboard boxes. He crouched down, his fingertips gripping the edges of the boxes, and moved the cases of bottled water one by one to the floor, stacking them neatly. 24 bottles per case. He counted twice to confirm the number, then meticulously recorded it in his notebook. It was the sales notebook he had used for nearly a year. The front pages were densely filled with client contact information, car purchase needs, follow-up records, and even detailed quotes. Now on the blank pages at the back, he wrote down the survival numbers that meant life or death. Bottled water, 53 cases in total, all stacked against the wall, stored away from light. He added a small note, pressing the pen hard enough that the ink bled through the paper. 4 people, 8 bottles per day, can last 159 days. The moment the number was confirmed, his anxious heart steadied a little. Next was the snack cabinet against the wall. As he opened it with the spare key, a self-deprecating smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Back when he was slacking off at work, he used to sneak bread from here for breakfast. Had been caught once by the store manager, who joked about deducting double the cost from his salary. Now he was about to empty the entire cabinet, but no one was around to settle that score. Money, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a bitter absurdity. The most useless thing right now is money. He inspected every single pack and bag of instant noodles, self-heating rice bread, sausages, and compressed biscuits. He set aside any that were damp, had damaged packaging, or were nearing their expiration date in a separate area at the front. They needed to be eaten first, not wasted. The rest, sorted by shelf life, he neatly arranged on the middle shelves. Quantities and expiration dates were all meticulously recorded, without a single omission. In a corner of the cabinet, he also found the New Year's candy left by colleagues and the tea hidden by the store manager. He gathered them as well, knowing that in the apocalypse a little sweetness could help someone endure a little longer. He also checked the remaining display cars in the showroom. The 2 4-wheel drive Terramont and Tiguan each had a single bar of fuel, enough for moving cars around the showroom. Their tires and overall condition were new, and the keys were all in the safe. If they ever needed to go out, these 2 were the best choices, 4-wheel drive with slightly higher ground clearance. Finally, he entered the marketing department office. In the corner stood a large lockable storage box, an emergency kit from the store's previous car owner road trip events. He had been on a couple of those trips and knew exactly what was inside. Opening the box, everything was neatly arranged: iodine, alcohol swabs, sterile gauze, elastic bandages, cold medicine, stomach medicine, fever reducers, painkillers, and even tourniquets, iodine, disinfectant wipes, and a thick first aid manual. He categorized the medications into internal, external, and emergency use, sealing them in separate bags. He then tested each of the 4 high-powered flashlights in the box, confirming they all worked. Batteries were sorted by type in separate bags, and even the spares were counted clearly. The remaining thermal blankets, waterproof raincoats, and anti-slip work gloves were all folded neatly and stored together. He picked up a pair of anti-slip gloves and tried them on. The rubber grips on the palms provided a firm hold on objects, useful for handling weapons or making repairs later. Throughout the entire process, he worked slowly and meticulously, not missing a single small package. With every item inventoried and every number recorded, a little more confidence grew in his heart. Yet the more efficiently his fingers moved, the clearer the loneliness buried deep inside him became. Sister Zhang had a home in the southern district with a husband and a little one waiting for her to bring strawberries back. Old Joe had a house in the happy new village on the outskirts, a daughter in middle school who saw her car-repairing father as a hero. Xiao had just graduated with a girlfriend in the city waiting for him to come home for the new year. Only Lin Chen had his family 300 kilometers away in Jishur. If something truly happened, he had nowhere to run and no one watching over his safety, separated by a vast distance. A wave of bitterness hit his nose again. He abruptly stopped what he was doing, closed his eyes, and took 2 deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the unwanted vulnerability. Just as he finished organizing the last item and straightened up to stretch his stiff shoulders, a soft knock came at the office door. Light, so as not to attract anything outside. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen, are you done? Time to eat something. It was old Joe's voice, hoarse from a sleepless night. Lin Chen quickly turned around, using the motion of picking up his notebook to wipe the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Confirming his face showed no sign of distress, he opened the door a crack, saw it was old Joe, and then opened it fully. Brother Joe, finished your rounds? Everything okay with the showroom glass and the workshop? Old Joe was wrapped in a thick down jacket head found in the service break room, zipped up to his chin. As he walked in, he exhaled a puff of white breath. The dark circles under his eyes were alarming, and the cigarette pack in his hand was crumpled and nearly deformed from being squeezed. I made 2 full rounds of the entire store inside and out. All the locks are fine, no issues. But the things on the street are multiplying, swarming around in a dark mass. It's unsettling to watch. I came to call you for a meal. Sister Zhang heated up some steamed buns with hot water and made 4 cups of instant noodles. We have to eat something to keep up our strength. I've finished all the checks. Front and back doors electrical. Everything's fine. Supplies are inventoried and recorded. Lin Chen handed over the notebook, now filled with writing. It's all here. Water and food, if we ration, will last us a long time. Medical supplies and emergency gear are complete, nothing missing. Old Joe squinted as he flipped through a couple of pages, his rough fingers lightly tracing the paper. Looking at the clear, meticulous numbers, he let out a heavy sigh, the cigarette pack crackling in his hand. You're always so thorough and thoughtful. I haven't slept a wink all night. Every time I close my eyes, I see my daughter. She's home alone, only in middle school. She's even scared of thunder. I'm terrified she'll be frightened that she'll open the door to the wrong person, that something will happen to her. Those words struck Lin Chen right in the softest part of his heart. He understood too well that feeling of being separated by a roller door, yet feeling as if life and death itself stood between them. He knew the helplessness of wanting to rush out immediately, but being pinned down by reality. He didn't offer empty words of comfort. Instead, he turned around, opened the desk drawer, and took out 2 things. One was a file containing the records of all store employees with each person's home address and emergency contact number clearly listed. The other was a crumpled paper map of Jiangcheng City left over from a previous road trip event, which he had casually stuffed in the drawer. Now it had become the most useful item. Cell phone signals were intermittent. Even if a bar occasionally appeared, the navigation could fail at any moment. Only a map printed on paper was the most reliable thing in the apocalypse. Old Joe's eyes lit up for a moment when he saw the map, then dimmed again. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. He understood exactly what Lin Chen meant. They couldn't be trapped here forever. The world outside had changed. No one knew when rescue would come. Eventually, they would have to go home to find the people they held dear in their hearts. Lin Chen spread the map flat on the table, his fingertip pressing heavily on the location of Lihua Auto City. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Brother Joe, let's eat first. Once we're full, we'll have the strength to find a way home. The office door was gently pushed open. Lin Chen meticulously folded the employee files and city maps spread across the desk, tucked them into the inner pocket of his work uniform, and casually picked up the sales notebook filled with detailed supplies records before following Old Joe out. As soon as they stepped out of the office, the aroma of instant noodles mingled with the greasy scent of sausages drifted down the corridor. The lights in the second-floor guest lounge were not fully lit, only a warm amber wall lamp in the corner remained on. Sister Zhang was crouched by the coffee table, arranging for freshly brewed bowls of noodles. Beside them lay 4 unpacked sausages and 4 steamed buns warmed through with hot water, her stockpile from before the new year stashed in the front desk drawer for breakfast during overtime. Xiao, who had been keeping watch by the observation window on the second floor, was still lurking in the shadows near the window. Half of his body pressed against the wall, his eyes fixed on the street below, his hand tightly gripping the steel mop handle. He didn't even notice them approaching, only his shoulders tensely straight betrayed his hidden anxiety. Brother Lin, Uncle Zhou, you're finally here. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao, he whirled around. His young face was pale and the panic in his eyes was unmistakable, yet he forced himself to report. Nothing major outside. Those things. They're wandering across the street, not coming our way. But there seemed to be more than yesterday. Lin Chen nodded, gently walked over, and patted his shoulder. He cast a glance through the observation window at the street below. Indeed, there were more zombies than the previous night. They shuffled about in twos and threes, occasionally letting out low growls, but they didn't converge on the 4S store. Its rolling door was shut tight, with no light or sound. To these monsters sensitive only to movement and the scent of the living, it was like an abandoned building. He withdrew his gaze, placed his notebook on the coffee table, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Come eat, everyone. The noodles will get soggy if they soak too long. Xiaohe, you eat first. They'll take over for 10 minutes. Xiaohe hesitated, then quickly waved his hands. No need, Brother Lin. I'm not hungry. You all eat first. They'll keep watch. When I tell you to eat, you eat. Lin Chen pressed his shoulders, steering him toward the coffee table. Food is fuel. If you don't eat your fill, you won't even have the strength to lift a weapon, let alone get home. Don't worry. Just 10 minutes. Nothing will happen. With that, he turned and walked to the window, standing with his back to the three of them, his gaze fixed on the street below, the steel crowbar still clenched in his hand. Behind him, he could clearly hear the sounds of the three sitting down and old Zhou's low murmur to Sister Zhang. 10 minutes later, when Lin Chen returned to the coffee table, the noodles in his bowl were still steaming. Sister Zhang had specially added an extra sausage for him. As he approached, she quickly handed him chopsticks. Xiao Lin, eat quickly. I saved these for you. They're not soggy. Thanks, Sister Zhang. Lin Chen took the chopsticks and began to eat. The hot soup slid down his throat, dispelling the chill of the sleepless night and soothing the hollow ache in his heart. Old Zhou finished his noodles in a few bites, but didn't touch the steamed buns on the table. He just clutched a crumpled cigarette pack, his fingers repeatedly rubbing its edge, his anxiety barely concealed. After holding back for a long while, he finally couldn't resist. He looked up at Lin Chen, his voice low but laced with urgency. Xiaolin, back in the office, you mentioned finding a way home. Do you already have a plan? His words instantly silenced the table. Sister Zhang's hand holding the chopsticks froze. She looked up, her eyes reddening immediately. Her lips moved as if to speak, but she was afraid to interrupt. She could only grip the hem of her clothes tightly. Xiaohe also stopped eating, leaning forward with his ears perked up, even his breathing grew lighter. Since the disaster struck yesterday, his mind had been consumed by thoughts of his girlfriend. Every extra second here felt like torture, but he dared not bring it up, fearing he'd cause trouble. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and scanned the faces of the three before him. Seeing the same longing and urgency mirrored in each, his heart understood clearly. He didn't beat around the bush. I've been thinking. None of us are without worries at home. I'm the same. My heart aches for my parents every day. He paused, tapping the notebook on the table with his fingertip, steering the conversation back to practical matters. He gave everyone a reassurance first. Let me give you the straight truth. Last night, I did a thorough inventory of the entire store. All the supply details are recorded here. 53 cases of purified water. As for food, if we ration it carefully for the four of us, we can last several months. Fire equipment, emergency medicine, and self-defense tools are all ready. This place is a solid safe haven. You can rest assured on that. At these words, the anxiety that had gripped the three for nearly a whole day and night finally dissipated completely. Before, they only knew there was food and drink, but not the exact quantities, leaving them uneasy. Now, with precise figures, the panic faded significantly. Old Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief, but then frowned again. The supplies are enough, but just waiting here isn't a solution. My daughter is home alone, and I can't get through to her on the phone. It feels like my heart is being fried in oil. If I didn't think that more people meant more strength, and we could look out for each other, I'd have risked my old life long ago to get home and see for myself. Brother Zhou, I understand. Lin Chen reached out and patted his shoulder, his tone steady. We can't gamble with our lives, nor can we rush out recklessly. But we can't just wait for rescue either. All signals are down, and there's been no official word yet. When rescue will come, or if it will come at all, is completely unknown. We can't stake our lives entirely on others. Sister Zhang finally couldn't hold back. Her voice trembled with tears, but she clenched her teeth to keep them from falling. Xiaolin, you're right. My family has the elderly and the young. My mom has bad legs and can't run. My husband is home alone and can't manage everything. If I don't go back and something happens to them, I'll never forgive myself. You have a plan. Well, I'll follow you. Tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Yeah, Brother Lin. We're with you. Xiaohe nodded immediately, his young face full of certainty. As long as I can get back to see for myself, even if it costs my life, I'm willing. Lin Chen looked at the three people who had placed all their trust in him, and a surge of warmth rushed through his heart. In this city thousands of miles away, he had no family or friends. From the moment the apocalypse descended, these three colleagues who had worked alongside him for years were his only anchor. He took a deep breath, pulled the folded city map and employee files from his work uniform's inner pocket, and spread them out on the center of the coffee table. All right, let's lay it all out today. Lin Chen tapped the map lightly with his fingertip. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Once we're full, we'll carefully figure out how to get home safely and bring the people we care about back safely. Old Zhou's eyes lit up instantly. Sister Zhang and Xiaohe also leaned in immediately. The gazes of all four fell upon the crumpled paper map at the center of the table. Lin Chen laid the worn-out paper city map flat in the center of the table, using 2 empty instant noodle cups to weigh down the corners. Let's be clear and decide before we act. Lin Chen spoke first, gently tapping the map with his fingertip. Today we must not act impulsively. The first step is to clarify the addresses of our families, their routes, and the risks along the way. Only after finalizing our plans can we step out. He raised his eyes to scan the 3 people at the table, each face betraying an unmistakable concern for their families. Sister Zhang had already crumpled the corners of her work uniform with her fingers, her eyes glistening with tears. When she spoke, her voice trembled uncontrollably. My home is in the Huimin community of the Southern District, Building 3, Unit 2, Room 501. There's my husband, my child who's in elementary school, and my mother. The elderly lady can't walk well and needs assistance to go downstairs. She can't run at all. Every time I close my eyes, I see their panicked faces and don't know what to do. Her words choked as she spoke. Her heart tugged in 2 directions. One was the desperate urge to fly home immediately, and the other was the clear fear. She was just a woman lacking strength and experience. If something happened outside, she wouldn't be able to save her family and would also endanger her companions. Xiao leaned forward, almost pressing against the table, his young face filled with uncontrollable anxiety, his fingers unconsciously digging into the table edge until they turned white. I live in Yangwang Garden in the Eastern District, Building 11, Unit 1, Room 302, with my girlfriend. She just graduated and is particularly timid. She can't even watch horror movies. Now that the phone is unreachable and messages can't be sent, every second I spend here feels like torture. He was overwhelmed with self-blame. He should have switched shifts yesterday, but he had stayed behind voluntarily to earn a few extra days of overtime pay for the Spring Festival, and now he regretted it deeply. He just wished he had wings to fly to her side immediately. Old Joe crushed the half-smoked cigarette he had been holding in his hand into a paper cup that had contained water, the butt sizzling as it extinguished. His knuckles turned pale from the force, and when he spoke his voice was as rough as sandpaper. My home is the farthest in the Xinqing village on the city outskirts, Unit 6, Row 8. My daughter is home alone, just started middle school, and it's the time she needs care the most. She seems bold like me, but she is still just a half-grown child. He was the oldest among them, and even though his heart was in turmoil, he had to maintain a composed facade, not revealing his anxiety in front of the younger ones. Lin Chen fell silent for a few seconds, gently rubbing the edge of the map with his fingertip. His voice softened. My hometown is in Jishir East Province. My parents are there. Since the incident, I haven't managed to get a single call through. In this city, I have no other relatives. The 3 of you are the only ones I can rely on right now. As his words fell, the feeling of helplessness and isolation hundreds of kilometers away surged up again. However, he forced himself to swallow that bitterness. When he raised his eyes again, only unyielding determination remained. He had to safely get these people out and bring them back. The 4 of them had different thoughts, but they were all tightly bound by the 2 words family. Lin Chen placed a black marker on the map, pulling the drifting atmosphere back to the matter at hand. As much as we miss home, we must not act recklessly. Let's establish 3 strict rules that no one can break. First, never act alone. Even if it's a temporary stop, there must be at least 2 people together. Second, never take shortcuts through narrow alleys. They are too narrow and obstructed, and if surrounded, there won't even be room to turn around. Third, if anything feels off, do not cling to the fight or act tough. Immediately turn back to the store. This is our only safe haven. He repeatedly flashed back to the first day outside the window, that passerby who was overwhelmed by zombies after falling. Not that he didn't want to save them, but he simply couldn't. He only had 3 companions and 4 lives. Any moment of weakness in his heart could cost everyone their life. He was not a hero, just an ordinary person who wanted to keep everyone alive. In the apocalypse, avoiding heroics is the only way to survive longer. His pen first landed on the southwestern corner of the map, circling the location of the Huimin community. Sister Zhang's home is the closest, just 2 kilometers in a straight line. Although taking the nearby Limin Alley could save nearly a kilometer, that alley is so narrow that only one electric vehicle can pass through, and both sides are lined with old residents. If something is hidden inside, or if a vehicle blocks the way, it would become a dead end, leaving us with no way to retreat, let alone drive. Therefore, I recommend taking the main Liberation Road. It has 6 lanes in both directions, is wide, and has good visibility. Even if something happens ahead, we can see it from hundreds of meters away and turn back or duck into the shops along the street. It's worth taking an extra 700 to 800 meters for a safer route. Sister Zhang nodded vigorously, her previously anxious heart settling down halfway. Earlier, she had been secretly considering whether to suggest taking a shortcut, but thinking of her elderly mother and her child just starting elementary school extinguished that adventurous thought immediately. At such times, being steady is worth 1,000 times more than being fast. Yes, I usually take the main road to work as well. Oh, I would feel uneasy even walking that alley alone during the day. Lin Chen, you're thinking through this in great detail. Lin Chen's pen moved eastward on the map, landing on the location of Yangwang Garden. Xiaohe, your home is 7 kilometers in a straight line. The closest route goes through the cultural square in the city center, but we absolutely cannot take that. When the incident occurred, it was the peak hour for workers returning home, and with the Spring Festival approaching, the square was surrounded by shopping malls and supermarkets, the busiest place in the city. It is definitely a disaster zone now. Let alone driving, even walking would be impossible. If we get trapped, there won't be anywhere to run. He paused for a moment, his pen gliding towards the southern side of the map along the Binhe line. I plan to take the Binhe Auxiliary Road following the river. It's wide with few cars. There weren't many social vehicles even before the incident, and it's likely to be even quieter now. Even if we encounter an emergency situation and need to abandon the vehicle, the riverbank is right there, a place to hide and run with unobstructed visibility. Even if something happens ahead, we can see it from hundreds of meters away, and if necessary, we can use the riverbank for cover, which is much safer than being trapped among the buildings in the city center. Xiao clenched his fist tightly. Earlier he had been filled with the thought of rushing back, but Lin Chen's words had completely calmed him down. He had only thought of getting there quickly without considering that if something happened to him on the way, no one would be there to protect her. Only by planning the route thoroughly and reaching safely could it truly be useful. I'll follow your lead, Lin Chen. Let's stick to the riverbank. Being steady is the most important thing. Finally, Lin Chen's pen landed on the northwesternmost part of the map, circling the location of Xinqing village. Brother Zhou's house is the farthest 3 kilometers away. The last part is all old roads in the urban village without streetlights, and the signs are blurry with so many forks it's like a maze. It's easy to get lost even for locals when it gets dark. Once we're trapped inside, it'll be a disaster. So we won't go through the village, but take the Outer Ring Expressway, driving directly to the main road at the village entrance before walking in. Brother Zhou, you mentioned that there's an old locust tree right in front of your house, so let's use that as a marker. Once we get there, we'll recognize it at a glance and won't get it wrong. Old Zhou let out a long breath, his shoulders, which had been tense until now, finally relaxed. His biggest worry had been that everyone would complain about how far his home was and wouldn't want to take the detour. He didn't expect Lin Chen to have already mapped out the route, even remembering the old locust tree he had casually mentioned, filling his heart with warmth. Exactly. The small paths in the village are intricate and complicated, who outsiders would get lost as soon as they enter. If we can't get out before dark, it'll be even more dangerous at night. Let's stick to the outer ring and take a longer route. We won't gamble with our lives. Let's do it this way. With the route confirmed, Lin Chen clearly outlined the rules and emergency plans for the journey, each point closely related to their current situation, without any superfluous words. First, we'll take 2 display vehicles out. I'll drive the 4-wheel drive Touareg in the lead, and Sister Zhang will sit in the passenger seat to help me monitor the road conditions on both sides. Brother Zhou, you'll drive the other Touareg at the rear, with Xiao He in the passenger seat to keep an eye on the back in the oncoming lane. The distance between the 2 vehicles must be within 50 meters, and they must be able to see each other. No one can fall too far behind. Second, the iron rule on the road: do not gawk, do not chat, do not act heroically. If we see a gathering of people, we must detour immediately. If we can't avoid it, we'll turn back to the store. Absolutely. Even if we hear someone shouting for help, we must not stop. We have our own safety to consider first. If our primary goal is to bring our families back safely, we cannot be distracted by anything else. Third, travel light. Each person should only bring essentials, with 1 backpack per person containing a bottle of mineral water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, a powerful flashlight, a pack of tissues, and a long-handled screwdriver for self-defense. Nothing more. Each vehicle should also have a box of water, a box of instant noodles, and a first aid kit, along with a set of repair tools you picked, Brother Zhou, for emergencies. Fourth, in case we lose signal halfway or the 2 vehicles get separated, don't panic or look for each other. Head back to the 4S shop showroom to regroup. This is our base. The doors and windows can be locked. It has supplies and cover, and we absolutely cannot abandon it. Remember, no matter what happens, as long as we return to the store alive, there will be a way. Just then Xiao He suddenly spoke up, his voice tight and his palms sweaty. He had been thinking about the most dreaded outcome. What if we get to the community and there's no one at home, or the door is open and the people are gone? What do we do? Lin Chen glanced at him, his tone steady but filled with undeniable certainty. If no one is home, we'll write our showroom address and our route on a waterproof note, stuff it in the door gap, and then immediately retreat. We must not search or wait around in the community, and we absolutely cannot act separately. Remember, only when we are safe can we have the opportunity to wait for them or look for them. If the people are gone, then everything is gone. Sister Zhang's eyes turned red as she quickly wiped the corners of her eye. Since the incident, she had been in a state of confusion, feeling weak at the thought of her family. But now, with the route set, the rules in place, and 3 reliable companions by her side, the overwhelming fear that had pressed down on her finally eased significantly. With all of you here, I really feel reassured. Alone, I probably wouldn't even dare to step out of this shop. Now, even if something happens, we can lend each other a hand. Old Zhou slammed his hand down on the table decisively. Let's do it as Lin Chen says. We'll determine the order of picking people up: first Sister Zhang's home, then Xiao He's, and finally my home. From near to far, we'll go from the urban area to the outskirts, 1 house at a time, calmly and steadily. We'll go safely and return safely. The moment the plan was finalized, the hearts that had been suspended in the guest rest area for most of the day finally settled a bit, but immediately a greater crisis tightened the tension once more. It was the suffocating sensation of about to push open the safe room's door, confronting the hell on earth outside. The last remnants of warmth from the instant noodles had long dissipated from the air, leaving only the 4 of them breathing with extreme restraint, and the occasional low guttural roars of zombies drifting in from outside the window, each sound like a heavy hammer pounding relentlessly on their taut nerves. Lin Chen was the first to stand up. With his fingertip, he traced the predetermined route on the map, one final time the marker tip, rustling softly against the paper. He pressed the pen onto the table, the cap clicking shut with a crisp sound that cut through the dead silence. Now is not the time to dawdle. Daylight gives us good visibility. It's our only chance. Split up to prepare weapons, vehicles, and supplies. We depart in 10 minutes. Weapons. Xiaohe's head shot up, his chair legs scraping sharply against the tiles. Fear instantly flooded his young face, his voice cracking. What are we supposed to use against those things? Old Joe had already risen, patting the tool pouch at his waist with his oil-stained hand. The wrenches inside clinked together with a light rattle. His voice was hoarse. This 4S shop may not have much, but we've got plenty of iron tools that can smash and pry. Follow me to the service bay. I pick whatever feels right. Remember, don't grab anything short. If you can't reach them, you'll be bitten first. You need long-handled ones that can crush. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the three. You all saw it in the showroom, and the official emergency alerts said the same. Hitting them in the chest or limbs is useless. The only weak point is the head. You have to shatter the skull, pierce the brainstem to stop them for good. Don't rush, don't get too close. Weapons must be long enough to keep an arm's length distance. That's the first rule, no one forgets it. The four of them lined up, moving silently along the showroom wall, their footsteps as light as possible, their breathing restrained, afraid to attract the things roaming outside the rolling shutter door. Old Joe led the way, his back ramrod straight, ears straining. He grasped the door handle gently, pushing it open just enough for one person to slip through. First he extended his crowbar to probe, then sidled in. The workshop was several degrees colder than the showroom, thick with an overwhelming mix of oil, rust, and dust. A wrecked car from before the spring festival still sat on the lift. Half-a-man-high tires were stacked in a corner, steel frames casting twisted shadows. Compared to the bright emptiness of the showroom, these heavy iron objects felt like bunkers, offering a semblance of security. Old Joe walked straight to the tool wall, reaching up to pull down several 1-2-meter reinforced metal crowbars. He also grabbed 4 steel pipes with walls 3 millimeters thick, each one heavy, and carrying enough inertia for blunt force strikes. He then found 4 cross-handled extended screwdrivers, their tips glinting coldly in the dim light, sharp enough to pierce a zombie's eye socket or temple. Xiaohe, you're young and quick. Take this crowbar. Old Joe handed him the thickest, heaviest one. It's long enough, gives you room to swing, and easy to put force behind. Even if you miss the head, it can sweep them away. Xiaohe took it with both hands. The weight pulled his arms down, and he instinctively tightened his grip, swinging it twice through the air, the whoosh of wind helping to steady his flustered nerves. Sister Zhang stood still, staring at the cold metal tools. Her face turned pale, and she instinctively took a half-step back, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I can't. I've never even killed a chicken. I can't lift this. Lin Chen turned and walked to her side. From the pile of pipes, he selected a relatively lighter one with 2 wraps of anti-slip black tape at the end. He gently offered it to her, simply holding her hand to help her grip the cold metal. His voice was soft. Sister Zhang, you don't have to charge forward. This is to protect yourself. If something gets close, swing it horizontally, thrust it forward, keep it at arm's length. The 3 of us will always be ahead of you. Just remember, holding this is how you survive to see your child and your mother again. Sister Zhang's hands were still trembling, but looking into Lin Chen's eyes and thinking of her family waiting at home, she bit her lower lip and nodded, firmly clutching the steel pipe tightly to her chest. Lin Chen chose the thickest steel pipe for himself, then retrieved the dusty fire axe from the showroom's fire cabinet. The blade was sharp, the weight substantial. He wrapped the handle twice with clean rag for grip, tucked it securely into the back of his belt under his jacket. This was the final resort, not to be used unless absolutely necessary. Once the axe bit into bone, it would be hard to pull free, a fatal flaw if surrounded. Old Joe picked up the tow hook he was most comfortable with, the same one head used the day before to kill the infected that had burst in. Its hooked end and solid weight could crush a skull in one swing, more reliable than anything else. With weapons ready, Lin Chen immediately sent Xiaohe to start 2 fully fueled display cars in the showroom, a 4-wheel drive Terramont to lead heavy and high chassis capable of ramming through wrecked vehicles and debris, and a Tiguan L to bring up the rear, providing mutual support. As Xiaohe left, he kept the crowbar in hand, moving with extreme stealth, turning off all lights when starting the cars. Lin Chen then found the earhook walkie-talkies used for customer reception, set them all to a fixed channel, and handed one to each person. He helped them put them on, repeatedly instructing, test your mics. Channel is fixed on 1. Don't press the talk button unless necessary. Save the battery. Report immediately if anything happens. Absolutely no honking while driving. Even in an emergency, flash the low beams twice at most. Sound is the quickest way to attract those things. Remember, the car is our mobile fortress. Do not get out unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang had finished packing supplies according to the predetermined list. 2 personal backpacks, 2 vehicle storage boxes fixed in the trunk. Each person's bag contained a bottle of water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 pieces of dark chocolate for energy, a high-intensity flashlight, a pack of disinfectant wipes, and even tissues sealed in waterproof bags. The first aid kit was stuffed with gauze, iodine, tourniquets, hydrogen peroxide, painkillers, and stomach medicine, all double-wrapped in waterproof bags to prevent moisture damage. After more than 10 minutes, all preparations were complete. The four regrouped at the electric rolling shutter door of the showroom. The air instantly froze solid. The shutter door's metal was thin, sounds from outside were as clear as if right next to them the dragging footsteps of zombies, their hoarse guttural growls, and occasionally something bumping against the door with a faint clang. Each sound struck the hearts of the four. Outside the door was a devouring hell, unknown danger, and endless chaos. Inside was the safe haven they had guarded for a day and night, companions side by side, the hope of returning home. Lin Chen raised his hand to the control switch of the rolling shutter, glancing back at the three behind him. Fear was in every pair of eyes, but no one stepped back. He took a deep breath, his voice low and clear through the walkie-talkie. Get ready to open the door. Lock the doors as soon as you're in the car. Not a second's delay. Don't mess this up. Let's move out. Old Joe pressed his entire body against the icy roll-up door, his ear flattened against the metal panel as he strained to catch any sound from outside. A low guttural roar seeped through the door, intermittent and carrying the lifeless, sluggish quality unique to zombies. The source was still across the street at a considerable distance. He shot a glance at Lin Chen, his voice reduced to a mere breath, almost swallowed by his own breathing. Three outside scattered across the street. They haven't noticed us yet. Lin Chen took a deep breath and held it tightly. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, slamming against his ribs until they ached. Cold sweat made the steel pipe in his hand slippery, the frigid metal clinging to his damp palm, sending a bone-chilling shiver through him. He quickly scanned the three people beside him. Sister Zhang's face was ashen, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Xiao, his chest heaved violently, his breathing ragged like a bellows. Old Joe's brows were furrowed, his gaze heavy enough to drip with tension. Everyone was afraid, yet not a single person stepped back. Listen up, I'll count down from 3. He'll hit the switch, but the roll-up door rises too slowly on its own. Well, lift the bottom edge together. The car goes first, everyone jumps in immediately. Close the door, lock it, and move. It must be seamless, not a half-second pause. Lin Chen's voice was barely a whisper, steadying everyone's frantic nerves. Remember, getting in the car is everything. Even if something drops at your feet, don't pick it up. Your life is worth more. The three nodded in unison, instinctively holding their breath. The air around them fell silent, leaving only the suppressed pounding of their hearts. 3. Lin Chen placed one hand on the switch, the other gripping the roll-up door's handle, so tightly his knuckles went white. The cold metal seeped through his fingertips, burrowing into his bones. 2. Xiao, he tightened his grip on the crowbar, his arm muscles tensing. His eyes locked onto the sliver of light filtering through the door, crack his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. 1. As Lin Chen pressed the switch, he and Old Joe simultaneously sank their weight and heaved upward. The heavy roll-up door was yanked open to a half-person high gap. The cold wind outside rushed in, carrying a thick, nauseating stench of decay that slammed into their faces, stinging their noses and tightening their lungs. In that instant, the nearest zombie abruptly halted, its rotting neck emitting a stiff crack as it twisted around. Its murky gray-white eyes locked onto the gap. Dragging its rigid legs, it lurched forward in a halting gait, the hoarse sounds from its throat growing closer. A noise like a torn bellows grating against their eardrums. Quick, get the car out, Lin Chen shouted in a hoarse whisper. Xiao, he had already slipped into the driver's seat of the Terramont. He pressed the start button, and the new energy motor hummed to life with barely a sound. The vehicle slid out of the gap like a dark shadow, silent and swift. Sister Zhang dove into the driver's seat of the Tiguan, flooring the accelerator. The engine roared as the car burst through the door, meeting the zombie that had lunged toward the entrance. Gritting her teeth, she wrenched the steering wheel the front of the car, slamming into the zombie's chest. Amidst the dull crunch of breaking bones, the rotting body flew backward like a tattered sack. Old Joe lunged into the Tiguan's passenger seat. After pressing the roll-up door's close button, Lin Chen yanked it down hard. The door crashed shut with a thunderous clang, instantly cutting off the frenzied roars and scratching from outside. Lock the doors. All of them. Don't open the windows even a crack. Lin Chen's voice carried the remnants of heavy breaths as he slid into the Terramont's passenger seat. The Terramont led the way with the Tiguan hugging its tail. The two cars shot forward like arrows from a bow, gliding silently onto the main road of Jiefeng Road. The vehicle cruised smoothly down the empty street. The main artery of Jiangcheng City, once choked with morning traffic, now lay like a dead serpent sprawled across the silent city. The road was littered with shattered glass, wrecked and abandoned cars, and burst suitcases. Clothes and documents were strewn about like discarded trash. Occasionally a zombie would stagger out from a side alley, its body smeared with dark, dried stains. Hearing the cars, it would slowly turn its stiff neck, only to watch the vehicles fade into the distance beyond even the reach of their exhaust. As the two cars rounded the first corner, Sister Zhang clutched her seatbelt. Lin Chen, seeing no zombies, quickly had her switch seats. She knew the way to her home best, and her nerves had nearly caused several collisions in just one block. So she moved from the rear car to the front passenger seat of the leading Terramont. She had walked this road for 5 years and could find her way home with her eyes closed. She hugged the steel pipe tightly, her knuckles white, her gaze avoiding the window. Tears streamed down her face like broken beads, silently soaking dark patches into her jeans. Her voice cracked into fragments. How did it come to this? Yesterday morning I took my kid to school. I video called my husband in the afternoon. How? Sister Zhang, don't panic. Just hold on a few more minutes, and we'll be there. Lin Chen sat ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on the road ahead through the windshield, every nerve stretched to its limit, his ears attuned to any unusual sound outside. We're sticking to the main road with a clear view. As long as we don't stop, they can't hurt us. Xiao gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. His voice trembled as he spoke into the walkie-talkie. Brother Lin, there are 2 following us, but they can't keep up. Ignore them. Maintain speed, and stay close to the lead car. Lin Chen pressed the walkie-talkie's transmit button and gave the order in a low, firm voice. Old Joe, sitting in the Tiguan's passenger seat, kept his eyes locked on the roadside buildings and quickly added, Xiao Lin, turn left at the next intersection. Go straight for 500 meters, and you'll reach Huimin residential area. There's a convenience store at the entrance. Watch for infected at the gate. Lin Chen nodded and reached over to pat Xiao's shoulder, signaling him to slow down. The 2 cars glided silently to the entrance of Huimin residential area, parking discreetly in a hidden spot by the roadside. As the engines died, the interior fell into absolute silence, broken only by the 4's rapid breathing and the zombies' relentless low growls from outside. The gate of the residential area stood wide open. The security booth's glass was shattered, furniture overturned, and no one was inside. Torn express packages and large patches of semi-dried dark brown bloodstains littered the ground at the entrance. 3 zombies wandered aimlessly near the gate, their backs to the vehicles. Their shoulders jerked as they emitted guttural roars from their throats. Sister Zhang's body jolted violently. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm, her nails nearly digging through his sleeve, her voice trembling uncontrollably. It's here. My home is inside. Building 3, Unit 1. Lin Chen pressed her shaking hand, squeezing it gently to signal her to be quiet. His gaze locked onto the 3 zombies at the gate. He pressed the walkie-talkie's transmit button, the static crisp in his ears, and spoke in a low, deliberate tone, each word enunciated clearly. Listen up. First stop, Huimin residential area. 3 zombies at the gate. We can't drive in. The engine noise will draw every monster in the entire complex. Then none of us will get out. Old Joe and I will get out and take them down. Fast and clean. Xiao, stay in the driver's seat. Don't turn off the engine. Lock the doors and be ready to back us up at any moment. Sister Zhang, you stay in the car. No matter what you see, don't get out, don't make a sound. Lock the doors. Understood. Grip your weapons tight. Aim for the head. 1 hit, 1 kill. No delays, no giving them a chance to call for more. Old Joe had already unbuckled his seatbelt and tightened his grip on the heavy tow hook, his calloused thumbs pressing into the metal rod. The grim look in his eyes hardened into a fierce resolve as he nodded at Lin Chen. Let's go, Xiao Lin. Quick and clean. Lin Chen took a deep breath and clenched the steel pipe in his hand, his fingertips tingling from the pressure. The moment he pushed open the car door, the thick stench of decay hit him. His heart leaped into his throat. The cold concrete beneath his feet felt like walking on suspended knife blades with every step. The first life-and-death battle of the apocalypse lay right before him. The moment his toes touched the ground, the chill of the concrete floor seeped through his soles, and Lin Chen's entire body tensed like a drawn bow. He pressed back to back with Old Joe, shuffling their steps, slowly minimizing any friction sounds. Their weapons were gripped tightly in both hands, and even their breaths were reduced to faint wisps of air. 3 zombies wandered aimlessly near the community entrance, emitting guttural growls from their rotting throats. One closest to the car stood less than 3 meters away, its back facing Lin Chen. Gray hair clung to dark stains, and the flesh on its neck had decayed and sagged. Lin Chen signaled Old Joe with his eyes he would handle the 2 on the left, leaving the 1 on the right to Old Joe. Old Joe nodded slightly, his veined hand gripping the tow hook tightly. He shifted his weight steadily to the right, channeling all the strength from years of maintenance work into his arm. Holding his last breath, Lin Chen pushed off the ground, lightly lunged forward abruptly, and poured all his strength into his right arm. The steel pipe whistled through the air, crashing down on the zombie's occiput. A dull thud echoed. The zombie's body stiffened, its swaying halted instantly. Its decayed skull caved in, deeply murky, eyes rolling upward as it pitched forward lifelessly, never stirring again. Lin Chen's arm went numb, his palms slick with cold sweat, and his heart pounded as if it would burst. But he dared not pause even for a moment. He pivoted and lunged at the second zombie. Hearing the noise, the zombie slowly turned its head, revealing a half-rotted face. A putrid stench washed over him. It opened its mouth to screech, but Lin Chen, ignoring the revulsion, acted swiftly. The steel pipe swung horizontally, striking its temple with brutal force. Another dull thud. The zombie collapsed without even a sound. Almost simultaneously, Old Joe shuffled forward, planted his foot, twisted his hips, and swung his arm. The heavy tow hook slammed into the last zombie's skull, the metal hook embedding into the bone. The zombie convulsed twice, and then fell still. Old Joe twisted his wrist, freeing the tow hook from the zombie's head, bits of brain matter clinging to it. He furrowed his brow, gave it a light flick, and the hook whistled through the air, clearing the residue in 2 shakes. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. No wasted movements, no unnecessary sounds. Clean, efficient, and lethal with a single blow. Lin Chen bent over, gasping for air, his stomach churning violently. He stared at the limp corpses on the ground, forcing himself not to vomit right there. This was his first time taking a life with his own hands, and such monstrous lives at that. Fear, nausea, and lingering dread mingled, surging to his head. Old Joe, also panting heavily, wiped a few drops of foul slime from his face and whispered urgently, "You okay? Done. Hurry, don't linger. Get Sister Jiang down and into the community." Lin Chen immediately raised his hand to signal safety to the car, then quickly walked to the vehicle where Sister Jiang was. He tapped gently on the window. "Sister Jiang, it's safe. Open up, I'll take you inside." Sister Jiang's face was as pale as paper, her eyes wide with lingering terror. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she fumbled with the lock and pushed the door open. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs nearly gave way, and Lin Chen quickly reached out to support her. "Don't be afraid, it's all handled," Lin Chen said, steadying her arm, his voice as calm as possible. "Grab your steel pipe, stay close to me, don't run, don't look around." Zombies seem to track prey by hearing. They're more sensitive to sound outside their line of sight. "As long as we stay quiet, we'll be fine." Sister Jiang bit her lip, hard, nodding vigorously. Tears welled in her eyes, but refused to fall. She clutched the steel pipe tighter against her chest. "Shall he lock the car doors and stand by? We'll be back in 10 minutes, Lin Chen instructed softly into the walkie-talkie. "Copy that. Brother Lin, be careful." Xiaohe's voice trembled noticeably, but remained resolute. Lin Chen supported Sister Jiang, with Old Joe bringing up the rear. The three quickly passed through the community gate. Once inside, a stronger wave of decay mixed with dust hit them. At the stairwell entrance by the flower beds, and in the parking spaces, debris and shattered glass were scattered everywhere, along with several patches of long-dried bloodstains. 3 elderly zombies roamed between distant buildings. Hearing the noise, they turned slowly and charged toward them. Lin Chen told Sister Jiang to hide and moved forward with Old Joe to meet them. Perhaps due to their age, the zombies' movements were clumsy and unsteady as they lurched forward. Overcoming his fear, Lin Chen took 2 steps at a time, rushed forward, kicked the nearest zombie down, and swung his pipe to take down another. Old Joe, on the other hand, dealt with his target smoothly. With a single strike, he broke the zombie's neck, immobilizing it. He then delivered a second blow, the heavy tow hook crushing its skull, spilling red and white matter across the ground. Old Joe merely frowned, stepped forward, and finished off the zombie Lin Chen had knocked down. Lin Chen approached the zombie he had kicked over. It was relatively clean, save for the bloodstains around its mouth from feeding. No visible wounds elsewhere. Lin Chen didn't know how this catastrophe had erupted, but he couldn't afford to stop and investigate now. He raised the steel pipe vertically and thrust it down, piercing straight through the zombie's head. The sensation of piercing the skull traveled through the pipe to his hand. Brain matter and dark blood oozed out. This time Lin Chen couldn't hold back. His stomach churned, and he covered his mouth, turning aside to vomit the noodles head eaten that morning. After one heave, he forced himself to stop, spat out the lingering residue, and wiped his mouth. Old Joe patted him on the back, as if more accustomed to such combat. Lin Chen felt a flicker of doubt, but didn't ask. He nodded, and the two returned to Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang's breathing grew more rapid. She pointed toward Building 3 ahead, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "It's that one. Building 3. My home is in 501. Lin Chen forced himself to steady his nerves. "Walk slowly, stay quiet." Lin Chen signaled her to lower her voice. The three hugged the edge of the flower bed, approaching the unit building step by step. The unit door was wide open, revealing pitch darkness inside. A chill, damp wind blew out from the stairwell, carrying an eerie silence that made one's scalp tingle. Reaching the entrance, Lin Chen first peered inside. The first-floor hallway was empty, the walls covered in deep scratch marks of varying depths. A single women's high-heeled shoe lay scattered on the floor. It was terrifyingly silent. "Let me take a look first. Brother Zhou, you guard the entrance. Sister Jiang, wait for my signal." Lin Chen gripped the steel pipe, tightly tiptoeing into the stairwell. He pressed his ear against the handrail, listening intently for any sounds from upstairs. There were no growls, no dragging footsteps. He breathed a sigh of relief and waved back toward the outside. "It's safe. Come in." Sister Jiang quickly strode into the stairwell, followed closely by Old Zhou, who gently closed the unit door behind them, trying not to make a sound. The motion sensor lights in the stairwell had long since stopped working, leaving everything pitch black. Lin Chen pulled out a flashlight, turning it to its dimmest setting. A faint beam of light illuminated the narrow stairs. The three of them climbed step by step, their footsteps as light as a cat's. At each landing, Lin Chen paused to observe, making sure no zombies lurked around the corner. Sister Jiang's heart was in her throat. With every step, her legs felt weak. She knew this stairwell all too well. She had walked up and down it every day, greeting neighbors. But now it felt like a sinister prison. Finally, they reached the 5th floor. The door to apartment 501 was tightly shut, with half an uneaten bun still hanging on the doorknob, likely left over from the morning the disaster struck. The moment Sister Jiang saw her home, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She hurried to the door, knocked tremblingly, and whispered in a choked voice, "Honey. Mom. Xiaobao. It's me, Zhang Guilin. I'm back. Open the door." There was no response. A deathly silence. Sister Jiang's heart sank instantly, her hands and feet turning icy cold. She knocked harder, her voice laced with despair. "Open the door. It's me, Guilin. I've come back for you." Lin Chen immediately reached out to stop her, signaling her to be quiet. He pressed his ear against the door panel, listening intently for any sound from inside. After a few seconds, a faint suppressed sob came from within, followed by a timid child's voice, "Mom. Is that you, Mom?" Then a gruff male voice interrupted the child. Don't talk. She's not your mother anymore. She might have turned into a man-eating monster. Stay away from the door. Sister Zhang broke down, completely tears streaming as she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. She nodded and shook her head frantically. It's Mom. Xiaobao, be good. Open the door for Mommy. I haven't turned into a monster. Honey, open the door quickly. I've brought people back to save you. Just go away. We don't need saving. Go away. Who asked you to come back? The gruff male voice continued to shout, muffled by the door, but still carrying a tremor of fear and an inexplicable coldness. Just then the lock clicked and the door creaked open a crack. Xiaobao's little head peeked out. The moment he saw Sister Zhang, he burst into tears and threw himself into her arms. Mom. Where did you go? We were so scared. The male voice behind the door lowered to a growl. You little brat, who told you to open the door? You're going to get me killed. The door swung fully open. Sister Zhang's husband and his mother were huddled in the corner of the living room. Despite his harsh words, he cowered motionless in the corner, his courage less than that of a child longing for his mother. When the man saw Sister Zhang return safely, his demeanor shifted instantly. He stepped forward but kept a distance, giving her a brief hug before quickly pulling away and separating the child from her. Sister Zhang froze for a moment, then broke into loud sobs. All the fear, anxiety, and longing she had suppressed for days erupted in that moment. Standing at the doorway, Lin Chen and old Zhou exchanged glances, taken aback by the husband's behavior. Yet a pang of bitterness stirred in their hearts as their taut nerves relaxed slightly. After all, a reunion was something to be grateful for. Sister Zhang wiped her tears and immediately turned to bow to Lin Chen and old Zhou. Shaolin, old Zhou, thank you. Truly, without you I would never have made it back. No need for gratitude now, Lin Chen interrupted, quickly scanning the room to ensure it was safe. Is anyone else at home? Anyone injured? Pack your things as quickly as possible. Only bring documents, water, a light jacket, and the child's essentials. We can't stay long. There are too many zombies roaming the neighborhood, and we could be discovered at any moment. Before he could finish, Sister Zhang's husband lifted his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, his tone resolute. No, we're not going anywhere. His words instantly froze the fragile atmosphere that had just begun to thaw. Sister Zhang stood stunned, looking at her husband through tear-filled eyes. What did you say? We need to go with Shaolin and the others. The 4S shop is relatively safe. Staying home will only lead to disaster sooner or later. Nothing will happen at home. The man pulled the child back 2 steps, shielding him behind him, his attitude unyielding. Outside are man-eating monsters. Going out is suicide. The authorities will definitely send rescue teams. The news said they would search for civilians. Well, wait right here at home. We're not going anywhere. But Sister Zhang stamped her feet in desperation, looking back at Lin Chen, then at her husband, torn between the two. Tears welled up again. Honey, Shaolin and his people came to save us. The neighborhood is too dangerous. We don't know when the rescue will come. We can't gamble on this. If you want to go, go. Mom, Xiaobao, and I will wait at home. The husband stood his ground, glaring at the door. This is our home. Staying here feels safe. Running out will only get us killed faster. The elderly mother, clutching Xiaobao, trembled and muttered, No, no. It's scary outside. We'll wait for the authorities at home. Sister Zhang stood frozen, caught between the family she had risked everything to save and the benefactors who had risked their lives to bring her back. The conflict tore at her heart, nearly suffocating her. Tears blurred her vision, and she couldn't utter a word. Lin Chen frowned, about to speak, when suddenly a rapid, dragging sound of footsteps came from above, accompanied by hoarse, piercing growls charging down the stairs. It was a zombie. Attracted by the crying and arguing. Damn, there's a zombie upstairs. Old Zhou tightened his grip on the tow hook, his face turning pale. The growls grew closer, and a stench of rot wafted down the stairwell. Lin Chen grabbed the dazed Sister Zhang. No, come with us now. But Sister Zhang, looking at her stubborn husband, shielding the elderly and child, and at Xiaobao, crying in terror, couldn't bring herself to move. In the blink of an eye, a twisted zombie figure lunged down from the stairwell corner, its murky eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Shut the door. Sister Zhang's husband roared, stepping forward and yanking her inside. Sister Zhang cast one last look at Lin Chen and old Zhou, her eyes full of guilt and helplessness, as her husband dragged her into the apartment. With a dull thud, the door slammed shut, followed by the click of the lock. Lin Chen and old Zhou watched the closed door, hearing the arguing inside. They exchanged helpless glances. The growls in the stairwell grew louder. The zombie had reached the 5th floor landing. There was no time to hesitate. Move. We have to retreat. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, grabbed old Zhou, and bolted down the stairs, the steel pipe clenched in his hand, his footsteps echoing loudly in the deathly quiet stairwell. The two ran without stopping, bursting through the unit door and out of the building. Behind them, the zombies in the neighborhood had been fully alerted, their growls rising in a chorus as they converged on Building 3. They dashed across the flower beds, rushed out of the neighborhood gate, and without daring to catch their breath, leaped into the car. Lin Chen spoke into the walkie-talkie in a low voice. Shall he start the engine? Leave Huimin neighborhood now. What about Sister Zhang? Shall he hesitated. She didn't make it out. Her husband insisted they stay home. We're moving on to the next stop. Lin Chen's voice carried an unmistakable heaviness as he watched the receding Huimin neighborhood in the rearview mirror. A cluster of residential buildings besieged by zombies, now an island trapping a family. The car engine roared to life, turning and speeding away from this area of regret and danger, racing toward the next destination. As the vehicle drove away from the Huimin residential area, Lin Chen seized the brief moment of stability to rapidly review in his mind the laws of the zombies he had observed over the past 2 days. This was his sole reliance for survival in the apocalypse. What he could confirm so far was that these monsters retained a degree of vision and were particularly sensitive to moving targets. Their hearing was exceptionally acute. The faintest clang of metal or human cries could attract them in an extremely short time. Only their sense of smell had yet to show any significant effect. As long as one did not actively approach them, even within a few meters, they might not detect the presence of the living. There was also a crucial change compared to the infected encountered on the first day of the disaster. The skull bones of the zombies were now noticeably more brittle. Under a heavy blow from a blunt weapon, they were easier to dent and shatter, requiring less effort for a fatal strike. This was key to their previous quick victories. Lin Chen silently etched this rule into his heart. The more perilous the environment, the more one must rely on details to survive. The car's engine emitted a low hum once more, its tires rolling over shattered glass and dried bloodstains on the road, quietly slipping out of the Huimin residential area's boundaries. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles still pale, yet his mind was calmer than before. Having experienced actual combat, he understood more clearly how an ordinary person should strive to survive in the apocalypse. Old Joe sat in the passenger seat, placing the foul-stained tow hook at his feet and letting out a heavy breath. Xiao Lin, don't overthink it. We've done what we had to. Now let's focus on picking up Xiaohe's girlfriend. Lin Chen nodded without a word, simply fixing his gaze on the empty street ahead. He had no time to wallow in emotion. Behind him, Xiaohe's car followed steadily. For now, he had to fulfill his promise and bring the person to safety. Next stop, Sunshine Garden residential area, to pick up Xiaohe's girlfriend. Lin Chen picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice regaining its usual steadiness. Xiaohe, how are the road conditions on your end? Brother Lin, all clear. No zombies trailing behind. Xiaohe's voice came through the current, still carrying a young man's tremor, but with a hint more resolve. Keep your distance, don't speed. Sunshine Garden has heavy traffic of people and vehicles. It's more dangerous than Huimin. Be ready to kill the engine and hide at any moment. Roger. The two cars, like two low-profile shadows, crept slowly along the roadside. The once bustling shops were all shuttered, their glass doors covered in claw marks and dark brown stains. Some stores were completely open, revealing a chaotic mess inside. Snacks and clothes scattered everywhere. Occasionally, a motionless figure curled up in a corner emitted a nauseating stench. The hoarse groans of zombies came intermittently from street corners, stairwells, and beside abandoned vehicles. Their movements were stiff, their eyes murky, and they were especially sensitive to moving cars. As long as a vehicle drew slightly near, they would drag their feet and stagger in pursuit, but they could never catch up with the slow-moving speed. Silence filled the cabin. The three were all intently observing their surroundings, alert to any sudden danger. After more than 10 minutes, the car slowly entered the Sunshine Garden area. Compared to the old Huimin residential area, the buildings here were taller and denser. The security booth at the entrance had long been smashed, the sliding gate tilted to one side. Private cars were haphazardly parked on the road, some with shattered windows, others with dented bodies. Blackened bloodstains and scattered household items were everywhere, and the stench of decay in the air was more than twice as strong as in Huimin. Lin Chen immediately hit the brakes. The two cars came to a stop behind a greenbelt 100 meters from the community gate. They killed the engines and turned off the lights, plunging the interior into dead silence, leaving only the rapid breathing of the three and the incessant zombie roars from within the community. Xiaohe, take a good look. Which building is yours? How many zombies are in the community? Is your girlfriend safe alone at home? Lin Chen pressed the walkie-talkie, his voice almost inaudibly low. Xiaohe's voice was laced with obvious tension and worry. Brother Lin, I see it. Building 12 is the tall one at the very back. My parents are both in my hometown. After the disaster, only my girlfriend Xiaohe was trapped at home. She's very timid. There are so many zombies in the community, and some are blocking the unit entrance. Lin Chen looked in that direction. Several zombies were wandering at the base of Building 12. The unit door was wide open, pitch black inside. If they were alerted, the consequences would be dire. Old Joe gripped the tow hook tightly. Charging straight through the entrance won't work. We're just two ordinary people, we can't withstand a siege. We can take a detour through the greenbelt, circle around to the front of Building 12. There are fewer zombies there. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then nodded, quickly finalizing the plan. He spoke calmly into the walkie-talkie. Xiaohe, you stay in the car on standby, provide backup, and watch our surroundings. Old Joe and I will get out first and find a way to clear the zombies at the entrance of Building 12. Once we've cleared them and given you the all-clear signal, you get out, take the detour through the greenbelt, and come into the building with me to get Xiaohe. Old Joe will stay by the car door downstairs to guard against any surprises. Xiaohe's heart tightened, but he knew this was the safest arrangement. Okay, he'll wait in the car for your signal. Brother Lin, brother Joe, please be careful. Don't worry. Lin Chen and Old Joe exchanged a glance and slowly pushed open the car doors. As their feet touched the ground, both immediately lowered their stances, watching each other's backs as they crept forward along the shadow of the greenbelt, as if walking on a knife's edge. They were ordinary people, without superhuman abilities relying only on caution and coordination. The zombies in Sunshine Garden were right at hand, their hoarse groans piercing the stench of decay, assaulting their nostrils. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal the target, and Old Joe nodded in understanding. Taking a deep breath, another silent slaughter in the apocalypse was about to begin. The branches of the greenery brushed against their trouser legs as Lin Chen and Old Joe suppressed their breathing to near stillness, their feet gliding gently across the ground. Each step deliberately avoided gravel and twigs lest the slightest sound ignite the danger lurking beneath this dead silence. The zombie density in Sunshine Garden far surpassed that of Huimin residential area. At the stairwell entrances by the flower beds beneath abandoned cars, everywhere staggering dark figures swayed. Their hoarse low breaths merged into a muffled tide, like an impenetrable net smothering the building 1,200 meters ahead. 4 zombies guarded the unit entrance. 2 leaned against the doorframe, wandering aimlessly. One clawed at the shattered access control panel, another bowed its head, gnawing at something dark, blackened stains spreading across the concrete floor in a stark trail. Old Joe raised 4 fingers, then chopped his palm downward toward his head, signaling Lin Chen to strike the skulls directly and separately, ensuring they did not alert the horde inside or further away. Old Joe tightened his grip on the soiled toe hook, his eyes reflecting only the calm of weathered experience. Years of working with automotive tools had made his arms steady as a rock as he held the weapon. He crept slowly toward the 2 zombies on the right, his steps as light as falling leaves. Lin Chen meanwhile slunk along the base of the left wall, gripping the heavy steel pipe tightly in his palm. Cold sweat seeped through his fingers, but his gaze remained locked on the vital points of the zombies' heads. When they were just 2 meters from the unit door, the zombie that had been feeding suddenly raised its head. Its murky eyes turned directly toward Lin Chen, and a short hoarse sound squeezed from its decaying throat. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant his core muscles engaged, and the steel pipe, accompanied by a muffled whoosh of air, slammed down from above onto the zombie's crown. Thud! The dull crack of the skull was swallowed by the horde's low breaths. The zombie pitched forward, its body twitching briefly before going still. The zombie clawing at the access control on the left turned at the sound, its rotting face lunging forward as a thick stench of decay assaulted the senses. Lin Chen neither dodged nor flinched. He twisted his wrist, abruptly swinging the steel pipe horizontally, striking its temple with precision. The zombie's body went limp and collapsed on the spot. Almost simultaneously, Old Joe sank his hips and stepped forward, swinging the tow hook with full force. It struck the back of the first zombie's head on the right, the metal tip embedding deep into the already brittle skull, and the zombie instantly went slack. As the last zombie leaning by the doorframe began to turn, Old Joe smoothly lifted the hook upward, smashing it into the junction of its jaw and skull, severing its life with a single blow. In less than 20 seconds, all 4 zombies lay fallen. Not a single roar escaped. Only 4 short muffled impacts, clean and decisive. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, gasping for air. His entire right arm was numb and aching from the recoil, and darkness swam before his eyes. Yet he forced himself to raise a hand, signaling safety to the vehicle 100 meters away. Old Joe quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming no horde had been alerted. He immediately pulled Lin Chen into the shadow of the unit door, urging in a low, hurried voice, "Quick, call Xiaohe over. There might still be something in the building. Don't delay." A faint crackle of static came through the walkie-talkie, followed by Xiaohe's voice, suppressed but trembling with excitement. "Brother Lin. I saw it. I'm coming." Xiaohe gripped his crowbar, crouched low as he bolted from the car, and sprinted along the greenery. In that short 100-meter dash, he ran drenched in cold sweat, terrified that at any moment a zombie might lunge from the shadows. Reaching the unit entrance, he stared at the 4 cold bodies on the ground. His face paled, but he gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, Xiaohe is on the 12th floor. The elevator's out. We have to take the fire escape." Lin Chen nodded, then turned to Old Joe, speaking through labored breaths. "Brother Joe, you must hold the entrance. If any zombie gets close, don't let it in. We'll be down in 10 minutes. Don't worry with me here, not one gets through." Old Joe leaned against the doorframe, the tow hook held before him, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the surroundings like an immovable bulwark. Lin Chen picked up the steel pipe and signaled Xiaohe to follow. "Take the fire escape. Keep your steps light. Don't touch the railing or make noise. If we run into zombies, I'll handle them. You just keep running." The 2 slipped into the dark stairwell. Dust and decay mingled in the air. The motion sensor lights were dead, leaving only the beam of a flashlight cutting a faint path through the blackness. Shoes, plastic bags, and patches of long-dried dark stains littered the steps. Every soft footfall echoed, amplified in the dead silence of the corridor. Floor by floor, first, second, third, Lin Chen checked each landing for safety before letting Xiaohe proceed. At the 5th floor, a zombie lay sprawled at the stairwell, its low, hoarse breaths clearly audible. Lin Chen pressed Xiaohe to stay still, then crept silently behind the zombie, gripping the steel pipe. With a single full force blow, the zombie crumpled without a sound. "Quick, don't stop." Lin Chen pulled Xiaohe upward, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt ready to burst from his chest. Finally reaching the 12th floor, Xiaohe trembled uncontrollably. He knocked softly 3 times on the door and called in a low voice, "Xiaohe, it's me. I've come to get you." From inside came the faint sound of sobbing, then the lock turned gently. A pale-faced girl with red-rimmed eyes peered. The moment she saw Xiaohe, her tears broke free and she clung to him tightly. "Hey, I thought you wouldn't come. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and Brother Lin is with me. We'll leave now." Xiaohe patted her back, gently, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly scanned the corridor and urged in a low tone, "No time to waste. Grab your things and go." Xiaohe snatched her backpack by the door and pressed close behind the two, clenching her jaw to suppress any sound racing down the stairs 3 steps at a time. As they burst back to the first floor, old Zhou's voice was taut as a bowstring. "Quick. 3 coming from the east, almost at the door." Lin Chen looked up to see the zombies closing within 10 meters and immediately ordered, "Old Zhou with me. Xiaohe, take Xiaohe to your car and start the engine now. We'll finish them and drive out. Meet at the intersection." Before the words faded, Lin Chen and old Zhou charged forward simultaneously. The steel pipe and tow hook traced 2 sharp arcs. One smashed a crown, the other hooked a skull, and 2 zombies fell instantly. The last one lunged close, but Lin Chen sidestepped its attack, following up with a blow to its temple. In 5 seconds, all 3 were neutralized. "Run!" Lin Chen's low shout sent the 4 splitting into 2 groups, racing toward their respective vehicles. Behind them, zombies drawn by the noise staggered after them, but always a step too slow. Lin Chen yanked open the door and pulled old Zhou into the Terramont. Xiaohe shielded Xiaoya as they quickly climbed into the other Tiguan. The moment the doors shut, both cars ignited simultaneously, one after the other, speeding out of Sunshine Garden. In the rearview mirror, more and more zombies gathered, but they could only roar futilely in place. Inside the car, Xiaoya clung tightly to Xiaohe's arm, tears streaming silently down her face. Old Zhou wiped the grime from his face and let out a long, deep sigh. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, the tension that had gripped him the entire journey finally beginning to ease. "We're safe," he spoke softly, as if telling his companions, and as if telling himself. 2 vehicles rolled over the debris-littered road, smoothly exiting the Sunshine Garden residential complex. Lin Chen pressed the intercom to confirm the status of the car behind. Xiaohe's voice soon crackled through the channel, trembling slightly with the aftermath of survival, yet he gritted his teeth and steadied his tone. "Brother Lin, all clear. Xiaoya is fine, and the car's in good shape. Maintain distance and continue along the Riverside Auxiliary Road. Next stop, Happiness New Village." Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his gaze locked on the empty road ahead. The cabin was filled only with the low hum of the engine and oppressive silence slowly seeping through the cramped space. Old Zhou in the passenger seat sat with his back ramrod straight, his hands clenched tightly around the tow hook stained with dark dried blood, his knuckles white. His gaze seemed glued to the window, fixed on the direction of the outskirts. His Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly, but he uttered not a single word. Lin Chen glanced sideways at him, softening his tone to break the stifling atmosphere. "Brother Zhou, I felt something off about you all along. The way you moved earlier, your steps, your force, your reaction speed. That's not something an ordinary auto repairman would." Old Zhou was stunned for a moment, his rough fingers repeatedly stroking the cold metal hook. After a long silence, he forced a bitter smile. "I knew I couldn't hide it forever. I'm 45. Served in a special forces unit when I was young. After discharge, I wanted to stay away from weapons, so I took up auto repair to live a quiet life. That was 15 or 16 years ago." A flicker of understanding passed through Lin Chen's eyes, carrying no surprise, but instead a sense of genuine relief. He smiled wryly. "No wonder your moves were so precise. I was sick from dealing with that zombie, but you were completely unfazed. So you're a veteran. No wonder you grabbed that tow hook and charged straight at the threat when the disaster first struck. Just old bones now, can't compare to my younger days." Old Zhou shook his head lightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "It's just muscle memory, knowing how to survive and how to neutralize a threat quickly. If I had to go toe-to-toe with a horde at my age, I wouldn't last." Lin Chen chuckled softly, revealing his own background. "I'm not a complete amateur either. I was on the university's Sanda team, competed in provincial matches. After an injury in a bout, I quit and switched to car sales. Against people ID have a 70% chance. Against these things, I just rely on accuracy, quick reflexes, and some close-quarters combat skills." Old Zhou turned his head sharply, a gleam of certainty flashing in his eyes, his voice growing deeper. Good. With your skills and my old experience, even the greatest trouble won't stop us." Xiaohe's voice suddenly burst through the intercom, a mix of surprise and relief. "Brother Lin, Uncle Zhou. So you're both fighters. That really puts our minds at ease." Then Xiaoya's soft voice followed, laced with lingering fear, but genuine gratitude. "Thank you. With you here, we dared to come out." Lin Chen looked down and realized he had placed the intercom on the seat, and his leg had been pressing the talk button. He picked up the intercom and pressed the button. "Don't let your guard down." Lin Chen immediately tempered the rising spirits, his tone serious and cautionary. "No matter how capable we are, we're still flesh and blood. These things feel no pain, no fatigue. They're relentless. Our only advantage is calmness, precision, and absolute coordination. Happiness New Village is the last stop. Rescue Xiaoyu, then immediately turned back to the 4S shop. Not a second of lingering." "Understood." Old Zhou took a deep breath of cold air, the anxiety in his eyes instantly suppressed by the ingrained military composure. "I know Happiness New Village well. While only take the main alley, no side streets. I'll lead and clear the path. You cover the flanks and rear. Fast and fast out. No delays. Deal. Lin Chen steadied the wheel, his gaze fixed on the low building outlines growing clearer in the distance. A long-retired Special Forces veteran, a car salesman, with a Sanda background, two inexperienced young people, and a terrified girl, all driven by desperate courage, racing towards the suburban village holding their last ties of concern. The further they drove towards the outskirts, the more the city's remaining noise faded, ultimately swallowed by absolute silence. The towering buildings on both sides gradually gave way to low bungalows and courtyards. The smooth concrete road turned into a potholed asphalt path. A few withered, crooked trees stood by the roadside, their branches swaying in the wind, exuding desolation. There were hardly any wandering zombies on the road, only the rustling sound of wind sweeping dry branches across the ground magnified in the silence, tightening the heart. Lin Chen slowly pressed the brake, the car's speed decreasing. His eyes were locked on the iconic old locust tree at the intersection ahead. Its twisted branches like claws, its massive crown like a dark cloud suspended in the air, standing out starkly among the low houses. Brother Zhou were here. Old Zhou jerked his head up, a spark of light flashing in his weary eyes, but it was instantly overshadowed by overwhelming tension and anxiety. Lin Chen parked the Terramont securely behind the thick trunk of the old locust tree, using the tree's shadow to conceal the vehicle completely. Xiaohe's car immediately followed, stopping at the rear flank. The four quickly got out, their backs against the rough tree trunk, weapons gripped tightly. The tension in the air was palpable, and even their breathing became unconsciously lighter. Old Zhou quickly scanned the surrounding alleys and rooftops. Confirming no unusual activity, he lowered his voice and gave rapid instructions. Happiness New Village has dense alleys and many corners. Too many blind spots. Driving in would make us easy targets. Lin Chen and I will lead the way. Xiaohe, you protect Xiaoya and follow 3 meters behind. If there's trouble, retreat immediately. Leave the zombies to Lin Chen and me. Never get separated. Xiaohe reached out to steady Xiaoya's trembling shoulders and nodded firmly, gritting his teeth. Understood. Old Zhou took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions. Gripping the tow hook tightly, he took the first step, his voice barely a whisper. Follow me. My daughter's house is at the end of the 8th row. A standalone courtyard with a small stone post by the door. You'll recognize it. The four crouched low, hugging the walls of the village path, using debris for cover as they crept forward silently. The old village was eerily silent, with every household's door tightly shut. Some were left ajar, others were covered in scratch marks, and dark brown stains splattered the courtyard walls. Occasionally, a faint guttural roar drifted from afar, only amplifying the dread. As they reached the 6th row's corner, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Around the bend, 2 zombies loitered against the wall, their movement sluggish. Clad in tattered peasant clothes, their rotting faces were terrifying under the dim light. Old Zhou's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward, but Lin Chen gently held him back. He'll handle it. Guard the rear. Lin Chen lowered his center of gravity, crept along the ground, moving silently. He circled behind the first zombie, gripped the steel pipe, tightly sank his waist, and channeled all his strength into his arm, striking the zombie's occiput with savage force. Thud, a dull sound echoed. The zombie wobbled, but didn't fall. Instead, it turned stiffly. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he instantly switched from a strike to a sweep, slashing the pipe across its temple. Only then did the zombie collapse limply. The other lunged at the noise. Lin Chen sidestepped, its claws jammed the pipe under its jaw, and thrust upward sharply. A crisp snap of bone rang out, and the zombie toppled straight down. It wasn't effortless, but it was clean and decisive. A flicker of admiration crossed Old Zhou's eyes. Without further words, he led the group forward at a brisk pace. A mere few dozen meters felt like an eternity. Finally, at the end of the 8th row, a low courtyard gate came into. By the entrance, a small worn stone stool sat silently. This was the place. Old Zhou's steps halted abruptly, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. He rushed to the door, his palm pressing against the icy wooden panel. His voice quivered with suppressed emotion, yet carried boundless tenderness. Xiaoyu. Dad's back. Are you in there? No response. Only deathly silence. Old Zhou's heart plummeted. He pushed the gate open with force. The yard was small, neat, and tidy. A child's school uniform hung on the clothesline, and a small bicycle stood by the corner. Everything was exactly as it had been before the disaster struck. But the main hall's door was tightly shut. Xiaoyu. Old Zhou roared, charging to pound on the door. Dad's here. Just then a faint, barely audible sob came from within. Then the sound of footsteps on the floor. Dad. A thin, pale-faced girl timidly cracked the door open. Her large eyes were filled with terror, but the moment she saw Old Zhou, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Daddy. Old Zhou could no longer hold back. He flung the door open and pulled his daughter into a tight embrace, his burly arms wrapping around her, as if to pour all his fear, worry, and longing from the past few days into that single hug. Dad's here. Daddy's here. I'm sorry I'm late. The girl sobbed loudly, clutching her father's back. Her cries echoed off the earthen walls, carrying far into the distance. Lin Chen's expression shifted sharply. No. The moment the cries sounded, roars erupted from afar, from the alleyways, and from the courtyard corners in succession. The zombies, alerted by the noise, were converging on them. Move. Now. Lin Chen yelled, grabbing the still sobbing Xiaoyu. Brother Zhou, take the kid, we're breaking out. Old Zhou snapped back to reality, wiped his tears, scooped up his daughter, and turned to run. But it was too late. At the village entrance, the alley mouths, and behind the courtyard walls, over a dozen zombies were dragging their stiff legs toward the 8th row. A chorus of hoarse growls filled the air, and a stench of decay instantly enveloped the small yard. Xiaoyi's face turned pale, Xiaoyu shut her eyes tightly in fear, and Xiaoyu buried her head in her father's chest, not daring to look up. Lin Chen held his steel pipe horizontally, standing at the front with a cold, fierce gaze. Brother Zhou, protect Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, stand with me. Aim for the heads, only don't linger. Carve a path and run. Got it. Xiaoyu gripped his crowbar, tightly gritting his teeth as he took his place beside Lin Chen. 2 zombies reached the courtyard first. Lin Chen swept his pipe, smashing the leading one's temple. Xiaoyu swung his crowbar with all his might, but his nervousness threw off his aim, and it only struck the zombie's shoulder. The zombie, unfeeling and undeterred, lunged at Xiaoyi's neck with its mouth agape. Xiaoyu, watch out. Lin Chen stepped forward, blocking the zombie's claws with his pipe, then struck its face with a backhand blow, felling it. Xiaoyu, drenched in cold sweat, stumbled back. Sorry, Brother Lin, I panicked. Don't stop. Keep going. Lin Chen had no time to scold. The zombies were swarming behind them. He gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating, the pipe whistling through the air. Every strike targeted heads, and dull impacts rang out in succession. Old Zhou, holding his daughter, swung his tow hook to open a gap on the right, roaring, "Follow me." Head for the village entrance. Just as the group was about to burst through the gate, disaster struck. A zombie leaped from a gap in the wall, its withered claws grabbing Xiaoyu's collar. The girl was yanked backward, her face turning red, letting out a terrified scream. Xiaoyu. Old Zhou's eyes bulged with rage, but 2 zombies were locked on him. His tow hook was only halfway through its swing, leaving him unable to help. He watched helplessly as his daughter was pulled by the zombie, his heart nearly stopping. In that critical moment, Lin Chen lunged forward, slamming the pipe hard onto the zombie's arm, gripping the collar. Crack! The zombie's arm twisted and deformed, its claws releasing instantly. Lin Chen swept Xiaoyu into his arms, spun around, and struck the zombie's head, finishing it off. Go! Lin Chen shoved Xiaoyu back into Old Zhou's arms, his voice hoarse, but resolute. The 5 of them sprinted through the gaps in the horde, their footsteps, gasps, and the zombies' roars blending into a cacophony. Lin Chen kept turning back to deliver finishing blows, his arms numb and palms slick with cold sweat, but he dared not stop. A short 100-meter escape felt like walking on the edge of hell. Finally, they reached the old locust tree, the 2 vehicles in sight. Get in. Hurry. Lin Chen opened the door, pushing Xiaoyu into the back seat, with Old Zhou scrambling in after her. Xiaoyu shielded Xiaoyu as they quickly boarded. Almost at the same second, the doors shut, both vehicles ignited and shot off like arrows from a bow. In the rearview mirror, a dense mass of zombies gathered at the village entrance, roaring and chasing futilely, forever unable to catch the speeding wheels. Inside the car, Xiaoyu lay in Old Zhou's arms, her crying gradually subsiding, her small hands clutching her father's clothes tightly. Old Zhou held his recovered daughter, looking at Lin Chen in the driver's seat. His voice was hoarse, but each word carried immense weight. Xiao Lin, from today on I owe you my life. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, gazing at the road back to the city gradually opening ahead. He let out a soft sigh. Rain began to fall again, cold droplets pounding on the windshield, blurring the apocalyptic scene outside. He stared ahead, his tone calm, yet resolute. Don't say that. We're a family, and we're going home together. The sky had completely darkened. The winter daylight was already pitifully short, and the dim light that barely outlined the roads and fields was consumed by the thick darkness like ink in just a few minutes. Outside the city, the road was devoid of streetlights, homes, or any signs of human activity. The entire outer ring road leading back to the city was engulfed in boundless darkness, resembling a giant beast silently opening its massive jaws, waiting to swallow all living creatures. Lin Chen glanced at the flickering numbers on the dashboard, 1814. At this hour, the city would normally be illuminated by bright lights, bustling with traffic. But now the entire Jiangcheng city had sunk into a dead silence, with not a single light daring to shine. All that remained in the air was the faint roar of the engine and the occasional indistinct shadows passing outside the window. Brother Lin, I can't see anything ahead. The trembling voice of Xiao He came through the walkie-talkie, betraying his panic. I can't turn on my headlights, too bright, I'm afraid. Afraid of attracting those things. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, fixating on the gray road ahead. The headlights of the Tuareg were still somewhat bright, but in this ink-like night, they could barely illuminate a few meters in front. Don't use high beams, just low beams. Keep close behind me, and don't fall behind. Lin Chen's voice was low and serious. It's dark and slippery, visibility is poor, so everyone stay alert. Old Zhou, holding the already asleep Xiaoyu, felt his body tense up slightly. His face appeared especially grave in the faint light. Something's wrong, Xiaolin. After dark, the surrounding noises are much more than during the day. He paused, lowering his voice further. Those things by the roadside were moving slowly during the day, but now they seem more spirited and their movements have quickened. Lin Chen's heart sank. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had only experienced survival and movement during the day, and none of them had ever faced zombies in the dead of night. No one had anticipated that darkness would not weaken those monsters, but would instead make them more active and sharper. None had foreseen that the true nightmare began with the arrival of night. Just after turning a bend overgrown with weeds, an unexpected incident instantly shattered the remaining calm of the night. Screech. Bang. A sharp, ear-piercing screech tore through the silence, followed by a heavy and violent crash. Xiaohe's Tiguan, unable to avoid in the darkness, crashed hard into a garbage bin overturned in the middle of the road, causing the car to lurch violently and come to a halt in the middle of the road, unable to move. Xiaohe. Lin Chen's heart raced, and he instinctively swerved the Tuareg to the side and stopped abruptly. In the next moment, the darkness erupted. The shadows that had scattered along the roadside, in the fields, and in the overgrown grass seemed to awaken at an invisible signal, resulting in a chilling roar that echoed from all directions. The sound was several times denser than during the day, growing closer and louder as countless staggering shadows surged in hordes toward the source of the noise and light. Brother Lin, my steering wheel is stuck. The car won't move. Xiaohe's voice was laced with tears, breaking into a sob. Xiaoya, you need to get out of the car? Hurry. But it was already too late. 3 or 4 shadows had already charged to the door of the Tiguan, their decaying dark hands frantically clawing at the car windows, the screeching noise relentless, as if they were trying to grind the nerves of those inside. In this dead silence of the night, the car's headlights became the most conspicuous target. It's over. There are 2. Xiaohe trembled all over, desperately using a crowbar to hold back the deformed car door, but the force of the zombie's impact grew fiercer with each hit, and the door groaned under the strain. Lin Chen caught just a glimpse, and his heart raced almost to the point of shattering his ribs. The pitch-black night, the extremely poor visibility, the unusually active zombies, and Xiaohe and Xiaoya trapped inside the car. Once the door was forcibly broken open, these two would not last even a second. Old Joe, keep an eye on Xiaoyu. Don't open the door no matter what. Lin Chen shouted low, grabbing the shiny steel pipe from the passenger seat, and suddenly pushing open the car door, plunging into the cold, biting darkness. The cold wind sliced against his face like a knife, causing his skin to sting. All around him were staggering shadows rushing toward him. He could not see how many there were, only hearing the increasingly dense roars as new monsters were drawn in by the sound every second. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold vine, tightening in an instant, but he could not retreat. Inside the car were Xiaohe and Xiaoya, 2 living lives trapped. Inside the Tiguan, Xiaoya was frozen in terror, curled up in her seat, afraid to make a sound, tears sliding down silently. Xiaohe was desperately holding the car door, his arms aching and trembling as despair slowly engulfed him. He could even clearly see the rotting faces outside, pressed against the glass, staring intently at the living people inside, saliva and filthy blood trickling down the glass. Taking advantage of the Tiguan's faint light, Lin Chen rushed forward, aiming at a zombie lunging toward the driver's door. He bent his waist and exerted force, and the steel pipe slammed into the back of its head. Thud! The zombie stumbled to the ground, but did not fall still immediately. In the darkness, his line of sight was obstructed, making it impossible for him to strike as accurately as he could in the daylight. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately followed up with another hit to ensure it was dealt with. Xiaohe, open the door. Quickly. Xiaohe used all his strength to pull open a crack in the door, pushing Xiaoyu out first. But just then 2 zombies lunged from behind the car, their withered black claws reaching straight for Xiaoya's back. Xiaoya screamed in terror, her legs going weak as she nearly fell. Lin Chen turned back, using the pipe to block, but his arm was swept by the sharp claws, a piercing pain exploding instantly. He couldn't afford to care about the pain. He kicked hard at the zombie's chest, sending it staggering back a few steps, then quickly pulled Xiaoya behind him to protect her. Brother Lin. The car. Xiaohe looked at the wrecked Tiguan, his voice choking with emotion. The Tiguan's lights were still on the hood, slightly smoking, the steering wheel jammed, utterly unable to drive. At this moment, shadows surged in from all sides. If they delayed even a moment longer, everyone would be swallowed. Forget the Tiguan. We can't keep it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and growled. In the dark, they're 10 times more ferocious than during the day. If we drag this out, none of us will escape. This statement hit Xiaohe like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking him up. He bit down hard on his teeth, supporting Xiaoya, and desperately followed Lin Chen as they sprinted toward the Tuareg. In the darkness, countless shadows chased closely behind, their hissing roars almost brushing against his ears. Lin Chen ran, while swinging the pipe to block. Every swing pulled at his wounds, causing sweat to bead on his forehead from the pain. But he did not dare to stop, or if he did, the 2 behind him would be swallowed in an instant. The 3 of them rolled and crawled back to the Tuareg. Get in the car. Hurry. Lin Chen shoved Xiaohe and Xiaoya into the back seat, then leaped into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut almost simultaneously as he stomped on the gas. Boom! The Tuareg's engine roared and the tires screeched against the ground. Lin Chen violently turned the steering wheel, forcing the car to spin around in the dark, narrowly brushing past 2 zombies lunging at them, and charged out. In the rearview mirror, the brand new Tiguan was quickly engulfed by the dark shadows. The headlights remained on, but they could no longer illuminate the road. They had completely lost a vehicle. Inside the cabin, there was a deathly silence broken only by heavy breathing. Xiao He hung his head, face full of guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. It's all my fault. I didn't see well in the dark and wrecked the car. It's not your fault. Lin Chen's hand gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly, but he remained unusually calm. We all underestimated it. We didn't know the zombies would be more active, more agile, and more vicious at night. But we're still alive, and that's enough. Old Joe, holding the startled but silent Xiao Yu, looked grave. We can't go back to the 4S shop now. In this darkness with unfamiliar roads and poor visibility, driving any further will only lead to disaster. Lin Chen nodded. As a seasoned salesman, he understood the dangers of driving in foggy conditions. The dashboard clock flipped to 2003. Just then Old Joe suddenly pointed ahead. Xiao Lin, look over there. Lin Chen squinted and looked. Not far from the roadside was a crooked sign for a homestyle restaurant. Although the lights had long since gone out, its outline was clear. Through the hazy mist, he could see a single-story small house next to it, the facade not large with a deep eave and the glass door shattered halfway. It appeared to have no large gathering of zombies for the time being. We can't go any further, Lin Chen decisively said. We'll take shelter here temporarily and wait until dawn to return to the shop. The Tuareg slowly drove into the roadside shadow, turned off the engine lights, and locked the doors. All sound was instantly cut off, and the world fell back into a dead silence, leaving only the faint roars in the distance. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the steel pipe and took a deep breath. Resolutely, he said, "He'll go down first to clear the area. Wait for me to confirm it's safe before you come down." Outside, the night was as thick as ink, with danger lurking everywhere. This night was destined to be sleepless. After the Tuareg's engine died and its lights were extinguished, the world plunged into absolute darkness, the last faint warmth of the engine swallowed by the icy night. No starlight, no moonlight. Only an impenetrable blackness remained between heaven and earth, like a waterlogged black cloth smothering the entire abandoned city. Lin Chen gripped the steel pipe in his hand, its cold, rough metal pressing into his palm, barely steadying his chaotic. He didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he pressed against the icy window, using the last near-transparent outline of light on the horizon to stare intently at every detail of the small restaurant not far away. The crooked tin sign was covered in rust, the words "Old Wang's Home Cooking" faded white, its edges curled and deformed thick with dust. It was an utterly ordinary single-story suburban homestyle eatery, its beige ceramic tiles peeling away in patches, revealing the dark gray cement beneath. The main entrance was two glass sliding doors. The left one had long since shattered, leaving sharp shards hanging on the frame like a row of pale, hideous fangs. A small window was set into the right wall, most of its old newspaper covering peeled off, the dark opening gaping emptily toward the road, like a silent eye watching the living pass by. The silence was suffocating. No wind, no chirping insects, no barking dogs, not even the rustle of leaves, only the occasional distant muffled roars, drawn out and eerie in the empty dead night, pounding against everyone's frayed nerves. "He'll go first," Lin Chen whispered, barely audible. Old Joe locked the doors and watched Xiao Yu. "Once I clear the restaurant, he'll call you down." Old Joe said anxiously, "You can't go alone, it's too dangerous. I'm coming with you." Lin Chen felt the pain from the wound on his arm and grinned through clenched teeth. "No need, I can handle it. This place is small. If you follow me inside, it's too dark. We might accidentally hurt each other. Alone, I can let loose and attack anything I touch." Old Joe nodded heavily, holding the sleeping Xiao Yu tighter in his arms, his other hand gripping the tow hook that had accompanied him for years and bore dark stains. The child, startled awake, dared not cry. He only buried his face deep in his father's chest, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao He and Xiao Yu huddled in the back seats, barely daring to breathe. The terror of their narrow escape from the horde still gripped them, now compounded by the boundless darkness, fear washing over their hearts like icy tides seeping into their marrow. Lin Chen slowly pushed open the car door, his movements so silent that even the hinges creak was suppressed. The biting cold wind immediately enveloped him. The wound on his arm, scratched by a zombie, ached sharply in the frigid night, as if countless fine needles were repeatedly piercing his flesh, a dull soreness spreading through his veins. He had no time to fear whether he would mutate. Survival in the present moment was paramount. Hugging the withered, tangled weeds along the roadside, Lin Chen crouched and crept step by step toward the restaurant entrance. A faint scrape of broken glass underfoot made his heart clench. He froze instantly, holding his breath. In the darkness, any insignificant sound could be a death sentence, summoning the Reaper. After confirming no wandering zombie silhouettes nearby, he pressed against the cold wall and slowly peered inside the restaurant. The room was small, visible at a glance. The front hall held 4 or 5 greasy, blackened wooden tables, plastic stools scattered haphazardly. The floor was littered with disposable chopsticks, shattered bowls and plates, dried vegetable leaves, and several dark, dried shocking stains. The cash register stood against the corner wall, its computer screen cracked like a spiderweb. The counter drawer had been roughly pulled open, empty except for a few crumpled pieces of paper. A greasy, yellowed blue cloth hung at the kitchen entrance. Beneath it, a black cloth shoe was conspicuously visible. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. There was a zombie inside. He took a deep breath of the musty, cold air, tightened his grip on the steel pipe, and slipped sideways through the broken glass door. His movements were light and agile. The floor beneath his feet was sticky in a wave of mixed odors, mold, cooking oil, filth, and dust, rushed at him, choking his chest and nearly making him retch. Lin Chen held his breath, tiptoeing step by step toward the kitchen curtain. It was a zombie in a blood-stained chef's uniform, its back to the door, its upper body slumped weakly against the stove, emitting low, guttural growls as it gnawed on something unknown. On the wooden chopping board beside it lay half a dry, hard piece of steamed bread. Lin Chen slowly raised the steel pipe, his arm tensing slightly. Visibility was extremely poor in the dark. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Any sound could attract more monsters. He lowered his hips, twisted his wrist, and struck, a seamless motion. A dull thud. The suppressed sound was still distinctly audible in the dead-silent room. The chef zombie's body stiffened, then slowly turned around. Its half-rotted face was exposed in the faint light, one eye cloudy and drooping, dark red grime wedged between its teeth. A stench of decay assaulted his senses. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Not giving it a chance to lunge, he delivered a second precise, vicious blow to its temple. The zombie swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground, its limbs twitching a few times before lying still. He leaned against the cold wall, exhaling softly, his back soaked with cold sweat. Combat in the dark was far more nerve-wracking than during the day, every second a confrontation with fear and the unknown. After confirming no other zombies on the ground floor, Lin Chen walked back to the door and waved toward the Tuareg. Old Zhou immediately led the others out of the car. Xiaohe carefully supported Xiaoyu. Old Zhou held Xiaoyu tightly. The five of them, like silent shadows, slipped along the wall into the small restaurant, pulling the still intact glass door shut and bracing it with a heavy wooden table. For now they were safe. Xiaohe blocked that broken window with beer crates and stools to hide us from outside view, Lin Chen instructed softly. Old Zhou checked the kitchen for any usable supplies. He'll guard the door and watch for movement outside. No one dared to speak. They only nodded firmly and began moving quietly. Xiaohe moved the empty beer crates stacked in the corners, steadily piling them beneath the broken window. He then placed several plastic stools on top, barely managing to block the dark, gaping window and seal out any prying eyes from outside. Xiaoyu crouched in the corner, gently patting Xiaoye's back, soothing the frightened child with the tenderest motions. Her eyes were filled with lingering fear and warmth. Old Zhou bent down and slipped into the kitchen. Moments later he emerged carrying a few items: half a sealed bag of dried noodles, 4 vacuum-packed packages of pickled vegetables, 2 unopened bottles of water, half a pack of lighters, and 3 thick candles. Lucky break. Got some food. Not much, but it'll hold us for a while. Old Zhou placed the items gently on the table, his voice lowered to a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the darkness outside. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Just as he bent down to check if it was safe, under the table a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through the wound on his left arm. It wasn't the dull ache of an ordinary injury. It was a burning, swelling sensation from within, accompanied by a faint, subtle itch, as if something was slowly crawling and spreading through his veins. His expression shifted subtly. Without a sound, he pulled his sleeve down lower to cover the wound. It was the gash he got while saving Xiaoyu, scratched by a zombie's withered, blackened claws. It wasn't deep, but the flesh was torn open, the edges tinged with a dark red. Infection. Those 2 words crashed into Lin Chen's heart, like a 1,000-pound block of ice, freezing him to the bone. He had seen how the infected changed, madness, howling, losing all reason, turning into flesh-eating monsters. He dared not imagine what would happen to the people who had entrusted him with their lives if he truly became one of them. Old Zhou, Xiaoyu. He was their pillar. He could never burden them, let alone harm them. Lin Chen's fingertips trembled slightly. He secretly pressed hard on the wound, trying to use the sharp pain to suppress that strange swelling sensation. Xiaolin, what's wrong? Old Zhou saw through him immediately. Having served in the military, his eyes were sharp. He instantly caught Lin Chen's unnaturally pale face and his stiff, motionless left arm. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised his left hand and rolled up his sleeve. A dark red, slightly swollen wound with several scratch marks was exposed in the dim light. The air froze instantly. Xiaohe's breath caught sharply, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace. Not out of disgust, but from a primal fear etched into his bones. Every hair on his body stood on end. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, tears welling up and spilling over, swirling in her eyes, as she bit her lip hard to stay silent. Old Zhou's gaze darkened sharply, his lips pressed into a rigid line, his heart gripped as if by a giant hand. Xiaoyu seemed to sense the adult's panic. He shrank closer to his father, his big eyes brimming with fear, his breathing growing shallow. Despair, like the cold darkness, silently enveloped the small restaurant, suffocating everyone. Scratched by a zombie. In everyone's heart, it was almost a death sentence. Brother Lin. Xiaohe's voice trembled on the verge of tears. When did this happen? Lin Chen's tone was eerily calm. Don't panic. I remember the official emergency bulletin when the disaster first broke out. It said the virus spreads mainly through bites and blood. Scratches don't always lead to infection. And those who are truly bitten lose control completely within minutes to half an hour. He paused, his voice steady, each word clear and forceful. It's been 2 full hours since I was injured. My mind is clear, no fever, no rage. Just a sour, swollen ache in the wound. Not a single sign of the infected. Lin Chen gently moved his fingers, honestly describing what he felt. The wound is hot and swollen with occasional stabbing pains. But my head isn't dizzy, my vision isn't blurry, and I don't feel the slightest urge to attack anyone. Old Joe's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. A faint glimmer of hope reignited in his deadened eyes. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Right. I remember now. That's exactly what the bulletin said. Bites are fatal, but scratches only carry a chance. If you've been fine for 2 hours, you probably won't turn. He stepped forward immediately, his tone resolute. No matter what, let's disinfect it first. I saw iodine and gauze in the kitchen just now. Let's treat it now. Anything to reduce the risk. This time Lin Chen didn't refuse. He nodded gently, his voice carrying a hint of weariness, but also absolute calm. All right, I'll listen to you. Old Joe quickly fetched iodine-soaked cotton pads and clean gauze. With gentle practiced movements, he cleaned Lin Chen's wound. The sharp sting of the disinfectant hit, but Lin Chen didn't even furrow his brow. He simply stared quietly at the flickering candle flame on the table, his gaze serene. Yet even so, a trace of unease lingered in his heart. Better safe than sorry. After the disinfection, Lin Chen suddenly stood up and walked over to the rusty iron railing by the window. He retrieved a sturdy nylon rope from the kitchen. Without a word, he tightly bound his left wrist to the railing. He tied the rope firmly, one end secured to the railing, the other around his wrist. The length allowed him to move and grab his weapon freely, but made it impossible for him to lunge at anyone nearby. Everyone froze, staring at him with reddening eyes. Shaolin, what are you? Old Joe's voice shook uncontrollably, his nose stinging. Lin Chen turned back with a faint, heartbreaking smile on his face. His voice was as light as a feather, just in case. If I really can't hold on, if I really turn, this hand will be tied, and I won't be able to hurt any of you. Those simple words struck like a heavy hammer, smashing into everyone's hearts and shattering their tears in an instant. Xiaohe's eyes reddened instantly. He lowered his head sharply, biting his lip hard to keep from sobbing, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoye covered her mouth, tears streaming down in large drops, soaking into her clothes as she choked silently. Old Joe stared at Lin Chen, his wrist bound. This veteran who had shed blood without tears for years felt his eyes burn red. He couldn't utter a single word, his heavy stifled breaths the only sign of the turmoil churning inside him. Lin Chen just gave a bitter smile and shook his head. He leaned back against the corner, his left hand securely fastened to the railing, the steel pipe still within easy reach. He had protected everyone and also trapped the worst version of himself. Don't just stand there. Eat something first, regain your strength, then set up the defenses and take turns resting. His voice remained calm and gentle, yet in this pitch-black, freezing night, it burned warm in everyone's hearts, filling them with strength. Old Joe silently divided the meager supplies into 5 portions, a small sip of water, a small pack of pickled vegetables, and a piece of hard, dry, steamed bun for each person. There was no hot water, no utensils. Everyone ate slowly, cherishing every bite. Xiaohe secretly broke his bun in half and slipped it to Xiaoye, who in turn gave a small piece to Xiaoyu. Silent tenderness flowed softly in the candlelight. Lin Chen only took a small sip of water and chewed on the pickled vegetables. The sour, swollen ache in his wound persisted, but his heart felt more at peace than ever. They moved everything they could. Tables, stools, beer crates, an old cabinet, piling them against the door and windows, forming a crude but solid defensive barrier. The candle crackled and flickered its faint warm light, casting shadows on 5 tear-streaked, yet resolute faces, driving away some of the darkness and fear. Let's set a watch order, Lin Chen said, leaning against the doorframe, his left hand firmly tied, his eyes still bright. He'll take the first shift, Xiaohe the second, and Old Joe the third. Xiaoye take Xiaoyu and sleep further inside. Conserve your strength. We'll head back to the 4S shop at dawn. Xiaolin, let me take your shift. Old Joe started, but Lin Chen gently interrupted him. I'm fine. If I keep watch, everyone will feel safe. The candle flame flickered gently, casting long shadows of the group on the wall huddled closely together. Outside the door lay the horde and the boundless night. Inside were wounds, trust, and unwavering loyalty. Lin Chen had bound his wrist, but what he truly secured was everyone's last shred of hope for survival. This night stretched on like an eternity, yet at that moment no one was truly in despair. The candle had burned down by nearly half, its wax slowly dripping down the sides and pooling into a small pale stain on the greasy tabletop. Outside the window the night remained as deep as undissolved ink. The low, guttural moans of zombies drifted near and far like echoes seeping from the earth itself, hammering against the fragile walls of this small restaurant. Lin Chen leaned against the wall by the window, his left wrist tightly bound to a rusted iron railing with a nylon rope. He had tied the knot himself so tightly that it left a faint red mark on his skin. A steel pipe rested against his leg, his right hand never leaving it, not for a single moment. The dull ache in his left arm still throbbed beneath the surface, a burning sensation creeping along his veins. Yet there were no signs of infection, no blurred consciousness, no raging emotions. 2 hours passed, then 4, then 6. Time crawled by agonizing minute, but he remained lucid. Old Joe huddled with Xiao Yu at the innermost table. The boy slept fitfully, his brow furrowed occasionally, letting out a soft whimper in his dreams. Old Joe dared not close his eyes. Every few minutes, he would glance toward Lin Chen, his gaze filled with concern and admiration. This seasoned veteran who had weathered countless storms in his life had seen many tough men, but never one who would bind himself to protect his companions at the precipice of life and death. Xiaoya and Xiao He leaned together trying to rest, but neither could truly sleep. The terror of the night, the siege of zombies, Lin Chen binding his own hand. Each blow had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. Every time Xiao He closed his eyes, he saw Lin Chen charging forward to shield them, and guilt pierced his heart. Xiaoya, on the other hand, kept her gaze fixed on Lin Chen's bound wrist. Tears silently soaked her sleeve, for she knew that wound was meant for her. The hours of the night watch dragged on second by second. Lin Chen barely blinked, his eyes locked on the glass door and broken window, both barricaded by tables and chairs. Zombies possessed unnaturally sharp hearing in the dark. He even breathed as lightly as possible, only moving his numb fingers when he was certain the surroundings were utterly silent. The rope cut painfully into his wrist, yet his heart was strangely at ease. As long as no harm came to those around him, he would willingly bind his entire arm. As the night deepened, the cold grew more intense. The restaurant had no heating, and the doors and windows let in drafts. Icy wind seeped through the cracks, making the candle flame flicker incessantly. Xiao He shivered slightly, quietly taking off his jacket and draping it over Xiaoya and Xiaoyu. Xiaoya opened her eyes and gave him a gentle nod. They exchanged no words, only a silent understanding born of surviving the brink of death. Around 4 a.m, old Zhou rose softly and tiptoed over to Lin Chen. "Xiaolin, let me take over for a while. Get 10 minutes of shut-eye." His voice was barely a whisper, afraid to wake the others. Lin Chen shook his head gently, his eyes still fixed on the door. "No need, I'm still good. You keep watch till dawn, and we leave at first light. Your arm is injured, and you've been tied up all night. You'll collapse if you push yourself." Old Zhou insisted, his tone brooking no refusal. "I was a soldier. I'm better at staying up than you. Trust me, you'll keep watch. If anything happens, I'll call you immediately." Lin Chen was silent for a moment, looking at the bloodshot eyes of old Zhou, before finally nodding. It wasn't that he wasn't tired. He simply dared not easily entrust the vigilance required at the precipice of life and death to another. But at this moment, he was willing to trust old Zhou. "All right. Any movement, call me at once. Don't worry." Old Zhou took the steel pipe and stood behind the door, taking over the... Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, his back against the icy wall. Even in his brief rest, his bound left hand remained still against the railing, without a single sign of movement. He slept lightly, half-conscious, able to hear the low growls of zombies outside the window, the steady breathing inside the room, and the soft crackle of the burning candle. The wound still burned, but it hadn't worsened. The official notice hadn't lied. A scratch didn't always mean infection. On the horizon, a faint, pale glimmer of dawn began to appear. The darkness was finally beginning to loosen. At 6 a.m, the first rays of light pierced through the clouds, casting a shallow glow over the suburban road. The mist had not yet fully dissipated, floating thinly between the road and the wild grass. In the distance, trees, ridges, and abandoned road signs were all shrouded in a hazy, gray-white veil. The night receded like a tide, and the world slowly regained its outlines. The screeching of zombies gradually faded. The shadows that had been so active in the dark grew sluggish and dull, wandering aimlessly by the roadside. The most terrifying hours of the night were finally over. Lin Chen opened his eyes, revealing no trace of sleepiness, only a sharp, clear alertness. He moved his left hand. The rope was still tight. Aside from the swelling and dull ache, the wound showed no other abnormality. He had survived. No mutation. No loss of control. "It's dawn." Lin Chen's voice, soft yet clear, echoed in the quiet room, instantly waking everyone. Xiaoyu sat up abruptly. Xiaoyu rubbed her reddened eyes. Old Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu also woke from his dream, looking timidly toward Lin Chen. The night had passed without incident. All of them had survived this nightmare of a cold night. Lin Chen reached out and untied the nylon rope from his wrist. A deep red mark was imprinted on his skin, but he paid it no heed. He flexed his numb left arm. The ache was still there, but his strength was slowly returning. Old Zhou, take stock of the supplies. Pack everything that's left. Xiao He checked the defenses. We're removing the barricades and preparing to get in the car. Lin Chen's voice had regained its usual calm decisiveness. Zombies move slower after dawn. We'll head back to the 4S shop immediately. We can't stay long. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, without a moment's hesitation. After a night of shared life and death, the hearts of the 5 were now tightly bound together. Old Zhou stuffed the remaining half bag of noodles, a few packets of pickled vegetables, and bottles of water into a plastic bag he found in the kitchen. He also carefully packed the lighter and candles. Xiao He carefully moved the tables and chairs, blocking the door, his movements slow and silent, making no noise. Xiaoya helped Xiaoyu tidy his clothes, gently soothing the child's nerves. Lin Chen walked to the door, pulled it open a crack, and peered outside. The morning air in the suburbs was cold and damp, carrying the scent of earth and withered grass. The Terramont stood quietly by the roadside, its body covered in a thin layer of dew. Only a few scattered zombies wandered nearby, moving sluggishly, posing little threat. "Safe. Let's move." Lin Chen waved his hand and stepped out first. Old Zhou followed closely, carrying Xiaoyu in his arms. Xiao He shielded Xiaoya. The 5 of them, keeping their footsteps light, quickly dashed toward the Terramont. As they pulled open the doors and settled into the seats, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Only after the doors were locked did the heart that had been suspended in midair finally settle back into place. Lin Chen turned the key and the engine hummed to life with a steady roar. The time on the dashboard flickered to 6:17. Hold tight. We're going back to the 4S shop. The Terramont moved slowly, its headlights off, gliding smoothly along the empty ring road in the morning light. The car was quiet, but the fear and oppression were gone. Old Joe fished out a leftover dry bun from his bag, broke it into small pieces, and handed them to Xiaoyu. Eat slowly. When we get back to the shop, I'll cook you something hot. Xiaoyu took the pieces, nibbling obediently, and nodded. Xiaoyu picked up a small packet of pickled vegetables and gently handed it to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, you should eat too. You haven't had anything all night. Thanks. Lin Chen took it with one hand and swallowed it down with a mouthful of water. His dry throat finally felt a bit better. Xiaoyu also broke off half a bun and handed it to Xiaoyu. You eat too. Don't starve. Xiaoyu took it, murmured a soft, thank you, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel. The wound on his left arm was a constant reminder of the previous night's danger, but his gaze was firm and bright. Once we're back, we'll reinforce the doors and windows of the 4S shop, divide up the supplies, and set up a rotating. Old Joe immediately nodded. I agree. The shop has plenty of tools. We can weld steel bars and nail the doors shut. It'll be 10 times safer than here. Xiaoyu also clenched his fists. Brother Lin, Uncle Joe, count me in for the night watches from now on. I can't let you two always bear the burden. Xiaoyu softly added, I can help organize supplies, boil water, and look after Xiaoyu. Lin Chen turned his head slightly, glancing at the people supporting each other in the back seat. The faintest hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew this was just another ordinary night in the apocalypse. The danger was still there. The zombies were still there. The unknown terrors were still there. But as long as these people were by his side, as long as they could watch over each other, they would surely make it through. The Terramont drove steadily toward the 4S shop. The morning light spilled over its body, driving away. The mist slowly dissipated. In the distance, the farmland was a stretch of withered yellow. Dewdrops clung to the weeds by the roadside. Occasionally, a few birds streaked across the dead silent sky, adding a faint glimmer of life to this desolate world. But they did not see that the birds' eyes had already turned a deep, bloodshot red. The Tuareg rolled through the cool morning mist, coming to a steady halt in a concealed corner outside Lihua Auto City. Lin Chen did not drive directly to the main entrance. Instead, he killed the engine first, cracked the window a sliver, and listened intently to the sounds outside. There were no dense roars, no violent crashes. Only the whisper of wind sweeping across the empty streets, occasionally punctuated by a few scattered sluggish hoarse moans. Lin Chen breathed a silent half-sigh of relief. After a night, the number of zombies around the Auto City had not increased. Yet he dared not let his guard down. The perils of the dark night were etched into his bones. The calmer things seemed, the more cautious he had to be. Everyone stay in the car. He'll scout ahead first. Lin Chen grabbed the steel pipe from the passenger seat and gently pushed open the door. Old Joe immediately followed with little Yu in his arms, already awake, quietly leaning against his father's shoulder, not daring to make a sound. Old Joe knew in his heart that although Lin Chen was young, he was steadier than anyone. With him scouting ahead, he could focus on protecting the child. He'll go with you. 2 people are safer. Lin Chen nodded without refusing. After their life and death struggle the previous night, an unspoken understanding had formed between them. The two crouched low, moving swiftly along the shrubbery of the green belt, soon reaching the front entrance of the Volkswagen 4S store facing the street. The first glance made Lin Chen's heart sink for a moment. The entire floor-to-ceiling glass wall remained intact, yet in the morning light, it exuded a fragile vulnerability, as if it could shatter at any moment. No matter how thick the tempered glass, it could not withstand the repeated impacts and scratches of zombies. The edges of the window frames already bore several scratches of varying depths, like marks left by monsters. Once a horde gathered, this seemingly imposing glass wall would shatter like paper at any moment. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. They could no longer stay in this showroom. The main showroom door facing the road was a heavy metal roller shutter, firmly lowered from top to bottom. The lock was wrapped with iron chains they had hastily tied the night before, rust and dust mingling, sealing the entire door airtight. Beneath the door crack, a few shallow scratch marks could be seen, evidence that zombies had prowled and lunged here. Walking along the outer wall toward the side path, the side door used for exhibition vehicles was also completely sealed by the roller shutter. This door was narrower and more concealed than the main entrance, yet it was the original key passage for vehicle access. Now it was also firmly locked, forming a double blockade, with the main door isolating the entire front showroom into an exposed death trap. The showroom is no longer viable, Lin Chen said in a low voice. The glass isn't safe. The doors are sealed, but the walls are thin and the view is open. Once we're surrounded, we'll have no escape route. Old Joe nodded grimly. I've seen it too. If a large group of monsters charges, the glass shatters, and we're all A wave of fear washed over him. Thank goodness they hadn't held their ground in the showroom the night before, or they would have been in grave danger. Without lingering, the two continued along the side passage toward the rear. This passage originally connected the showroom to the after-sales reception area, a shortcut for employees. Now its entrance was completely blocked by solid wooden desks, metal cabinets, discarded tires, and showroom floor mats, leaving only a gap barely wide enough for a hand to probe, severing all paths from the showroom to the rear. The blockade was solid and firm, leaving no room for infiltration. Passing through the blocked passage, the view opened up. The after-sales workshop and rear storage yard appeared in full view. This was their true fortress. The yard was enclosed by solid concrete walls nearly 3 meters high, topped with a ring of sharp galvanized barbed wire that gleamed cold white in the morning light. There were no footholds for climbing from top to bottom, securely encircling the entire backyard into a sealed space. The main gate of the yard was 2 heavy black iron doors, their panels thick with rust. The hinges had been temporarily reinforced with wire and steel pipes, leaving only a fingernail-wide observation slit. When closed, they fit so tightly that even the wind could barely seep through. Inside the yard, a long row of unregistered new cars was neatly parked, covered in light gray dust-proof car covers lined up one after another in an airtight formation. They formed a natural barrier and could serve as a buffer obstacle in critical moments. The ground was rough concrete with a few clusters of withered weeds sprouting from the cracks. In the corners were stacked piles of tires, oil drums, and auto parts. The silence was broken only by the whisper of wind through the barbed wire. Compared to the fragile showroom up front, this was a place where they could truly defend, hide, and survive. Safe. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, his shoulders tense all night, finally relaxing slightly. The days of panic, running, and fighting eased a little in that moment, but the worry for his parents far away quietly surfaced in his heart. He turned and gave a gentle signal toward the intersection ahead. Xiaohe immediately helped Xiaoye, carefully guiding the child as they hurried through the side path and into the rear yard. Xiaohe felt a deep sense of relief. No more fleeing in the dark, finally a place to settle. Xiaoye clutched Xiaohe's arm tightly, her eyes slightly warm. Since the apocalypse broke out for the first time, she felt she might actually survive. The 5 gathered successfully. Old Joe immediately locked, bolted, and braced the iron door from the inside, confirming it was secure before truly relaxing. Little Yu looked up at the high walls and barbed wire, whispering, "Dad, is it safe here?" Old Joe crouched down and patted his daughter's head. "Safe. From now on, this is our home." Lin Chen's gaze fell on the wall connecting the after-sales workshop and the showroom. High up, a small, fixed observation window was embedded in the concrete wall. The frame was reinforced with welded thick steel bars, and the glass was double-layered, bulletproof. It provided a clear view of the entire yard, the workshop entrance, and part of the front street, yet it was impossible to breach or climb from the outside. This was their only window for external vigilance and observing the situation, the safest eye of the entire 4S store. From now on, abandon the entire front showroom. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but brooked no dissent. All personnel, supplies, and defenses will be consolidated into the after-sales workshop and rear storage yard. The passage from the showroom to the after-sales area will be completely sealed and no longer used. The 2 street-facing doors are for defense only, not entry. Stay away from the floor-to-ceiling windows at all times. No one lingers there. He pointed around, assigning tasks with clear logic. Old Joe, take Xiaohe to the workshop and get tools. Angle grinders, welders, rebar, wooden boards. Use everything to reinforce the weak points inside the yard. Weld 2 steel pipes behind the iron door to ensure zombies can't break it down. Xiaoye, you're in charge of inventorying all supplies. Move water, food, medicine, and bedding to the second-floor restroom of the after-sales area. That room has a door, windows, and a bathroom. It's the safest rest area. He'll go and bring over everything usable from the showroom. Sofas, desks, fire extinguishers, emergency lights. Not a single item left behind. Old Joe immediately responded, "No problem. I know the workshop tools best. Welding, rebar, and sealing dead corners. Half a day, and it'll be solid." He felt reassured. His old soldier skills hadn't faded. Holding this yard wouldn't be difficult. Xiaohe also clenched his fists. "Brother Lin, him strong. He'll take the heavy work. I held everyone back in the car before, but this time I'll do my best." The young man was full of guilt, wanting to make up for it with hard work. Xiaoye nodded gently, her eyes no longer filled with only fear, but with a bit of calm. "I'll organize everything properly, make sure supplies aren't scattered, and prepare dinner for everyone." She finally could do something useful, no longer just a burden. Little Yu hugged her father's leg and whispered, "I won't run around either. He'll help sister pass things." Lin Chen looked at the 5 people huddled together before him, and the cold loneliness of drifting alone was gradually replaced by warmth. He had originally been just a salesman in this city with no family or friends, but now he had people to protect. "Let's get to work." With those words, the 5 immediately split up to take action. Inside the after-sales workshop, the roar of machinery had been temporarily silenced, leaving only the soft clinks of metal, the scrape of dragged wood, and the sharp ring of rebar cutting. Everyone deliberately kept their movements low, ensuring no sound drifted beyond the high walls. Old Joe with Xiaohe in tow dragged bundles of threaded steel bars from the warehouse and welded them one by one along the base of the inner courtyard wall, reinforcing the already formidable barrier into a truly insurmountable fortress. Inside the heavy iron gate, 2 steel pipes as thick as a wrist were wedged horizontally and bound tightly with wire. Not even a car crash could breach it easily, let alone zombies. "Uncle Joe, your craftsmanship is amazing." Xiao couldn't help but admire as he handed over tools. Old Zhou smiled, his hands never pausing. Learned it in the army back in the day. Never thought I'd use it to save our lives. You should learn too. ITLL give us all more confidence. Lin Chen meanwhile circled back to the front showroom, already deemed a dead zone. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, an occasional zombie shuffled past, its mindless claws scraping against the glass, but failing to breach the blockade of rolling shutters and chains. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly dragged all the sturdy leather sofa, solid wood negotiation tables, metal display, racks, emergency flashlights, and spare fire extinguishers from the showroom one trip after another through the gaps in the sealed passage into the after-sales area. With each item moved, the showroom's defensive strength waned, while the safety coefficient of the after-sales compound rose. In the second-floor break room, Xiao busied herself sorting and stacking bottled water, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and bread, placing the medicine box in the most accessible spot and neatly arranging the bedding. Gazing at the room full of supplies, her heart gradually settled. As long as they rationed carefully, they could hold out for a long time. Dusk crept in the setting sun, casting long shadows through the gaps in the wall across the courtyard. A whole day of reinforcing, hauling, and organizing had left everyone exhausted and sore, yet they had transformed the back courtyard of this 4S dealership into a truly safe haven for the apocalypse. In the after-sales kitchen area, Xiao boiled a full pot of water on a portable gas stove, cooked instant noodles, sliced sausages, and cut some pickled vegetables. A simple meal, yet warm enough. The aroma spread through the sealed second-floor break room, easing their fatigue and soothing the panic in their hearts. Dinner's ready, come and eat. Xiao called out softly, her voice carrying the tenderness of a long day's work. Old Zhou and Xiao dragged their aching bodies upstairs, and Lin Chen wiped the dust from his face and walked in. The five of them gathered around a makeshift solid wood table. A warm yellow emergency light illuminated bowls of steaming noodles like the only beacon of light in a chaotic world. Xiao, already hungry, held his bowl with sparkling eyes. It smells so good. I haven't had a meal this delicious in ages. Old Zhou gently stroked his daughter's head. Eat slowly, it's not hot. He'll make sure you have hot meals every day. Xiao collapsed into a chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. I'm dead tired, but I feel at peace. This one day here is more secure than 10 days running outside. Xiao put the sausage from her own bowl into Xiao and said with a soft smile, eat up, everyone worked hard today. Lin Chen held the warm bowl of noodles, looking at the four people before him, a complex feeling stirring within him. Security was real, but danger lurked beneath the calm. Old Zhou took a couple of bites of noodles, then his tone turned serious. Xiao Lin, there's something I need to say up front. Zombies are terrifying, but in the apocalypse, sometimes the living are harder to guard against than the dead. Lin Chen looked up, his expression instantly solemn. I understand what you mean, Brother Zhou. No matter how strong this courtyard is, it can keep out monsters, but not necessarily human hearts. Xiao paused mid-bite, looking nervous. Brother Lin, Uncle Zhou. Are you saying people will really come to rob us? It's not a question of if, but when. Old Zhou put down his chopsticks, his tone grave. Food, water, gasoline, safe places. These are worth more than gold now. Our courtyard is sealed, well-stocked, and hidden. Once it's discovered, we'll be a target. Xiao Ya's hand holding her chopsticks tightened slightly. Then, if someone asks for help, do we open the door? Lin Chen shook his head gently, calm, but not cold. No. No matter who comes, we don't open the door, we don't respond, we don't reveal we're here. The observation window is for looking only, no response. The iron door never opens. It's not about being heartless. It's that we can't afford to lose. There are 5 of us adults and a child. If we open the door and something goes wrong, no one can protect anyone. Old Zhou nodded. Xiao Lin is right. If we truly want to help, we can toss some water and biscuits from a height, but we must never open the door. Saving someone once won't save them forever, and it will only drag us into a dead end. Xiao took a deep breath. I understand. No matter who calls from outside, I won't make a sound or go near the door. Xiao also nodded softly. I'll remember. Lin Chen's tone softened. We're not bad people. We just want to survive. Guarding this door is guarding everyone's life. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. There's one more important thing we need to clarify now. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Our supplies may seem plentiful, but they won't last long. Water, food, medicine, batteries, gas. Once they're gone, they're gone. We can't just sit around and consume, nor can we hide here waiting to die. Old Zhou immediately nodded, understanding the logic. You're right. No matter how safe the nest is, it can't withstand consumption. We'll have to go out sooner or later. Lin Chen continued. The disaster just happened. The streets aren't in complete chaos, yet the zombies are slow and living survivor groups haven't fully formed. This is our best and only window of opportunity. If we wait another month or two, order will completely collapse, evil will run rampant, and we won't even be able to get out. Xiao's heart tightened. Brother Lin, you mean? We need to go out and find supplies. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Rest for 2 days, get our strength back. Once we've recovered, we'll scout in small groups cautiously and quickly. Xiao was uneasy. There are so many zombies out there. Isn't it too dangerous? Dangerous, but necessary. Old Zhou took over, his voice steady. I'm a veteran. I know better than anyone. You can't hide forever. We need more supplies and, more importantly, things to protect ourselves. Lin Chen looked at old Zhou, and their eyes met, an immediate understanding passing between them. I plan to hit 3 places: the local police station, the precinct, and the nearby military base or armed police post. He spoke each word with clarity and force. First, to look for government rescue or military outposts, see if there are any official organizations or shelter notices. Second, to find protective gear, batons, shields, even weapons. That's our confidence to survive. Third, to sweep a supermarket and pharmacy on the way to replenish food, water, and medicine. Xiaohe's eyes lit up, a sense of direction instantly forming. If we can find batons or shields, we won't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. Old Zhou took a deep breath. Feasible. The situation just got chaotic. The police station and posts likely still have leftover equipment and maybe some duty officers. It's worth a shot. Better than waiting for death. Though frightened, Xiaoyu also nodded. Be careful. They'll stay home with Xiaoyu, guard the courtyard, and wait for you to come back. Xiaoyu hugged his father's arm and whispered, Daddy, you'll be good. I won't cause trouble. Lin Chen looked at everyone, his voice firm. Then it's settled. Rest for 2 days. We leave on the morning of the 3rd day. First scout the police station, then check the military direction. If we find an official presence, good. If not, well, arm ourselves. Only with food and equipment can we truly survive this apocalypse. Old Zhou slammed the table hard. All right. Eat well, sleep well, and recharge. When the time comes, he'll lead you 2 out. Xiaohe clenched his fist. He'll train hard and won't hold anyone back. Under the warm yellow light, 5 bowls of steaming noodles, 5 hearts beating closely together. Outside a fallen night, inside the will to live. This dinner was more than just a meal. It was their first true pre-battle mobilization in the apocalypse. After dinner, Xiaoyu silently cleaned the dishes using only the bare minimum of water. Lin Chen and old Zhou inspected the wall's iron gate and observation window. Xiaohe volunteered for the first night watch. Front showroom, the floor-to-ceiling windows were fragile. Both external doors were secured with rolling shutters and chains, and the personnel passage was completely sealed off, turning it into an abandoned, untrodden area used only to attract and distract zombies. After-sales workshop storage compound, triple defenses of high walls, barbed wire, and a heavy iron gate, internally reinforced with steel bars, ample supplies, and a controllable field of view. The second-floor break room served as a rest area with a high observation window as the sole lookout point, making it an impregnable nest in the apocalypse. Lin Chen stood in the center of the courtyard looking at the neatly stacked supplies, the welded and reinforced walls, the quiet rows of new cars and storage, and the companions around him with calm eyes. He finally let out a slow breath of relief. Old Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow, walked over to him, and looked at the small world they had fortified with their own hands. He said in a deep voice, Xiaolin, I think we finally got ourselves a home. Lin Chen looked up at the observation window, embedded high in the wall. Outside was the fallen city of Jiangcheng. Inside was the fragile hope of survival. He let out a soft This is our roost. As long as we hold this place, we can survive. The wind hummed faintly as it passed over the barbed wire on the courtyard wall. In the distance, the faint, guttural moans of zombies could still be heard. But within this thoroughly transformed and tightly controlled 4S dealership, for the first time, a glimmer of light, named security, had risen. 2 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. Not a single day was wasted, nor a moment was relaxed. From the moment they returned to the fortress, the 5 knew in their hearts. This was not a leisurely holiday, but the final preparation phase before departure. Step 1. Organize and repair usable supplies and damaged vehicles. As the morning sun just climbed over the barbed wire-topped walls, the lights in the after-sales workshop flickered on. The smell of engine oil, metal, and burnt welding sparks mingled together, creating the most reassuring scent. Old Zhou, a veteran and seasoned mechanic, felt at home as soon as he entered the workshop. He first led Xiaohe to count the vehicles. There were 3 damaged cars in the repair area, all with damaged bodies, but intact engines and fuel lines, each containing residual fuel. The disassembled parts could be directly used for weaponry and vehicle modifications. Tool cabinets, parts racks, piles of scrap and spare steel. He could feel out where the usable items were even with his eyes closed. Step 2. Modify close combat weapons to suit indoor close quarters combat. Xiaolin, come over here. Old Zhou squatted in front of a pile of repair scrap, holding a galvanized steel pipe that had been removed from the bumper assembly of a damaged car, its hardness far exceeding that of ordinary pipes. Your long steel pipe isn't suitable for fighting in cramped indoor spaces. I'll modify it into a short spear about 1 meter long, allowing for agile thrusts and turns in close quarters. Lin Chen immediately nodded. Indoor environments like police stations and office buildings were too narrow for long weapons, making them cumbersome. Old Zhou moved quickly. First, he cut the steel pipe to exactly 1 meter, then cut a 45-degree angle at the front, sharpening it into a double-edged tip. He wrapped the middle and tail with non-slip cloth strips to absorb sweat and prevent slipping. Finally, he welded a small flat steel, but at the rear, which could be used both for thrusting and for smashing. The angle grinder screamed, sparks flew, and a short, sharp, and sturdy spear suitable for indoor combat was formed. Lin Chen held it in his hand, trying out thrusts and withdrawals. The balance was stable, the force distribution smooth, and the length was just right for close combat in hallways and rooms, capable of precisely hitting vital points before zombies could pounce. It's effective. I've prepared my weapon as well. Old Joe turned around and retrieved a full steel fire axe from beside a fire hydrant. The blade was thick, the handle long, and non-slip, delivering a powerful chop. I served in the military and am skilled in cleaving and suppression. This thing is handier than a steel pipe. One swing can effectively deal with zombies. Two primary weapons, a short spear and a fire axe, complement each other for both stabbing and chopping. Xiao He watched intently from the side, and Old Joe didn't overlook him. Using a thickened crash beam removed from the damaged car, he fashioned an 80-centimeter short-handled breaching spear, sharpening the tip and wrapping it in non-slip cloth. It was lightweight and flexible, ideal for quick strikes and maneuvering in cramped spaces. The weapons for the three were all sourced from the disassembled parts of 3 damaged cars in the after-sales maintenance area, eliminating the need for external risks. Step 3. Modify 2 4-wheel drive twangs to enhance survival and collision capabilities. With the weapons sorted, they immediately began vehicle preparations. They had 1 drivable tuong and 2 high-power 4-wheel drive tuong display vehicles that had not yet been registered. Lin Chen selected the 2 as vehicles for this outing, 1 as the main vehicle and 1 as a backup, pushing them all into the after-sales station for protective modifications. Old Joe patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, the 4S shop has plenty of modification materials." Vehicle modifications proceeded methodically in the order of safety, protection, practicality. 1. Install a double-layer crash beam at the front. High-strength crash beams were removed from the 3 damaged cars and welded in a double layer at the front, forming a sturdy breaching shovel that could directly charge through scattered zombies without damaging the radiator or engine. 2. Install steel mesh protective screens on the windows. Using spare threaded rebar from the warehouse, they were welded into a grid according to the window dimensions and fixed with screws to the inner frame of the doors, not obstructing visibility, while completely preventing zombies from smashing the glass and reaching in. 3. Reserve observation ports on the roof. The sunroof was retained for emergency observation with steel reinforcement on the perimeter, allowing for standing observation of road conditions and vigilance around. 4. Mechanically lock the inside of the doors. The door locks were reinforced with iron sheets and screws to prevent them from popping open after a collision, ensuring they could not be opened from the outside. The 2 twangs were modified, appearing fierce and robust like 2 armored steel beasts quietly parked in the center. Step 4. Extract fuel from the damaged cars to ensure endurance. With the vehicle protection completed, they immediately tackled the fuel issue. Old Joe took Xiao He back to the after-sales repair area to extract fuel from the 3 damaged cars one by one. The 4S shop was already equipped with a manual fuel pump and standard metal oil barrels. The 2 worked together, inserting the fuel line into the tank, and after simple filtration, filled the 2 tuong fuel tanks. After a busy half-day, both vehicles were fully fueled, providing enough range for 2 round trips to the police station and military base. Step 5. Pack supplies and recharge communication devices. With the fuel topped off, Xiao Ye began to meticulously allocate supplies. Following Lin Chen's instructions, she strictly divided the supplies into those for the fortress and those for the mission. Each vehicle's trunk: 2 boxes of purified water, 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, 4 servings of self-heating rice, a standard first aid kit, complete with iodine, gauze, hemostatic powder, antipyretics, and gastrointestinal medicine, 2 emergency flashlights, 1 set of spare batteries, several lighters and candles. The driver's side pocket: a short military shovel, a multifunctional knife, disposable gloves, and medical masks. Second floor standby point: remaining supplies categorized and stored with water, food, medicine, and bedding neatly divided for easy access during the standby period. In terms of communication, the 4S shop originally had 4 high-power walkie-talkies. Lin Chen found all of them, plugged them into the workshop's backup power to charge, and locked onto a unified communication channel pairing the vehicle and handheld units. Lin Chen, Old Joe, Xiao He, and Xiao Ye each held one, ensuring that the outbound team could communicate with the fortress at any time. During these 2 days, their rest was interspersed with work. Whenever they felt tired, they took turns sleeping for 2 to 3 hours in the second-floor lounge, immediately resuming work upon waking. No one slacked off, no one complained. Oh, everyone understood that every drop of sweat now would ensure a greater chance of survival upon departure. Xiao Ye was already in middle school, sensible and composed, not crying or making a fuss. He either helped Xiao Ye organize supplies, stick labels, and count quantities, or quietly sat in a corner reading, never disturbing others at work. By the night before departure, all preparations were in place. 2 short spears, 1 fire axe. Their cold gleam contained 2 modified 4-wheel drive twangs, fully fueled and fortified, first aid kits, food, water, walkie-talkies, and emergency gear. All were ready. The courtyard defenses were reinforced again, the iron door barred, observation windows manned, and Xiao Ye were absolutely safe. Lin Chen stood in the center of the workshop, gripping the short spear wrapped in non-slip cloth, feeling the cold and solid metal through his fingertips. Old Joe tightened his grip on the fire axe, his arm muscles taut, the edge of a veteran returning to him. Xiao He clutched the short spear, his eyes shifting from panic to determination, no longer the frightened youth he once was. Everything is ready. Lin Chen's voice rang out in the quiet workshop, calm, yet full of strength. Old Joe nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 imposing twangs. The vehicles can crash, the weapons can kill, there's enough fuel, enough food, and communication is clear. Tomorrow morning we charge directly to the police station. Xiaoyi took a deep breath. Brother Lin, Uncle Zhou, I'm ready and won't hold you back. Xiaoyi came down from the second floor handing 3 thermoses filled with hot water to the 3, her eyes gentle yet firm. I'll keep the home safe and take care of Xiaoyi while you're gone. Xiaoyi stood by speaking earnestly. Dad, you all must be careful. Xiaoyi and I will wait for you at home. The warm yellow light spilled over the 5 of them. The darkness outside, still deep, the faint growls of zombies barely audible. But at this moment within the fortress, there was no fear, only the wait for dawn, the unsheathing of sharp blades. Morning light slanted across the main artery of Jiangcheng. The double-layer anti-collision beam of the Terramont crushed debris on the road as it came to a steady halt at the western alleyway entrance of the Qingdong police station. Lin Chen killed the engine. The 3 of them gripped short spears and a fire axe, swiftly approaching the main gate under the cover of the wall's shadow. The station's courtyard gate was half open, with shattered glass strewn across the ground. Inside the yard sat 2 police cars, their engines still running, but lights long extinguished, their bodies covered in claw marks. A faint smell of blood drifted through the corridor. 3 zombies wandered aimlessly, their movements sluggish. They wore police uniforms and plain clothes, emitting hoarse guttural sounds from their throats. They'll take the left, Brother Zhou, the right, Xiao. He covers the rear. Clear quickly, don't linger, Lin Chen whispered the command. Then he crept forward silently, and when close enough, his short spear thrust straight toward the back of the head of the foremost zombie in a police uniform. He sank his weight and drove the spear tip in with precision. The zombie fell stiffly. Immediately after, old Zhou's fire axe swung down, the heavy blade smashing into another zombie's temple with a dull crack of bone. The skullcap flew off, scattering black, white, and red across the ground. Then the axe swept sideways, knocking another zombie to the ground. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, bent low, and finished it off with a stab from his short spear. The 3 worked together cleanly and efficiently, clearing the yard and foyer within half a minute. The police station was a 2-story brick and concrete structure. The first floor housed the reception hall, household registration office, and case handling area, while the second floor contained offices and the equipment room. The 3 advanced along the wall. In the reception hall, the front desk had been overturned with report papers scattered everywhere. A 2-way radio crackled, emitting nothing but static. In the household registration office, filing cabinets stood open with ID cards and blank pages strewn about. No sign of any living person. Up to the second floor. Prioritized the chief's office and the equipment room. Lin Chen signaled for old Zhou to take the outer side of the stairs while he provided cover in the middle, and Xiao he brought up the rear. They paused every 3 steps, alert to blind corners. The second floor corridor was eerily silent, with the chief's office at the end. The door was ajar, and a foul stench of decay wafted out. Lin Chen gently pushed the door open with the tip of his spear. Inside, a body in a police uniform lay slumped behind the desk with obvious bite marks on its chest. It appeared to have been attacked when the disaster struck, and it still clutched a pistol in its hand. There was a circular hole in the temple area of the head. The desk was stained a dark crimson by splattered blood. Old Zhou observed and said, "Looks like he was bitten by a zombie and shot himself to avoid turning." Lin Chen stepped in for a look, then bent down to pick up the weapon, a QSC-92 G9mm semi-automatic pistol. The slide was locked back, the magazine empty, but the gun itself was intact with no apparent malfunctions. It was the standard sidearm for frontline officers. Without hesitation, he turned and handed it directly to old Zhou. "Brother Zhou, you're a veteran with professional firearms training. You're the best fit for this gun. ITLL maximized both firepower and accuracy." Old Zhou didn't decline. He took the pistol, expertly removed the empty magazine for inspection, his movements crisp, and practiced, a testament to his soldierly skill. He then tucked the empty magazine into a quick-draw pouch on his belt, and kept the fire axe firmly in his other hand, maintaining constant vigilance. Lin Chen continued searching the desk drawers. Among the files and police notebooks, he found a key with a brass handle attached to a tag reading, "Equipment Room," with edges worn shiny from use. The equipment room key. Lin Chen had just secured it when old Zhou called out from the other end of the corridor. "Shaolin, there's a zombie in an auxiliary police uniform over here. It has keys on its belt." The 2 hurried over. The zombie lay collapsed outside the equipment room door, a silver key hanging from its belt, also marked with the words, "Equipment Room." Lin Chen's heart sank as he realized immediately the station's armory operated on a dual-person dual-lock system. Both keys were indispensable. With both keys in hand, the 3 turned toward the weapon and equipment room at the end of the corridor. The door was a reinforced security door with 2 locks side by side. Lin Chen inserted the brass key into the left lock, and old Zhou inserted the silver key into the right. They turned them simultaneously. 2 clicks sounded, and the lock sprang open. Pushing open the equipment room door revealed neatly arranged shelves on the left shelf. 12 telescopic batons, 8 police-grade pepper spray canisters, 4 riot shields, 6 stab-resistant vests, 8 police helmets, 10 body cameras, and 15 Redan blue shoulder lights, all brand new and unopened. On the middle shelf, 5 first aid kits, 10 tourniquets, medical bandages, iodine, fever reducers, and antidiarrheal medication, sorted by category. In the right corner stood a green police ammunition safe, its body thick and heavy with a keyhole beside the combination lock, the very lock corresponding to the 2 keys. Lin Chen inserted both keys, turned to unlock, and the safe door slowly swung open. Inside were neatly stacked 9mm DAP-92 pistol rounds, 6 standard 15-round magazines, plus 30 loose rounds wrapped in oil paper, well preserved against moisture. As expected, there were no long guns, consistent with the standard equipment of a grassroots police station. Ammunition secured. Xiaohe whispered, barely containing his excitement. After a quick count, Lin Chen prioritized giving the ammunition to Old Zhou, 4 loaded magazines for his person, 1 spare, and the 30 loose rounds stored in a waterproof pouch, forming a complete firepower configuration for the 92G pistol in his hands. Lin Chen kept the remaining loaded magazine as an emergency backup. The 3 then each donned stab-resistant vests, slung riot shields on their backs, took batons and pepper spray canisters, and packed the fully charged body cameras, loading everything into the vehicle. All done. Let's head back. We've got a good haul this time, Lin Chen said as he gave the equipment room a final check, confirmed nothing was left behind, closed the door, and retraced their steps. The Terramont's trunk was soon filled with practical police gear. The vehicle still had plenty of fuel, and their equipment was now complete. Lin Chen spread out a paper map of Jiangcheng, tracing a route with his finger: Qingdong Police Station, Bin, East Road, Outer Ring Service Road, Qingbei Armed Police Corps, base, a total of 6. 2 kilometers, avoiding crowded areas like the city center square, taking the service road for maximum safety. Next stop, Qingbei Armed Police Corps base. We're looking for official channels, heavy equipment, and supplies. Old Zhou started the engine. The 92G pistol pressed against his body, its cold metallic feel bringing. The Terramont let out a low growl as it pulled away from the station's alley entrance. Sunlight streamed through the windows, falling upon the police pistol, an instrument that brought equality to all. Now it had become the trio's most solid foundation of confidence in this apocalypse. Tuong glided smoothly along the Riverside Service Road, its wheels crunching over scattered signboards and withered branches, emitting a fine grinding sound. On both sides, all shops had their rolling doors tightly locked. Many glass display windows were webbed with cracks like spiderwebs. The streets were utterly deserted save for a few zombies dragging their stiff limbs in aimless wanderings. In the distance, the glass curtain walls of tall buildings reflected a lifeless gleam under the gray, overcast sky. The entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to have been paused, leaving only the mournful wail of wind threading through the alleys. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, clutching a simple map of Jiangcheng retrieved from the police station. His fingertip moved slowly across the yellowed paper. Old Zhou gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping vigilantly over the intersections on both sides. The QSC 92G pistol at his waist sat securely, ever at the ready. Xiaohe drove another modified and reinforced Tuong, alone, trailing 10 meters behind, maintaining a safe distance. Both vehicles ran with silenced engines and extinguished lights, moving like 2 stealthy shadows. Xiaohe clutched the newly acquired extendable bat in his back, pressed firmly against the seat. His eyes held less panic and more of the steady calm that came from being armed. The vehicle intercom remained silent save for the occasional crackle of static, a reminder that their connection to the bastion in the backyard was still alive. According to the map, the armed police barracks in the northern part of the city were located at the intersection of Outer Ring Road and Shuefu Road, backed by a river and surrounded by walls on 3 sides. It was the most heavily fortified area in the entire city district, and their primary objective for this trip, to find official personnel left behind heavy protective equipment and survival supplies that could sustain them longer. As the vehicle slowly approached the perimeter of the barracks, the first thing to catch their eyes was the 3-meter-high solid gray wall, its top entwined with layers of barbed wire. From base to top, there was no foothold for climbing. The watchtower on the wall stood empty, where a sentry should have been stationed. Only a sunshade fluttered faintly in the wind. The main gate of the barracks consisted of 2 heavy wrought iron sliding doors, thick and reinforced with welded crossbars. They stood half open with a withered branch wedged in the gap. Scattered on the ground were a few torn pieces of camouflage cloth, empty shell casings, and several drag marks of varying depths. The air carried a strange mix of faint gunpowder and rotting stench. "Stop," Lin Chen said in a low voice. Old Zhou immediately pulled the vehicle behind a roadside tree 100 meters away, turned off the engine, killed the lights, and removed the key. The entire sequence executed with not a sound. Xiaohe also stopped in sync, engaging the handbrake and locking the doors, keeping the vehicle ready to start at a moment's notice. This place is much more heavily guarded than the police station. Zombies are probably blocked outside the walls, but inside, the situation might be even more complicated. Lin Chen lowered his voice, pointing at the guard booths on either side of the main gate. "Guard booths, watchtower, gate passage. Clear the blind spots first, then enter the camp. Xiaohe, you stay by the vehicle for support, ready to assist at any moment." "Got it, Brother Lin." Xiaohe nodded in response. Old Zhou also nodded, pulling a riot shield from the back seat to protect his front and tucking a fire axe at his waist. "He'll take point. You follow close." The 2 of them crouched low, moving swiftly along the shadow of the wall, stepping lightly to avoid crushing the gravel on. As they neared the guard booth at the main gate, Lin Chen raised his hand to signal a halt and listened intently. No growls, no scratching sounds, only the soft rustle of wind through the iron bars. He used his short spear to gently pry open the glass window of the booth. Inside it was empty. Tables and chairs were knocked over, a police thermos lay rolling on the floor, and the handwriting in the logbook was still from the day the disaster struck, the ink now dry. Main gate is clear, Lin Chen signaled with a gesture. The two of them passed through the half-open iron door one after another, stepping into the armed police barracks. The courtyard offered an open view. On the left stood neatly arranged three-story barracks buildings, most windows tightly shut, a few panes shattered with curtains dangling outside. In the center was the training ground, parallel bars, obstacle track, sandpit, all intact but covered in dust with a few discarded training gloves on the ground. On the right, the equipment depot, mess hall, and supply warehouse stood in a row, their iron doors tightly closed. At the far end lay the ammunition depot and the comprehensive equipment building with thicker walls and tighter security. Shell casings, fragments of shattered barricade panels, and drag marks stained with blood were everywhere on the ground, clear traces of a battlefield after fierce resistance. The number of zombies within the camp was extremely low, and the silence was abnormal enough to indicate that the station troops had organized an effective counterattack. This is organized combat evidence. The troops likely evacuated in an emergency, Old Joe said, crouching down to touch the dry shell casings on the ground. His years of military experience allowed him to read the situation at a glance. Lin Chen said nothing, raising his hand to signal the two to advance in a triangular formation, shield in front, short spear guarding the side, as they edged closer to the entrance of the first-floor barracks building. Just as they reached the stairwell, a muffled, guttural sound came from deep within the corridor. A zombie in camouflage training uniform lunged out suddenly, its skin a grayish-blue, arms stiffly extended forward. It moved faster and with more force than an ordinary zombie, clearly a soldier trained in life. Watch out. Old Joe thrust his shield forward hard, knocking the zombie back 2 steps. Lin Chen's short spear followed immediately, piercing precisely into the back of the zombie's head with steady, ruthless force. The zombie instantly went limp and collapsed to the ground, motionless. There were no more zombies in the corridor. The entire entrance area was cleared. The sparse number of infected further confirmed that this place had been thoroughly swept before. Just as they were dealing with the zombie's body, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. This zombie was wearing a complete set of active-duty armed police tactical gear, and leaning against its side was a standard-issue rifle. He crouched down to examine it closely. The rifle was identified as a QBZ-1 9015 8mm automatic rifle. The body was intact with no dents or mud, in excellent condition. The sling was securely attached to the zombie's tactical vest. Lin Chen moved, gently removing the full set of tactical gear from the zombie, piece by piece: tactical vest, magazine, pouches, ballistic plates, communication headset, combat belt. Each item was completely undamaged. Brother Joe, look, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Old Joe leaned in, and a flash of surprise lit up his eyes. It's an active-duty standard-issue rifle, and a full set of wearable gear. Lin Chen picked up the rifle to inspect it. The chamber was clean, and the magazine well held, a fully loaded 30-round standard magazine. The rifle was in a re-identifier state, but there were no other spare rounds. He carefully stowed the rifle and the entire set of tactical equipment he had just removed. This was their first heavy firepower, enough to fundamentally change their confidence for survival in this apocalypse. The barracks are safe for now. Skip the search for now. Prioritize the supply depot and equipment depot, Lin Chen decided on the spot. The two turned toward the supply warehouse on the right. The door was a reinforced iron sheet door, unlocked and merely ajar, with the dry smell of grain seeping through the crack. Lin Chen pushed the door open slowly. The scene inside was clear at a glance. Shelves were neatly arranged, but most of the area was empty. The floor bore obvious marks of moving and dragging, with scattered cardboard fragments and packing straps, clearly the aftermath of a large-scale emergency transfer. The only remaining supplies were a small amount of military compressed biscuits on the bottom shelves, a few boxes of self-heating rice, over a dozen barrels of purified water, a few scattered camouflage uniforms and tactical vests on the middle shelves, and several rolls of waterproof canvas and rope on the top shelves. All leftovers that couldn't be taken during the evacuation. It really was an emergency evacuation. They took everything they could carry, Old Joe said quietly. Lin Chen used the intercom to call Xiaohe. Xiaohe, come in and move the supplies. It's safe. Roger that, brother Lin, Uncle Joe. Xiaohe immediately responded and jogged quickly into the camp. Lin Chen quickly inventoried without rushing to move. Note the positions first. We'll load everything together later. Now to the equipment depot. The equipment depot was right next to the supply warehouse. The door had a combination lock, now broken, its panel shattered, and it opened with a push. The room was also mostly empty. Only a few pieces of specialized equipment remained: 2 tactical riot shields, 2 high-strength stab-resistant vests, 2 sets of military first aid kits, a small amount of hemostatic powder and sterile gauze, emergency flashlights, hand-crank chargers, entrenching tools, field canteens, multifunction tactical knives, and 3 brand-new intercoms with spare antennas. All heavy equipment and large quantities of consumables had been moved. Lin Chen charged the intercoms fully and stuffed them into his backpack. We'll bring these back to the bastion later. ITLL, make communication easier. Just as the three were about to head to the mess hall, Old Joe suddenly pulled them back, pointing to a gray metal cabinet in the corner of the equipment depot. That's a combat readiness cabinet. It should have emergency ammunition and personal defense weapons. Lin Chen stepped forward and gently pulled open the cabinet door. Inside there were no long guns, only 2 flashlight-type tear gas dispersers and 2 boxes of 9mm pistol ammunition totaling 40 rounds, compatible with old Joe's 92G pistol. Next to them were several speed loaders and holsters neatly arranged. Just in time to replenish our ammo, Lin Chen said, stowing the bullets away. His confidence grew a few notches. The mess hall was not far away. Pushing the door open, the countertops were clean and tidy. The freezers and disinfection cabinets were still intact, but the power had long been cut. The ingredients inside had spoiled, emitting a slight odor. However, hidden in the storage cabinets were unopened instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, and bottled water. Not much, just enough for emergencies. The three quickly gathered the remaining portable supplies: compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, bottled water, first aid kits, tactical gear, intercoms, spare ammunition, and the newly captured 191 rifle with its full set of tactical equipment. They loaded them in 2 batches onto the 2 twangs. That's about it. Any more, and the vehicles will be overloaded, old Joe said, patting the trunk, his tone. Lin Chen took one last look at the empty camp. The watchtower remained unmanned, the barracks windows pitch black, the battle scars clearly visible. There was no sign of any living person, enough to confirm that the station troops had completed an organized emergency evacuation. He folded the map and said to the 2, "There are no survivors here. We've already got the heavy equipment. There's no point in staying any longer." Old Joe and Xiao He got into their respective vehicles. The 2 twangs started up one after another, slowly driving out of the armed police barracks iron gate and back onto Jiangcheng's outer ring road. Lin Chen looked out at the dead streets and spoke steadily into the intercom. "Xiaoya, our mission is complete. We're heading back to the bastion. Well, unload the supplies and equipment first, then head out to search for medicine and fresh food in the city." "Roger that. They'll prepare for your arrival at the bastion." Xiaoya's voice came clearly through the intercom. The wheels rolled and the 2 twangs drove side by side, laden with gains and confidence, heading steadily toward the bastion at the 4S shop. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, 2 beams of headlights cut through the silence of the streets, becoming the most reassuring signal of homecoming in this fallen city. 2 modified twangs steadily returned along the outer ring road, while Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the car clock, its hands smoothly gliding toward 5:40 in the evening. In winter, days are short and nights long. The sky had already taken on a pale gray twilight. If they lingered for another half-hour, darkness would completely envelop the land, and the zombies' activity would surge in the night, making it far from the right time to venture out. He lightly tapped the map with his fingertips and spoke into the walkie-talkie in a deep voice. "At the current speed, we will reach the fortress in 17 minutes. It will be dark and we won't go out tonight. We'll postpone the pharmacy and fresh supermarket trip until tomorrow morning." "Understood." Old Joe and Xiao He replied in unison, their taut nerves, which had been strained all day, slightly relaxing in the impending safety of returning home. 17 minutes to the second, at 5:57 in the evening, the 2 vehicles steadily entered the storage yard of the 4S dealership. Old Joe skillfully backed into the garage, with Xiao He following closely to park both of them almost simultaneously, turning off the engines, removing the keys, and locking the doors, their movements perfectly synchronized. A heavy iron door was gently pulled open by Xiao Yi, revealing the familiar vehicle, and her heart, which had been suspended all day, finally found peace. Xiao Yi also peeked out from behind her, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the 3 returning individuals. "You're back? You've finally returned." Lin Chen was the first to push open the car door, the evening breeze bringing the winter chill, yet failing to dispel the sense of security that filled the vehicle. Old Joe unstrapped his 92G pistol from his waist and securely placed it in the storage compartment of the driver's seat. Xiao He tightly gripped his retractable police baton, scanning the surroundings of the wall cautiously. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he finally relaxed his shoulders. "Let's unload the vehicle and gather all equipment and supplies in the second-floor lounge. Once we have completed the inventory, we will organize everything together." Lin Chen arranged in a deep voice, and the 3 of them immediately got to work unloading the trunk and back seats, bounty sorting, and stacking it neatly on the clean carpet. Xiao Ye held Xiao Ye's hand and stood to the side, watching the pile of supplies that resembled a small mountain, her eyes filled with surprise and reassurance. Since the apocalypse began, it was their first time possessing such ample and professional survival resources. Lin Chen squatted down, holding the paper and pen he had brought from the police station, clearly recording item by item, his voice steady and powerful, echoing in the warm lounge. "Weapons and firepower. 1. 1 QBZ 191 automatic rifle with 130 round magazine. 2. 1 QSC 92 G 9mm pistol totaling 70 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition, 45 rounds from the police station, 40 rounds from the armed police base minus reserve consumption. 3. 4 quick loaders, 2 standard holsters. 4. 12 police expandable batons, 8 cans of tear gas. 5. 3 short spears, 1 fire axe. Protective gear. 1. 2 sets of active-duty tactical vests from the armed police, including bulletproof plates, magazine pouches, and combat belts. 2. 6 police riot shields and 8 stab-proof vests. 3. 8 police helmets and 4 sets of active-duty camouflage combat uniforms, including tops, pants, combat boots, knee pads, and elbow pads. 4. 6 pairs of high-intensity tactical gloves and several waterproof canvas ropes. Survival supplies. 1. 72 packs of military compressed biscuits and 12 boxes of self-heating rice. 2. 16 barrels of purified water and 48 bottles of bottled water. 3. A total of 32 items including instant noodles, sausages, canned meats, and canned fruits. 4. 2 military first aid kits, 5 police first aid kits, and an ample supply of hemostatic powder, sterile gauze, iodine, and antipyretic and antidiarrheal medicine. 5. 7 emergency flashlights, 3 hand crank chargers, and 7 walkie-talkies, including spare. 6. An engineer shovel, a multifunctional tactical knife, and a complete set of outdoor water bottles, communication, and tools. 1. 7 high-power walkie-talkies, all paired for communication, fully charged. 2. 10 law enforcement recording devices and 15 red-blue shoulder lights. 3. Car repair tools, spare parts, and ample fuel. Having finished the meticulous recording, Lin Chen closed the paper and pen, lifting his gaze to the 4 people surrounding him. All the supplies are enough for us 5 to live safely for more than a month. The weapons and equipment are sufficient to handle small to medium-sized zombie hordes. The lounge fell silent, and soon an uncontrollable light, joy quietly spread. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes slightly moist. Xiaoyu stood on tiptoes, staring curiously at the brand-new combat uniforms. He clenched his fists, the fear and anxiety of recent days dissipating in that moment. Lin Chen picked up the 4 sets of camouflage combat uniforms and distributed them according to their sizes. Old Zhou, this largest size fits your build. He'll take a medium. Xiaoyu is small. The remaining one is a spare. Xiaoyu, you can wear it in an emergency. All combat boots were matched by size, slip-resistant, and durable, 10 times safer than ordinary shoes. Old Zhou took the combat uniform, his fingertips brushing over the smooth camouflage fabric, his rough fingers slightly trembling, complex emotions swirling in his eyes, nostalgia, excitement, and a sense of security, all interwoven. He quickly removed his dusty old coat, changed into the camouflage uniform, tightened the combat belt, and donned the tactical gloves. The previously slightly weathered mechanic suddenly appeared more upright and soldier-like. He stood still, stretching his arms and kicking his legs. The uniform fit perfectly, and the boots gripped the ground securely, a familiar surge of fighting spirit rising from his heart. Shaolin. Old Zhou's voice was slightly hoarse, his eyes reddened. Wearing this outfit, I feel as if I'm back to the days in the special forces, full of energy. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, saying nothing. He understood this sense of returning to the battlefield. He changed into the small combat uniform, and the previously inexperienced young man suddenly seemed capable and steady, no longer the flustered car wash worker he once was. His eyes now held the sharpness of a survivor in the apocalypse. Lin Chen also donned his military attire, the camouflage enhancing his tall posture. With the foundation of a Sanda team member combined with the fitting gear, he exuded a calm and decisive aura. Xiaoyu also picked up the spare combat uniform and tried it on. It was loose, yet warm, sufficient to ward off the cold and scratches in emergencies. Xiaoyu looked up, gazing at the transformed trio, and softly said, Daddy, brother Lin, brother, you all look so impressive in these outfits. Old Zhou squatted down, smiling as he ruffled his daughter's hair. When there's a suitable one later, I'll find you a small set too, so Xiaoyu can wear it properly. Having completed their change of clothes, the 5 stood together, donning combat uniforms and fully equipped, no longer appearing disheveled as they did during their escape from the apocalypse, but rather steadfast in their survival together. The sky had completely darkened, the cold wind whistled past the barbed wire outside, producing a faint buzzing sound, and the distant growls of zombies faintly echoed, yet could no longer disturb the peace within the fortress. Xiaoyu tied on an apron she had found from the storage room, walked into the kitchen, ignited the portable gas stove, and poured purified water into the pot, which began to bubble. She opened the canned meat, sliced the sausages, added compressed vegetable flakes and instant noodle cakes, sprinkled a little salt, and soon a steaming hot pot filled the air with rich aromas. Lin Chen, Old Zhou, and Xiaoyu arranged the solid wooden table in the lounge together, laid down a clean canvas, and placed 5 enamel bowls on it. Xiaoyu quietly sat at the table, helping to set out the spoons, his little face brimming with anticipation. Old Zhou looked at the steaming pot before him, at his companions clad in military attire, and at his daughter safe and sound, feeling a swirl of emotions. With the sudden onset of the apocalypse and his daughter missing, he had once fallen into despair, thinking he would never see her again and never wear the combat uniform he longed for. But at this moment, with brothers by his side, his daughter nearby, ample supplies, and a solid fortress, despair had been completely replaced by hope. He picked up the walkie-talkie on the table, switched to the public channel, and softly said, from today onward, this will be our home. The 5 of us will guard it together and live on. Lin Chen nodded, serving each person a bowl full of hot soup. First, drink the soup to warm up. Everyone is tired today. Eat and drink well and rest properly. Tomorrow morning, we will set off again to the pharmacy and fresh supermarket. Xiaoyu handed the fullest bowl to Xiaoyu, then served Old Zhou Lin Chen, and Xiaoyu in turn, while she held a small bowl, sipping the hot soup, warmth flowing down her throat and into her heart. Since the outbreak, she had lived in fear, fleeing, holding on, and taking risks with the others, but only at this moment did she truly feel a sense of belonging. Xiaoyu was wolfing down his food, filled with guilt and determination. Previously, he had damaged vehicles in the night, holding everyone back, and he had kept this in mind. Now wearing the military uniform and gripping his weapon, he silently vowed that during the search tomorrow he would give it his all and never hold them back again. The sky was just beginning to lighten pale blue daylight, slanting through the high observation window of the fortress into the second-floor rest area. Lin Chen was the first to wake. He had slept soundly the night before yet remained alert in his light slumber. The moment the window brightened, his eyes opened without a trace of drowsy reluctance. His fingertips instinctively reached for the short spear by his pillow, touching the cold, solid metal shaft, and the taut string of tension in his heart eased ever so slightly. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb the four still sleeping. He gently draped himself in the camouflage uniform he had changed into the night before pulling the zipper up to his chin, instantly becoming sharp and upright. Walking to the window, he lifted a corner of the blackout curtain and peered outside. The morning in Jiangcheng City was eerily gentle. The zombies, which had been unusually active the previous night, had grown sluggish again, loitering in twos and threes across the street, their movements stiff and clumsy like rusted puppets. The cold wind had ceased, and the air carried the crispness unique to a winter morning. The outlines of distant buildings loomed faintly through the mist. There was no black smoke, no screams. Only silence, yet it felt more controllable and safer than the darkness. Lin Chen raised his wrist to check his electronic watch, 6:40 a.m. Winter days were short, and with this hour the daylight was sufficient for outdoor movement. Though the temperature was low, it helped suppress the zombies' agitation, making it the safest window for travel in the apocalypse. He did not wake the others immediately. Instead, he descended the stairs quietly and made a circuit around the backyard fortress. The iron gate was locked, the steel rod securing it was sturdy, the barbed wire on the wall was intact, and the emergency exit was firmly blocked. All defenses were exactly as they had been the night before, with no signs of tampering or forced entry. After confirming absolute safety, he returned to the rest area door and gently knocked on the wooden wall. "Wake up, it's dawn. Time to prepare to depart." His voice was low, yet enough to rouse the four sleeping figures. Old Joe opened his eyes almost instantly. The biological clock, honed by years of military service, was unshakable. As he sat up, his hand reached for the fire axe by his pillow, his gaze shifting from drowsy to sharp in a heartbeat. Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes as he sat up, still heavy with sleep, but instinctively leaned closer to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and Xiao he also rose one after another, tidying their clothes briefly. Their eyes no longer held the panic of previous days, only a calm certainty about the day's mission. "Since everyone's awake, wash up first. Use water sparingly. Half a cup each is enough for rinsing your mouth and face," Lin Chen instructed in a low voice. "Xiaoyu, stay and guard the fortress. Look after Xiaoyu. Keep an eye on the observation window. If anything unusual happens, call us on the walkie-talkie immediately. Do not open the door, do not make a sound, and do not reveal your position." Xiaoyu nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. "Don't worry, I'll guard the place well. I'll wait for your return." Xiaoyu added softly, "Brother Lin, Dad'll be good. I won't bother sister." Old Joe patted his daughter's head, his heart filled with tenderness and reluctance, but he knew the mission came first. "Be good at home. Dad will be back soon." After a simple cold water wash, Xiaoyu had already prepared a light breakfast in the kitchen, a cup of warm boiled water, 2 compressed biscuits, and a small sausage each. The portions were modest enough to fill the stomach without weighing them down for action. The five sat around the table, eating in silence, no unnecessary conversation. Each was quietly adjusting their state, conserving energy and focus for the day's outing. Old Joe bit into his biscuit, his fingertips absently tracing the fabric of his camouflage uniform. The texture of the cloth was solid and familiar, as if he were back in the moments before a mission deployment. He looked down at his own sharp attire, then at Lin Chen and Xiao, he both also in camouflage, with steady eyes, and a relieved smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Honestly, wearing this gear makes me feel light all over. My back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt. It's like being a fresh recruit again," he said in a low voice with unmistakable emotion. "The apocalypse is terrible, but putting on this uniform gives me a backbone again, a sense of fighting side by side." Lin Chen swallowed the biscuit, looked up at Old Joe, and nodded gently. "With gear and comrades, there's confidence." Xiao he also clenched his fist, his young face full of drive. "Uncle Joe, Brother Lin, I'll cooperate fully today. I won't let you down." A few short words, no grand declarations, yet they infused the small rest area with a sense of shared purpose. Breakfast finished, Lin Chen began the final deployment for the trip, every arrangement clear and concise, without a trace of redundancy. This time, for the absolute security of the fortress, the weapon distribution was adjusted to the most reliable config. Old Joe retrieved 2 items from the storage room, makeshift silencers crafted overnight from leftover SSDU pipes, soundproofing cotton, and wire. Though crude, they could significantly reduce gunfire noise, avoiding large-scale zombie attraction. He skillfully attached one to the muzzle of the QBZ-191 automatic rifle and stored the other as backup. "I was a soldier, shooting gun control, long-range suppression. I'm steadier than you. The rifle goes to me." Then Old Joe handed the QSC-92G pistol along with 2 full magazines to Xiaoyu, his gaze serious and stern. "Xiaoyu, this gun is for you to guard the fortress. The fortress stands, we stand. They'll teach you the basics now. Just remember 3 things: aim, pull the trigger, and only fire when in danger." Old Joe demonstrated as quickly as possible how to draw the gun, how to disengage the safety, how to aim, how to reload the magazine. His movements were crisp, done in one go. Xiaoya learned swiftly, her fingers gripping the handle steadily, her eyes devoid of any panic. I've got it, Brother Zhou. He'll hold the fortress. The final weapon configuration was set Old Zhou QBZ-191 automatic rifle with makeshift silencer, fire axe, riot shield, tactical helmet. Responsible for rearguard, long-range suppression, and precision shooting, Lin Chen short spear, stab-resistant vest, tactical gloves, high-intensity flashlight. Responsible for vanguard, close quarters, clearing, and reconnaissance. Xiaohe telescopic baton, first aid kit, empty supply backpack, tear gas dispenser. Responsible for center protection supply. Collection and flank watch, Xiaoya 92G pistol, walkie-talkie, emergency whistle. Responsible for fortress defense and self-defense. All protective gear was fully donned. The camouflage uniforms fit snugly, the combat boots were slip-resistant and durable, and the knee and elbow pads were fastened securely. The three stood together, tough and upright. They were no longer the haggard survivors fleeing at the dawn of the apocalypse, but a small, well-equipped, coordinated team. Lin Chen made a final check of his backpack and weapons. Confirming everything was in order, he looked at the two, same formation. In vanguard, Xiao, he center, Old Zhou rearguard. Maintain silence throughout. If we encounter anything, prioritize concealment. No firing unless necessary. If there are no issues, we move out. No problem. Let's go. Old Zhou approached the inside of the iron gate, slowly shifting the two steel rods, securing it, minimizing the metallic scraping sound. Lin Chen pressed himself against the gap of the door, observing the external road conditions through the narrow slit. After confirming there were no wandering zombies within 100 meters, he gave a slight nod. The iron gate was pulled open just enough for one person to slip through. Three figures in camouflage, silent as shadows, darted into the morning mist. The iron gate closed slowly, and the steel rods were wedged back into place. Inside the fortress, Xiaoya held Xiaoya's hand as they stood by the observation window. One hand gripping the pistol tightly, she watched the three receding figures, silently praying for their safe return. Outside the fortress, Lin Chen, Old Zhou, and Xiaohe moved in a steady vanguard center rearguard formation, hugging the walls and building shadows as they advanced swiftly. Their camouflage blended with the morning streets, their steps light and steady, their breaths even. Ahead lay unknown risks, but also the hope of survival. The pharmacy and the fresh grocery store held the medicines and food supplies crucial for enduring the apocalypse's harsh winter. Three silhouettes in the dead city advanced resolutely toward their goal. The new day's journey had truly begun. The morning mist hung like a cold, wet veil, clinging tightly to the cracked concrete pavement, enveloping decayed dust, and a faint scent of blood creeping over abandoned cars, toppled shared bicycles, and scattered household waste, saturating the entire old residential area with a damp chill. The peeling walls of the residential buildings loomed like silent giants on either side, with broken window openings dark and hollow, resembling countless eyes watching the living. Three figures clad in camouflage crouched low, moving swiftly along the shadows of the buildings like phantoms, their shoes crunching over the damp gravel and dead leaves, making a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, even their breaths deliberately shallow and slow, merging into the deathly silence of the morning fog. Lin Chen was at the forefront, gripping an alloy short spear firmly across his chest, the spearhead glinting with a cold, matte finish. His gaze was like two sharp searchlights, sweeping meticulously over every corner, every half-open doorway, and every tilted abandoned vehicle, missing not a single flicker or sound. Old Zhou held a modified silenced 191 rifle at the rear of the team, his shoulder taut, the muzzle steadily aimed at the side rear and the blind spot of the stairwell, the vigilance embedded in his bones from decades as a soldier, rendering his stance as immovable as a piece of steel. Xiaohe stood in the center with an empty tactical backpack, gripping a telescopic baton tightly, his knuckles turning white, his previously panicked eyes now focused and alert, staring unblinkingly at the dark openings of the hallways to either side, not daring to breathe. Their objective was crystal clear, 300 meters ahead Ekong Pharmacy, another 500 meters further the community fresh supermarket. In the dire straits of dwindling supplies, these two places represented hope for survival. This old area was densely packed with low buildings, and the winding narrow alleys crisscrossed like a spider's web, obscuring vision and muffling sound, with the density of zombies far exceeding that of the open main roads. Just as they quietly turned the third corner, Lin Chen suddenly raised his right arm, pressing his palm down firmly. The action was crisp and decisive. The entire team instantly froze, even their breath halted in unison. A few meters ahead, a dark green garbage bin lay toppled on the ground, with rotting kitchen waste spilling out, emitting a nauseating sour stench. Three zombies dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dark brown dried blood stains swayed aimlessly, their stiff limbs moving mechanically, their murky white eyes devoid of focus, continuously emitting low hoarse sounds like a broken bellows, grating and eerie. Even more deadly, within the half-open security door of the left unit, two indistinct shadows slowly shifted in the darkness, accompanied by increasingly dense low growls, their forms obscured, creating a deadly trap hidden in the shadows. A hard charge would instantly alert the entire street's horde of zombies, dragging the three into a hopeless situation. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Old Zhou, pointed two fingers at himself, then gestured towards the pitch-black hallway, signaling him to firmly contain the outer zombies. Old Joe's eyes narrowed slightly without a hint of unnecessary movement. Simply nodding slightly, his rifle steadily raised the silenced barrel, precisely locking onto the most threatening target. The entire action, as light as a shadow falling on the surface of water. Shall he stay put and make no sound? Lin Chen's voice came out in a hushed tone as cold as the wind at the alley's mouth. Before his words fell, he had already hunched his back, quickly maneuvering like a leopard along the cold, damp wall. The morning fog, cloaking his figure, providing the perfect cover. He moved as lightly as if he had no weight, each step landing in shadow until he was less than 2 meters from the outermost zombie, whose rigid body sluggishly turned its head, its decayed face now facing him. Now's the time. Lin Chen's waist and abdomen suddenly tensed, all his strength surging into his arm. The alloy short spear, piercing through the air like lightning, its tip striking precisely at the zombie's vulnerable temple. The dull thud of impact was firmly dampened by his palm and arm muscles, leaving only a barely audible muffled sound. The zombie could not even let out a single cry, its decayed body collapsing limply onto the cold cement ground, twitching twice before falling silent. The second zombie turned stiffly at the sound, but instead of retreating, Lin Chen advanced, closing in the sturdy spear shaft, sweeping horizontally, with a sharp whoosh crashing heavily against the zombie's neck. The distinct sound of bones dislocating pierced the silence as the zombie's head tilted grotesquely, crashing. The last zombie had just raised its stiff arm to pounce, but Old Joe had silently moved to the side, his tightly gripped fire axe slicing down with a backhand, the heavy axe blade crashing solidly down the center of the zombie's skull. With a crack, black red blood and rotten flesh splattered against the wall, the zombie fell straight down, completely silent. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. There were no gunshots, no screams, no chaos, only 3 perfectly executed muffled strikes, clean, precise, and lethal. Xiao He stood frozen in place, his heart racing wildly, a layer of cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was the true survival coordination in the apocalypse, every movement straddling the line of life and death. There are 2 more in the hallway, I'll lead you block. Old Joe whispered in a hushed tone, his voice revealing no hint. Lin Chen nodded, bent down to pick up a small stone, flicking it lightly with his fingertip, the stone tracing an arc softly, landing on the tiles at the hallway's entrance. Thud, the faint sound was amplified infinitely in the dead silence of the alley, instantly igniting the growls hidden in the darkness. 2 zombies stumbled out from within their decayed bodies, swaying, crashing directly into the deadly trap the 2 had already set up. With short spear thrusts and axe swings, there were no unnecessary moves, each strike was fatal. The alleyway was completely cleared, the danger temporarily averted. The 3 lowered their bodies again, advancing, just under 100 meters. The faded blue and white sign of Yikong Pharmacy emerged from the fog. The glass door was shattered in most parts, sharp shards of glass jutting out at odd angles from the door frame, the rolling shutter, pulled halfway up by brute force, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless entrance beneath the rusted metal door. A strong smell of medicine mingled with an unshakable stench of decay surged forth, stinging the nostrils. "Ill scout ahead." Lin Chen bent down and quickly slipped beneath the rolling shutter, his short spear always pointed forward, sweeping inch by inch through the dark corners. The pharmacy was small, yet in disarray. Wooden shelves toppled, boxes of medicine and bottles scattered all over the floor, cracking underfoot. The cash register was smashed to pieces, the money box overturned on the ground, bills and coins mixed with dust. In the corner, a lifeless zombie lay on its back, its decayed skin clinging to its bones, motionless, clearly having lost its threat. He quickly scanned the entire area. Cold medicine, fever reducers, gastrointestinal medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs lined the remaining shelves. Iodine, gauze, bandages, painkillers, allergy medications piled high, and even unopened first aid kits. It was evident that the disaster had struck too suddenly, and this place had not yet been thoroughly looted. The supplies were surprisingly abundant. "Safe, come in." Xiao He immediately bent down and dashed into the pharmacy, swiftly opening his backpack's zipper, quickly stuffing items according to the list. Xiao He had prepared fever reducers, antibiotics, antidiarrheal medications, wound dressings, disinfectant, cotton balls, blood sugar test strips, disposable syringes, anything useful that could fit he shoved into the backpack. Old Joe stood guard at the only entrance of the rolling shutter, rifle facing outward, his back pressed against the cold wall, like the most solid shield isolating all dangers from outside. Just as Xiao He stuffed the last pack of sterile gauze into his backpack and was about to zip it up, a sudden faint and soft huh emanated from the deepest corner of the pharmacy's shelves. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly turned as cold as ice. Through the gaps in the mottled shelves, a pair of murky, bloodshot eyes were fixated on them. That zombie had been pinned to the ground by the collapsed shelves, its body trapped between wooden boards and medicine boxes, playing dead until its movements startled it into a low growl that gave away its position. "Don't move." Lin Chen barked, stepping forward, moving so fast he was just a blur, the alloy short spear stabbing straight out, the tip piercing through the narrow gap of the shelves with a sharp sound, driving forcefully into the zombie's head. The zombie's rotting body convulsed violently a few times, its limbs stiffly kicking twice, those terrifying eyes losing all light, falling silent. Xiao He was so frightened he froze, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat, his palms sticky and unable to grip the baton. "What are you panicking about? Watch the dead angles. It's fine, remember." Lin Chen retracted the short spear, his tone as calm, as if discussing the weather, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. Yeah, sorry Lin Gu, I didn't see. Xiao He's voice trembled, filled with fear. It's okay, remember this. Lin Chen's gaze swept around the dark corners, his eyes resolute in closed spaces like pharmacies and supermarkets, behind shelves, under counters, behind warehouse doors, and in gaps there are always dead angles. Each spot must be confirmed as safe first. Xiao He nodded vigorously, etching this lesson into his heart. In just a few minutes the tactical backpack was stuffed to bursting with enough supplies to sustain the three for over half a year. Regroup, next stop, fresh supermarket. The three exited one by one from the rolling shutter, repressing against the walls of the buildings, blending into the shadows, swiftly moving towards the fresh supermarket, illuminated by a faded lightbox not far away. The morning mist gradually dissipated, soft daylight piercing through the clouds, spilling onto the dead street, where the number of swaying zombies had noticeably increased, their slow movements appearing even more eerie and grotesque under the light. Lin Chen looked up at the entrance of the fresh supermarket. 5 zombies were aimlessly wandering the glass door, wide open, the dark entrance resembling the gaping mouth of a giant beast, making it impossible to see how many ambushes lay hidden inside. Old Joe pressed against the wall, his rifle slightly raised, the muzzle directed towards the front door, lowering his voice. Charging in through the front door is too risky, the visibility is poor, and there are many blind spots. It's easy to be surrounded. Are there any side doors or back doors? Lin Chen pictured the street map in his mind, pointing with his fingertip to a narrow alley on the right. Let's go around back. The back door of the residential area leads directly to the supermarket's warehouse, usually with few people passing through, and the density of zombies is also low. The three figures once again slipped into the alley, their camouflage gear blending seamlessly with the dark environment, disappearing from the main road's view. After advancing several dozen meters, the iron door of the fresh supermarket's warehouse came into view, slightly ajar, with a faint waft of food decay mingled with a damp, moldy smell, yet there was no growling, not a sound. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous places are often these eerily silent spots. Lin Chen reached for the cold iron door handle, applying slight pressure, gently pushing it open. Creak. The old iron door's hinges emitted a sharp, piercing sound, magnified infinitely in the silent alley, stabbing into the ears. In the next moment, the warehouse erupted with a dense, chaotic, overwhelming chorus of low growls. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Inside there were definitely more than one. The screeching sound of the iron door's hinges pierced the dead silence of the warehouse like a red-hot needle. In the next instant, a turbid, dense, tide-like roar erupted from the depths of the darkness, rattling eardrums, and the stench of decay struck like a physical force. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. He spun around and shoved Xiao He behind him with force, raising his short spear horizontally. The metal shaft instantly bent into a cold, lethal arc. Fall back. There are plenty of zombies, at least 20 or more. Old Joe shouldered his rifle almost simultaneously with the shout. The silenced barrel trained on the warehouse doorway. Every muscle beneath his camouflage uniform was taut. A veteran's instinct warned him of the deadly peril of being overwhelmed by the horde. The warehouse was airtight, devoid of any daylight. Only a sliver of faint morning light leaked through the door crack, barely illuminating the stacked cardboard boxes, moldy sacks of rice and flour near the entrance, and the turbid grayish-white eyes that surged like a tide in the darkness. These were not scattered, wandering zombies. This was a terrifyingly dense horde sealed within the supermarket's warehouse. When the disaster struck, the fresh supermarket was packed with customers, staff, and delivery workers, all trapped in the sealed space. In an instant, they transformed into a dense swarm of infected. Now awakened by the sound of the door, they stumbled and surged madly toward the entrance, their rotting limbs piling and rubbing together, producing a cacophony that made one's scalp crawl. The narrow doorway was instantly blocked solid. We can't retreat. If we do, we'll be trapped in the alley and devoured alive. Lin Chen growled, his gaze rapidly scanning the warehouse layout. The shelves are dense on the left, the freezer is on the right. The middle path is only wide enough for one. Old Joe circle around and lure away most of the horde, lead them toward the alley entrance to buy us time. He'll take Xiao He and break into the supermarket's front hall, clear a foothold, and wait for you. Understood. Old Joe didn't hesitate for a second. He slung the rifle across his chest, grabbed a fire axe, and slammed it fiercely into the pile of cardboard boxes on the right side of the warehouse. The loud crash immediately drew the attention of nearly half the zombie horde. He'll lead them away, you two hurry. The zombies immediately turned, snarling and lunging toward Old Joe. Old Joe, with his back against the freezer door, used the axe blade to cleave through the two frontmost infected. Taking advantage of a gap between shelves, he suddenly sidestepped and darted out, deliberately stomping his feet and banging on metal barrels. He lured over a dozen zombies behind him, then sprinted toward the narrow alley outside the warehouse. The zombies howled as they chased him, their rotting footsteps thudding heavily against the ground, the scene fraught with danger. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies still clogged the doorway, charging at Lin Chen and Xiao He. Charge! Lin Chen hunched low and dashed into the darkness first. His short spear shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the back of the head of the foremost zombie, which crumpled softly to the ground. The zombie behind it opened its yellowed, blackened mouth, its foul breath blasting toward Lin Chen's face. Its claws swiped viciously at his throat. Lin Chen ducked low, dodging the attack, and swept the shaft of his spear horizontally, smashing it into the zombie's neck. A crisp crack of bone mixed with the growl, and a second body crashed to the floor. Xiaohe, stay left. Guard the dead angle by the shelves. Don't get bogged down. Push forward. Xiaohe gripped his telescopic baton, tightly, cold sweat pouring from his palms. But he kept his eyes locked on the gaps between the shelves. Whenever a zombie lunged from the side, he brought the baton down with all his might onto its skull. The young man's explosive energy was fully unleashed in this life-or-death crisis. His movements were rough, but every strike targeted a vital point. A zombie suddenly burst out from behind a stack of cardboard boxes, its claws scraping across Xiaohe's arm and tearing a gash in his jacket. Xiaohe let out a startled shout and slammed his baton down, knocking the zombie to the ground. The darkness became the most treacherous enemy. From gaps in the shelves behind cardboard boxes and near the freezer door, zombies kept launching surprise attacks. A claw raked across Lin Chen's arm. His stab-resistant vest blocked the sharp nails, but couldn't absorb the sheer force of the impact. He was knocked sideways, his back slamming hard into a metal shelf, the pain churning his chi and blood. He gritted his teeth and let out a muffled grunt, then reversed his spear and thrust it through a zombie's eye socket, ending the threat for good. In a mere 10-meter passage, the two of them carved a bloody path. The horde was pressed back into the depths of the warehouse, reaching out with their arms and howling in vain. Quick, through the rolling door, into the front hall. Lin Chen pulled the exhausted Xiaohe along, using his short spear to shove aside the zombie corpses blocking their way, stepping through the sticky, blood-slicked floor. The rolling door connecting the warehouse to the front hall was half rolled up. Passing through the opening, the full view of the fresh supermarket unfolded before them. All the shelves had toppled over, vegetables and fruits had rotted into dark, muddy patches. The meat counter was open with thawed frozen meat, oozing dark red blood. The stench from the seafood section mixed with the odor of decay, choking their chests. The floor was slick and treacherous, littered with shopping carts, broken shelves, and torn clothing. Over a dozen zombies aimlessly wandered the front hall. Hearing the noise, they all turned in unison and charged at the two. Split up and clear them. They'll take the left, you hold the middle aisle. Make it quick and wait for old Zhou to return. Lin Chen dove into the left fresh produce section. His short spear moved with agile precision among the narrow shelves. The zombies trapped by the shelves became easy targets. One thrust, one kill, clean and efficient. Xiaohe stood in the main aisle, his baton whistling through the air as he gritted his teeth and held his ground against the oncoming zombies, gradually shedding his initial panic. 10 minutes later, the last zombie in the front hall collapsed to the ground, its rasping breaths slowly fading. The two leaned against the shelves, gasping for air. Before they could catch their breath, deliberately light footsteps came from the staircase leading to the second floor of the supermarket. It wasn't the stiff, dragging steps of a zombie. It was the cautious tread of living people. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, signaling Xiaohe to be silent. His short spear pointed directly at the stairway entrance, his gaze cold as ice. The next moment, 5 figures emerged from the stairwell, their hair dyed in garish colors, wearing flashy jackets. They carried steel pipes, machetes, and batons. Their eyes, dark and malicious, fixed on the two newcomers, their faces showing not a trace of goodwill. The yellow-haired thug stared at Lin Chen and Xiaohe, who were clad in neat camouflage uniforms and equipped with tidy gear. His eyes darkened sharply, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Ever since the apocalypse had run rampant for days, they had occupied the supermarket, imprisoned the living, and committed every heinous act imaginable. Their greatest fear was that official search and rescue teams or order enforcers would come to settle the score. The two before him were well-equipped and moved with efficiency. Clearly no ordinary survivors. Alarm bells rang wildly in the yellow-haired thug's heart. They were here to capture him. Who are you? Are you with the authorities? The yellow-haired thug growled, tightening his grip on the machete. Lin Chen frowned. We're just survivors scavenging for supplies. It's none of your business. Move aside. Don't lie to us, the green-haired thug behind him roared. What ordinary survivor has gear like this? You must be here. Once your reinforcements arrive, we're done for. The 5 thugs exchanged quick glances. There were only 2 of them, and they didn't see any guns. If they killed them, no one would know about their atrocities in the supermarket. The last shred of pretense on the yellow-haired thug's face vanished completely. Driven by sheer malice, he spat. Since you've stumbled into us, don't think you're leaving. Today you'll stay here and be a sacrifice for my brothers. Get them. Cripple them. The battle erupted. The green-haired thug swung a baton at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen sidestepped, thrusting his short spear with lightning speed. The spear tip sank deep into the green-haired thug's forearm, and a crisp, bone-cracking sound echoed. The thug screamed in agony, dropping the baton. Lin Chen kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily into a shelf and fell unconscious. On the other side, the red-haired thug slashed at Xiaohe with a knife. Xiaohe barely managed to block with his baton, but the force numbed his arm, forcing him to retreat. The skinny thug circled around and swung a steel pipe viciously at Xiaohe's head. Xiaohe ducked just in time, the pipe smashing into the ground and sending up gravel. In the chaos, the bald thug seized an opening and drove a dagger straight at Xiaohe's abdomen. Xiaohe! Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a guttural roar. Schluck! The sharp tip of the dagger plunged deep into Xiaohe's abdomen. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his camouflage uniform crimson. Xiaohe let out a muffled groan, his body going limp as he collapsed, the police baton clattering to the floor. At that moment, the supermarket's rolling shutter door was violently slammed open. Old Zhou charged in, carrying a fire axe, his face smeared with blood. He had just narrowly escaped a zombie siege. The moment he saw Xiaohe fall, stabbed the old soldier's fury exploded. "You're asking for death." Old Zhou instantly pulled the rifle from his chest, aimed the silenced barrel at the bald thug's thigh, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Thwip! A faint gunshot rang out. The bald thug's thigh was hit, blood spurting wildly as he screamed and collapsed. The remaining 4 thugs panicked. They hadn't expected a third person, let alone someone with a gun. "Retreat! Fall back!" the yellow-haired thug yelled, turning to flee upstairs. Old Zhou gave him no chance. He strode forward, swinging the fire axe horizontally, and slammed it into the back of the yellow-haired thug's head, sending him crumpling to the ground. The red-haired and skinny thugs were terrified out of their wits. Just as they were about to kneel and beg for mercy, Old Zhou knocked them out with 2 strikes of the axe handle. All 5 thugs were subdued. Old Zhou quickly pulled out rope and bound them tightly to the shelf posts, arms and legs stretched taut, completely immobilized. Lin Chen rushed to Xiaohe's side, pressing his hands firmly over the wound, but blood still gushed wildly through his. Old Zhou immediately crouched down. Drawing on years of battlefield first aid, he tore off his tactical bandage and pressed it hard over Xiaohe's wound to stanch the bleeding. His movements were steady and swift. It's a through hand throw wound. He's losing blood too fast. We need to suture and stop the bleeding immediately. Our first aid kit can't handle a wound this deep. The bald thug tied to the ground writhed in agony. Seeing the icy stares of the 2 men and fearing he would be killed on the spot, he sobbed and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know there's a doctor upstairs. There are 7 people locked in the storage room on the 2nd floor. There's a female doctor and a nurse. A surgeon. She can save him. Please spare my life." Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and he stood up instantly. "Old Zhou, stay with Xiaohe. I'm going up." He gripped his short spear and dashed up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the supermarket was dim and oppressive, the air thick with the stench of mold, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. The employee corridor was cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes. At the innermost end of storage room's iron door was tightly locked, the lock rusted. Muffled sobs and labored breaths seeped through the door crack. Lin Chen raised his spear and pried the rusted lock with a sharp twist. It snapped. As he pushed open the iron door, a wave of stale, foul air washed over him. In a cramped space of less than 10 square meters, 7 people were squeezed together. Their faces were sallow, their clothes tattered, bodies covered in bruises and whip marks. Their eyes held sheer terror as they huddled in the corner, trembling. Lin Chen's gaze swept urgently over the group, his voice low and hurried. "Who is the doctor? Who is the nurse? A brother downstairs is severely injured and needs immediate treatment." A stir ran through the crowd. Among the 3 women, one in a blood-stained white coat, Zhang Lei, immediately looked up. Beside her, the 2 nurses Li Meng and Wang Jia also turned their attention. Lin Chen locked eyes with her and strode forward. "You're a doctor. Come with me." Zhang Lei, seeing Lin Chen's neat camouflage gear, immediately assumed he was from the official search and rescue team. The fear and grievance pent up over days surged within her. She forced herself to stand and nodded firmly. "Yes. I'm a surgeon. He'll go down with you." Gratitude for being freed, trust in the rescue team, and the ingrained instinct to save lives left her with no hesitation. Lin Chen said no more, turning to gesture, "Quick." Zhang Lei immediately called for the 2 nurses Li Meng and Wang Jia to follow. The 4 male survivors also supported one another as they cautiously trailed behind. The 7 of them finally stepped out of the sunless prison, emerging into the light. Back in the front hall on the 1st floor, Zhang Lei quickly crouched beside Xiaohe. Her fingers deftly felt for his pulse and examined the wound, her voice steady and commanding as she slipped into work mode. "The wound is deep, but hasn't hit any vital organs. We need to clean and suture it immediately. Find clean cloth, water, and a needle and thread, as fast as possible." Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Old Zhou packed the supplies. "We're heading back to the fortress immediately. They have complete emergency equipment there." Old Zhou hoisted the supply backpack. Lin Chen bent down to carry Xiaohe, who was gradually losing consciousness. Zhang Lei, Li Meng, Wang Jia, and the 4 male survivors followed closely. 10 figures hurriedly left the supermarket, steeped in sin and bloodshed, sprinting with all their might toward the 4S shop fortress. Meanwhile, the 5 thugs, tightly bound to the shelf posts, slowly regained consciousness amidst searing pain. Attracted by the noise, the zombies that hadn't been fully cleared from the warehouse area dragged their rotting bodies closer. Their murky gray eyes locked onto the immobilized prey, and their low, guttural growls grew nearer. Struggles, wails, and blood-curdling screams followed one after another. The evildoers who had committed countless sins ended up as zombie fodder, their bodies devoured without a trace. A fate they had brought upon themselves, a just retribution for their crimes. Lin Chen carried Xiaohe on his back, his steps so swift he seemed almost to fly. His camouflage uniform was soaked through with sweat and blood clinging to his skin with a piercing cold. Xiaohe's head rested against his shoulder, his breath faint. Blood from the wound on his abdomen continuously seeped out, staining Lin Chen's back. With every jolting step, he could feel the trembling of the young man in his arms. Hang in there. We're almost at the fortress. Old Zhou ran alongside, carrying supplies, his rifle always on alert. Behind him followed Zhang Lei, Li Meng, and Wang Jia, 3 female medical staff, along with 4 male survivors. The group of 10 sprinted desperately, not daring to pause for even a moment. 3 minutes later, the Lihua automobile castle fortress came into view. Old Zhou grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted urgently, Xiaoya, open the door. Prepare for emergency treatment. Xiaohe is severely injured. The iron door slid open quickly. Xiaoya stood behind it, holding Xiaoya's hand. Seeing Xiao, he covered in blood, tears instantly fell from her eyes, but she held back her emotions and turned to prepare the emergency bed. Lin Chen carried Xiaohe into the courtyard. Old Zhou immediately closed and barred the door, sealing off the danger completely. In the restroom on the second floor, Dr. Zhang Lei worked in perfect coordination with 2 nurses. They stopped the bleeding, disinfected, administered anesthesia, and stitched the wound. Over 10 minutes later, the wound was treated. Xiaohe's breathing stabilized, and he was temporarily out of danger. The weight lifted from Lin Chen's heart. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall. Old Zhou walked in, his gaze sweeping over the 7 newcomers huddled nervously in the corner. He lowered his voice and said to Lin Chen, Xiaoya, and Xiaoyu, who stood nearby, there were 5 of us originally. Now we have 7 strangers, 12 in total. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. We don't know their backgrounds or character, so we can't fully accept them right away. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes carrying the unique vigilance of the end times. You're right. Separate them for now. The newcomers can stay in the partitioned area of the first floor repair shop. Well, guard the second floor. Over the next 2 days, you Xiaoya, and I will observe them discreetly. Watch their words and actions, their habits, whether they hide anything, if they show any violence. Only when we're sure they're reliable will we truly integrate them. One must be wary of others. Xiaoya's expression darkened slightly, but she understood the reasoning. They'll handle the food distribution. For now, give them rations by portion. Don't store supplies centrally, and don't let them near the fortress core defensive positions. Old Zhou added, those 5 thugs committed heinous acts. The newcomers have been imprisoned for days. They're bound to have shadows. But we can't rule out that some might have become selfish and ruthless under that environment. We must observe clearly before deciding if they can truly become our comrades. The Core 5's private discussion was concluded swiftly in the corner, not entirely hidden from the newcomers, yet maintaining a clear sense of distance and caution. In the apocalypse, kindness does not equal foolishness, and trust always requires time to be proven. In the restroom, the 7 newcomers huddled together nervously, their faces etched with the bewilderment and unease of having narrowly escaped death. Standing at the forefront with the most composed demeanor was Zhang Lei. She appeared to be around 26 or 27, her naturally fair cheeks tinged with the sallow pallor of malnutrition. A faint bruise marked the corner of her eye, and her long hair was tied messily behind her head. Her white coat, stained with dust and dark bloodstains, had long lost its original color, yet it could not conceal the calm, capable aura of a healer in her brows. Her eyes remained clear even under the dim light. Though she had just crawled out of hell, they were not entirely consumed by fear, only marked by a deeper heaviness and fatigue. Among these survivors, she was the unspoken pillar, and precisely the person this fortress needed most at this. Beside her leaned Li Meng, who looked to be just over 20, the youngest of the group. Her round face was red and swollen from crying, her lips chapped, her frame thin. Her faded nurse's uniform was covered in grime, and her whole body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with lingering fear and dependence. On the other side, Wang Jia appeared slightly more mature, around 27 or 28. Her features were gentle, but held a forced calm. Her short hair was disheveled, and a shallow scratch marked her cheek. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, striving to maintain the composure expected of a nurse, but the subtle trembling of her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Behind the 3 women stood 4 ordinary male survivors, one slightly overweight, pale-faced, with cold sweat beading on his forehead and a furtive gaze. Clearly the most tormented, his spirit nearly broken, one tall and thin, sallow-faced, with chapped lips, silently hanging his head, hands thrust into his tattered pockets, exuding numbness and inferiority. One of medium build with a bruise at the corner of his eye, his gaze alert, yet timid, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chen and the others with a cautious will to survive, the last slightly older, around 40, with graying hair, a slightly stooped back, and murky eyes, yet instinctively shielding those in front of him, carrying the last vestiges of kindness from a lowly commoner. All 7 were in tattered clothes, gaunt and sallow, bearing bruises, whip marks, and scratches. Prolonged imprisonment and hunger had left them too weak to even stand straight. Yet standing in the warm, brightly lit fortress, a torrent of complex emotions surged in each heart. Relief, unease, fear, and a glimmer of hope they dared not fully believe. They had once believed they would die in that dark, damp storage room, tormented by the thugs until they starved, were beaten to death, or were discarded as worthless. But now someone had saved them, had given them a temporary sanctuary. Yet how long could this safety last? Lin Chen stepped forward, his tone calm, neither warm nor hostile. This place is safe for now. You can stay. There are partition rooms on the first floor. You'll live there. Supplies will be distributed per person. But this fortress has rules: no hoarding, no infighting, no unauthorized outings, no tampering with the defenses. He paused, looking at the lingering hope in their eyes, and spoke earnestly to clarify. And there's something I must make clear: we are not an official rescue team. We're just a group of ordinary survivors banding together to survive. There's no rescue organization, no supply shipments. Everything must be earned with our own hands. As his words fell, a faint stir rippled through the newcomers. Zhang Lei's eyes darkened slightly. The faint hope she had harbored for official rescue quietly faded. But what followed was not disappointment. It was a deeper sense of grounding. She could see that these people before her were well-equipped, disciplined, and trusted one another, far more reliable than any vague official force. And as a surgeon, she was a scarce asset in the apocalypse. As long as she stayed, she had value and the confidence to. Li Meng and Wang Jia exchanged glances, seeing unease in each other's eyes, but more than that, relief. At least here there were no villains, no beatings, no imprisonment. The 4 male survivors also breathed a sigh of relief, though tinged with apprehension. Not being official meant no one would force them to leave, but it also meant they had to rely on themselves to survive. Lin Chen continued, whether you stay or leave is entirely voluntary. No one will force you. If you choose to stay, well, assign tasks based on your abilities, and well, hold this place together. If you want to leave, well, give you enough water and dry rations, and point you toward a relatively safe route. You don't need to answer now. Just give me a definite answer before dawn tomorrow. The newcomers nodded in unison, none daring to object. They understood clearly that they were the rescued with no room for bargaining. They also knew that this vigilance was simply the common sense of survival in the apocalypse. Xiaoya silently brought over hot water and food, distributing them by portion, neither extra nor skimped. Xiaoyu obediently retreated to Lin Chen's side, maintaining a safe distance befitting a child. The warm yellow emergency light illuminated 2 distinctly different groups: on one side the core 5, who fought side by side and trusted one another; on the other the 7 newcomers who had just crawled out of hell and were still under observation, 3 women and 4 men. Old Zhou patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. More people is a good thing, but we have to choose the right ones. Once Xiao he recovers, we'll slowly get things in order. Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Xiao, his gaze resolute. We not only have to survive, but we must also hold on to our principles and ensure our safety. Trust can be given, but only to those who deserve it. Outside the window, the roars of the undead were still faintly audible. The shadow of the apocalypse had not yet lifted. But within this sturdy 4S store fortress, a faint glow of life began to rise, this time tempered with a layer of cautious distance. The fierce battle at the supermarket was over, but the days of screening companions and rebuilding order had only just begun. Night once again enveloped Jiangcheng. Inside the fortress of Lihua Auto City, emergency lights cast a warm, yet cautious glow. Xiao he lay on a makeshift soft bed, his wound dressed with medicine and wrapped tightly in bandages. His breathing was steady, though his face remained pale. Zhang Lei came to check on him every half hour, her movements practiced and gentle. Li Meng and Wang Jia assisted her from the sidelines. The professionalism and composure of the 3 medical staff formed the most reassuring presence in the rest area. In the maintenance cubicle on the first floor, 7 newcomers sat in silence. No one dared to speak loudly or move about freely. Only heavy breathing and the occasional muffled cough broke the quiet. Having endured imprisonment and violence, they harbored an instinctive fear of any unfamiliar environment. They understood all too well that their current safety was hard-won and dared not overstep any bounds. Lin Chen, Old Zhou, and Xiaoya stood in the shadows at the stairwell on the 2nd floor, their voices lowered to whispers as they began the crucial screening of hearts, a matter of life and death. Let's start with the most reliable ones. Old Zhou leaned against the wall, his gaze sharp. That female Dr. Zhang Lei, she's calm, measured. She doesn't interrupt or draw attention, stays unflustered in a crisis. When she tended to Xiao's wound just now, her hands didn't tremble at all. Keeping someone like her around is a lifesaver for all of us. The 2 nurses are honest too. Timid but obedient, quick with their hands. They'll be useful. Xiaoya nodded, gently clutching the walkie-talkie in her fingers. When I handed out water and food earlier, I observed the 3 of them. They didn't pick, grab, or hoard anything. They offered things to each other first. It's clear they're kind-hearted and disciplined by nature. Lin Chen's gaze darkened as he looked toward the 1st floor. The 4 men are a mixed lot. The fat one's spirit is nearly broken. Timid and fearful, no threat, but useless in a fight. The tall, thin one is quiet with a numb look in his eyes. Hard to tell if he's good or bad. The middle-aged one with graying hair has been protecting the 3 women. When I spoke earlier, he subtly pulled the 2 younger men back, afraid they'd cause trouble by speaking out of turn. His heart's in the right place. The one to watch most closely is that medium-built man with a scar at the corner of his eye. Lin Chen's tone turned icy. When I spoke, his eyes kept darting to the supplies, the weapons, the reinforced steel door. He seems cowardly, but there's calculation behind it. Someone like that is either utterly selfish or vengeful and ruthless. Once hunger or fear pushes him to the edge, he'll likely betray his companions. Old Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. A veteran knows how to read people. A wandering gaze and an unsettled mind. Never trust that. He'll take the 1st watch tonight, you take the 2nd. All weapons will be locked in the core area. No one touches them. Set the rules in stone right now. Lin Chen spoke each word with clarity and force. First, separate living zones. Newcomers are never allowed on the second floor nor near the supply depot weapon cabinet or generator. Second, food is distributed by portion, morning, noon, and evening. No hoarding, no fighting over it. Third, any outing requires a group of at least 3, led by me or old Joe. No one opens the door alone. Fourth, weapons, tools, and defense keys are held only by the 5 of us. Fifth, anyone caught hiding items, lying, showing violent tendencies, or going out without permission will be expelled from the fortress immediately. Xiaoya's heart tightened at the words, but she understood. This wasn't cruelty, it was survival. In the apocalypse, kindness was a luxury, rules were the shield. I'll go tell them the rules. Old Joe turned and descended the stairs, his steps steady, his camouflage uniform casting a sharp shadow in the light. Inside the first floor cubicle, the 7 newcomers immediately stood up, staring at him nervously. Old Joe stood at the door without entering, his voice low but commanding. The fortress rules. We'll say them once. Remember them. He recited the 5 rules Lin Chen had set without missing a word, then added one final line. This isn't a shelter. It's a home defended with the lives of brothers in arms. Willing to follow the rules? Stay? Not willing. Leave at dawn. We won't stop you, but your fate is your own. No one dared to argue. Zhang Lei nodded first. Well, follow the rules and do our best to help. We won't cause. The other 6 quickly echoed her agreement. The man with the calculating eyes kept his head bowed, his face hidden. No one saw the flicker of malice in his gaze. Old Joe turned and climbed back to the second floor. The iron door closed softly, separating 2 worlds. The night was silent. Lin Chen sat at the stairwell, a steel pipe resting across his knees, his gaze fixed on the dark window. In the distance, the low growls of zombies rose and fell like an unending requiem of death. He didn't let himself think of home, not because he didn't want to, but because he dared not. Longing would soften his heart, cloud his judgment, and he couldn't afford to break. Beside him, old Joe leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, but remained half awake, his hand never more than a foot away from the fire axe. Deep within the fortress Xiao, he slept peacefully, while Xiaoya and Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa, their breaths soft and shallow. In the first floor cubicle, the 7 newcomers each harbored their own thoughts, some grateful, some uneasy, some quietly scheming. Lin Chen gently touched the scar on his arm, the cold sensation sharpening his mind. He knew clearly 12 people weren't 12 strengths, they were 12 hearts. Some turned toward the light, others hid thorns within. The screening had only just begun, and inside this besieged fortress beyond the zombies, the most terrifying thing had always been the human heart. The night was deep, the iron door locked tight. Before dawn arrived, no one knew whether the person beside them was a comrade or the next disaster. Night had utterly swallowed Jiangcheng into darkness. Outside the walls of Lihua Auto Castle, the low growls of zombies surged like a tide, wave after wave crashing against the cold exterior walls, never ceasing. The emergency lights still cast a dim yellow glow, stretching long, restless shadows across the corridors and staircases. The entire fortress was so silent that only the sound of breathing, distant eerie noises, and the howl of wind seeping through the gaps in the iron door could be heard. Xiaohe's injuries had stabilized. He lay sleeping on a makeshift bed, his breathing steady yet faint. Zhang Lei kept vigil on a folding chair beside him, not daring to fall into deep sleep. Every so often she reached out to check his temperature, her fingertips moving with gentle care as they touched the bandages. Li Meng and Wang Jia leaned against the wall, their eyelids heavy and drooping, yet they too dared not fall completely asleep. The 3 medical staff remained perpetually on edge, using their fragile sense of security to maintain the last vestiges of order in this apocalypse. In the core area of the second floor, Lin Chen and old Joe kept the night watch in silence. Lin Chen sat on the stairway steps, his back against the cold wall. The steel pipe lay flat across his lap, his fingers absently stroking its surface. His gaze was fixed on the first floor entrance, saying nothing, yet he absorbed every sound from the entire floor. Old Joe sat beside him, the fire axe leaning against the wall, his hand always resting on the end of the handle. His eyes were half open, half closed, appearing to rest, but in truth his ears were attuned to every direction, his breathing suppressed to a whisper. The two exchanged no unnecessary words. Their silence was the most solid defense of the night watch. The supply depot, weapon cabinet, and generator on the second floor were firmly guarded behind them, with not a step allowed for the newcomers to approach. In the maintenance cubicle on the first floor, the iron door was left ajar. 7 newcomers were crowded into the cramped space. No one dared to turn on a light, no one dared to breathe loudly. Yet the prolonged stillness could not suppress the turmoil surging in their hearts. After an unknown length of time, the tall, numb man in the corner moved first. A faint suppressed sigh escaped his throat, shattering the silence. The middle-aged man with graying hair immediately nudged him with his elbow, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Don't make a sound. If the people upstairs hear, there'll be trouble. What's there to fear? The tall man's voice was hoarse, carrying the exhaustion of a survivor. It's all the same anyway. Locked up and beaten or being controlled here. What's the difference? There's a huge difference. The gray-haired man lowered his voice, his gaze warily sweeping toward the cubicle's door. At least here they don't beat people. There's food, beds, and a doctor to treat injuries. Those people just now look like they could fight. If we stick with them, we can survive. At these words, the slightly overweight man beside him leaned in, his face filled with terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I don't want to die. He'll obey, he'll definitely obey. I want steal anything I want, go to the second floor. He'll do whatever I'm told. His spirit was already on the verge of collapse, tears nearly spilling as he spoke. His hands clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, terrified that a single wrong word would get him thrown out to become food for the zombies. Among the 3 medical staff, Li Ming was the most timid. Hearing this, she whispered, Sister Zhang, the rules they set are so strict. We can't even go to the second floor, and they'll kick people out. Zhang Lei didn't turn around, but softly shushed her tone steady. Strictness is for survival. In the apocalypse, without rules, chaos will reign sooner or later. They're protecting everyone. Don't complain. Listen and work. That's better than anything else. Wang Jia nodded in agreement. The water and food they gave us were divided equally, no shortcuts. You can tell they're not bad people. As long as we don't cause trouble, we should be fine. The few of them spoke in hushed tones, their words mostly filled with relief, anxiety, and submission. Only the man in the innermost corner of medium build with a wound at the corner of his eye kept his head down, saying nothing. Only when the others' voices briefly subsided did he slowly raise his eyes. In the darkness, those eyes held not a trace of a survivor's relief, but instead gleamed with calculating intent. He glanced left and right, confirming no one was paying him attention, then spoke in a sinister whisper audible only to the 2 nearest him. Rules. He let out a cold laugh, his voice barely audible. What rules? They're whatever they say they are. Food is rationed, we can't touch the weapons, we can't even go upstairs. How is that any different from being pinned in like livestock? The gray-haired man's face changed color as he hurriedly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. They saved us, gave us a place to stay, gave us food. Aren't you grateful? Saved us. The man with the wounded eye curled his lips in a mocking sneer, his voice dropping even lower, taking on a seductive tone. Are they really that kind-hearted? All the supplies and weapons are hidden on the second floor. It's obvious they don't trust us. When the supplies run out, the first ones to be kicked out will be us newcomers. A flicker of movement passed through the tall, numb man's dull eyes as if he was somewhat swayed. The fat man shuddered all over. No way. They don't seem like bad people. Do bad people write the word bad on their faces? The man's eyes flashed with a sinister glint, his fingers stealthily moving toward a small shard of glass hidden in his waistband, something he had secretly brought from the place of imprisonment, never daring to let anyone discover. In my opinion, those leaders have hearts colder than zombies. They're keeping us around now because they need laborers. When real danger comes, we'll be the first ones pushed out to block the zombies. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Lei finally couldn't hold back, turning her head to scold him in a low voice. Mr. Lin and the others risked their lives to save us just now. Xiao, he was even injured. How can you think like that? Risked their lives? The man let out a derisive snort and said no more. He lowered his head again, concealing all the malice in his eyes. Yet his fingers still tightly gripped that sharp shard of glass. The icy touch made his scheming intentions ever clearer. Silence once again fell over the cubicle, but it was no longer the quiet of before. Some were at ease and obedient, some were terrified and anxious, some were swayed by the instigation, and others harbored hidden schemes. 7 hearts in the dark corner were sinking in completely different directions. On the second floor, Lin Chen, keeping the night watch, subtly perked up his ears, taking in the faint whispers drifting up from the first floor. He didn't move, nor did he speak. He merely tightened his grip on the steel pipe slightly. Old Zhou opened his eyes and looked at him, his gaze full of inquiry. Lin Chen shook his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the dark entrance of the first floor. His voice was so soft that only the 2 of them could hear. No need to interfere. The night is still long. Who is truly honest and who hides their intentions will slowly reveal themselves. The night grew deeper, the iron door tightly shut. The night watchers were clear-eyed and vigilant, while those whispering harbored their own agendas. Lin Chen stared at the boundless darkness outside the window, knowing full well in his heart. The rules had been established, but the hearts of the people had not yet been sifted clean. The long night was not over, and the crisis was already hidden within the whispers right beside him. The night still pressed down oppressively, the moans of zombies outside the fortress crawling along the walls muffled, yet the 2 night watchmen on the second floor remained silent. Lin Chen shifted his position, his back still pressed against the load-bearing wall, a steel pipe resting across his thighs, the warmth of his fingertips slowly seeping into the cold metal. Old Zhou laid the fire axe horizontally before him, his eyes half-closed, breathing steady, maintaining a vigilant state of light sleep. The lamplights stretched their shadows long and narrow, firmly guarding the only passage to the core area. In the maintenance cubicle on the first floor, the earlier whispers had not completely subsided, but everyone had lowered their voices further, speaking almost directly into each other's ears, deliberately softening even their breaths, fearing to disturb the watchman above. The fat man huddled in the corner, his body trembling slightly. He dared not join any discussion anymore, just wrapping his arms around his knees and burying his face in them. Old Zhou's phrase, life and death are your own responsibility, echoed in his mind. Just thinking about the zombies roaming outside sent chills through his body, and he scarcely dared to breathe. The tall, thin man leaned against the cold iron cabinet, staring vacantly at the floor. The words of the man with the injured eye had pierced his heart like a thorn, adding a layer of restlessness to his already numb emotions. He opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by a stern glare from the white-haired man. Don't listen to his provocations. The middle-aged white-haired man spoke in a whisper, his gaze fixed on the scheming man. Dr. Zhang is right. They saved us, they gave us a way to live. If we truly anger them and get thrown out, none of us will survive. Li Ming and Wang Jia huddled close together. The two young nurses' faces were etched with exhaustion and unease. They dared not interrupt, only listened in silence, praying in their hearts for the sky to lighten quickly, for this suffocating long night to pass soon. Zhang lay feigned rest with her eyes closed, appearing relaxed, but her ears were constantly attuned to the sounds around her. She could clearly sense that malicious gaze from the corner sweeping over the group, intermittently harboring an indescribable strangeness. Just then an extremely faint crack sounded from the innermost part of the cubicle. The noise was as soft as a fingernail scraping against iron, yet it was exceptionally clear in the dead silence of the night. It was the man with the injured eye. While everyone was distracted, he exerted force with his fingers, snapping off another small piece of the broken glass hidden in his palm. The sharp edge bit painfully into his palm, but he paid it no mind, instead clenching the shard tightly, until his knuckles turned white. He moved with incredible speed, swiftly stuffing the glass shard into the lining of his shoe. When he looked up, his face had resumed that cowardly, harmless expression, as if his covert action had never occurred. Yet all of this was caught by Zhang Lei, who happened to look up to survey the situation. Zhang Lei's heart sank heavily, and a cold sweat broke out on her back instantly. A piece of broken glass. In the confined, crowded fortress, it was the most concealed weapon. She did not raise an alarm, only averted her gaze nonchalantly, but her heart was pounding wildly. She knew all too well what hiding a weapon meant in this apocalyptic fortress. The atmosphere in the cubicle, triggered by that almost imperceptible sound, plummeted to freezing point. Everyone sensed something was amiss, yet no one dared to speak the truth out loud. They could only sit stiffly in the darkness, each harboring their own secrets. On the second floor, Lin Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze solemn, looking towards the direction of the first-floor cubicle, and then sweeping across the pitch-black night outside the window. That faint sound had reached his ears, weak, brief, hard to immediately pinpoint its source. Old Zhou also opened his eyes at the same moment. There was not a trace of sleepiness in them, only taut vigilance. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his voice lowered, so only the two could hear. I heard it. A crisp snap, like glass or plastic breaking. Inside the building. Or outside. Old Zhou frowned, his gaze darting between the fortress outer wall and the first-floor entrance. The wind is strong outside. Maybe a piece of broken glass fell from the outer wall. Or maybe something dropped in the cubicle downstairs. Lin Chen did not jump to a conclusion immediately. He simply listened quietly, carefully discerning any subsequent sound. The cubicle soon returned to dead silence. No panicked footsteps, no sound of a fallen object, no unusual noise of zombies banging against the door. Everything was as calm as before. Hard to say. He shook his head slowly, his tone cautious. A sound from the outer wall would be more muffled and longer. This one was too crisp, too close. It's most likely within the range of the first floor. But I can't be sure if it was accidentally knocked over or deliberately made by someone. Should we go down and take a look? Old Zhou's hand rested lightly on the handle of the fire axe, ready to stand up at any moment. No need. Lin Chen remained motionless, his gaze calm as he looked down the stairs. Going down now would only make the newcomers nervous. Even if someone is up to something in the shadows, the moment we show our faces, they'll immediately stop. He paused, then looked out the window at the sky, which was beginning to show a hint of pale dawn. His voice turned colder. It's almost dawn. In the dark, we can't see clearly or distinguish well. We'll investigate when it's light. Some things can't stay hidden. Upon hearing this, Old Zhou slowly withdrew his hand and leaned back against the wall, but the alertness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest, still firmly fixed on the direction of the first floor. In the cubicle below, the man clutching the glass shard seemed to sense something. He looked up towards the door of the cubicle, a flicker of panic flashing in his sinister eyes, quickly replaced by deeper calculation. He knew there were watchmen on the second floor, and he knew the rules were strict. But he understood, even better, that in this apocalypse only those with weapons in hand had the capital to survive. The whole piece of broken glass was too conspicuous, easily found. Breaking it into a smaller piece made it easier to hide, yet still usable in a sudden attack. Whether to snatch food, force a door open, or threaten the weak, it would suffice. Food, weapons, control. He didn't want to let go of any of them. Zhang Lei stared fixedly in his direction, her palm secretly clutching her first aid kit. She had made up her mind as soon as dawn broke, she would quietly tell Lin Chen and Old Zhou everything she had just seen. The long night was ending, dawn was approaching. The watchmen remained vigilant, those with hidden malice were stirring, and the compliant were filled with fear. The fortress of 12 people appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it undercurrents were already raging. That small piece of broken glass hidden in the shoe sole was like a time bomb buried among the crowd, ready at any moment to detonate this game of human hearts. A pale dawn light finally tore through the horizon, piercing the gray mist over Jiangcheng and falling upon the mottled glass curtain wall of Lihua Auto City. The low growls of zombies outside the fortress had not diminished, yet they lost the suffocating oppression of the deep night, gaining instead a restless agitation heralding the coming day. At the stairway on the second floor, Lin Chen and Old Zhou remained at their posts, having not closed their eyes all night. Lin Chen's fingers still rested on the steel pipe, Old Joe never let go of his fire axe. He simply opened his eyes more often, now his gaze sweeping over the first-floor entrance, maintaining a constant vigilance. The two did not speak. The lamplight cast their silhouettes upon the wall, silent, yet inviolable. In the first-floor restroom, Xiao He's breathing remained steady, but the blood seeping from his wound slightly discolored the bandage. Zhang Lei's heart tightened. The anti-inflammatory medicine was nearly gone, enough for at most 2 more days. She rose quietly, avoiding the gazes of the others in the partitioned room, and walked swiftly to the stairway, her steps light and urgent. Pausing at the foot of the stairs, she looked up at Lin Chen, her expression solemn and tense. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, signaling her to keep her voice down. Old Joe also straightened up, his expression turning serious. Mr. Lin, Old Joe, I have something to report. Zhang Lei's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to the 3 of them. Last night in the partition room, that man with the scar by his eye. He hid something. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Explain clearly. He was holding a piece of broken glass. In the middle of the night, when we weren't watching, he broke off a piece and hid it in the lining of his shoe. Zhang Lei's tone was firm. I saw it very clearly. The edge of that glass was very sharp. A cold sharpness immediately flashed in Old Joe's eyes. He brought it in. Probably hid it secretly when he was imprisoned before. Zhang Lei nodded. I suspect. It might not be for self-defense. Zhang Lei didn't say it outright, but her implication was clear. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, his gaze turning cold. He had originally thought the man was merely selfish and calculating, but he hadn't expected him to have been carrying a weapon and malicious intent from the very start. I understand, Lin Chen said, his voice calm. Call everyone out. Gather in the first-floor hall. Zhang Lei turned and went back to the partitioned room. Soon the 7 newcomers filed out, their expressions varied. The fat man was still cowering, the tall thin man was numb and listless, the middle-aged man with white hair was steady and cautious, Li Ming and Wang Jia followed timidly behind. Only the man with the scar by his eye kept his head down, hands in his pockets, his steps deliberately light, as if trying to conceal something. Everyone stood in a line in the center of the hall, facing Lin Chen and Old Joe at the stairway. Morning light streamed in through the crack in the door, falling on the floor and drawing a cold, clear line. Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept over the 7 people. There was no roar, no interrogation, only a calm declaration. Last night, we set the rules. Rule number 5, anyone caught hiding items, lying, or showing violent tendencies will be expelled from the fortress. He paused, his gaze suddenly locking onto the man with the scar by his eye. You step forward. The man's body stiffened, his face instantly paling, yet he still feigned calmness. Well, what did I do? I didn't break any rules. No rules broken. Old Joe stepped forward, his presence overwhelmingly oppressive. Hiding a weapon, isn't that breaking the rules? The man jerked his head up, a flicker of panic in his eyes before immediately denying it. No, I didn't. I didn't hide anything. You're framing me. Whether it's a frame-up or not, a search will tell, Lin Chen said, walking down the stairs step by step, approaching. His pace was steady, but it forced the other man to retreat step by step. Someone saw you break off a piece of glass and hide it in the sole of your shoe. At these words, the whole hall erupted. The fat man shrank back in fright. The middle-aged man with white hair furrowed his brows. The tall, thin man finally lifted his head. Li Ming and Wang Jia covered their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. The man's expression completely changed from pale to livid, his gaze shifting from panic to viciousness. He knew denial was useless now. Who ratted me out? So what if I hit a piece of glass? He suddenly gave up all pretense, his voice turning shrill. In this godforsaken place you lock up the weapons, ration the food, and treat us like livestock. If I didn't hide something to defend myself, was I supposed to wait for you to kick me out to feed the zombies? Self-defense. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze like a blade. A piece of glass can't defend against zombies. It can only be used against the people beside you. You broke it not for self-defense. Don't think no one sees the scheme you're plotting in your heart. He deliberately stressed the word people, piercing through the man's darkest intentions. The man's true goal was never self-preservation. He planned at a critical moment to use the weapon to threaten the weak sea supplies, or even open the fortress gates to trade for his own survival, even at the cost of everyone else. Breaking the glass last night was precisely to make it more concealable, easier to carry, and simpler to launch a sudden attack. Seeing his intentions thoroughly exposed, a murderous glint surged in the man's eyes. He suddenly took a step back, stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and bent down to pull the piece of glass from his shoe. Don't move. Old Joe strode forward, his large hand clamping down firmly on the man's shoulder, his strength steady and inescapable. The man struggled for a moment, but found himself unable to break free, only clenching his teeth, his face full of malice. Old Joe bent down and gently lifted the man's right shoe. A sharp, glinting piece of glass rolled out from the lining, clattering onto the smooth floor, glaringly conspicuous in the morning light. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Chen looked down at the glass on the floor, his voice cold, without a trace of warmth. The rules were made clear. Hiding a weapon crosses the line. We won't kill you, but we won't keep you either. Now leave the fortress. Fend for yourself. The man jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot, venom nearly spilling out. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he argue further. He just stared fixedly at Lin Chen, Old Joe, and Zhang Lei, grinding out his words through clenched teeth. Just you wait. If I can't live, none of you will have peace. They'll be back for this fortress. Old Zhou couldn't be bothered to waste words. He grabbed the man by the arm, half pushing, half dragging him toward the main door. The man no longer struggled violently. But as he walked, he kept turning his head, his eyes poisoned with malice, staring back at the fortress interior as if memorizing every person and every layout. Old Zhou pulled open the outer iron door. The cold wind rushed and mixed with the low growls of zombies. The man shook off Old Zhou's hand violently. He cast one last hateful glare at everyone inside the fortress, then turned and walked step by step into the morning mist. His back was rigid and venomous, soon disappearing among the abandoned vehicles. Old Zhou did not close the door and pursue. He stood at the entrance observing for a moment, confirming that the man had not immediately turned back or attracted a large horde. Only then did he slowly close the iron door, locking, latching, and bolting it with steady practiced movements. Deathly silence filled the hall. All the newcomers' faces were pale, truly experiencing the fortress' cold rules and boundaries for the first time. Lin Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 6. His voice was calm yet authoritative. I don't harm people, and I don't kill indiscriminately. But I must protect everyone's lives here. The rules aren't meant to make things difficult for anyone. They're meant to keep us alive. He paused and looked at Zhang Lei, his tone softening slightly. How much longer can Xiao He's medicine last? Zhang Lei snapped back to reality and answered in a low voice, at most 2 days. The anti-inflammatory and blood-clotting medicines are almost gone. If we can't find more, the wound will get infected. Lin Chen looked up at the gradually brightening sky outside the window and made a decision. Get ready. In 1 hour, Old Zhou and I will go out to search for medical supplies. Morning light flooded the hall. The iron door was sealed tight. The traitor had been expelled, and the people's minds were temporarily settled. But the venomous silhouette that had vanished into the mist was like an invisible thorn, quietly piercing the gap in the dawn. Old Zhou walked over to Lin Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Why didn't you just kill him? Lin Chen gave a wry smile. We just saved these people. If I killed one the very next day, do you think they trust us? If I killed him today, by tomorrow, Dr. Zhang and the others might be plotting to kill us both. I'm not a saint. But without a proper reason, you can't just kill someone. Otherwise, there will never be peace here. However, if I see him again, he might not be so lucky. As he spoke, an almost imperceptible flicker of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. No one knew how long the expelled man would live, or when, and in what manner he would reappear before them. The footsteps of the exile faded completely into the depths of the alley, yet the deathly silence in the fortress hall did not dissipate. The air still held a lingering tension, a remnant of the recent shock pressing down so heavily that even breathing seemed to soften. The remaining 6 newcomers stood rigidly in place, their faces still pale. The tall, thin man who had been incited to provoke earlier hung his head low, his neck taut, not daring to make the slightest sound. The white-haired middle-aged man beside him quietly loosened his clenched fists. His gaze toward Lin Chen now held a newfound heartfelt reverence. He understood that although the other appeared ruthless, he had actually purged a hidden threat that could have ignited conflict at any moment, completely removing it from this last sanctuary. Zhang Lei stood at the front of the group. Her white lab coat was stained and unkempt, but her eyes had long shed their panic, regaining the steady calm unique to a physician. Her gaze fell on Xiao He's waist, covered by a jacket, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The most pressing matter now was Xiao He's abdominal penetrating wound, which could worsen at any moment, and the fortress rapidly depleting emergency medical supplies. Lin Chen's eyes swept calmly over the newcomers. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stairwell, his voice steady and forceful, cutting through the hall's silence. Old Zhou, come with me to the armory to inventory the ammunition. Xiao Yu, take care of Xiao He and Xiao Yu and distribute breakfast to everyone. Rations are to be given out equally, no more, no less. Okay. Xiao Ya's response was soft yet crisp. She quickly walked to Xiao He's bedside, gently touched his forehead with her fingertips to confirm his temperature hadn't risen abnormally, then reached out to pull Xiao Yu, who was nearby, to her side. Her movements were tender and meticulous. Old Zhou hoisted the fire axe that had been leaning against the corner wall and followed Lin Chen up the second-floor stairs. His steps were heavy yet as steady as a rock. The two entered the cramped weapons storage room. Lin Chen closed the wooden door behind him, completely sealing off the sounds from outside. Inside the storage room, only a dim emergency light hung, casting a warm, feeble glow over 2 sealed moisture-proof boxes in the corner. One neatly held firearms, the other ammunition and accessories. In this post-apocalyptic world, this was their most precious asset. Lin Chen crouched down, opened the rifle ammunition box, and poured all the bullets into his palm. He ran his fingertips over the cold casings, counting them one by one. QBZ-191 automatic rifle. Previously fired 1 round during the supermarket operation. Remaining ammunition, 29 rounds. Lin Chen's voice was low. He pressed the bullets steadily into the magazine one by one, chambered a round, inserted the magazine back into the rifle, and brushed his fingers over the gun body and the suppressor. Old Zhou took the rifle and secured it firmly on his shoulder. This primary weapon would be carried and used by him. Then he crouched down, opened the pistol ammunition box, and began counting the bullets for the 92G pistol. Following the standard capacity of 15 rounds, he pressed the loose bullets into the magazines one by one, his movements practiced and orderly. Total pistol ammunition, 70 rounds. 10 rounds will be kept in reserve at the fortress. We'll take 60 rounds, enough to fill 4 fully loaded 15-round magazines. No loose rounds remaining. Old Joe arranged the 4 full magazines neatly, setting 3 aside. These 3 magazines and the pistol are for Xiaoya to keep for self-defense. Do not fire unless the fortress is breached in a critical emergency. Lin Chen nodded slightly. His gaze fell on the single rifle magazine, and his tone was cautious. Rifle ammunition is scarce to begin with, and we only have 1 magazine. Every round must be used where it counts. On this trip, to find medicine, prioritize using cold weapons like the short spear and fire axe. If we can avoid firing, we absolutely will not fire. Understood. Old Joe set aside the magazines for Xiaoya, carefully sealed, and stored the remaining ammunition. We already scouted the route to the pharmacy yesterday. We have a general idea of the zombie distribution. We'll go quickly and return quickly, it won't take long. The two inspected all their weapons and equipment, confirmed everything was in order, and then returned to the first floor hall. The hall was now neatly organized by Xiaoya. The newcomers were quietly cleaning the floor. The fat man clutched a rag, meticulously wiping dust from the table edges. The tall, thin man silently straightened a toppled stool. Each was doing their assigned task with none of the earlier whispering or restlessness. Zhang Lei, Li Meng, and Wang Jia were gathered around Xiaoya's bed, gently changing the outer layer of bandages on his wound, their movements careful. Xiaoya distributed the compressed biscuits and purified water equally among the group, handing them to each person one by one. She spoke little, only completing the distribution fairly. When the newcomers received their supplies, they instinctively thanked her, their attitudes much more respectful. Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept across the entire scene, and his tense heart eased slightly. Having removed the hidden traitor, the remaining newcomers, though not entirely known, were at least obedient and knew their place. Dr. Zhang, Lin Chen called out, breaking the quiet. Zhang Lei immediately turned around, her eyes focused. Mr. Lin, Old Joe and I are going out to find medicine. We'll be back in at most 2 hours. Lin Chen's tone was solemn and serious, explaining every detail clearly. The fortress is in your hands along with Xiaoya. Keep a constant watch on Xiaoya's wound. If anything abnormal happens, contact us immediately with the walkie-talkie. Remember, no matter what noise you hear outside the door, absolutely do not open it. I understand. I will guard this place, will take care of the wounded, and wait for your return. Zhang Lei nodded firmly, her eyes filled with resolve. Old Joe walked over to Xiaoya. His rough hand gently rubbed the top of his daughter's head, his voice softening immensely. Dad is going out for a while. He'll be back soon. You stay with Sister Xiaoya, don't run around, and don't talk loudly, okay? Xiaoya looked up, nodding vigorously. His young face showed the maturity expected of a middle school student. Don't worry, Dad. He'll be good, and help Sister Xiaoya keep an eye on the door. A faint smile touched the corner of Old Joe's mouth. As he turned around, his demeanor instantly shifted back to that of a weathered and steady man, his eyes sharp as a blade. He secured the rifle firmly on his back, gripped the fire axe, and fixed the riot shield onto his back. His entire set of gear was properly worn, exuding steadiness and an imposing presence. Lin Chen also conducted a final check of his own equipment. The short spear was firmly in hand, his tactical vest was properly worn, a medical kit hung at his waist, and the high-intensity flashlight had a full charge. Everything was ready. The two walked to the inside of the heavy iron door. Old Joe slowly moved aside the solid steel pipe propped against it. The faint scraping of metal was unusually clear in the quiet hall. Lin Chen slowly pulled open a gap in the door, just wide enough for one person. He first stuck his head out to observe the situation outside. The morning mist had mostly cleared. On the empty street, only a few scattered zombies wandered slowly, their movements sluggish and stiff, posing no significant threat for now. He was the first to sidle out through the gap, followed closely by Old Joe. Their movements were swift and clean, without any hesitation. The iron door slowly closed behind them. The sound of the lock turning echoed, sealing the door shut completely, separating danger from safety. Two camouflage-clad figures moved swiftly through the shadows of the buildings, heading toward the Ekong pharmacy they had scouted. Their footsteps were so light, they almost merged with the wind. Their breathing was steady and long. Their eyes were constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Every step landed on the safest spot, cautious yet rapid. Inside the fortress, Xiaoya leaned against the cold iron door. Her right hand tightly gripped the 92G pistol, and 3 fully loaded pistol magazines lay beside her. Her eyes were fixed nervously on the direction of the door, not daring to relax for a moment. Xiaoya sat quietly on a stool beside her, holding a clean rag in his hand. He occasionally wiped the tabletop next to him, his young face full of worry. Zhang Lei stayed by Xiaoya's bedside, her gaze fixed on the wound, lost in thought. The other newcomers continued with their tasks. The hall was filled only with the soft sounds of movement, everything orderly. The iron door was shut tight. The warm light of the emergency lamp gently spread across the floor, creating a brief pocket of peace. Outside on the street, Lin Chen and Old Joe had already silently passed the first alley. They did not notice that behind the drawn curtains of a window in a nearby abandoned residential building, a pair of eyes, filled with venomous hatred, was fixed on their retreating figures. A sinister malice churned in those eyes, and a twisted smile slowly curled at the corner of the mouth. That exiled man had not gone far at all. Like a feral dog lurking in the shadows, he hid in an unnoticed corner, patiently waiting for the moment to strike back, ready to tear apart this hard-won tranquility. Lin Chen and Old Zhou pressed themselves against the shadows of the residential building, moving with the utmost stealth. Their footsteps were feather-light, their soles deliberately avoiding gravel and glass shards, and even their breaths were drawn shallow and slow. Their gazes swept in a fan-like pattern across the path ahead, and the alleys on both sides, not daring to overlook the slightest anomaly. The zombies on the street were still scattered, most shuffling slowly against the walls, their rotting faces stiff and vacant. Their vision had only slightly deteriorated, still able to capture large-scale movements. Their sense of smell was severely degraded, nearly incapable of locking onto a target by scent. Only their hearing, under the influence of the virus, had become sharper than that of ordinary humans. Any sudden abrupt sound could draw them over. Old Zhou held the fire axe in his hand, the rifle securely strapped to his back. Lin Chen wielded a short spear, its tip pointing downward, ready to strike swiftly in case of an unexpected encounter. The two men moved in silence, communicating only through glances and gestures. Following the route scouted the previous day, after traversing two narrow alleys, the gray sign of Ekong Pharmacy appeared 50 meters ahead. The pharmacy's glass door was shattered, its frame hanging crookedly on the wall. Inside it was dim and murky, with scattered medicine boxes and shelves faintly visible. A long-deceased zombie lay prone at the entrance, its body stiff and no longer a threat. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal a halt. He stepped forward slowly, peered into the pharmacy, and found it unchanged from the last time. The only difference was that after their group had scavenged it, others had apparently visited as well. Lin Chen turned back and gave Old Zhou an all-clear gesture. Old Zhou followed closely. One after the other, they entered the pharmacy, carefully surveying the interior. The pharmacy was filled with a mingled odor of disinfectant and mildew. Most of the shelves were toppled and medicines lay scattered on the floor. After Lin Chen and other survivors had scavenged it, only a few common drugs and expired medications remained. Zhang Lei had previously instructed them that anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic powder, gauze, and iodine for wound treatment were urgently needed. The two divided their tasks. Lin Chen inspected the inner shelves and counter, moving with care to avoid clattering the medicine boxes. Old Zhou stood guard at the entrance, his eyes fixed on the street outside, while also keeping watch on the flanks and rear, his ears attuned to any faint disturbance. Lin Chen crouched down, his fingertips gently sifting through the medicine boxes on the floor, searching for any overlooked anti-inflammatory and hemostatic supplies. He packed them one by one into his portable medical kit, working swiftly and methodically, making every effort to avoid creating any noise. He knew that every extra second spent outside increased the danger. Little he back at the stronghold was waiting for these medicines to save his life. There was no time to waste, but neither could he afford to attract a wandering horde through carelessness. Just as Lin Chen stuffed the last bottle of iodine into his bag and was about to signal Old Zhou for withdrawal, Old Zhou suddenly raised his hand, pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, his eyes fixed gravely on the direction of the alley mouth. Lin Chen immediately held his breath, crouching behind the shelf, and followed Old Zhou's gaze. He saw a furtive figure hugging the wall of the opposite residential building, creeping slowly toward the pharmacy. The man kept his head down, using a tattered coat to cover most of his face. But with that stooped frame and those clothes, Lin Chen recognized him at a glance. It was the man who had been expelled. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and his grip on his weapon tightened. After being cast out, the man had not gone far, hiding in an abandoned building near the car market. He knew that alone in this apocalypse, he wouldn't last long. But he refused to accept it. He refused to die like this. He wanted revenge against those who had saved him and then cast. He wanted to make them suffer. He wanted to watch them in agony, watch them die. Seeing the two men leave, he had followed them all the way here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. Lin Chen and Old Zhou exchanged a glance, both seeing the killing intent in each other's eyes. But firing a gun was out of the question. Not only would it waste their scarce ammunition, but the sudden sound, amplified by the zombies' keen hearing, would draw every wandering creature within 100 meters, trapping them in a complete encirclement. Old Zhou shook his head slightly, signaling not to act rashly. He then pointed to the small door at the back of the pharmacy, an emergency exit discovered yesterday that led to another alley, offering the best chance to avoid the man's line of sight. Lin Chen understood. He slung the medical kit over his shoulder, and the two of them, keeping low, tiptoed silently toward the back door. Their soles avoided the broken glass and empty bottles on the floor, making no sound at all. The expelled man was still lingering at the alley mouth, his eyes fixed on the pharmacy entrance, unaware that the two had already slipped away from the rear. As the back door swung open, a gust of cold wind rushed in. The alley was empty, silent, except for the mournful whistle of the wind through the pipes. They quickly exited the alley and circled back to the main street. Lin Chen gripped his weapon, wanting to kill the man. But Old Zhou whispered in his ear, his voice barely a breath, "Don't act rashly. Saving little, he is the priority now. Let's get the medicine back first, then we'll come back and finish him." Lin Chen turned to look at Old Zhou and nodded. The two deliberately lightened their steps, changing their return route to completely avoid the direction where the man was lurking. Their pace was quicker than before, yet they still maintained strict control over any noise. Behind them, the man at the pharmacy entrance, growing suspicious after the pair failed to emerge, gritted his teeth and charged. Seeing the empty shop and the open back door, he trembled with rage, venom almost spilling from his eyes. He then kicked a fallen shelf with savage force. The sharp clatter echoed through the empty street, instantly alerting two wandering zombies at the corner. They jerked their heads around and stiffly began shuffling toward the pharmacy drawn by the sound. The man's face turned pale. Forgetting his rage, he spun around and gave chase once more. Back at the stronghold, Xiaoya was still standing guard by the iron door. Her palms were slightly sweaty, but she kept a firm grip on her pistol, not daring to relax for a moment. She deliberately kept her breathing soft, careful not to let her body brush against the iron door and make a sound. Xiaoyu sat quietly beside her, occasionally looking up at Xiaoya, then at the tightly shut door, his maturity heartbreakingly poignant. Zhang Lei checked Xiao's wound at regular intervals, her fingertips gently lifting the edge of the gauze. She moved silently, observing for any signs of redness or swelling. Her brow perpetually furrowed, her heart hoping Lin Chen and old Zhou would return with the medicine soon. The newcomers stayed quietly in a corner, some resting with closed eyes, others wiping down their tools. The hall was silent, lit only by the steady glow of the emergency lamp illuminating this small haven of safety. Xiaohe lay on the bed, his face still somewhat pale. Sensing Xiaoya's worry, he slightly raised his eyes and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, gentle and reassuring, "Don't worry. They'll be back soon." Xiaoya lowered her head and gave him a slight nod, the determination in her eyes growing stronger. Out on the street, Lin Chen and old Zhou were almost at the base of the stronghold building. Instead of approaching the door directly, they first circled the building to inspect it. Maintaining complete silence, they confirmed that nothing was amiss. Only then did they creep up to the iron door and tap out a prearranged, extremely light rhythmic signal with their knuckles. Inside the stronghold, Xiaoya's taut nerves relaxed slightly the moment she heard the signal. She immediately got up, carefully moved the steel bar securing the door, and pulled it open a crack. Just as the two were about to slip inside, a furious, urgent shout suddenly erupted from the distant alley mouth, piercingly loud in the quiet street. Several zombies, acutely aware of the sound, instantly changed direction and shuffled rigidly toward the source. The expelled man had finally caught up, and in doing so he had personally drawn danger straight to the stronghold. The piercing screech, like a shard of ice, violently shattered the deathly stillness of the morning street, sending a mournful echo ricocheting through the mottled, dilapidated buildings. The sound was hoarse, venomous, carrying a madness of utter provocation. In an instant it pierced the fragile peace in the air, driving straight into every shadowed corner. Lin Chen and old Zhou's figures froze abruptly outside the iron gate. Almost simultaneously they turned their heads, their gazes sharp as hawks, locking onto the alleyway from which the sound originated. The expelled man stumbled out from the corner, his tattered coat covered in dust, his hair a tangled mess plastered across his ferocious face. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at the two by the gate, as if he wanted to devour them alive. Oblivious to the noise he was creating, he staggered forward with a savage determination, his mouth still spewing garbled curses and roars. In the shadows on both sides of the street, the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering slowly, as if a switch had been flipped. Their skin was a livid pale purple, with large patches of rotting flesh hanging from their bones, revealing blackened, yellowed skeletons beneath. Some had half their faces missing, with dark viscous mucus crawling from hollow eye sockets. Their lips were rotted and curled back, exposing jagged, yellowed, blackened teeth. Their necks were stiff and twisted, each turn producing a faint grinding creak of bone. Their arms hung limply at their sides, the nails on their fingertips already broken and blackened, yet in the instant they perceived the sound they shot up abruptly. Their vision was mildly degraded, reacting sluggishly to stationary objects, and their sense of smell was almost entirely defunct. But now their slightly enhanced hearing allowed them to pinpoint the source of the sound with deadly accuracy. Their originally slow pace suddenly quickened. Their stiff legs moved clumsily yet stubbornly forward, emitting low guttural whines from their throats. Strange noises squeezed from the depths of their chests. The sounds converged into a cacophony that made one's scalp tingle. The first to be attracted were the three zombies closest to the alley entrance. Their bodies twisted, rotting feet treading on rubble and broken glass, they charged recklessly towards the direction of the man's roar. Their rotting limbs swayed, emitting waves of nauseating stench. The foul odor of death and viral decay that could penetrate one's nostrils clearly even from a dozen meters away. Old Zhou, shut him up. Lin Chen hissed in a low, urgent voice, keeping his tone extremely quick and light to avoid creating any unnecessary noise. Old Zhou's face turned cold and stern. He swiftly brought the rifle from his back to his front, leveled the stock, and pointed the silenced barrel steadily at the target. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his body to let Lin Chen move towards the door while his finger calmly squeezed the trigger. The suppressor compressed the gunshot into a low, short pop, which even in the quiet morning carried a considerable distance. A splash of blood blossomed on the man's forehead. His roar was cut short, his body jerked once, and he fell straight backward, completely silent. Inside the iron gate, Xiaoya's face had already turned pale. She could clearly hear the roars outside, the guttural moans of the zombies, and the strange sounds of grinding bones. She gripped her pistol tightly, her knuckles white from the strain, her heart pounding violently in her chest. Xiaoyu flinched at the sudden noise, instinctively clutching Xiaoya's clothes. But he bit his lower lip hard, not making a single sound. Zhang Lei quickly covered Xiao's mouth, signaling him to stay quiet. Everyone held their breath. The hall was so silent that only the faint hum of the emergency light and the increasingly clear, shuffling footsteps of zombies outside could be heard. Lin Chen bent down and quickly slipped through the gap in the iron gate, followed closely by old Zhou. The moment they were inside, Xiaoyi, using all her strength, pulled the heavy iron door inward. The metal door scraped against the ground with a dull, soft thud. In this moment of extreme tension, every sound seemed amplified 100-fold. But it was already too late. The zombie horde, already stirred by the man's roar, was completely ignited by the suppressed gunshot, surging madly towards the iron gate. Even more deadly, 5 or 6 zombie dogs sprinted towards the sound. Their vision was severely degraded, but relying on their far superior hearing and faint residual scent tracking ability, they instantly locked onto the fortress location. The stench of rot and decay seeped through the cracks in the door, permeating the entrance of the fortress and churning the stuff. Old Zhou was quick. A second before the chaos reached the door, he slammed the iron gate shut. A dull clang echoed and the lock clicked into place, completely sealing off the madness and danger outside. The next second, the dull thuds of zombies hitting the iron door and the piercing screeches of zombie dogs clawing at the metal exploded together. Boom, boom, boom. Rotting hands and hard foreheads continuously slammed against the cold, heavy iron door, producing a dull, rhythmic thunder. The entire door trembled slightly. The whines, roars, scratches, and collisions outside melded into a single horrifying wall of noise, tightly enveloping this small fortress. Lin Chen leaned against the door, panting slightly, and quickly gestured for everyone to remain absolutely silent. Old Zhou pressed his back against the iron door, gripping a fire axe, his gaze sharp as a blade. He pressed his ear against the door panel, assessing the number and movements of the zombie horde and zombie dogs outside. The rifle was held steadily in his hand, but he had no intention of firing again. Xiaoyi held Xiaoyu tightly in her arms, her gun hand steady and firm, her breathing light but stable, without a trace of panic. Xiaoyi lay quietly under Zhang Lei's soothing touch. Even the pain of his wound seemed suppressed by the Several newcomers huddled in a corner of the hall, their faces pale, but they remembered the rules well, not daring to make a sound. They could only listen in terror to the chilling noises continuously coming from outside the door. Beyond the iron gate, the smell of blood and decay permeated the air, seeping through the cold cracks in the door, gradually infiltrating the fortress. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, listening to the increasingly dense commotion outside. His voice was low and calm. Don't make a sound. They have keen hearing. Once the noise dies down, they will leave on their own. Inside the fortress, silence reigned once more. Outside, the sounds of death continued to batter the last line of defense. But this silence did not last long. A low, urgent scratching sound suddenly came from under the door gap. Rough, hard claws scraped against the ground and the edge of the door, causing gravel to fall with a rustle. The zombie dogs had given up on simple clawing and began digging at the gravel slope beneath the iron door. The stones were being pulled out, continuously mixed with a lot of sand and mud. The zombie dogs tried to dig an opening to get inside, as their keen noses had already locked onto the scent of living humans through the door crack. The frantic digging grew faster and faster, the sound of flying soil gratingly loud in the silence. Old Zhou's expression changed drastically. The warehouse where the vehicles were stored had been paved with only sand and gravel to save costs during construction, a standard cost-cutting measure for a 4S shop garage. Now it had become their death warrant. If they delayed any longer, the gap at the bottom of the iron door would widen. Once the dogs broke through, the consequences would be unthinkable. He didn't hesitate. He slowly crouched down, aimed the silenced barrel at the most intense digging spot under the door gap, held his breath, and steadily squeezed the trigger. Muffled gunshots rang out in succession, each round hitting its mark precisely. The digging sounds and frantic growls outside abruptly subsided. Several zombie dogs that had rushed to the door fell to the ground, twitched for a moment, and then lay still. The remaining zombie dogs, agitated further by the gunfire, still retreated from the blind spot under the iron gate, due to their animal instinct to avoid danger, no longer recklessly digging. Old Zhou's ear pressed against the door panel twitched slightly. His expression grew even more somber. He had dealt with the immediate threat, killing the approaching hounds, but he had still failed to prevent the disaster from descending. The zombie dogs, with their extremely sensitive hearing, had already identified this fortress as their sole prey. Furthermore, the recent gunfire had once again triggered a riot among the zombies. As the perspective rose, one could see that the continuous shots had fully attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, which were now approaching step by step. The iron door trembled slightly under the continuous impacts, and the hinges let out faint creaks. This small fortress was now completely trapped in the heart of a desperate situation. After a brief silence, the zombie dogs, their brains completely eroded by the virus, advanced once more. The allure of fresh flesh made them forget yet again the innate danger perception that animals possess. The sound of scratching beneath the door gap resumed. Zombie dogs feel no pain of physical wounds, only make them. The dull thuds and scraping claws grew more intense until the first few dogs that lunged at the door stiffened and collapsed once more. Only then did the remaining few temporarily retreat again. Yet they still retained the canine habit of patrolling, circling, and sniffing at the periphery of the corpse horde. Old Zhou remained crouched, the silenced gun barrel still pressed against the door gap. His breathing was slow and steady. Only when the scratching outside temporarily subsided did he slowly withdraw the rifle to his side. Fine soil crumbs trickled down from the bottom of the iron door, forming a small pale yellow pile on the floor. Mixed with the stench of decay seeping in from outside, it was a stark sight in the silent hall. Lin Chen maintained his gesture for silence, his gaze heavy as he swept it across everyone in the room. Xiaoya held Xiaoyu tighter in the crook of her arm, gently soothing the child's back with her palm. The pistol in her other hand trembled as it pointed towards the door, her eyes filled with tension. Xiaoyu buried his face in Xiao Ya's side, his body trembling slightly. But he bit his lower lip hard, refusing to let out even a sob, clutching Xiao Ya's clothes tightly as he tried not to make a sound. Xiao He lay on the bed, the dull ache of his wound suppressed by the current tension. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Xiao Ya, filled with anxiety and helplessness. Zhang Lei stood by the bed, the hem of her white coat brushing the floor. She gently pressed Xiao He's shoulders, signaling him to stay still, while she herself watched the iron door warily through the window, her ears catching every subtle change outside. The few newcomers huddled in the corner of the hall, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. But they remembered Lin Chen's instructions while deliberately keeping their breath shallow, as if afraid that even a single extra breath would be detected by the zombie dog's keen sense of smell outside. The warm, dim light of the emergency lamp failed to dispel the gravity in everyone's eyes. Within the entire fortress, there was only the incessant pounding of the zombies outside, the muffled whimpers, and the occasional anxious howls of the zombie dogs. Old Zhou pressed his back against the cold iron door, his fingers still gripping the rifle, his ear pressed tightly against the metal panel as he discerned the movements outside. The felled zombie dog lay at the door. The remaining vicious dogs, following their canine instincts, continued to patrol and sniff around the periphery of the horde. Their vision was severely degraded, but with hearing and smell far more acute than ordinary zombies, they locked onto the scent of the living behind the iron door, refusing to retreat even half a step. The human zombies mechanically pounded against the door. Their rotting blue-gray bodies were piled layer upon layer in front of it, their decayed hands slapping and scratching the metal surface, producing a dull, continuous sound. Time ticked by, each second feeling as long as a century. The pounding outside did not diminish. The stench of decay grew thicker, and a faint smell of blood could be discerned. The scent left by the man and the zombie dogs killed earlier, which only agitated the wandering zombies further. Suddenly, a regular scraping sound came from beneath the door gap again. The remaining zombie dogs, following their primal canine instinct to dig, lowered their heads to probe once more. They paced back and forth in front of the iron door, occasionally scraping at the dirt at its base with their claws, trying to reopen the gap and get inside. No pain, no fear, only the instinctual obsession of locking onto prey. Old Zhou's eyes sharpened. His fingers gently rested on the rifle's trigger again, the silenced barrel slowly lowering. If the vicious dogs continued to approach and dig, he would fire without hesitation. But this time the remaining zombie dogs seemed to have grown smarter. They appeared to have retained more of their pre-death vigilance, no longer recklessly lunging at the door. Instead, they circled anxiously on the periphery, howling lowly, coordinating with sound and scent to maintain the pressure. Cunning zombie dogs had learned to probe repeatedly, or perhaps this was simply an expression of their survival instinct. Lin Chen found this immensely troubling. He even pessimistically thought that if zombies had become this intelligent, the human race had no chance of survival. He slowly crouched down, bringing his line of sight level with the door gap, his brow slightly furrowed. The number of zombies outside had not decreased, on the contrary, it seemed to have increased. The hinges of the iron door had begun to emit faint creaks under the continuous impact. Though sturdy, it could not withstand the prolonged assault of the zombie horde. Not to mention the few more intelligent zombie dogs cunningly lurking on the periphery with hostile intent. He gently raised his hand and made a gesture to old Zhou, signaling him to remain on alert. He then slowly, silently moved to the stairway, his gaze sweeping over the supplies and layout within the fortress. The hall was not large. The iron door was the only entrance and exit. Once breached, no one would have an escape route. Most of the newcomers lacked combat ability. Xiao He was wounded. Xiao Yu was a child. The only ones capable of fighting were himself, old Zhou, and Xiaoya. Zhang Lei seemed to sense Lin Chen's concern. She slowly raised her head, met his gaze, and gave a slight shake of her head, indicating that Xiao He's wound was stable for now, and signaling him to focus on the defense. Xiaoya felt Xiao Ye's body gradually calm down in her arms. She looked down at the well-behaved child, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes, which then returned to firm resolve. She gripped her pistol tightly, her gaze never leaving the iron door, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The commotion outside continued unabated. The pounding of zombies, the low howls of the vicious dogs, the scraping of rotting bodies, all intertwined into a suffocating web of death, tightly enveloping this small fortress. No one spoke, no one moved, no one even dared to breathe deeply. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the zombie horde to lose interest, waiting for the vicious dogs to leave, waiting for the clamor of death outside to gradually subside into silence. Or perhaps waiting for the moment the zombie horde broke in, waiting for the instant they were devoured, facing the death that had within the dead fortress. Time stretched unbearably slow, pulled taut by the relentless pounding and guttural howling beyond the door. Each tremor of the wooden panel struck like a hammer against the hearts of all present. Lin Chen pressed his body against the icy wall, inching forward with barely a whisper of friction between his soles and the concrete floor. The dim emergency light cast shifting shadows across his face, and his gaze sharp as a hawk's swept repeatedly across the cramped space. The iron door was already tightly sealed by the horde of zombies and zombie dogs. The hinges groaned under the relentless assault, the brittle sound of metal fatigue growing ever more distinct. To hold their ground any longer was merely to count down the minutes until the defense was shattered. He looked up to the second floor. There were only enclosed storage compartments and a rest area with a single narrow ventilation window, far too small for an adult to squeeze through, let alone evacuate the injured and children together. The only hope now was not to break through walls or windows, but the two modified and reinforced Tuareg vehicles they had prepared earlier. Their bodies were welded with thickened steel plates, windows reinforced with high-density protective mesh, and engines and tires fully upgraded enough to ram through the horde and crush obstacles. The hidden trump card in this desperate situation. Lin Chen gave Old Zhou a slight tilt of his chin, his fingertip pointing steadily toward the inside of the door, then clenched his fist and swept it outward. The silent gesture was crisp and decisive, instantly conveying the resolve to break out. Old Zhou gave an almost imperceptible nod, his back still pressed firmly against the shuddering iron door. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the fire axe, a rifle slung across his arm, its silencer-equipped muzzle aimed at the gap beneath the door. Should the zombie dogs start digging again, cold bullets would pierce through the panel without hesitation. Xiaoyan noticed Lin Chen's movements, her heart tightening slightly. She immediately shielded Xiaoyu more closely, her gun hand steady as a rock, her gaze locked on the door crack, covering all blind spots in front of him. She dared not relax for a moment. Behind her was Old Zhou's daughter, beside her wounded lover. One mistake would lead to unimaginable consequences. Xiaohe lay on the bed, the dull pain from his wound suppressed by extreme tension. He clenched his fists, slightly forcing his muscles to remain still, afraid that any sound would summon death from beyond the door. Zhang Lei stood guard in front of the trembling newcomers, her gaze calm and resolute, using silent pressure to steady the panic surging in their eyes, maintaining the deathly silence of the hall. Lin Chen crouched low, moving soundlessly to the observation window boarded up with thick planks on the back wall. He lifted a sliver of the board with the tip of his finger and peered outside. The scene beyond the courtyard gate was enough to chill the heart. A dense mass of zombies pressed together like a putrid tide, their grayish ulcerated skin hanging loose over bones. Some had eyeballs dangling, others had perforated cheeks. Thick saliva and blackened blood dripped from decaying mouths, pooling into sticky puddles on the ground. They mechanically slammed against the iron door, hollow eye sockets fixed on the interior, low murky moans rumbling from their throats. The stench of decay was sharp and potent, even through the courtyard wall. 5 or 6 zombie dogs paced back and forth on the periphery of the horde, following their canine patrol instincts. Fearless and painless, relying only on their superior hearing, they were pinned to the front of the door, occasionally lowering their heads to dig at the dirt beneath the gap, their persistence unnerving. Lin Chen slowly lowered the board. His heart beat steadily in his chest without a trace of panic. This was not a gamble, but a long-prepared counterattack from the brink of despair. As long as everyone boarded the vehicles smoothly, the roar of the engines would allow the two cars to support each other, directly smashing through the surrounding horde and racing toward the pre-marked safe point in the outskirts. The sole test was the few meters from the door to the vehicles. He turned his gaze sweeping over Old Zhou, Xiaoya, Xiaohe, Zhang Lei, and the newcomers. Then he raised 2 fingers and made a boarding gesture. Everyone understood instantly. Prepare to break out, target the vehicles. Lin Chen lowered his voice to a near whisper, his words short and commands clear. Xiaoya immediately helped Xiao. He take Xiao, you get on the vehicle, first lock the doors, and don't stop. Old Zhou and I will hold the door, suppress the zombie dogs, and cover your boarding. Zhang Lei immediately gathered the core supplies with the newcomers, move them in batches lightly and quietly directly to the vehicles. Total silence. The moment the orders were given, everyone acted without a second's hesitation. Zhang Lei immediately gestured for the newcomers to gather the supplies. She swiftly collected the first aid kits, drinking water and compressed rations, not wasting a second, and directly transported them in batches to the vehicles parked in the courtyard via the shortest route, moving back and forth silently, the rhythm tense. Old Zhou took a deep breath, slowly adjusting his stance. His back pressed firmly against the shuddering iron door, his rifle raised steadily to his shoulder, his concentration fully focused on sealing the door crack and blind spots. He knew well that he and Lin Chen must hold their ground at the door, using firepower and their bodies to create a barrier, buying every second for the evacuation and transport behind them. Xiaoya immediately bent down, carefully supporting Xiao He, who was wounded in the abdomen, while signaling Xiao Yu to stay close. Her steps were light and steady but swift, moving quickly toward the vehicles, her eyes filled only with determination. She had to get the 2 most vulnerable people into the safety of the vehicle first. This was her responsibility, her bottom. Xiao He gritted his teeth and forced himself up, suppressing any groans of pain, moving quickly in sync with Xiaoya, his eyes always alert to the surroundings. The newcomers' faces were pale, but they dared not hesitate. They followed Zhang Lei's commands, their hands moving swiftly to move the supplies, even their breathing kept to a minimum. Lin Chen pressed back against the door, standing back-to-back with Old Zhou. His ear was pressed against the trembling iron door, concentrating on the rhythm of the horde outside and the positions of the zombie dogs. Every sound sketched the contours of death in his mind. The dull thuds of the zombies, the restless growls of the dogs, the howl of the cold wind sweeping through the ruined building. All sounds intertwined, brewing the final storm for this desperate breakout. The path to survival was within reach. As long as everyone boarded and the engines roared, they could break through this dead, silent realm. But the moment the iron door swung open remained the sharpest line between life and death. Xiaoyu had just been helped into the back seat by Xiaoya. His small frame immediately straightened, and he extended two icy but forceful little hands gripping Xiao's injured arm, tightly assisting Xiaoya and steadily settling him into the center of the seat. She dared not make a sound. Her round eyes were brimming with terror, yet she still bit her lower lip, exerting every ounce of strength to coordinate her movements. Childish, yet carrying a composure beyond her years. Xiaoya settled Xiao, he properly, her fingertips swiftly brushing over the child's head in a fleeting moment of comfort. Then she abruptly turned, strode back to the trunk, bent down to lift the stacked supply bags, and delivered them into the vehicle with agile, precise movements. Her arms were taut, each lift steady and swift, her breath kept shallow throughout, afraid that even the slightest sound might summon deadly danger. The next second, a piercing, teeth-grinding screech of metal splitting erupted abruptly. The rolling door connecting the exhibition hall to the after-sales workshop, crushed by the layer upon layer of the pressing horde from the hall side, twisted and deformed. The iron edges let out a grating metallic wail, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. The desks and iron cabinets previously used to block the doorway were sent flying in all directions by the collision. Swaths of zombies with cyan-gray skin and putrid stench surged through the collapsed doorway like a tidal wave into the courtyard. Their hollow eye sockets locked onto the scent of the living, their stiff limbs clumsily yet madly charging forward. A dense, nauseating stench of decay instantly swept through the entire yard, invading every nostril. A tall, thin man who was bending over to carry a case of water had his back completely exposed and defenseless. The first zombie to rush forward pounced onto his back. Its rotting hands clamped onto his shoulders, and its fangs dripping with foul, sticky saliva sank viciously into his neck. The man's body went rigid. A scream of utmost terror was cut short halfway out of his throat, swallowed entirely by the muffled sounds of the zombies gnawing. His body crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a couple of times, then lay still. Only the murky noise of the zombie tearing at flesh remained. A fat man nearby witnessed this scene. His pupils contracted sharply, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, then scrambled frantically toward the stairwell. Petrified, he scurried back into the dark corner of the second floor, clamping his mouth shut with his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to take a single deep breath. Back to the car. Abandon the supplies. Zhang Lei's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt as if it might shatter her ribs. She lowered her voice to a sharp, urgent shout, her tone trembling from extreme tension. Waving her hand while quickly stepping backward, her gaze locked onto Li Meng Wangjia and the white-haired middle-aged man, urging the three to sprint toward the vehicle. Each step was hurried, yet steady, her mind racing, focused solely on bringing those around her safely out of this deadly ground. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Lao Zhou. A flicker of resolve passed through both their eyes. The courtyard had already been breached by the horde. Holding the outer iron gate would only trap them in a pincer attack, leaving them stranded to die within the yard. Simultaneously, both men sank their weight and exerted force, their arm muscles bulging as they swiftly shifted the heavy obstacles blocking the inner side of the outer iron gate. Lin Chen reached up and twisted the lock open. They turned almost in unison, breaking into long strides as they sprinted toward the vehicles parked in the yard. Their footsteps landed firmly and powerfully, their gaze fixed ahead, while their peripheral vision remained constantly alert to the approaching zombies. In the chaos, Wang Jia's foot caught on a scattered supply box. Her ankle twisted, her body lost balance, and she fell heavily onto the cold concrete ground, a burning pain scraping her palms and knees. She struggled to get up, but the car door was only 3 steps away. That short distance now seemed like an insurmountable. Behind her, Li Meng's heart tightened sharply. Fear and pity seized her heart in an instant. Her steps instinctively halted, her body reacting before her mind, as if to turn back and extend a hand to pull Wang Jiao up. But in that critical, fleeting moment, bang! A deafening crash. The sturdy outer iron gate was finally forced open by the combined assault of the zombie horde and zombie dogs. The door panel shuddered violently and tilted to one side. 5 or 6 zombie dogs, like black lightning, charged madly into the yard. They retained the hunting instincts of their former canine lives, feeling no pain, no fear, no sorrow. Their keen hearing instantly locked onto the scent of the living. Paws pushing off the ground, they leaped toward the group. A large zombie dog with most of its fur fallen off was the first to reach Wang Jia. Its sharp, blackened fangs sank viciously into her calf. Excruciating pain shot through her entire body. Wang Jia convulsed in agony. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She stretched out her hand, desperately reaching toward the car door. Her fingertips almost touched the cold door handle. So close, yet she could no longer move forward an inch. The shadow of death enveloped her completely. Those 3 short steps had become an eternal uncrossable gulf between life and death. Lin Chen's gaze turned as cold and sharp as ice. A flicker of ruthless resignation passed through his heart, but there was no hesitation. He leaped into the driver's seat of the lead car, slammed the door shut behind him, and locked it with a click. Xiaoya had already shielded Xiaoyu in her arms, pressing Xiao He against the backrest. She quickly locked all doors and windows, pulling the children's faces into her shoulder to shield them from the horrific scene outside. Her heart clenched, but she could only steady her nerves with all her might. Zhang Lei, with a swift eye and quick hand, grabbed the frozen, tear-streaked Li Meng with all her strength, dragging her toward the second car. At the same time, she pulled the white-haired middle-aged man beside her. The 3 of them swiftly dove into the vehicle, closing the door and locking it in one fluid motion. Lao Zhou followed, closely jumping into the driver's seat of the second car. His fingers had just touched the key when the zombie dog that had pounced to the window raised its claws, frantically scratching at the protective mesh outside the glass, producing a piercing, grating sound. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Only resolve remained in his eyes. His right hand twisted the key to ignite the engine, which instantly roared to life with a fierce growl. He floored the accelerator. The modified Terramont unleashed its powerful momentum. The front of the car smashed into the zombie dog, blocking its path, sending it flying. The vehicle, with a screech of tires, broke through the courtyard gate and charged straight into the dense crowd of zombies on the street. The reinforced steel body of the car rolled over the decaying corpses, ramming through the obstructing zombies. Amidst the murky howls, the shrill barking of dogs, and the thick stench of decay, it forcibly tore open a bloody path to survival, racing toward the unknown distance beyond the city. The modified Tuareg's reinforced steel front crashed violently into the first row of zombies, their decayed bodies soaring into the air under the immense force before crashing heavily to the ground, ruthlessly crushed by the rear wheels. The sound of shattering bones mixed with the tearing of rotten flesh, amplifying the harshness against the roar of the engine as grayish blood and murky bodily fluids splattered across the reinforced protective net, instantly blurring the view through the windshield. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his gaze piercing through the bloodstains like a hawk locking onto the street ahead, which was partially blocked by a horde of corpses. He did not ease off the gas pedal, making precise adjustments to the steering wheel to avoid overturned wrecks and scattered bodies. Each turn and collision was executed with precision and ruthlessness, without a hint of wasted motion. His heart raced wildly in his chest. The image of Wang Jia's desperate, trembling hand reaching for the car door lingered in his mind. But there was no room for mercy in the apocalyptic choices. Once he stopped, everyone would become fodder for the zombie horde. In the back seat, Xiaoyu gently pulled Xiaoyu closer to her side. Xiaoyu quietly leaned against the seat, his back straight, hands lightly gripping his knees, trying to steady his breathing, displaying an astonishing calmness for his age amidst the bloody turmoil outside. Her expression was composed, devoid of unnecessary panic. She simply leaned quietly, her gaze restrained, accepting this protection with calm. Xiaoyu leaned against the car window, a penetrating pain shooting through his abdomen from the penetrating wound as the vehicle jolted violently. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing any sound of pain, turning his head slightly to throw a reassuring glance at Xiaoyu. The girl nodded slightly, her eyes calm and resilient, silently reaching a tacit understanding between them. In the second vehicle behind, the atmosphere was equally tense to the breaking point. Old Joe drove closely behind the lead vehicle, maintaining a gap of less than half a meter, skillfully pushing through the opening Lin Chen had created, avoiding being surrounded by the zombies closing in from both sides. His gaze was steady, scanning the surroundings through the blood-smeared protective net, his right hand firmly controlling the steering wheel, while his left hand rested on the handbrake, ready to respond to any sudden zombie ambush. Deep in his heart, he was concerned for his companions in the vehicle. He knew better than anyone that the only way to preserve everyone's lives at this moment was to break through at full speed. The previous scene in the courtyard was still etched in his mind, but he had to suppress all emotions and focus on keeping the people behind him alive. Zhang Lei sat in the passenger seat, her back pressed firmly against the seat, gripping the handrail in front of her tightly, her knuckles turning white. She turned to look at the back seat, where Li Meng was curled up in the corner, hands covering her face, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The muffled sounds of her suppressed cries slipped through her fingers, but she dared not sob aloud. She could never forget Wang Jia's expression when she fell to the ground bitten by the zombie dog, nor could she forget the despair of being forcibly dragged away by Zhang Lei, so close yet forever out of reach. A middle-aged man with white hair sat beside Li Meng, his face pale, lips trembling as he repeatedly whispered to himself, his eyes vacant, clearly still lost in the shock of consecutive deaths. "Don't look back, keep your eyes on the sides." Old Joe's deep voice broke the silence in the car, his tone calm to the point of being cold. "Stopping means death. If you want to live, swallow your tears." Li Meng trembled violently, biting her lower lip until she tasted blood before slowly lowering her hands, her red eyes filled with fear and pain, yet obediently lifting her head to look at the zombies continuously lunging at the car from both sides. The frantic barking of zombie dogs still pursued closely behind. Several zombie dogs retained their hunting instincts from their living days, sprinting madly in response to the roar of the engine and the sound of tires screeching. They felt no pain or fatigue, their limbs propelling them forward rapidly, hollow eye sockets fixated on the speeding Tuaregs, constantly lunging and biting at the rear of the vehicles, their sharp claws screeching against the steel. One particularly large zombie dog suddenly leaped up, its front paws clinging to the rear bumper, its fangs gnawing fiercely at the metal, producing a screeching sound. Lin Chen caught sight of this scene in the rearview mirror, his gaze sharpening as he abruptly swerved the steering wheel to the right and then sharply corrected to the left. The vehicle swerved violently, and the powerful centrifugal force immediately flung the zombie dog off the back, crashing heavily against the crumbling wall at the side of the street. Its head instantly deformed, and it collapsed to the ground motionless. The remaining zombie dogs were still unwilling to give up, relentlessly pursuing the roar of the engine, forming a line of deadly hunters. "Hold on tight," Lin Chen shouted with urgency. The street ahead was completely blocked by a mass of zombies, their layers of grayish bodies nearly forming a wall. Their hollow eye sockets all turned towards the speeding vehicle, a chorus of guttural wails filling the air, sending chills down the spine. Lin Chen showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor again. The modified Tuareg unleashed its final burst of furious power like a steel beast charging straight towards the wall of corpses. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, rotting flesh splattered and bones shattered. The steel body forcefully pierced through the horde of zombies, carving a bloody path to survival amidst a storm of blood and gore. The two modified Tuaregs, one in front and one behind, broke through the zombie blockade, racing towards the open wilderness outside the city. Behind them, the fallen Jiangcheng city was completely shrouded in death, the roars, barks, and desperate cries gradually fading away. The speed of the vehicle showed no signs of decreasing. No one knew how far the zombie dogs would pursue. Everyone could only drive forward. The tires rolled over the bumpy dirt road on the outskirts of the city, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. The two modified Tuaregs raced like wounded steel beasts across the endless barren land. The sounds of roars and barking from the city behind had already faded far behind, yet the roar of the engine still carried the inescapable shadow of death. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning pale from sustained pressure. He glanced at the rearview mirror, confirming that the black figures pursuing them were no longer visible, before gradually easing off the gas pedal, slowing from a frantic speed to 60 miles per hour, the vehicle's violent jolting easing slightly. "Lin, good, there's nothing behind us." Xiao Ya's voice came from the back seat, carrying a slight tremor of relief. She had been leaning against the rear window, staring intently at the road behind, until she confirmed that only 2 tire tracks remained on the desolate road before she dared to relax a little. Xiao Yu quietly leaned against her side, his round eyes fixed on the swiftly receding wild grass outside, his small hand gently gripping Xiao He's uninjured hand, offering this wounded brother a bit of support in the clumsy way only a child could. Xiao He's complexion had turned even paler than during their escape, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his lips devoid. The stitched wound on his abdomen had opened slightly from the continuous jolting, and the blood seeping out had already stained the outer gauze red. He bit his teeth tightly, unwilling to let out even a sound of pain, only gently exhaling during the intervals of the vehicle's stability, forcing a painfully strained smile at Xiao Yu. Lin Chen caught this scene in the inner rearview mirror, furrowing his brows tightly, lightly tapping the steering wheel. He then picked up the car's intercom and pressed the talk button, his voice steady, without a hint of wavering. "Old Zhou, find a discreet temporary stronghold. Xiao He's wound can't endure any more jolting, it must be treated immediately." Old Zhou's response came immediately from the intercom, his voice, slightly hoarse, yet still steady, received. "There's an abandoned forest station about 3 kilometers ahead. I passed by it once on a long haul. It's a single-story brick house with a small yard. The surrounding wall can shield visibility, it's far from the main road, and the zombie density is low. Let's go there," Lin Chen decided without a moment's hesitation. He knew better than anyone that they could not blindly push forward any longer. Xiao He's wound was the most urgent matter. If it continued to jolt, the wound might burst open completely, leading to an abdominal infection. Even with Zhang Lei the surgeon present, it would be too late. Moreover, after continuous breakouts and high-speed escapes, everyone's nerves were already stretched to their limits. Even he himself felt a dull pain in his old arm injury. They had to find a safe place to rest, assess the remaining supplies, and replan their route. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need the zombies to catch up, they would collapse on their own. The vehicle continued forward for less than 3 minutes when Old Zhou's car first turned on the right, turned signal, veering onto a dirt road, half hidden by wild grass. Lin Chen immediately adjusted the steering wheel to follow. The dirt road was narrow, the wild grass on both sides grew taller than the front of the vehicle, almost completely obscuring the car's body, perfectly avoiding the visibility of the main road. After driving 500 meters, a solitary brick-walled courtyard appeared before them. In the desolate wilderness, the solitary brick-walled courtyard housed a dilapidated and aged house. It resembled a haunted house from ghost stories, yet to everyone it was a necessary destination. Exactly as Old Zhou had described, the abandoned ranger station was enclosed by a low wall of red bricks, its gate a pair of rusted iron sheets tightly shut. The yard was overgrown with weeds as tall as a man, the main building a 3-room, single-story brick house, with most of its window panes shattered, a few broken wooden boards nailed over the frames. It had been abandoned for a long time, yet it perfectly met their need for concealment and rest. Old Joe parked first. As he pushed open the car door, his rifle was already firmly in hand, the silencer properly attached. His gaze swept vigilantly across the entire yard and the brick house, and only after confirming no unusual movement did he signal Lin Chen that it was safe. Lin Chen immediately killed the engine and parked, unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to the back seat, and instructed Xiaoya in a low voice, "You and Xiaoyu stay in the car. Lock the doors and windows. Don't come out. I'll call you once Old Joe and I have cleared the place." "Okay, be careful." Xiaoya nodded, immediately reached out to lock the car door, and had her pistol in hand, her gaze fixed intently on the movements outside the vehicle. Lin Chen pushed open his car door, gripping the alloy short spear in his palm, and formed a triangular formation with Old Joe as they approached the gate step by step. Old Joe reached out and pushed the iron gate. It was fastened from the inside with rusty wire. He gave it a slight forceful tug. The wire snapped with a sharp creak from the iron gate, a piercing sound that was especially clear in the silent wilderness. The two immediately held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, staring intently at the movements in the yard. There was no unusual movement in the weeds, only the rustling of wind through the grass. The doors and windows of the brick house were tightly shut. No growls, no scratching sounds, not even a trace of any living creature. "I'll take the left, you take the right. Clear the rooms," Old Joe whispered in a breathy voice. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and the two separated, hugging the base of the wall as they moved step by step toward the main building. Lin Chen first circled to the side window, peering through the gaps in the wooden boards. The room was small. Only a worn-out wooden bed, a paint-chipped table, and the floor covered in dust and dead leaves. No zombies, no signs of any living person having been there. Old Joe soon signaled safety from his side. All three rooms were cleared. In the entire ranger station aside from themselves, there was no living creature. "It's safe. Call them down." Old Joe lowered his rifle and let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders finally easing slightly after the entire journey. Lin Chen walked to the car and tapped on the window. Xiaoya immediately unlocked and opened the door. He carefully helped Xiaohe out of the car, moving with extreme gentleness, afraid of aggravating his wound. Xiaohe's forehead was beaded with veins from the pain, but he gritted his teeth, supporting himself with his uninjured arm, and slowly shuffled out. Zhang Lei also got out of the second car, carrying a first aid kit. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she quickly walked over to Xiao. He lifted his clothes to examine the wound, and her face immediately darkened. "The wound has split open. It needs to be debrided and sutured again immediately. Any later, and it will become infected. Li Ming, come inside with me to prepare the things." "Okay." Li Ming nodded, hurriedly picked up the remaining medical supplies, and followed Zhang Lei into the largest room in the middle. Old Joe, along with the middle-aged white-haired man, unloaded all the supplies from the vehicles. First, they propped the two iron gates shut from the inside with a steel pipe, then found some heavy stones to block behind the doors, setting up the basic defenses for the yard. Lin Chen, meanwhile, walked a full circle along the perimeter wall, confirming there were no gaps. The barbed wire on top of the wall was rusty, but still capable of serving as an obstacle. He then used his short spear to cut down all the weeds close to the building, clearing a wide field of view to prevent any zombies or other things from sneaking up unnoticed. By the time he finished all this and returned to the house, Zhang Lei and Li Ming had already tidied up the room. They had spread a clean tarpaulin they brought over the table as a temporary operating table, placed an emergency lamp nearby, its warm yellow light illuminating the entire room, and neatly arranged iodine gauze, suturing needles, and anesthetic. "Lin Chen, the room is clean. I'm going to suture Xiaohe's wound. You all guard outside and don't let anyone in to disturb." Zhang Lei's tone was stern, carrying the doctor's characteristic air of authority. "We don't have much anesthetic left, so I can only use the minimum dose. He might be in pain. Be prepared." "No problem. We'll handle things outside." Lin Chen nodded, turned, and walked out of the room, gently closing the door. In the yard, Old Joe had already finished inventorying all the supplies. Seeing Lin Chen come out, he handed him a bottle of water, his expression grim. "The supply situation isn't good. We broke out in too much of a hurry, and most of it was left behind in the store. With what's left of the compressed biscuits and water, if we ration carefully, it's only enough for the 8 of us to last 3 days. The only medicine we have is what Zhang Lei had on her. For the rifle, we used 1 round to kill that troublemaker earlier, and 7 rounds to shoot the zombie dogs blocking the gate. Originally 29 rounds, now 21 remain. The pistol ammo hasn't been touched at all. Oh, we left 10 rounds at the fortress before, and brought out 60. All of it is still here, but there's not much to spare." Lin Chen unscrewed the bottle and took a sip of water. The cool liquid slid down his dry throat, but it couldn't suppress the heaviness in his heart. 3 days. They only had 3 days' worth of supplies, along with 1 severely wounded person, a child, 2 unstable survivors, scarce ammunition, and an unknown road ahead. The fortress at the 4S shop was gone. They had lost their only safe haven. This ranger station was just a temporary stop, unable to hold out for long. "I understand." Lin Chen tightened the bottle cap, his voice still steady. "Once Xiaohe's wound is taken care of, we'll rest for the night. We'll set out at dawn tomorrow and head north toward the mountainous area. We can't go back to the city. The farther north we go, the closer we get to the central southern Shandong Mountains. Sparser population, fewer zombies, safer. Along the way we'll look for supplies and medicine in township supermarkets or clinics. Old Joe nodded. He too understood that the only path to survival now was to stay away from densely populated urban areas and head into the sparsely populated mountains. Just then a muffled groan of pain suppressed to the extreme came from inside the house. It was Xiaohe's voice. The anesthetic dose was insufficient, the excruciating pain of the suturing still pierced through the drug's effect. He was biting down hard on a towel, refusing to cry out, but his uncontrollable trembling transmitted through the thin door panel. Xiaoya stood by the door, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, tears welling in her eyes, but she held them back stubbornly, afraid her sobs would disturb what was happening inside. Xiaoyu stood beside her, his small hand gently tugging at her clothes, quietly keeping her company like a little adult. Lin Chen watched this scene, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart, but said nothing. This was the apocalypse. One moment you could be in a safe stronghold eating a hot meal, and the next your home could be destroyed, and you'd be fleeing for your life. There was no time for grief, no time for hesitation. They could only grit their teeth and move forward, unable to stop for even a single step. Half an hour later the door was finally pushed open. Zhang Lei pulled off her blood-stained gloves, a hint of fatigue on her face, but she let out a sigh of relief. The suturing is done. The wound was cleaned thoroughly. As long as there's no severe jostling, no contact with water, and the dressing is changed on time, it shouldn't become infected. But he must stay in absolute bed rest, at least a week, without getting out of bed, sitting up, or using his abdominal muscles. If the wound splits open again, it will be truly dangerous. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohe was carefully carried to the bed in the inner room. His face was still pale, the anesthetic hadn't fully worn off, and he drifted into a drowsy sleep. Xiaoya sat by the bedside, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, with a tender motion staying by his side, without leaving, not even stepping out the door again. The setting sun gradually descended, painting the wilderness in a warm red hue. Old Joe built a small fire in the yard using a portable gas stove to boil water, soaking 8 bowls of compressed biscuits. He first served 2 bowls to Xiaoya and Xiaohe in the inner room, then distributed the remaining 6 bowls to the people outside. Although the portions were small, they were enough to fill their stomachs. 7 people sat around the fire. Initially no one spoke. The only sounds were the crackling of the burning firewood and the distant muffled groans of zombies. The cold wind swept across the barren land, but was blocked by the warmth of the fire, failing to disperse the heaviness and confusion in everyone's eyes. The first to break the silence was Li Ming. She lowered her head, clutching a half-soaked biscuit in her hand, tears dripping onto the ground, creating small wet marks in the dust. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. If only I had been a bit faster, pulled Wang Jia back, would she still be alive? This sentence pierced the hearts of everyone, bursting the sadness they had deliberately buried deep inside. Zhang Lei turned her head upon hearing this, gently patting Li Ming's back, her own eyes reddening. She gazed at the flickering flames, her voice hoarse. It's not just Wang Jia. There's also Xiao Gao and Old Qian. After we were rescued from the supermarket, I thought we could survive together, but just one day later, only the 3 of us are left. Xiao Gao, whom I mentioned, was the tall man who was toppled by the zombies during the escape. Old Qian was the fat man who shrank away on the 2nd floor and couldn't escape. In just a few short hours, 2 lives had vanished, becoming a thorn that could not be removed from everyone's hearts. Old Joe added a dry branch to the fire. Sparks flew up with the wind, but quickly extinguished. He sighed, saying, "This is how the apocalypse is. A life and death often hang by a thread. What we can do is not get trapped in guilt, but carry on the unfinished paths of those who have left us and live well. Otherwise their deaths would have been in vain." Brother Zhou is right, Lin Chen spoke up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice steady. "Having survived the escape from Jiangcheng City and standing here is already a stroke of luck. We remember those who have died, but for those of us who are alive, we cannot remain engulfed in sorrow. We still have over 600 kilometers to go. Only by sticking together can we survive. Let's take advantage of everyone being here today to properly introduce ourselves. My name is Lin Chen. I used to be a salesman at a 4S dealership in Jiangcheng City, and I'm the one who led everyone to break. I'm Zhou Jianbin. I used to serve in a special forces unit. After retiring, I worked in after-sales maintenance at a 4S dealership. You can call me Old Zhou." Old Zhou grinned, reaching up to ruffle his daughter's hair. "This is my daughter Zhou Ninyu, nicknamed Xiaoyu, who is in the 2nd year of junior high this year." Xiaoyu looked up shyly, smiling at everyone softly, saying, "Hello, brothers and sisters," and then obediently snuggled back next to her father. "My name is Suya. You can call me Xiaoya. I was previously in an administrative position." The curtain of the inner room was gently lifted as Xiaoya stepped out, speaking softly to avoid waking Xiaohe. Inside. "Is he you? We all call him Xiaohe. He was the car wash attendant at the shop and is my boyfriend. He's sleeping now. I'll talk to him once he wakes up." After saying this, she quickly walked to Li Ming's side, smiling as she handed her a tissue, softly comforting her. "Don't think about Wang Jia anymore. It's not your fault. From now on, we'll look out for each other, and such things won't happen again." Li Ming took the tissue, nodding vigorously, her previous fear diminishing significantly, replaced by a bit of steadiness. After the core 5 introduced themselves in turn, the 3 newcomers across the fire stared blankly for a moment, their previous awkwardness and unfamiliarity dissipating significantly. Zhang Lei was the first to regain her composure, wiping away the moisture at the corners of her eyes, straightening her back, and speaking in a steady tone. "My name is Zhang Lei. I was a chief surgeon at the First People's Hospital in Jiangcheng City. On the day the disaster broke out, I happened to be on a break shopping at the supermarket and got trapped in the storage room by a group of thugs. Thank you for saving us. On the road ahead, I will do my utmost to tend to Xiao He's injuries and take care of everyone. I will not let anyone down. My name is Li Ming, a nurse at Dr. Zhang's hospital, and I'm 22 years old. Li Ming sniffed, wiped away her tears, her gaze now filled with determination. I can change dressings, administer injections, and organize supplies. I can handle any chores, and I will make sure to follow along without causing any trouble. Finally, it was the turn of the middle-aged man with white hair who had been shrinking in the corner. He rubbed his hands together, his face showing a bit of awkward sincerity. He stood up slightly, bowing to everyone, his voice hoarse. My name is Chen Jingshan. I'm 52 years old and was a retired worker at the Jiangcheng City machine tool factory. You can call me Old Chen. I don't have any great skills, but I can cook, fix pipes and locks, keep watch at night, and carry things. As long as you are willing to take me along, I will do anything and not be a burden. Old Chen, don't say that. Lin Chen nodded at him, his tone calm. To have survived and escaped the city is already a matter. From now on, we are all family regardless of newcomers or old-timers. Helping each other is far better than anything else. Yes, we are all family. Old Joe laughed heartily, picking up a kettle to pour hot water into everyone's bowls. Previously in the 4S dealership, there were just 5 of us. Now with you 2 doctors and nurses and an old craftsman, our team has become stronger. With Lin Chen and me leading the way and Dr. Zhang watching over us from behind, we can feel more secure. Old Chen looked at the sincere faces by the fire, his eyes slightly moist. After the disaster broke out, he had been hiding and dodging, all the way robbed of supplies, pushed out to block zombies. No one had ever treated him as anything significant, nor had anyone been willing to take along this middle-aged man. Now looking at the group before him, the anxiety that had been lingering in his heart finally found its place. The warm light of the fire illuminated everyone's faces. The previous layer of strangeness and barriers between them completely dissipated through each self-introduction and mutual comfort. The 5 who escaped from the 4S dealership and the 3 rescued from the supermarket in this abandoned forest station in the wilderness amidst the cold winds of the apocalypse and the glow of the fire truly became intertwined like a rope, becoming family they could trust. Old Joe patted his daughter's head, looking at Lin Chen, his voice low, but no longer filled with confusion. Instead, it carried clear expectation. Xiao Lin, now everyone recognizes you as the backbone. Please give us a clear answer. Where exactly are we headed next? Although the mountains are safe, there are no supplies. We can't just drift around like this. Lin Chen raised his head, looking towards the distant outline of the mountains. The last rays of the setting sun fell on his face, his gaze firm. My hometown is in the eastern province Jiangcheng, over 300 kilometers from here. He spoke slowly, his voice soft, but filled with undeniable resolve. My parents are still there. Since the disaster broke out, I haven't been able to send them even a word of safety. I must go back to find them. He paused, scanning everyone present, his tone frank. If you want to stay nearby to find a place to settle down, I have no objections. Once Xiao He is feeling a bit better, I will make sure to leave enough supplies and weapons for you all, and I will not shortchange anyone. But I must head north back to Jiangcheng. Old Joe was taken aback for a moment, then firmly patted his shoulder, his tone resolute. What nonsense. We owe our lives to you. Wherever you go, we will follow. Don't even mention over 300 kilometers. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, we will go with you. Old Joe will tie my life to you from now on. Lingo, we will go with you. Xiao Ya's eyes were filled with determination. I had previously discussed it with Xiao Yi. He said he would follow you wherever you go without question. Zhang Lei and Li Ming exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Zhang Lei spoke calmly but firmly. We have no family left in Jiangcheng City. It's all the same wherever we go. Following you gives us hope for survival. If you are going back to Jiangcheng, we will accompany you. If they are injured or sick on the way, I can take care of them. I'll go with you too. Old Chen quickly chimed in, fearing he would be left behind. I can do anything. Running errands, cooking, keeping watch. Don't leave me behind. Xiao Yu also raised her small hand softly, saying, Lin, go, I'll go with you. Wherever my dad goes, I will go. Lin Chen looked at everyone gathered around the fire, thinking of Xiao He lying on the bed, observing each pair of trusting and determined eyes. The loneliness and coldness that had once filled his heart were instantly warmed. He had originally planned to return home alone to find his parents ready to face the perilous journey alone, but now he had a group of people he could trust by his side, a true family. All right. Lin Chen's voice was slightly hoarse, but exceptionally firm. Once Xiao He's injuries stabilize and he can withstand the bumps on the road, we will set off, heading north back to Jiangcheng. We will look out for each other on the road, never leaving anyone behind. If one person can survive, that's worth it. Old Joe grinned, picking up the kettle to fill everyone's bowls with hot water, and raised his bowl high. Good. This is settled. We head north back home. North we go back home. Everyone raised their bowls, gently clinking them together. The light clinking of porcelain bowls echoed clearly in the silent wilderness. The hot water in the bowls steamed, warming their hands, and also warming each person's heart, which had been cold for too long in the apocalypse. The wind in the wilderness grew colder, yet the warm light of the fire still shone brightly, illuminating each face. The sounds of zombies could still be vaguely heard from a distance, and over 300 kilometers of unknown dangers lay ahead. But this time they were no longer fleeing aimlessly. They now had direction, purpose, and family to walk with. Unbeknownst to them, deep in the wild grass outside the forest station, a pair of murky eyes were intently fixed on the flickering firelight in the yard, emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat. And it was not alone. In the darkness, a dozen staggering figures were slowly approaching the forest station, following the direction of the firelight. The warm glow of the campfire wrapped around the chill of the wilderness, casting light on every face. Before the faint clink of porcelain bowls had faded, old Joe's hand, holding a canteen, suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed a pause button on him. His fingers, calloused from years of gripping wrenches, tightened abruptly. His ears twitched slightly, and the smile that had been on his face instantly vanished, the relaxation in his eyes completely gone. "Don't make a sound." His voice was extremely low. Almost as the words left his lips, he lifted his foot and stamped out the campfire with force. Sparks flew up into the darkness and quickly died. The entire yard was instantly plunged into thick darkness, leaving only a pale, sickly light from the crescent moon on the horizon barely outlining the rigid figures of everyone present. Everyone was frozen in place, instinctively holding their breath. Even Li Ming, who was usually the most impatient, clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Lin Chen immediately gripped the alloy short spear leaning by his side. He slowly rose, pressing his back against the wall. His acute perception, honed from 8 years of Sanda training, was fully activated. His gaze locked onto the waist-high wild grass outside the yard, not missing even the slightest rustle of wind through the blades. The wind carried the wilderness chill, rustling the grass with a soft swish. But within this delicate sound was interwoven a hair-raising noise, the dragging of footsteps, the friction of withered grass, and a hoarse, low growl rumbling from deep within a throat. They had followed the light of the campfire, and were now converging from all directions toward this abandoned ranger station. In the darkness, staggering dark figures could be seen moving through the wild grass. Rotten hands dangled at their sides, and with every step they crushed the grass flat, drawing closer and closer to the yard wall. "Old Chun, go barricade the yard gate. Use the firewood in the corner." Lin Chen's voice was extremely light, without a trace of panic. Zhang Lei, Li Ming, go back inside the inner room, immediately lock the door, and guard Xiaohe. No matter what happens outside, do not open the door. Xiaohe, take Xiaoyu inside. Keep the pistol ready and guard the entrance to the inner room. That's our last line of defense. The moment the orders were given, everyone acted immediately. Old Chun grabbed the thick pieces of firewood piled in the corner and stumbled to the yard gate. He braced the dilapidated wooden gate firmly from the inside, then moved a large bullseye stone to secure the wood, ensuring the zombies couldn't break it down. Having worked in a machine tool factory his entire life, before retiring, he knew best how to wedge things tightly. Even though his arms were shaking violently, his hands moved with considerable speed. Zhang Lei pulled the stunned Li Ming along, quickly rushed into the inner room, gently closed the door, and bolted it from the inside. Xiaohe in the inner room was awakened by the commotion outside. The effects of the anesthesia had completely worn off, and a tearing, searing pain shot through his abdominal wound. He gritted his teeth, trying to sit up, a cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. But Zhang Lei quickly stepped forward and gently pressed down on his shoulder. Her fingertips carried a slight coolness as she said, "Don't move. You'll tear the wound open. We're here. It's okay." Li Ming immediately grabbed the first aid kit from the bedside, clutching it tightly. Her fingertips were icy cold, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Yet she still managed to steady her breathing, standing guard by the bed, her eyes fixed on the door, ready to spring into action at any moment. Xiaoyu led Xiaoyu by the hand, shielding the child behind her. Her right hand firmly gripped the QSC-92G pistol, her finger resting outside the trigger guard without any slack. She was originally just an ordinary office clerk who couldn't even bear to watch a chicken being killed. But the life and death struggles in the post-apocalyptic world had already brought out the tenacity deep within her. Her back pressed tightly against the door, her gaze resolute as she stood guard at the entrance, firmly protecting the wounded man and the child inside the inner room behind her. Xiaoyu clutched Xiao Ya's clothes tightly, his little face taut with tension. Fear was hidden in his big eyes, but he stubbornly held back his tears, whispering in a breathy voice, "Sister, Xiaoyu, I'm not scared. My dad and brother Lin will beat those monsters away." In the yard, Lin Chen and old Zhou had already taken their position. This abandoned ranger station was a single-story brick and concrete structure. The yard wall was low, built from broken bricks and cement. Dilapidated from years of neglect, some places had already collapsed into gaps, completely unable to stop zombies from climbing. Their only advantage was that they only needed to defend the house behind them. The back of the building abutted a steep cliff face, eliminating any risk of being flanked, allowing them to concentrate their limited manpower. Old Zhou held the QBZ-191 assault rifle, squatting behind the yard gate. The barrel, fitted with a makeshift silencer, was steadily aimed at the wild grass outside the yard. His breathing was steady, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locked onto two fast-moving dark figures, two zombie dogs. Their fur had mostly fallen off, revealing festering flesh underneath. They were lowering their heads, rapidly pacing through the grass, following the scent of the living, their noses constantly sniffing the ground. They were the greatest threat at the moment. "They'll hold the gate, prioritize taking out those two dogs." Old Zhou's voice came in a breath, carrying the steady calm of a veteran. "You hold the front wall. Wait until they try to climb before you act. Conserve energy, don't make too much noise." Understood. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the short spear, pressing himself against the base of the front wall. His body was slightly arched, poised to strike at any moment. The spear point gleamed with a cold matte sheen. His gaze swept over every gap in the wall. His heart beat steadily in his chest. The explosive power and reflexes honed from 8 years of Sanda training had become his most reliable asset in this moment. In the darkness, the sound of the zombies grew closer. Their rotting faces were now visible, their hollow eye sockets fixed on the scent of the living in the yard. The first ones reached the base of the wall. A tall male zombie reached the gap in the wall and was the first to stick its head through. Murky drool dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the wall, making a sticky, soft sound. Half of its face had rotted away, exposing pale, grinning gums. A frenzied growl rolled from its throat. Lin Chen lunged forward in a single stride, his waist and abdomen exploding with power. His arm shot forward, carrying the full weight of his body. The short spear whistled through the air, piercing precisely through the zombie's temple. The zombie's body instantly stiffened and crashed heavily back into the wild grass outside the yard, lying still. Almost simultaneously, the sound of falling stones came from the side wall. 2 zombies were trying to get in through a collapsed gap, but were stuck. Old Chun grabbed a steel pipe he had pulled from a roof beam, gritted his teeth, and charged over. He had never even argued with anyone in his life, let alone killed these monsters. His arms shook violently, but he still closed his eyes and brought the steel pipe down hard on the head of the foremost zombie. A dull thud sounded. The zombie staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, it became more frenzied, snarling and lunging at Old Chun with its drooling mouth. "Old Chun, get back!" Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, sprinting over. He drove the short spear fiercely into the back of the zombie's head from the side, twisted his wrist with force, and the zombie instantly went limp, collapsing to the ground. The other zombie had already lunged at Old Chun. Lin Chen swung the spear shaft, striking it hard on the neck. The crisp sound of dislocated bones was starkly clear in the darkness. The zombie fell sideways at the collapsed gap in the wall. "Thanks, Lin Chen." Old Chun panted heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat. His hand still holding the steel pipe trembled, but he stubbornly held his ground at the gap in the side wall, refusing to retreat a single step. Watching Lin Chen's swift and efficient movements, he felt both guilt and gratitude, silently vowing never to be a burden again. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the wild grass outside the yard. The 2 zombie dogs burst out, charging fiercely at the yard gate. Their sharp claws scraped against the wooden gate, producing a piercing screech. Frenzied growls rumbled from their throats as they gnawed at the door planks with their sharp teeth. 2 extremely faint gunshots were almost drowned out by the wind. Old Joe squeezed the trigger steadily. 2 bullets precisely pierced the skulls of the 2 zombie dogs. Their bodies jerked violently, then crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. After the gunshots, the zombies outside the yard seemed ignited by a fuse, instantly becoming more frenzied. More dark figures surged from the grass, densely packed at the base of the wall, frantically clawing at it, trying to climb over. But zombies couldn't climb, so they could only stretch out their hands to scratch at the wall. The hoarse, guttural growls merged into a single chilling chorus in the silent night. "Conserve the bullets," Lin Chen called back, swinging the short spear in an arc. He smashed it hard into the face of a zombie that had been pushed up onto the wall, knocking it down. "Got it. 19 rounds left." Old Joe immediately responded. He slung the rifle over his back, grabbed the fire axe leaning nearby, and rushed to the gate. With one swing, he chopped off a rotten hand that was reaching through a crack in the door. Black blood splattered everywhere at the severed end. This nocturnal battle was devoid of earth-shattering gunfire or exaggerated clashes, only the dull thuds of impacts, the crisp sounds of shattering bones, and the muffled thumps of zombies collapsing one after another filled the air. Lin Chen guarded the front courtyard wall. Every thrust and sweep of his short spear landed precisely on a zombie's head or neck, without a single superfluous movement. Sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto the cold cement floor. His arms grew sore, yet he did not retreat. Old Joe guarded the courtyard gate and the side breach. The fire axe in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own. Each swing carried immense force, the heavy blade always cleaving accurately into a zombie's skull with clean, decisive precision. After all, he was a veteran of the Special Forces. Even though he had been discharged for years, the combat instincts etched into his bones remained. Even when besieged by over a dozen zombies, he stood as steady as a mountain, his footing never faltering. Old Chun, from his initial panic, gradually calmed down. He guarded the smallest breach on the side. Whenever a zombie showed its head, he would smash down viciously with a steel pipe. Although his movements were clumsy, he held his line tenaciously, not allowing a single zombie to enter. Blisters formed on his palms, his arms ached so much he could barely lift them, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The timidity in his eyes was gradually replaced by resolve. Behind the door of the inner room, Zhang Lei and Li Ming huddled close together, listening to the impacts and roars outside their hearts and their throats. Zhang Lei's gaze was fixed on Xiao He's wound, watching his abdomen tense with the commotion outside. She gently pressed her fingertips on his shoulder, signaling him to relax, even though her own palms were drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoya gripped her gun, standing behind the door, her ear pressed tightly against the panel, listening to the sounds outside. At the slightest sign of trouble, she would immediately open the door to provide support. A full half-hour later, the roars outside gradually subsided. The last zombie was crushed by old Joe's axe, its body falling heavily outside the courtyard gate. No more swaying shadows stirred in the weeds, only the rustle of wind through the grass and the heavy, ragged breaths of the group. We're safe. Old Joe peered through the crack in the door, confirming no living creatures remained, then let out a long sigh of relief. His camouflage uniform was completely soaked through with cold sweat clinging to his body. Lin Chen leaned against the base of the wall, gasping for air. His arms trembled slightly from sustained exertion. The tip of his short spear was coated in dark, viscous blood, slowly dripping down the shaft. He swept his gaze across the entire courtyard. Beneath the walls outside the gate lay the corpses of 17 zombies and 2 zombie dogs, all cleared away. Anyone injured? Lin Chen's voice was hoarse as he looked over old Joe and old Chun. I'm fine. Now, old Chen shook his numb arm, grinned, his face creased with the relief of a narrow escape. Thanks to you two, this old man could actually help a bit. Lin Chen nodded, walked quickly to the inner room door, and knocked softly. It's over. Open up. The door was pulled open immediately. Xiaoya lowered her gun. Seeing Lin Chen covered in blood but unharmed, her eyes instantly reddened, but she held back her tears and stepped aside to let them in. Zhang Lei and Li Ming rushed out immediately. Using the flashlight from a phone, they checked the 3 men from head to toe, confirming there were no wounds, scratches, or bites before finally relaxing. You scared me to death. Li Ming's voice trembled with tears. Her legs gave way and she nearly collapsed, but Zhang Lei caught her just in time. Don't relax yet. Old Joe leaned the fire axe against the wall, his tone still grave. The gunfire and commotion might have already attracted more distant hordes. We can't stay here. At daybreak, we must find a more secure place to hole up. Lin Chen nodded. The Firewatch station had no solid defenses, the walls were low and wouldn't withstand another siege, especially if a larger horde came. They simply couldn't hold it. The group crowded into the small, outer room, none daring to sleep again. After the night's life-or-death struggle, they were all exhausted. Deep down they knew that only by uniting as one could they survive this apocalypse. Old Joe laid a piece of cardboard on the floor, spread out the crumpled map of Jiangcheng City, and shone a flashlight on it. His finger traced the routes, then looked at Lin Chen. Daybreak, which way? You decide, and we'll plan the route. Lin Chen crouched down, his fingertip landing on the map. From their current location at the Firewatch station, he traced a path northward through a maze of small township roads, finally stopping at a place marked Liuhe Town. Here. It's 32 kilometers from our current position. We take the township access roads, bypass the county town. Fewer people, lower zombie density. Lin Chen tapped the spot marking Liuhe Town. The town has a supply and marketing cooperative supermarket and a township health center. It's the nearest resupply point. Our current water and food will only last 3 days. Xiaohe's post-operative anti-infection medication and suturing supplies are also running out. We must resupply here or we won't be able to cover the remaining 300+ kilometers. I agree. Old Joe nodded. Taking the access roads is safer. Even if we encounter a horde, we can turn back anytime and won't get trapped in a city. Liuhe Town isn't big. Even if there are zombies, the numbers won't be large. We can handle it. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Lei, waiting for the surgeon's judgment. Xiaohe's condition was, after all, the most pressing matter. Zhang Lei crouched down, her brow deeply furrowed. Her fingertip first landed on the Township Health Center, marking on the map, then she looked up at the group, her tone carrying a doctor's characteristic precision. The Liuhe Town Health Center will definitely have broad-spectrum antibiotics, sterile suture kits, and long-acting painkillers. Also 4 cannulas and saline for intravenous infusion. These are essential for Xiaohe's post-operative care. The medication we have now is only enough for 3 dressing changes. If the wound gets infected out here in the wild, without an operating room, I won't be able to save him. She paused, tapped the map lightly, and her tone shifted sharply, her eyes full of gravity. But I must be upfront. Xiaohe has a full-thickness penetrating abdominal wound. He just had his second debridement and suturing last night, less than 12 hours ago. The abdominal muscles and fascia were completely torn and then sutured. Even the slightest jostling could cause the wound to dehisce and intra-abdominal bleeding, let alone over 30 kilometers of rough roads. Whether he can travel and when must be determined after I do a full wound assessment at daybreak. We absolutely cannot set out rashly. At these words, the courtyard fell silent. The previously eager old Chen also wiped the smile off his face, scratched his head, and refrained from mentioning leaving at dawn again. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lei's serious expression and immediately nodded without hesitation. You're the doctor. He'll defer to you on everything regarding injuries. Let's set it in stone. Our next resupply target is Liuhe Town. The departure time will be decided after you finish your assessment. We'll reinforce the Firewatch station's defenses at dawn. Until the assessment results are in, we'll hold our ground here and absolutely not move the injured prematurely. Old Joe immediately chimed in. Right. Life is more important than the journey. Let's stabilize Xiaohe's injury first, then we'll talk about leaving. This gives us time. He'll reinforce the courtyard walls and give the car a thorough check. If we have to go, we'll be full. Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhang Lei with immense gratitude. She had been on edge, fearing everyone would rush to leave, disregarding Xiaohe's condition. Now she finally relaxed. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, and thank you all. We're not in a hurry. We'll leave once Xiaohe's wound is stable. Li Ming nodded vigorously, clutching her first aid kit. Dr. Zhang and I will take turns monitoring Xiaohe's wound. We'll inform everyone immediately if anything changes. Old Chun rubbed his hands together and said, then he'll go at dawn to seal the gaps in the wall tighter and dig a few traps. Good. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, which was gradually brightening through the window. It's settled. At dawn we reinforce the defenses and assess Xiaohe's injury. Once he's stable we head to Liuhe town for supplies, then continue north to Jishir city. Along the way we leave no one behind. Could they really leave this place tomorrow? The eastern sky had just begun to show a faint white, and the clear light of the waning moon had yet to completely dissipate. The lingering smell of last night's bloodshed mixed with the chill of the wilderness permeated the air, invading everyone's nostrils. Having gone a night without sleep, everyone's eyes bore red veins, yet there was no trace of laxity. Old Joe had already circled the guard station twice, with a steel pipe in hand, stepping over the gravel outside the yard, confirming that there were no wandering zombies attracted by last night's commotion. On his way back, he carried a few thick wooden planks salvaged from a nearby abandoned farmhouse. He placed them against the wall and nodded towards Lin Chen, saying, first block the gap in the collapsed wall. This half-percent high broken wall cannot withstand another wave of zombies. Lin Chen nodded, about to respond when the curtain of the inner room was gently lifted. Zhang Lei stepped out holding a stethoscope and a flashlight. Her face bore the fatigue of a sleepless night, yet her gaze remained clear and sharp. It's dawn. I'll first conduct a thorough wound assessment on Xiaohe. You all reinforce the perimeter, quietly avoid making too much noise to disturb the injured. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Zhang. Lin Chen replied solemnly, if you need any help just call us. Zhang Lei waved her hand and said no more, turning back into the inner room. Xiaohe had already prepared warm purified water using a portable alcohol stove, moistening sterile gauze with it, and was carefully wiping Xiaohe's face with delicate movements, as gentle as a feather, afraid of hurting his wounds. Seeing Zhang Lei enter, she immediately got up and made way, her eyes filled with undeniable anxiety. Dr. Zhang, please take a look at him. During the night, he turned over, the wound started to ooze blood. I didn't dare to remove the gauze, so I just applied a cool towel on it. Don't panic, let me take a look. Zhang Lei walked softly to the bedside, first feeling Xiaohe's forehead. Her fingertips touched his slightly cool skin, confirming that his temperature had not risen, allowing her to relax a little. Then she squatted down, delicately uncovering the blanket covering Xiaohe's abdomen, putting on sterile gloves, and carefully unwrapping the outer layer of gauze. Utilizing the morning light filtering through the window, she meticulously checked the state of the wound inch by inch. The inner room was very quiet, only the sound of Li Meng softly handing over iodine cotton pads along with Xiaohe's suppressed, very light breathing. He gritted his teeth, and even though he felt sharp pains in his abdomen, he didn't utter a sound, fearing he would disturb Zhang Lei, who was examining him. The edges of the wound showed no signs of redness or heat, and the sutures were firmly in place. Only a small amount of bloody exudate was present at the needle points, with no dangerous signs of subcutaneous hematoma or abdominal cavity leakage. Zhang Lei took out her stethoscope to carefully listen to his bowel sounds and heart and lungs, confirming there were no abnormal rhythms, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, reapplying sterile gauze and a wide abdominal bandage to secure the wound. The situation is better than I expected. Zhang Lei straightened up, removed her gloves, and looked at Xiaohe's pale, yet hopeful face, her tone softening slightly. There are no signs of infection, his temperature is normal, his bowel sounds are normal, and there are no signs of internal bleeding in the abdominal cavity. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. You did well by not moving around last night. Xiao Ya's eyes instantly reddened, covering her mouth to stifle her almost breaking cry. The heart that had been hanging for a night finally felt a heavy relief, her voice choked. That's great. That's great. Xiaohe also managed a weak smile, though his voice was still faint, filled with a stubborn spirit. I told you I'm tough. I want drag everyone down. Don't be too happy too soon. Zhang Lei immediately interrupted him, her face regaining the seriousness unique to a surgeon. Although there is no danger for now, a full-thickness abdominal wound needs time to heal. According to clinical guidelines, after a clean abdominal wound surgery, absolute bed rest is required for the first 7 days. Even sitting up should be avoided as much as possible, let alone enduring the bumps of a vehicle. The wound can only be sutured after 7 days of initial healing. After the sutures are removed, only minimal activities can be performed by the bedside. To endure the bumps of several hundred kilometers on a long journey, at least 14 days are needed post-surgery until the wound forms a stable fibrous scar, minimizing the risk of tearing and severe bleeding. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Xiaoya and Xiaohe, speaking clearly. If we set off recklessly, now, even over a bumpy 30 kilometers, one sudden stop or deep pit could cause the freshly sutured wound to burst open. If there is severe internal bleeding or serious infection in this wilderness, without a surgical room, without blood transfusion conditions, and without advanced antibiotics, no matter how skilled I am, I wouldn't be able to save him. You all choose rush to gamble with fate or stabilize and nurse the injuries and set off when the physical condition allows. This statement hit Lin Chen and Old Zhou, who had just entered the inner room, like a heavy stone. Old Zhou frowned, but did not refute. He had spent 8 years in the border reconnaissance company, witnessing too many comrades with abdominal gunshot wounds, understanding the peril of such injuries. Every word Zhang Lei said was the truth, not an ounce of exaggeration. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said solemnly, Dr. Zhang is right, a life is more important than rushing. We shouldn't rush these few days. If we hurry and risk Xiaohe's life, we would live with a guilty conscience for the rest of our lives. Lin Chen nodded without a moment's hesitation, looking at Xiaohe on the hospital bed with a steady tone. Well, do as Dr. Zhang says. We will hold our ground here for 14 days. For the first 7 days, you must absolutely rest in bed, taking care of all your needs there, and no showing off. In the last 7 days, we will assess the recovery and slowly begin rehabilitation training. When your injuries are completely stable, we will set off. He paused for a moment and continued, during these 14 days, we will go out in batches to thoroughly search the nearby villages and towns within 3 kilometers, replenish supplies, fuel, and medicine, and completely repair the 2 vehicles, so that when we set off we will be more confident. Lin Gu. Xiaohe's eyes instantly reddened, his lips moved, wanting to say something apologetic, but Lin Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't say anything about dragging us down. Lin Chen looked at him, his gaze serious, not an ounce of perfunctory. You were injured while searching for supplies for everyone. We are companions who crawled out from the pile of corpses together. We are family. Waiting for you to recover is only right. Your only task now is to recover well, and don't think about anything else. Xiaoyan nodded firmly, tightly holding Xiaohe's uninjured hand, tears finally falling, but accompanied by a relieved smile. He'll stay with you. Well, wait for our injuries to heal together and act together. And so the plan was settled. When daylight broke, everyone had already taken on their respective duties and got to work. Old Zhou first took Lin Chen to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance around the guard station. They ultimately settled on a reinforcement plan. 2 kilometers west of the guard station, there was an abandoned pig farm that had fallen into disrepair after the pandemic. The yard had ready-made hot-dip galvanized barbed wire, and there were many unopened iron spikes piled in the warehouse, perfect for reinforcing the yard walls. A kilometer south, there was a farmer who had just completed building a new house with dry cement, sand, and many thick wooden planks piled in the side room, just right for sealing the gaps in the yard wall. After clarifying the reconnaissance, the group split into 2 teams. Lin Chen and Old Zhou were responsible for clearing the area, first eliminating the solitary zombies near the pig farm and the farmer's house. They dealt with a total of 6 ordinary zombies without much effort. Old Chen took Li Meng, pushing a 2-wheeled cart found at the farmer's house, responsible for transporting materials back. Old Chen had worked over 30 years at a Statone machine tool factory before retiring, making him the most knowledgeable about infrastructure and welding work. During the breakout, he had specifically packed the small portable welding machine, 2 boxes of carbon steel, welding rods, welding masks, and matching cables, and high-power vehicle inverters into the trunk of the car. Back then, he always felt that he was getting old, that he was useless and a burden to the team, so he thought to bring more tools. He was good at believing he could always help. Little did he expect that they would come in handy now. By the time the last round of cement and barbed wire was transported, it was already past 10 in the morning. Old Zhou and Old Chen first framed the 3 gaps in the collapsed yard wall with stones and wooden beams, then mixed in cement, gradually building it solidly. The originally uneven gaps were neatly filled by the 2 such that even a zombie's claws could not get through. After finishing the gaps, they added a 1-meter-high wooden frame on top of the previously half-percent-high yard wall, firmly securing the barbed wire salvage from the pig farm to the frame. Old Chen put on the welding mask, connected the cables drawn from the vehicle inverter, ignited the welding torch, and the sizzling sound of welding echoed in the yard with golden sparks flying. His movements were skilled and steady, every weld made tight and secure, ensuring that even if a zombie shook with all its might, it could never break free. Old Zhou stood by, holding the barbed wire and handing over welding rods, watching Old Chen's proficient movements, unable to help but smile broadly. Old Chen, your skills are impressive. Not worse than the repairman in our unit. Old Chen took off the welding mask, wiped the sweat from his face, and a long-lost grounded smile appeared on his dark face, his back straightening considerably. Hey, I've done this my whole life. I could weld with my eyes closed. He no longer felt the awkwardness he had when just rescued, shrinking in the corner and too hesitant to speak as a light returned to his eyes, finally finding his place in the team. After welding the barbed wire, the 2 also dug a trench half a meter deep and 1 meter wide around the outer yard wall, with the bottom densely packed with sharpened locust wood stakes. The surface of the pit was covered with thin wooden boards and dead branches, ensuring that any zombie that approached and stepped on it would be pierced by the sharp wood, rendering them immobile. Old Zhou, being a former scout, understood such outdoor defenses best. The slope and spacing of the traps were calculated perfectly, making it hard to spot, even for those with good eyesight, let alone zombies devoid of reasoning. On the other side, Lin Chen, along with Li Meng, thoroughly organized the 3 rooms. The innermost room was reserved for Xiaohe to rest quietly, with thick cotton blankets sealing the windows to block out the sounds and disturbances from welding, ensuring the injured had an absolutely quiet environment for recovery. The outer room was designated as a rest and alert room, setting up 2 fixed mats with thick bedding, ensuring that those on guard could rest at any time and respond to emergencies promptly. Li Meng sorted all the medicines into categories for internal use, external use, and emergency care, wrapping them in waterproof bags. She also took the old bed sheets and quilt covers found at the farmer's house, disinfected them at high temperatures in a pot, tore them into appropriately sized strips, and made them into spare bandages, neatly stacking them in the first aid kit, moving with dexterity, showing none of the previous fluster. Xiaoyu was almost never far from Xiaohe's bedside, feeding him water, wiping his body, and helping him move his limbs to prevent blood clots from prolonged bed rest, all with gentle and meticulous movements. Xiaoyu helped Xiaoyu with vegetable preparation, assisted Li Ming in rolling bandages, fetched water for old Zhou stationed at the door, and would lean by the bedside telling Xiaohe funny stories from school to cheer him up. She was old Zhou's spiritual support and the softest light in this post-apocalyptic team. By noon, the defensive reinforcements and housing organization were basically complete, and everyone finally had a moment to catch their breath sitting in the yard to eat something. Old Chen used the high-pressure cooker they had scavenged to prepare a steaming pot of rice porridge paired with pickled radish found at the farmer's house. Everyone felt warm all over, savoring the most satisfying meal they had since the outbreak. Just as they had taken a couple of bites of the steamed buns, the walkie-talkie on the stone table suddenly emitted a crackling electrical sound, intermittent and particularly jarring in the quiet yard. Everyone's movements instantly froze, all eyes focused sharply on the walkie-talkie. This walkie-talkie, brought from the 4S shop, shared an exclusive encrypted channel with the backup unit in the fortress. No one else could connect to this frequency. In the early hours of a day and a half ago, the rolling door collapsed under the onslaught of the zombie horde, and the entire 4S shop fell. They fought desperately to break out, believing everyone in the fortress had perished. The walkie-talkie had become a mere ornament until today, when a signal suddenly emerged. Old Zhou immediately set down the steamed bun in his hand, strode over to pick up the walkie-talkie, pressed the transmit button, and said in a deep voice, "This is Lin Chen squad. Over. Please respond. Repeat, over." The walkie-talkie crackled with static interspersed with indistinct sobs and a man's fragmented, tearful voice. The words were so broken they were barely discernible, yet 2 syllables could be vaguely made out. "Help me." Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly. He knew that voice all too well. It was Qian Minghui, the portly man they had rescued from the supermarket, who had fled at the critical moment during the breakout. Old Qian. Everyone was stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. In the Jiangcheng 4S shop fortress, over 30 kilometers away and utterly overrun by the zombie horde, there were still survivors. It was Old Qian, whom everyone had assumed was long since zombie fodder. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the Jiangcheng Auto Mall, inside the pipe shaft of the second-floor restroom of the 4S shop fortress, Qian Minghui was huddled in the cramped space. He clutched the badly scratched walkie-talkie tightly, his face smeared with tears and dust. His black down jacket was torn in several places, exposing the filling, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Counting from the moment he had hidden in the safe during the breakout the previous afternoon, he had been trapped alone in this fallen fortress for a full 24 hours. The previous afternoon, the moment the rolling door was breached by the horde, he had watched Xiao Gao, who had escaped the supermarket with him, be tackled to the ground by several zombies. Rotten fangs tore through Xiao Gao's neck and warm blood splattered across his face. In that instant, his mind went blank. All his courage shattered into nothing. His only thought was to run to hide in the most secluded place so he wouldn't die. He scrambled back up to the second floor, dove headfirst into the innermost storage room, and crawled into the iron safe originally used for storing car ECUs and valuable parts, slamming the door shut and locking it from the inside. The sounds of roaring, crashing, and zombies scratching at the door outside lasted for the better part of a day. From the peak of the noon sun to the slanting rays of dusk, the commotion never ceased. He cowered in the dark, cramped safe, clamping his hand over his mouth, not daring to breathe loudly, terrified that the slightest sound would attract the monsters outside. In the darkness, he regretted it over and over, consumed by bitter remorse. He regretted his cowardice, regretted not breaking out with Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen had already paved the way for them. All they had to do was follow and run, get to the vehicle, and survive. But because of that moment of fear, he had abandoned the only path to survival, trapping himself in this steel cage surrounded by the horde. He didn't even dare to think whether Lin Chen and the others would come back for him. In his heart, he knew he had fled and let everyone down. If it were him, he would never return for a coward. It wasn't until evening that day, the same time Lin Chen's group reached the forestry station and settled in, that the noise outside gradually subsided. The zombie roars from the showroom downstairs faded into sporadic, aimless, low growls, with no more frantic banging or scratching. He still didn't dare to go out, remaining huddled in the safe, surviving on half a pack of soda crackers and a bottle of water he had stuffed in his pocket before the breakout. When hungry, he would nibble a cracker. When thirsty, he would take a tiny sip of water, not even daring to make a sound while It wasn't until the sky was completely dark the same late night, when the group at the forestry station was eating around a fire and about to be attacked, that he cautiously opened the safe door and poked his head out. The second-floor hallway was empty, devoid of zombies. Only the mess remained, along with dark bloodstains splat. Moonlight streamed through the broken window, casting dappled shadows on the floor, but it did nothing to dispel the chill. He didn't dare go downstairs, not even to the stairwell. He could clearly hear the low, guttural sounds of zombies from the showroom and the yard downstairs. Dense, countless. The rolling door had been smashed in, and the entire first floor had become a zombie nest. He was completely trapped on the second floor, a solitary soul in this abandoned fortress. That night, while the forestry station experienced a life-and-death struggle, he spent the entire night huddled in a corner of the dark second floor. Countless times he picked up the backup walkie-talkie in the break room, wanting to tune into the memorized encrypted frequency and call Lin Chen. But every time a second before pressing the transmit button, he lost his nerve. He feared the static would attract the zombies downstairs, and even more he feared Lin Chen wouldn't answer. After all, it was his own cowardice that made him give up the chance to follow everyone. He had chosen this path himself. How could he have the face to beg for rescue now? But he truly couldn't hold on any longer. Trapped alone in this dead city surrounded by man-eating monsters with no companions and no hope, not knowing when the zombies would find him and tear him apart. This boundless loneliness and fear was harder to endure than death itself. Until this morning, the same time the dawn broke at the forestry station and Zhang Lei was checking Xiao He's wounds, he saw through a crack in the window that most of the zombies in the yard had been lured away by a truck passing on a distant street. Only 3 stragglers were left roaming the yard. He finally mustered all his courage and hid in the pipe shaft of the restroom. The walls were thick and soundproof, making it harder for any noise to be heard outside. With trembling hands, he turned on the walkie-talkie and tuned to the encrypted frequency, calling out over and over from dawn to noon. Only static crackled in response. Just as he was about to despair, he finally heard old Zhou's reply, and then the voice of Lin Chen, which he thought he would never hear again. At the wilderness forestry station, the static on the walkie-talkie gradually cleared, and old Qian's tearful voice, finally, came through fragmented and broken. Brother Lin. Brother Zhou. Anyone there? Help me. It's old Qian. I'm still in the fortress. I was wrong. I shouldn't have run. Help. Silence fell over the yard once more. Old Zhou frowned, spat, his tone full of disdain, yet mixed with complexity. That coward is still alive. He ran faster than a rabbit during the breakout, screwed us all over, and now he's begging for help. Zhang Lei and Li Ming exchanged a glance, their faces etched with mixed emotions. They had been rescued from the supermarket along with old Qian and Xiao Gao and had spent 2 days together in the fortress. They all thought this man who had fled had died, but he had somehow survived. Old Zhou looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help asking, Xiao Lin, what do you think? Are you really going back for him? Lin Chen was silent for a moment, tapping lightly on the walkie-talkie with his fingers, his mind rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Go back to Jiangcheng. Impossible. Even if it was only 30 kilometers, the core area of Jiangcheng had completely fallen, its streets densely packed with the zombie horde. They had only 8 people now, including 1 severely wounded person who must remain absolutely bedridden. They had only 19 rounds left for their rifles, and while pistol ammunition was more plentiful, it couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Charging into the city would be walking into a trap. Forget rescuing anyone, they would all be lost. The hard-won path to survival they had carved out would be completely destroyed. But not go back. Old Qian was still alive in the fortress they had built with their own hands 30 kilometers away, begging for their help. He was a coward, a deserter, but he was also a living human life, a companion who had escaped the supermarket horde with them. Just as he hesitated, Zhang Lei spoke first, her tone still serious, but tinged with reluctance. I must reiterate, even if you want to go back, Xiao, he absolutely cannot be moved. In his current condition, even 3 kilometers of rough travel could kill him, let alone 30. We can't leave him here alone, and we certainly can't take him back into Jiangcheng. These words set the course and dismissed any thoughts of a hasty departure. Lin Chen nodded, and the hesitation in his heart vanished instantly. He pressed the transmit button on the walkie-talkie, his voice clear and firm, carrying through the static. To Jiangcheng, 30 kilometers away. Old Qian, this is Lin Chen. I've received your signal. The static on the walkie-talkie stopped instantly, followed by old Qian's tearful, ecstatic voice, broken and halting. Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you got it. Save me. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have not followed you. Come back and save me. I don't want to die here. Listen to me. Lin Chen cut off his cries, his tone brooking no argument, without any hesitation. We are now in the wilderness over 30 kilometers north of Jiangcheng. We have a severely wounded person in the group. It's absolutely impossible for us to break back into the city to save you. The core area is completely filled with the horde. Going back would be suicide. We'd all be buried with you. If you want to survive, do exactly as I say and remember every single word clearly. The walkie-talkie fell silent, leaving only old Qian's muffled sobs. On the top shelf of the storage cabinet in the second-floor break room, I left a spare fire axe and a solid crowbar. They're enough for self-defense. In a corner of the storage cabinet, there's an iron box with 10 loose pistol rounds. Even without a gun, you can break them open for emergency kindling. Lin Chen spoke slowly, enunciating every word with utmost clarity. In the innermost storage room on the second floor, there's a ventilation shaft leading to the backyard. It's 80 centimeters in diameter, enough for an adult to crawl through. The wire mesh covering the opening was left with a loose connection. You can unscrew the bolts with a wrench. There's a gap in the northwest corner of the backyard wall. It's an emergency passage I left when building the fortress, leading directly to the side road outside, bypassing the horde at the main entrance. The supplies in the fortress are enough to sustain you until you stabilize. We will stay here for 14 days. If you want to live, stay calm first. Use this time to figure out the activity patterns of the zombies downstairs. Find the window with the fewest zombies, escape through the emergency passage, and head north. We will use red paint from farmhouses to leave northward arrow markers on utility poles and walls along the route. Follow the markers to find us. All I can give you are the methods, the route, and the window of time to survive. Whether you live or escape is entirely up. With that, he released the transmit button. The walkie-talkie was silent for a long time, so long that everyone thought the signal had been lost before old Qian's tearful yet resolute voice came through. Okay, brother Lin. I'll do as you say. I will escape. 14 days. I will catch up to you in 14 days. I won't be a coward anymore. I will survive. The static faded, and the walkie-talkie fell silent. Lin Chen placed it on the stone table, looked at the group around him, and spoke calmly, finalizing the plan for the next 14 days. It's settled. For the first 7 days, we will focus on defense, operating only within a 3-kilometer radius of the forestry station to gather basic supplies and ensure a quiet environment for Xiaohe's recovery. For the last 7 days, we will expand our search in batches, replenish fuel, food, and medicine, and leave markers along the way to guide old Qian. We will have a fixed call with old Qian every night at 8, teaching him how to observe the zombies' patterns and prepare for his escape. Everyone nodded in unison, no one objecting. Old Zhou grinned, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his tone full of approval. This plan of yours doesn't gamble the whole team's lives, nor does it really abandon that coward. That's decent. We can use these 14 days to fully stock up and reinforce our defenses. With what we have now, we can't even make the 600-kilometer journey to Jishur. Let's use the supplies to get the infrastructure done this afternoon. Lock the door, well, work behind closed doors. The iron door of the forestry station was locked again, a thick steel pipe braced firmly behind it. The fates of 8 people were now completely intertwined in this abandoned brick building in the desolate wilderness. They didn't know if they would see old Qian in 14 days, nor how many dangers lay ahead. But they finally had ample time to prepare, the confidence to survive, and had held onto the most precious line in this apocalypse. And 30 kilometers away in the Jiangcheng 4S shop fortress, old Qian clutched the walkie-talkie, leaning against the wall of the pipe shaft. Tears mixed with dust streamed down his face, but he gritted his teeth, holding back his sobs. He wiped his face, clenched his fists, and walked out of the pipe shaft step by step, heading for the storage cabinet in the break room. He opened the cabinet door. The moment his fingertips touched the cold handle of the fire axe, the anxiety in his heart finally eased. He gripped the fire axe tightly, feeling its heavy weight, and for the first time courage welled up inside him. Instead of he would survive. He would escape. He would catch up to Lin Chen and the others and never be that coward who fled again. The 14-day pact was quietly sealed between the fallen city and the fortress in the wilderness. At dawn on the second day, a faint light barely illuminated the sky as the northern wind swept through the wilderness, carrying fragments of withered grass that rattled against the chain-link fence of the forest ranger station with a soft rustling sound. Lin Chen and old Zhou had taken the night shift the previous evening, and no further signs of wandering zombies had emerged in the latter half of the night. Only the occasional cries of unknown wild birds from the distant mountains punctuated the silence, making the desolate wilderness feel even more deathly still. Just as Lin Chen pulled the steel bolt from the courtyard gate, he saw old Zhou approaching with a bucket of cold water drawn from the mountain stream at the foot of the hill. His trouser legs were damp with dew and mud, and an unlit cigarette dangled from his lips. Awake. Good timing. Let's get both vehicles cleaned up first. Old Zhou set the bucket down in the yard and nodded toward the 2 Terramonts parked by the wall, a hint of disdain in his eyes. After charging out of that zombie pile at the 4S shop, these 2 are covered in rotten flesh and bloodstains. Leave them another couple of days, and they'll stink to high heaven. Every zombie for miles around will be drawn here by the smell. Lin Chen followed his gaze. Indeed, the original deep gray of the 2 Terramonts was completely obscured. The front bumpers were caked with thick, dark red and black grime, with fragments of rotten flesh, shattered bones, and even tattered pieces of fabric wedged into the crevices. The wheel hub screws and undercarriage panels were splattered with blood and minced flesh, and the bodies bore numerous scratches from zombie claws. The bulletproof film on the windows was stained with indelible blood marks, a sight that was both shocking and grim. These were the remnants of the breakout from the 4S shop at noon the previous day. To force their way through the zombie horde blocking the entrance, the 2 vehicles had rammed into the crowd, heat-in running over and colliding with countless undead. Escaping intact was already a stroke of luck, as they had focused solely on fleeing the city with no time to address the aftermath. We need to clean them thoroughly. It's not just about keeping zombies away. These bloodstains might carry all sorts of pathogens. Xiaohe's wound is still healing. We can't afford any complications. Lin Chen nodded, then turned and walked to the tool shed on the west side of the yard, retrieving the supplies they had scavenged the previous afternoon. Is old Chen awake? He's the best with those tools we brought back from the farm machinery repair shop. For cleaning the crevices on the vehicle body, he's the one to ask. The previous afternoon, shortly after arriving at the ranger station, the group had scouted the surroundings and discovered an abandoned farm machinery repair shop about a kilometer to the east. The shop was a cooperative venture run by nearby farmers specializing in repairing tractors, agricultural tricycles, and small trucks. After the apocalypse broke out, the owner had fled into the city with his family, leaving most of the shop's contents behind. They had cleared out 2 lone zombies inside the shop and hauled back every usable tool. A high-pressure agricultural car washer, long-handled stiff brushes, scrapers, a full set of mechanics wrenches, of floor jack tire repair kits, and even a complete set of sheet metal hammers and crowbars. All were invaluable assets for their current needs. As his words faded, the door to the eastern room swung open. Old Chen stepped out wearing a coat and holding the welding mask he had used the day before to reinforce the chain-link fence. Overhearing their conversation, he immediately chimed in, "Awake. I've been awake for a while. Couldn't sleep anyway, and I was thinking about reinforcing the welds on the fence again. Washing the cars. Leave it to me. I tested the car washer we brought back yesterday. It works with the vehicle's inverter. I know every gap in the body and every groove in the bumper by heart. He'll make sure not a single speck of grime is left." After a day of welding and reinforcement, Old Chen had found his place in the team. His posture straightened, his earlier hesitance vanished, and his eyes gleamed with a steady, determined diligence. Having worked with metal and machinery for over 3 decades at a state-owned machine tool factory, he was more than capable of not only washing and cleaning the vehicles, but even dismantling and reassembling them if needed. The three set to work immediately. Li Meng emerged from the house carrying several pairs of rubber gloves and masks. "Dr. Zhang asked me to give these to you. Those bloodstains are filthy. Don't touch them directly. If you have any cuts, you could get infected. Xiaoya and I will boil some hot water nearby. Come over for a warm drink when you're tired." The curtain over the inner room's door parted slightly, and Xiaoya poked her head out, waving at them to indicate she was watching over Xiaohe and Xiaoyu, reassuring them to focus on their work. Xiaoyu also peeked through the crack, revealing his little head, and waved his small hand before obediently retreating back inside, quiet and well-behaved. Lin Chen put on the gloves, connected the vehicle's inverter, and hooked up the high-pressure washer from the repair shop. He started by spraying down both vehicles. The high-pressure water blasted against the bodies, washing away streams of dark red and black filth mixed with bits of flesh and debris, which pooled on the ground and emitted a faint rancid odor. Old Joe grabbed a long-handled brush, dipped it in laundry detergent, and began scrubbing the large areas of grime. Since no car wash soap was available, the detergent found in the ranger station's duty room served well enough for degreasing and cleaning. Old Chen, meanwhile, crouched by the front bumper with a scraper, meticulously chipping away at the bits of flesh and bone lodged in the bumper's crevices and the grill. "Damn, there's a piece of bone stuck in this grill, almost clogging it completely." Frowning, Old Chen used the scraper to pry out the bone fragments, then called Lin Chen to blast the area with the high-pressure washer until the water ran clear. "When we charged out yesterday, this front end must have hit at least a dozen zombies. It's a miracle the engine survived. I modified both vehicles before. The engine guard and underbody armor were reinforced with thick steel plates. Otherwise, the zombies would have torn them apart by now," Old Joe said as he scrubbed the wheel hubs. "But we hit too hard yesterday. The left front suspension is definitely a bit warped. After washing, I need to lift it and do a thorough check, or it could cause trouble on a long drive." After a full 3 hours, the two once filthy Terramonts had regained their original deep gray paint, with even the logos polished to a shine. Not a trace of blood or flesh remained, though the deep and shallow scratches on the bodywork still bore witness to the perilous escape the day before. The group didn't simply discard the wastewater and residue. Instead, they used shovels to collect it all and dumped it into a pit several hundred meters downwind of the ranger station, burying it thoroughly to prevent the smell of blood from attracting distant zombies. After a simple lunch and less than half an hour of rest, Old Joe and Old Chen began inspecting the two vehicles. Old Chen retrieved the floor jack from the repair shop and lifted the left front wheel, while Old Joe crawled under the vehicle using a flashlight to meticulously check the undercarriage suspension and engine guard. The left front lower control arm is slightly deformed. It's drivable, but it'll vibrate on rough roads. Needs straightening. Old Joe called out from under the vehicle, tapping a metal part with his wrench. "The oil needs changing. We ran at high RPMs for too long yesterday, the oil's almost burnt. Brake fluid needs checking too. The brake pads aren't too worn, they should hold for a while. All tire pressures need topping up, and the left rear tire has a small nail. Needs to be pulled out and patched." Old Chen responded from outside, immediately finding the corresponding tools for each issue Old Joe mentioned. The two worked together with seamless coordination. Old Joe knew mechanics, what was broken and how to fix it. Old Chen understood metalwork. He could straighten the deformed control arm with a wrench and hammer, apply tire patch compound flawlessly, and even secure loose hoses in the engine bay neatly with zip ties. Meanwhile, Lin Chen kept busy taking Li Meng to upgrade the ranger station's defenses. The previous day, they had only roughly filled the gaps and secured the chain-link fence enough to hold off a small zombie horde. To survive the 14 days safely, they needed to turn this place into a true fortress. "Li Meng, hand me the timber and steel nails. I'm going to build a watchtower on the wall." Lin Chen stood on the wall, pointing to the southeast corner. This spot had the highest elevation and the best view, allowing them to see all activity within a kilometer of the ranger station, whether wandering zombies or any other anomalies, giving them ample warning. Li Meng quickly responded, passing up the 4-meter-long pine beams, thick planks, and steel nails she had found at a nearby farmhouse, even helping to steady the beams to prevent them from toppling. Lin Chen moved with practiced efficiency. 8 years of Sansho training had honed his coordination and strength, making him as steady on the wall as on flat ground. He first firmly embedded 2 pine beams into the brickwork of the wall, then laid crossbeams and 2 layers of thick planks, nailing them securely. He added a half-height railing and fixed a layer of chain-link fence to it, preventing zombies from reaching up from below. In less than an hour, a simple watchtower that could hold 2 people was complete. Standing atop it, Lin Chen used a telescope found at the repair shop to survey the surroundings. He could clearly see the distant highway, the forests and villages on either side, and even a lone zombie stumbling along a ridge several hundred meters away. Perfect. With this watchtower, night duty will be much easier. Li Ming looked up at Lin Chen with admiration, and after 2 days together, she was no longer the weeping intern she had been. She no longer trembled at the sight of zombies, and could even help with defensive construction tasks. Lin Chen jumped down from the watchtower, dusted off his hands, and began planning the next phase of reinforcement. We'll set up 2 barricades outside the gate using tree trunks to prevent zombies from ramming the door. Outside the chain-link fence, well, add a tripwire with bells from the farmhouse. If a zombie touches it, the bells will ring as an early warning. And the traps we dug earlier, we'll expand them outward by another ring, creating a double-layered defense. Even if the first layer fails, the second will hold. By the time the sun was about to set, the inspection and repairs on both vehicles were complete. Old Joe had changed the oil, straightened the deformed control arm, patched the tire, and reinforced all loose components. Even the loose protective mesh on the windows had been re-welded by Old Chin, solid and secure. No matter how much a zombie shook it, it wouldn't come loose. Both vehicles had their fuel tanks filled to the brim, and the spare fuel canisters from the 4S shop were secured in the trunk. They were in even better condition than when they had fled the city. The defensive upgrades were also mostly complete. 2 barricades made of thick tree trunks stood outside the gate, wrapped in barbed wire, blocking the entrance solidly. Even if a dozen zombies charged together, they couldn't break through. A double layer of tripwire with bells encircled the outer wall, the thin wire nearly touching the ground. Even a rabbit running past would set them off. The original traps had been extended outward by 3 meters with a deeper ring of pits dug, the stakes at the bottom sharpened to a finer point, and thorny branches placed around the traps to prevent zombies from bypassing them. For dinner, Xiaoya cooked noodles, adding poached eggs and pickled vegetables found at a farmhouse. The meal was steaming hot. The group gathered around the stone table in the yard, eating the hot noodles and looking at the reinforced fortress and the repaired vehicles. A long-lost sense of security settled over them. Old Joe slurped a mouthful of noodles and raised his enamel bowl to Old Chun. Old Chen, you worked hard today. Your skill is truly unmatched. The car is fixed perfectly and the defenses are welded solid. From now on, you're our team's chief maintenance engineer. Old Chen's face flushed red. He waved his hands, hastily grinning from ear to ear. No. I just did what I'm good at. As long as I can help everyone, that's enough. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere in the yard was relaxed and warm, a world apart from the desolate, silent apocalypse. Lin Chen looked at the group, a warmth spreading through his heart. He raised his head to gaze at the darkening sky. The distant mountains had melted into the twilight, with only the faint glow of a flashlight from the watchtower piercing the gloom. He knew these 14 days of holding their ground would not remain peaceful. But as long as the 8 of them stood united, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. More than 30 kilometers away in the fortress of the 4S shop in Jiangcheng, Old Qian was using a wrench to slowly unscrew the bolts on a ventilation duct by moonlight. His hands trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth and kept working. He had to survive. He had to escape. He had to catch up with Lin Chen and the others. This thought had taken root in his heart, like a seed slowly sprouting. As night deepened, the wind in the wilderness grew stronger. The bells on the ranger station's fence chimed softly once, then fell silent again. Only the silhouette of Old Joe on the watchtower stood firm, like a silent sentinel guarding this small courtyard and everyone within it. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sky had just cleared. The north wind from the previous night had ceased. Golden sunlight filtered through the barbed wire fence, spilling warmly into the courtyard of the forest guard station. Lin Chen had just descended from the watchtower when he huddled together with Old Joe. They spread out a local map obtained from a nearby farmhouse and began marking circles on it with a pencil. The day before, they had secured the defenses of the guard station and the vehicles. Now the most crucial task was gathering supplies. The food and water they had brought from the 4S dealership, even when rationed, would only last half a month. Fuel was only enough for a few hundred kilometers. To make it to G City, they had to thoroughly search every surrounding village and town, replenishing their reserves to the brim. Look, 1 kilometer south of the guard station is Wangjia village, 2 kilometers west is Lijiao, and 5 kilometers north is Liuha town. Old Joe pointed at the map with his pencil, his fingertip tracing a circle across it. We'll go in batches. First, search the 2 nearest villages to bring back grain, firewood, and daily necessities. Then we'll venture farther. Not everyone can go out. Someone reliable must stay to guard the station. Xiaohe is still bedridden and can't be. Lin Chen nodded, his fingertip tapping the locations of the 2 villages. He quickly settled on a grouping plan. We'll go in pairs with complementary combat skills. In each group, 1 person is responsible for clearing the area and the other for searching supplies. If something happens, we can look out for each other. They'll take Li Meng and search Wangjia village to the south, focusing on food and fuel. You take Old Chun and search Lijiao to the west, focusing on tools, hardware, winter cotton clothes, and quilts and medicine. He specifically explained the reasoning behind the groupings. Li Ming was meticulous best at searching for supplies and taking inventory, but lacked close combat experience, so she needed his protection. Old Chen understood machinery and could work hard, but he was old and slow to react. Old Zhou had extensive battlefield experience and could protect him while teaching him the ropes of field searching. As for why they weren't taking the car, Lin Chen made it clear, these two villages are too close. The farthest is only 2 kilometers away, a 20-minute walk. Driving would be more trouble than it's worth. The roads into the villages are narrow field ridges flanked by collapsed walls and fallen trees. It's hard to turn around once you drive in, and you might end up stuck. More importantly, the engine noise is too loud. It could easily attract the zombies from the surrounding forests and villages, trapping us inside. We'll drive when we go to Liuhe town, 5 kilometers away. The roads there are wider, and we can carry more supplies. Old Zhou nodded immediately. Having spent years in the military conducting field reconnaissance, he understood the importance of noise control all too well. Lin Chen's arrangement was thoughtful and flawless. Finally, regarding the arrangements for those staying behind, Lin Chen looked towards the inner room and said in a deep voice, Dr. Zhang will stay at the guard station to watch the place. Take care of Xiaohe and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will assist you. Lock the courtyard gate from the inside. No matter what noise you hear outside or who knocks, do not open it. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to call us immediately. We'll come back as fast as we can. With the arrangements settled, everyone sprang into action. The curtain to the inner room was pushed aside first, and Zhang Lei emerged. She wore a clean jacket and carried several first aid kits, which she distributed to the 4 people about to head out. Each kit has iodine gauze, hemostatic powder, and antibiotics. If you get cut or injured, disinfect and bandage it immediately. Don't let zombie blood contaminate the wound. When searching for supplies, be careful. Don't take expired medicine or moldy food, especially canned goods. If the lid is bulging, don't take it. Eating it will cause serious problems. She specifically instructed Li Ming, you're with Lin Chen. Focus on finding antibiotics, fever reducers, anti-diarrhea medicine, and consumables like sterile gauze and forceps. These are what we need most right now. Stay safe. Don't wander off alone. Stick close to Lin Chen. Don't worry, Dr. Zhang. I've got it. Li Ming nodded firmly, stuffing the first aid kit into her backpack and gripping her steel pipe tightly. Though nervous inside, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. After the trials of the past few days, she was no longer the timid girl who would go weak at the knees at the sight of a zombie. She could now not only face zombies, but also keep her composure in unexpected situations. Old Chen also tucked a crowbar into his belt and patted his chest. Don't worry, Shaolin. He'll follow Old Zhou. I won't hold the team back. Any useful tools or parts one find, I promise to bring them all back. The two groups set off in different directions. Lin Chen led Li Ming south towards Wangjia village, while Old Zhou led Old Chen west towards Lijiao. Everyone's walkie-talkies were paired with in-ear headphones and tuned to a dedicated channel. They communicated in hushed tones throughout the journey to avoid attracting wandering zombies, maintaining contact at all times. In the early morning wilderness, the dew had yet to dry. As they stepped on the withered yellow grass, their pant legs were soon. The farmlands on both sides of the road were nothing but bare stubble left after the harvest. Not a single soul was in sight. Only a few crows perched on a distant utility pole, their cawing echoing, making the land seem even more desolate. On the way, Li Ming was a bit puzzled. It felt very different from being in the city. She felt like there were far fewer zombies here than in the city. They had walked quite a distance and had barely seen any sign of them. Seeing her curiosity, Lin Chen explained, it's probably because the apocalypse broke out on a workday. Most of the village's young and middle-aged adults were working in factories or construction sites in Jiangcheng and didn't come back. The elderly and children who stayed behind were either taken away by their children to hide or banded together to go into the city to find their relatives. Because in the city, whether it's the police or the military, they would basically be able to take care of things first. As for the few who didn't escape, in turn they might have been attracted by other noises, or they might be locked up in their homes waiting for us to rescue them, ha. Li Ming nodded, repeatedly tightening her grip on the steel pipe and quickening her pace to stay close. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. In less than 20 minutes they arrived at the entrance of Wangjia village. A stone plaque stood at the village entrance, the 3 characters for Wangjia village eroded by wind and rain until they were barely legible. Under the large locust tree at the village entrance, an electric tricycle lay overturned. Beside it lay a long-dead corpse that had turned into a zombie, crawling on the ground, clawing aimlessly at the earth, a low, guttural growl emanating from its throat. Judging by its clothes, it was an elderly person, frail and unable to move their legs, able only to crawl after turning. Stay behind me. Don't panic, don't make a sound. You handle this one. Get some practice. Lin Chen instructed Li Ming in a low voice. Li Ming tightened her grip on the steel pipe and silently circled around behind the zombie. Nervous her first time, Li Ming's steel pipe came down without enough force to kill the zombie. Instead, it startled the creature. It spun around, rapidly crawling towards Li Ming with its hands alternating quickly. Lin Chen stepped forward, pulled Li Ming back, and swapped her weapon. He handed her his short spear, telling her to use it. After the commotion, Li Ming found she was no longer afraid. She stepped forward again. As the zombie lunged towards her, Lin Chen stepped in and delivered 2 sharp blows, bang bang, breaking the zombie's arms, rendering it unable to move. Lin Chen then directed Li Meng, try again. This time you have to use all your strength. This time Li Meng walked up to the zombie. She took a deep breath, gripped the short spear with both hands, and aimed at its head. Unable to move, the zombie could only lift its head and roar impotently at her. Summoning her courage, Li Meng plunged the spear downward. Before the zombie could react, the short spear in her hand had precisely pierced its crown. The zombie instantly went still, collapsing limply to the ground. Lin Chen stepped forward, gently pried open Li Meng's trembling hands, and pulled out the short spear. With a clean, swift motion, he flicked the blood off the spear tip, then tilted his chin towards Li Meng. Beautifully done. Good job. Into the village. Remember, stay close to me. Clear the zombies first, then search for supplies. Never enter a house alone. Li Meng quickly acknowledged, but suddenly felt her stomach contract. She ran to the side of the road and vomited. A few minutes later, her face pale, she finally recovered. Lin Chen asked with concern, you okay? Don't take it to heart. I threw up the first time too. Haha, alright. Pull yourself together, keep track of the supplies, and let's go. Li Meng nodded hastily, then took out a notebook and pen from her backpack to record the supplies they would find. The two of them pushed an empty two-wheeled handcart and entered Wangjia village. The village was small, with only about 20 households, mostly brick houses. Most of the courtyard gates were wide open, the yards empty. Tables and chairs were overturned inside the houses, a clear sign that the owners had fled in a hurry, leaving everything in disarray. Occasionally one could hear a low zombie growl, but it came from behind closed gates. Their numbers were surprisingly few. They searched house by house. Lin Chen was responsible for first checking the yard and clearing out any zombies. Once he confirmed it was safe, Li Meng would enter to search for supplies. Their division of labor was clear, and their efficiency was high. The gate of the first house at the village entrance was closed, secured with a padlock that showed no signs of tampering. It seemed no one had opened it since the apocalypse began. Lin Chen used a crowbar to pry at the lock shackle. With a gentle twist, the padlock opened. The two pushed open the gate, slipped into the yard, and immediately scanned their surroundings with vigilance. The yard was clean. A few heads of cabbage grew in a vegetable bed against the wall, still covered with plastic sheeting. 2 pieces of elderly clothes hung, drying on a clothesline. The main house door was bolted from the inside, utterly silent, with no sign of movement. Lin Chen gestured for Li Meng to stay put in the yard. He held his short spear and slowly approached the main house door, giving it a gentle push. The door didn't budge. He circled around to a side window. It was an old-fashioned wooden window, the glass spotlessly clean and unbroken. Peering inside, he saw 2 elderly bodies lying on the brick bed in the main room. Judging by their clothes, they were the owners of the house. The 2 elders lay side by side, covered with a clean quilt, their faces peaceful. An empty bottle of sleeping pills lay beside their hands. There were no bite marks on their bodies. It was clear that after the apocalypse broke out, they lost contact with their children in the city. After enduring for over 10 days, they lost all hope of survival, locked the doors and windows, and chose to end their lives with an overdose. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. He still pried the door open and entered. First, he carefully tucked the quilt around the 2 elders, gently closing their eyes. Only then did he signal for Li Meng to come in and search for supplies. Elderly people in the countryside had mostly experienced hard times and had a habit of storing grain. Especially the older generation, they always kept a generous supply of food at home. Sure enough, Li Meng quickly found a small grain bin partitioned off with wooden boards in a corner of the main hall. Inside were 2 unopened 100-gene sacks of wheat and a half sack of over 50-gene of rice. In the kitchen, a vat was filled to the brim with pickled radishes and cabbages. The cupboard held half a bucket of peanut oil and over a dozen bundles of dried noodles. The woodshed was piled high with dry firewood. Brother Lin, I found it. The grain is all here. Li Meng's voice was very soft, afraid of disturbing the elders on the bed. She quickly took out her notebook to record the find and moved the portable items like the noodles and peanut oil out to the yard. Just these 2 sacks of wheat, once ground into flour, would be enough for the 8 of us for over half a month. Lin Chen, meanwhile, thoroughly searched the side room. He found an unused agricultural tricycle. In the cart were 2 20-liter barrels of diesel and another 20-liter barrel half filled with gasoline. Additionally, there were a number of wrenches and sockets for car repair, along with a coil of brand new electrical cable, all valuable finds for their current situation. Lucky break. We found fuel. Lin Chen carried the barrels into the yard, a smile spreading across his face. Fuel was their most critical shortage. These few dozen liters would allow their 2 vehicles to travel a few hundred extra kilometers, solving an urgent problem. The 2 of them loaded all the useful supplies from this house onto the handcart, piling it high. Before leaving, they carefully closed and locked the courtyard gate behind them. They pushed the cart to the village entrance to store it, then turned around and entered the second house. This house was the village's small convenience store. The yard was open. Inside, 3 zombies were frenziedly gnawing on a dead dog lying in the yard. Hearing the noise at the gate, they immediately turned their heads and lunged at the 2 people. Hide behind me. Lin Chen let out a low shout as he charged toward the zombies. His short spear precisely pierced the eye socket of the foremost zombie, twisted, and withdrew. He sidestepped the lunge of the second zombie, then struck back with a thrust through its skull. The remaining zombie had yet to pounce when Li Meng, gathering her courage, smashed its knee with a steel pipe. The zombie stumbled and fell to its knees, and Lin Chen immediately stepped forward, ending its life with a single spear thrust. In less than 10 seconds, 3 zombies were eliminated. Lin Chen did not relax immediately. He gripped his short spear and swept his gaze warily across the entire yard, confirming no other living creatures were present. His eyes finally settled on the carcass of a stray dog, its body mutilated beyond recognition from the zombies' feeding. The dog's neck and abdomen were covered with deep, bone-exposing bite wounds. Its fur was smeared with the black-red blood and saliva of the zombies. The body had not yet stiffened, completely indicating it had died not long ago. He strode forward, raised his hand, and drove his short spear deep into the dog's temple, thoroughly shredding the brain tissue before withdrawing the tip and flicking off the grime. Li Meng watched his actions with a hint of confusion. Lin Chen turned to look at her, nodded with approval in his eyes, and said, "Well done. Quick reflexes." Then in a low voice he added, "Any living creature bitten by a zombie will mutate. Dogs have far superior olfactory senses and running speed compared to humans. If it turns into a zombie dog, it would be more troublesome than 2 or 3 ordinary zombies. We absolutely cannot leave this threat." Li Meng instantly understood and nodded with lingering fear, committing this lesson to memory. The shelves of the small convenience store were mostly bare. Clearly, they had been ransacked by fleeing survivors. Yet the pair still found many valuable items: 3 unopened cases of bottled water, over 40 packs of instant noodles, more than a dozen cans of food, a considerable amount of batteries, lighters, candles, and even 2 unopened buckets of red paint. Perfect for marking road signs for Old Qian. The two grew more efficient as they searched. From dawn until nearly noon, they scoured every one of the 20-plus households in Wangjia village. In the entire village, they encountered only 11 zombies, posing no real threat. They made 3 trips back and forth with the handcart. The supplies they brought back piled up at the village entrance like a small mountain: 4 sacks of wheat, 3.5 sacks of rice, over 50 bundles of dried noodles, 2 large jars of pickled vegetables, 8 buckets of peanut oil, hundreds of pounds of firewood, 60 liters of diesel, 40 liters of gasoline, and countless daily necessities and tools. Enough. With just these provisions, we can eat for 2 months if we're frugal, Lin Chen said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He pressed the earpiece mic and used the walkie-talkie to call Old Zhou and Old Chen. "Old Zhou, Uncle Chen, how's it going on your end?" The walkie-talkie soon crackled, with Old Zhou's voice lowered but brimming with excitement. "We're done searching. Same situation as yours. We only ran into 4 zombies. All dealt with. We found plenty of quilts and cotton clothes, plus a complete small flour mill. Old Chen says we can disassemble and transport it. Medicine too, and a big sack of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Most importantly, I found materials to make a silencer for our pistol." Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. The only Type 92 pistol they possessed was their team's last trump card for survival. But firing it would make too much noise, easily attracting hordes of zombies. They would never use it unless absolutely necessary. With a silencer, they could silently eliminate lone zombies without risking close combat. "Good. We're done here too, heading back. It might take 2 more trips, we have quite a lot of supplies. See you at the ranger station," Lin Chen replied in a low voice. Lin Chen responded quietly, and together with Li Meng they pushed a cart laden with supplies toward the ranger station. Due to the volume of goods, they made 2 trips, and Old Zhou and his team helped with 1. Just after noon, both groups returned to the ranger station with their supplies. Xiaoya came out to help unload, and Xiaoyu obediently followed, handing out towels and water. Zhang Lei also emerged from the inner room, carrying an alcohol spray bottle to disinfect everyone. After confirming no one was injured, she sighed in relief and reported that Xiao He was stable, having just had his bandages changed and been fed some porridge. Zhang Lei had not been idle all morning. Besides providing comprehensive care for Xiao He, she had sorted all the medicines, taught Xiaoya the full nursing routine, thoroughly disinfected the inner room, and changed the bed sheets and covers, creating a sterile environment for Xiao He to recuperate. While unloading supplies, Old Zhou showed Lin Chen the canvas bag containing the silencer materials: seamless steel pipes, motorcycle shock absorber, sleeves, high-temperature resistant rubber sealing rings, fine steel mesh, asbestos gaskets, copper wire, and springs. Everything was complete. Having served 8 years in a reconnaissance company, Old Zhou knew his way around these things. Old Chen also guaranteed that he could weld the joints securely without affecting accuracy. In the afternoon, no one went out again. They sorted the retrieved supplies into categories and stored them in the supply room. Grain, medicine, fuel, and tools each had their designated place labeled and managed neatly. Old Chen and Li Meng built a firewood shed and an enclosed small kitchen. Lin Chen and Old Zhou drove the Terramont along the northern highway, painting north-pointing arrows and house markers every kilometer to guide Old Qian. They continued until the fork in the road at Liuhe town before turning back. By the time they returned to the ranger station, the sun was already slanting westward. Old Zhou and Old Chen huddled together, quickly sketching the processing drawings for the silencer and finalizing the details for starting work the next day. At 8 in the evening, it was time for the scheduled call with Old Qian. Lin Chen picked up the walkie-talkie on time, pressed the transmit button, and spoke in a low voice, "Old Qian, come in please." Soon Old Qian's voice came through the earpiece, equally hushed and noticeably steadier than the day before. "Brother Lin." "Got it. I'm here." The earpiece is in a no one can hear. "How did it go today? Did you figure out the pattern of the zombies downstairs?" "Got it." Old Qian's voice brimmed with excitement. "I hid at the stairwell and watched all day. Every day at 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, most of the zombies downstairs are lured away by noises outside. At most 5 or 6 remain in the yard. I've also loosened the screws on the ventilation duct. We can leave anytime. Brother Lin, I want to break out the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, don't rush. Don't act impulsively. You only have one chance. Once you fail, there's no turning back. Observe for 3 more days, thoroughly understand the zombies' patterns, and familiarize yourself with the route again. Make sure everything is foolproof before you act. We'll wait for you here for 14 days. There's no need to rush this. There was a few seconds of silence over the walkie-talkie, followed by Old Qian's resolute voice. All right. Brother Lin will listen to you. He'll observe for a few more days and make sure everything is foolproof. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing, Lin Chen said, then released the transmit button. Night shrouded the wilderness. A small fire was lit in the yard of the ranger station. The group sat around the fire chatting about the next day's plans and the upcoming silencer. The atmosphere was relaxed and peaceful. The warm glow of the fire reflected on everyone's faces, dispelling the winter chill and the despair of the apocalypse. They all knew the road ahead remained perilous. But as long as they had companions by their side, supplies in hand, and a direction to follow, there would always be hope, and the day they could finally return home. On the 4th morning, as dawn barely broke, the morning mist in the wilderness, wrapped in damp and chilly wind, drifted slowly over the chain-link fence of the forest guard station. The previous night's watch was shared by Lin Chen and Old Zhou, each taking 3 hours in the latter half. After their shift, both had a solid rest, rising without a trace of fatigue in their eyes. The others in the yard had spent the previous day hauling supplies, building fortifications, and toiling through physical labor. Yielding to their weary bodies, they slept an extra half hour. Even the most obedient Xiaoyu clung to his bed, unwilling to rise, all the tension from the days of escape gone. This rare tranquility in the apocalypse finally allowed these ordinary people who had been on edge to slow down and rest according to their physical limits. As Lin Chen unlocked the yard gate's latch, Old Zhou approached with an unlit cigarette between his lips, clutching the suppressor machining blueprints drawn the previous day, followed by Old Chen carrying a file and a bench vise. Good timing. We were thinking of getting the suppressor done this morning. All materials are ready. Old Chen says the morning light is good for precise drilling and grinding. Lin Chen replied with a smile, Brother Zhou, thank you, and Uncle Chen for your hard work. This can't be rushed. Slow work yields fine products. Old Chen nodded, placed his tools on the stone table, and instinctively rubbed his aching back. I've done fine work all my life. Oh, I'm afraid of poor light leading to mistakes. He'll fix the vise on the stone table for stability. Work a while, rest a while. Won't tire me out. He was older, and after a day of welding fences and moving grinders, his back and eyes were strained. He had rubbed them thoroughly upon waking. Lin Chen nodded understandingly and set the day's tasks accordingly. All right, well, wrap up the work in the yard today. Brother Zhou, you stay with Uncle Chen on the suppressor. No need to rush. He'll take Li Meng to reinforce the yard's defenses and finish the details we missed before. Dr. Zhang, you take Xiaoya to thoroughly organize the supplies, focusing on grain storage and drinking water disinfection. And please keep an eye on Xiaoyi. Everyone agreed, each taking up tools according to their ability, and began working at a steady, unhurried pace. Old Zhou and Old Chen crouched by the stone table first, sorting the seamless steel pipes brought back from Lijiao. 2 pipes of different inner diameters fit the 2 types of firearms they had. They cut wire mesh asbestos gaskets and rubber sealing rings to size before securing the pipes in the vise. Old Chen handled precise drilling and thread grinding, while Old Zhou cut the inner layers and wrapped the wire mesh. They worked in sync, pausing every half hour to drink water and rest. Old Chen rubbed his back and eyes while Old Zhou double-checked dimensions against the blueprints. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Li Meng began reinforcing the yard's defenses. The previous day, they had built a watchtower, set up barricades, and dug traps. Today, they only needed to patch up the gaps. The 2 circled the wall, inspecting each weld point on the wire mesh. They re-welded loose spots, anchored the bottom with angle steel and pressed stones, and cement blocks into the gaps between the mesh and the ground to prevent zombie dogs from crawling underneath. Just inspecting and reinforcing the wire mesh took them nearly 2 hours, with 2 breaks in between. During a break, Li Meng refilled hot water for Old Zhou and Old Chen at the stone table, then went inside to help Zhang hang the washed dirty sheets, never idle for a moment. After resting enough, the 2 optimized the early warning and trap systems outside the yard. They changed the single tripwire to a double-layer system, the outer layer 5 meters from the wall strung with copper bells tuned, so that only living creatures would trigger them, not the night wind, the inner layer close to the wall, with wire less than 10 centimeters off the ground, specifically to thwart any ill-intentioned humans attempting to sneak along the wall. The previously dug traps were camouflaged with loose soil and dry grass. The wooden spikes at the bottom were sharpened anew, ensuring that even a human falling in would have no chance of climbing out. Li Meng also carefully opened concealed observation holes at the 4 corners of the wall, allowing them to see the surroundings without climbing, greatly reducing the burden of watch duty. By the time the defenses were fully completed, it was noon. At the other end of the yard, Zhang Lei and Xiaoya had also organized the supplies neatly. The wheat collected the previous day was ground into white flour by Old Chen and Xiaoya during a break, using the assembled grinder and covered with oilcloth to keep it dry. For drinking water, the two fetched 4 large buckets from the stream at the foot of the mountain, adding bleaching powder in proportion for disinfection and sedimentation. Boiling afterward ensured it was perfectly safe. Then they labeled the remaining bottled water with dates enough to last half a month if used sparingly. All medicines were categorized into oral, topical, and emergency types with expiration dates and usage instructions marked, then locked in a dedicated wooden cabinet managed by Zhang Lei. Inside, Xiaohe's condition improved day by day. He could now sit up against the headboard and ate half a bowl of porridge on his own at noon, waving cheerfully at the busy people in the yard. Zhang Lei took his temperature and checked his wound every 2 hours, confirming no inflammation or infection, and her worries were finally put to rest. After a simple lunch, everyone rested soundly for over an hour, recharging before continuing. Old Zhou and Old Chen had completed the main body of the suppressor in the morning and began assembly and sealing after the break. By just after 2 in the afternoon, 2 polished rust-proof suppressors were fully finished. Old Chen wiped the outer walls with a soft cloth before handing them to Old Zhou. Old Zhou weighed them in his hand, checked the threads against the light, and said with admiration, "Old Chen, your craftsmanship is impeccable. It fits perfectly, even better than I expected." Old Chen's face crinkled in a smile. "Just some old skills. As long as they work. Once the paint dries, you can find a place to test them, but be cautious." Soon Lin Chen and Old Zhou set off in a Terramont. They drove a few kilometers north and found a desolate mountain hollow to test the firearms. They got out, circled the hollow to confirm no zombies or other living souls were around. Only the rustle of wind through pine branches. Before placing the canvas bag with the guns on the hood of the car, Old Zhou first took out the pistol, securely screwed the polished suppressor onto the muzzle, and stood 30 meters from a pine tree as thick as a bowl. He glanced at Lin Chen and said, "A suppressor doesn't completely silence the gun, it just reduces the muzzle blast to a safe range. There's still noise up close. In the apocalypse, you have to be mindful of the environment, or you'll still attract zombies. Don't fire recklessly just because you have a suppressor. Also, the power is limited. Use it at close range, preferably for finishing shots." With that, he gripped the gun with both hands, locked his wrists, held his breath for half a second, and pulled the trigger. A muffled puff sounded, and the bullet precisely struck the marked spot on the tree trunk, sending bark and splinters flying. Dozens of meters away, it was nearly inaudible. After firing, Old Zhou first pulled the slide to eject the chambered round that had automatically loaded after the shot, pinching the bullet between his fingers. He then pressed the magazine release button and removed the magazine, now 1 round short. He verified the total count on the spot and handed the gun to Lin Chen. "The pistol ammunition we brought out from the 4S store during the breakout. 4 full standard magazines of 15 rounds, each totaling 60 rounds. From the breakout to the Forest Ranger station, not a single shot was fired, not a single bullet touched. I just fired 1 round to test the suppressor, so now we have 59 rounds left. Use them sparingly, and it'll be enough for you to practice a few shots." Lin Chen took the gun with a smile and replied, "Perfect, I was just thinking I could learn a thing or two from you, Brother Zhou, to avoid panic in emergencies." Old Zhou stood beside him, adjusting his grip. "Don't let your trigger finger be too stiff, just rest it on the trigger. Your support hand should press the gun down slightly, lock your wrists, and don't let them wobble with the recoil. Stabilize your breath, half a second early. Only pull the trigger when the sights aren't drifting. In the apocalypse, when fighting zombies, every shot has to hit the head, otherwise you'll waste bullets and might end up getting yourself killed." Lin Chen adjusted his posture according to Old Zhou's guidance, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. The first shot was slightly off the mark by half an inch. Old Zhou immediately pointed out the issue. "You pulled the trigger too hastily. The moment your finger tightened, your whole hand shook. Try again." Over the next few shots, Lin Chen gradually found his rhythm. After each shot, Old Zhou corrected a small detail, from grip strength and timing of breath holding to trigger control, gradually fixing his flawed techniques. After firing 8 pistol rounds, Lin Chen's accuracy grew steadily. The last 3 shots all hit the mark on the tree trunk precisely. Each gunshot was heavily muffled by the suppressor, producing only a dull thud audible to those standing nearby. When Lin Chen holstered the gun and removed the magazine, Old Zhou took the pistol, pulled the slide to eject the remaining chambered round, and then checked it. After inspecting the pistol, Old Zhou picked up the rifle, firmly attached the corresponding suppressor, and handed it to Lin Chen. "This rifle's ammunition is even more precious. We haven't fired a single shot from it until today. There are only 19 rounds left, all in this one magazine. Today just fire 1 round to confirm the suppressor's effect, and that the trajectory hasn't deviated. Later when we head to Liuhe town to rendezvous with Old Chen, this will be our mainstay." Lin Chen nodded, raised the rifle, and using the grip and breath control techniques he had just learned, aimed steadily at a tree trunk 50 meters away and pulled the trigger. Another dull thud followed as the bullet struck the center of the trunk with precision. The suppressor had no effect on accuracy, and its noise dampening was reliable enough that even in an open valley the faint sound would be hard to detect from 100 meters away. Old Zhou watched the bullet's impact point, confirming no deviation. He immediately instructed Lin Chen to holster the rifle and remove the round, first pulling the slide to eject the auto-loaded chambered round, then removing the magazine. After inspection, they placed it in the gun bag. With the test firing complete, the two didn't linger in the valley. They immediately drove along the highway toward Jiangcheng to add road markers for Old Chen. The day before they had only marked up to the Liuhe town intersection. Today they drove south for over 10 kilometers, leaving concealed northward arrows and house markers on utility poles and walls every kilometer, ensuring that after Old Chen escaped from the 4S store, he could follow the signs to the forest ranger station. They continued marking until they were less than 10 kilometers from Jiangcheng's main urban area, where the silhouettes of high-rises were visible in the distance. Only then did they turn back. By the time they returned to the station, the sun was setting behind the hills. As evening fell, the group gathered around a campfire in the yard. The two guns with suppressors lay on a stone table, the warm firelight reflecting on each face, bringing a sense of security. Lin Chen poked at the firewood and said in a low voice, "Now that our defenses and supplies are stable, there's one critical matter to address. When we broke out of the 4S store, most of our ammunition, police gear, and stab-proof vests were left behind in the stronghold. Right now, aside from these two suppressed guns, we only have melee weapons like steel pipes and short spears. After today's test firing and practice, we have 51 pistol rounds and 18 rifle rounds left. The ammunition reserve is dangerously low, and we only have 2 stab-proof vests. Whether defending the station or venturing out, our protection and firepower are far too insufficient." He pointed to Liuhe town on the map and continued, "Liuhe town has a local police station, which is sure to be stocked with standard police gear, stab-proof vests, batons, high-intensity flashlights, pepper spray. These are exactly what we urgently need. Tomorrow morning we'll drive to Liuhe town, scavenge the police station for gear, and also stop by the town's gas station and supermarket to restock. We'll fill up the tank completely and stockpile some fuel." Old Joe immediately nodded in agreement, pointing to the eastern side of Liuhe town on the map. "Exactly, we have to make this trip. Even if the township police station doesn't have extra firearms, basic protective gear and police equipment should be plentiful. With those, whether we wait for Old Chen to join us or later head toward Jishur, we'll have more confidence. Oh, and there's another place we can check out along the way. A small army radar station at the foot of the mountain 2 kilometers east of Liuhe town. 2 years ago, I followed the 4S store's rescue tow truck into the mountains to tow a wrecked car and saw the official military gate. Such a military site definitely has an armory. Even if the garrison withdrew after the apocalypse broke out, there might still be military-grade stab-proof vests, rifle rounds, and even standard-issue firearms left behind. Much better than what the police station has." Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he followed Old Joe's finger to the marker on the map. "I recall hearing about this station before, but I wasn't sure of its exact location or scale, so I didn't dare bring it up. Since you've confirmed it, Brother Joe, let's follow the plan tomorrow. First, clear the Liuhe town police station and secure the basic gear while assessing the zombie situation in town. Then we'll scout the radar station. If the zombie density is too high and the risk too great, we won't force our way in. Our priority is to ensure a safe return." Old Joe agreed immediately and finalized the next day's itinerary. "It's settled. Tomorrow the 3 of us, me, Lin Chen, and Uncle Chen, will drive. The station will be left to Dr. Zhang Liming and Xiaoya. They'll guard Xiao He and Xiao Yu, lock the gate from the inside, and use the walkie-talkie to call us immediately if anything happens. We can be back within an hour." No one raised any objections, and all responded in agreement. Zhang Lei repacked the first aid kit and placed it in the car, repeatedly cautioning the 3 not to engage zombies recklessly. Old Chen gathered tools like crowbars and wrenches, patting his chest to guarantee he could easily open the police station's locks and safes without delaying the trip. As night deepened, the fire gradually died down. After discussing a few more details about the next day, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Old Chen on the first watch and Lin Chen on the second as scheduled. Everyone rested up, awaiting the next day's trip to Liuhe town. A gentle wind swept across the wilderness, and the copper bell at the station chimed softly now and then, soon falling silent again. This small forest ranger station stood like a steady lamp in the dead silent apocalypse, guarding peace, waiting for dawn, and hoping for a path forward. Yet they were unaware that only a few dozen kilometers away a major upheaval was about to unfold. The sky had just begun to lighten, the morning mist of the wilderness yet to dissipate, when the iron gate of the ranger station was gently pulled open a crack. Lin Chen was the first to step out, clad in an armed police tactical vest and alloy short spear slung diagonally across his back, and only a multi-purpose tactical knife tucked at his waist. His fingertips lightly brushed the magazine pouch at his thigh, which held 21 loose 9mm pistol rounds, the remaining ammunition for the team's only handgun. Old Joe followed closely, carrying the QBZ-191 rifle fitted with a suppressor, a riot shield secured firmly on his back. The vigilance of a veteran was etched into his bones. His gaze swept across the surrounding wild grass, and only after confirming no unusual movement did he lift his chin towards the yard. Old Chen hurried out with a canvas tool bag containing a crowbar, wrenches, parts for a manual fuel pump, and a stack of fine mesh filters for gasoline. The old man had slept soundly through the night, his back free of ache, his eyes clear. The earlier unease had vanished from his face, replaced by a resolute calm. "Shaolin, Old Joe, I've got all the tools ready. I can handle the gas station's pump and locks." "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Lin Chen nodded, then turned to Zhang Lei and Xiaoya, who were seeing them off at the door, reiterating, "The 3 of us are heading out. The home front is yours, the 3 of you. If anything seems off, no matter what the sound, immediately lock all doors and windows and call us. We can definitely be back. Change Xiaoyi's bandages on time. Don't let him move around. Keep an eye on Xiao. You don't let him near the yard gate. As he spoke, he unclipped the only QSC-92G pistol from his belt along with 2 fully loaded magazines and pressed them into Xiao Ya's hands. He pressed his fingertip firmly against the gun's frame. Leave this with you. There are wounded and children at home. You need it more than we do. The safety is off. If you're in danger, just aim and pull the trigger. Don't hesitate. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, instinctively trying to push it back. No, brother Lin, you're heading into town. What if you run into danger? I'm staying home. I won't need this. Listen, Lin Chen interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Old Zhou and I have rifles, a short spear, and a fire axe. That's more than enough for scattered zombies. This home is our foundation. We must keep a strong card for survival. Take it. Xiaoya nodded firmly, her fingers clutching the cold gun tightly. Her eyes stung slightly, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute. Rest assured, brother Lin. I will guard our home well and wait for your return. Zhang Lei stuffed 2 first aid kits into Old Chen's tool bag, repeatedly instructing, if you encounter zombies, don't fight them heathen. Prioritize not getting hurt. If you get even a scratch, disinfect it with iodine immediately. Absolutely do not touch zombie blood. Got it, Dr. Zhang. We remember, Old Chen replied with a smile, patting his tool bag. I promise we'll come back in one piece. Without further ado, the 3 men boarded the 2 modified Terramots. Old Zhou drove the lead vehicle with Lin Chen in the passenger seat, responsible for observing the road conditions on both sides and checking the map. Old Chen drove the second vehicle behind, maintaining a safe distance of 10 meters, ready to provide support. The windows of both vehicles were welded shut with high-density steel mesh, and the front ends were equipped with double-layer reinforced bumper bars. The engine roar was minimized as they drove steadily along the dirt road with markers set the previous day towards the direction of Liuhe town. The morning mist gradually lifted, and the morning sun streamed through the withered treetops, casting light onto the potholed dirt road. The farmland on both sides was barren. The doors and windows of abandoned farmhouses stood open. Occasionally, a lone zombie could be seen staggering on the ridges, turning its head vacantly at the sound of the engine, but unable to catch up with the speeding vehicles. Lin Chen didn't use the high beams at all, relying only on the daytime running lights for illumination. He gripped the steering wheel steadily, avoiding overturned tricycles and scattered rocks on the road, trying to keep the vehicle from jolting. In less than 40 minutes, the outline of Liuhe town appeared ahead. At the entrance to the town, a solitary gas station stood by the roadside. Its blue sign was mostly faded, missing 2 characters from Shanghua Petroleum. The fuel pumps stood crookedly under the canopy. The convenience store's glass door was shattered. A tipped-over semi-trailer truck sat in the yard, its load of coal spilled across the ground. Stop first. Recon first, then move. Lin Chen made a hand signal. The 2 vehicles slowly came to a halt behind the roadside trees 100 meters from the station, engines off, lights out, completely eliminating any noise. Old Zhou raised his rifle, sweeping his scope across every corner of the gas station, his voice extremely low. 1 by the pump under the canopy, wearing a gas station attendant's uniform, moving slowly. 2 at the convenience store entrance, dressed like truck drivers, just loitering. Total of 3. No other life forms seen. Lin Chen also cracked open the passenger window, observing for a moment through the tree shadows, quickly devising a tactic. Old Zhou, you stay by the car. Use the rifle to watch the 2 at the convenience store entrance. He'll circle around to the back of the canopy to take care of the attendant. Once I'm done, he'll give you the signal, then you handle the 2 at the door. Uncle Chen, you stay in the car, lock the doors, and be ready to start the vehicle for support. Don't get out. Understood, the 2 replied in unison. Lin Chen pushed open the car door, his movements utterly silent. He crouched low, hugging the wall, and circled to the back side of the gas station canopy. The zombie in the attendant's uniform had its back to him, stiffly clawing at the fuel pump keypad, emitting a gurgling ha-ha sound from its throat. Half its body was stained with blackened oil, its rotting hand scraping the keypad beyond recognition. Lin Chen held his breath, his footsteps gliding along the ground. Only when he was less than 2 meters from the zombie did he suddenly step forward, engaging his core strength. The alloy short spear, carrying the full weight of his body, pierced precisely into the zombie's temple. With a soft, the spear tip penetrated the skull. The zombie's body instantly stiffened, the gurgling sound in its throat ceasing abruptly, and it collapsed softly beside the pump. Lin Chen quickly withdrew the spear, flicked off the blood, and made an okay gesture towards Old Zhou. Almost simultaneously, 2 extremely faint puff-puff sounds rang out the suppressor, muffling the gunfire. The 2 zombies at the convenience store entrance were hit in the forehead, almost simultaneously collapsing stiffly to the ground, without even a chance to snarl. In less than half a minute, all 3 zombies were cleared without attracting any extra attention. All clear. Get out, Lin Chen called out. Old Chen immediately pushed open the door and jumped out, heading straight for the storage room next to the fuel pump with his tool bag. Old Chen was intimately familiar with this equipment. He quickly pried open the padlock on the storage room door, pushed it open, took a look inside, and his eyes lit up. Shaolin. Jackpot. For brand new reinforced 20-liter iron oil, drums, not a single dent. And a manual fuel pump, all the parts are there. Excellent. Lin Chen strode over quickly, helping to carry out the oil drums and pump. Old Joe, rifle at the ready, stood guard at the station entrance, his gaze fixed on the direction of the town, preventing any zombies from being attracted by the commotion. Old Chen worked swiftly. First, he inserted the fuel pump's intake hose into the underground storage tank through the pump's inspection port. Then he fitted 2 layers of fine mesh over the outlet hose to filter out impurities and water from the tank before he began working the pump handle. Murky gasoline flowed out first. Only when the liquid became clear did he insert the hose into the oil drum. This underground tank is full. Looks like things went south just a few days into the apocalypse. The oil quality is fine. It's usable after filtering, Old Chen said with a smile as he pumped. Filling all 4 drums gives us 80 liters. Once we top off the vehicles too, we won't have to worry about fuel for a while. Lin Chen crouched nearby, helping to steady the drum to prevent spillage while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. It took less than 20 minutes to fill all 4 drums, tighten the caps, wrap them in shock-absorbing foam, and secure them firmly in the trunks of the 2 vehicles. Then they filled up both vehicles one by one. Before leaving, Lin Chen made another sweep of the convenience store, taking only a few cases of unopened bottled water, over a dozen packs of breakfast biscuits, 2 lighters, and all the batteries in stock. He left everything else untouched. He thought they could come back for more if time allowed. The 3 quickly got back into the vehicles, shut the doors tightly, and the 2 vehicles started up again, slowly driving into the town of Liuhua. The town was small, with one main street running north-south. Most of the shop rolling shutters were tightly closed. The few that had been pried open were empty, with debris and dried bloodstains scattered on the floors. Over a dozen zombies wandered sporadically on the street, mostly elderly residents and vendors moving slowly. They turned their heads vacantly at the sound of the engine, but couldn't keep up with the vehicle's speed. Instead of forcing his way down the main street, Lin Chen followed the pre-planned route, turning into a side road to bypass the denser zombie areas, heading straight for the Liuhua Town Police Station in the northwest corner of the town. A dozen minutes later, the courtyard wall of the police station came into view. 2 heavy wrought iron sliding gates stood half open, their surfaces covered in deep scratch marks, the lock cylinder long since violently destroyed. Inside the yard were 2 police vehicles, their windows all shattered, 2 tires flat, their bodies splattered with blackish red bloodstains. Scattered on the ground were numerous 9mm pistol casings and a few fallen police caps, clear evidence of a fierce resistance that had taken place here when the disaster erupted. The entire station was a 2-story brick and concrete building. The first floor housed the reception hall, household registration office, and case handling area, while the second floor contained offices, the chief's office, and an equipment room, a layout nearly identical to the East City police station they had visited before. Lin Chen first had the 2 vehicles park in a concealed spot outside the courtyard wall. They killed the engines and turned off the lights. The 3 of them pressed close to the base of the wall, listening for any sounds from within the yard. Muffled, guttural groans came intermittently from inside the building. There were a fair number of them, but not so dense as to make one's scalp tingle. From the sound of it, there are at least 7 or 8 inside, probably scattered between the first and second floors. Old Joe steadied his rifle and clicked off the safety, his voice lowered to a mere whisper. Same tactic as before. He'll take point. Lin Chen covers our left flank. Old Chen brings up the rear. Watch our backs, make sure no zombies sneak around from the side doors. Got it. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the short spear, and Old Chen clutched his crowbar. Forming a triangular formation, they silently slipped through the half-open iron gate and stepped into the police station yard. They had taken only 2 steps when 2 zombies in auxiliary police uniforms emerged from behind the patrol cars. The instant they spotted the living, they let out frenzied roars and lunged stiffly at the trio. Old Joe's eyes hardened. He sidestepped the leading zombie's charge, swung his fire axe in a backhand arc, and the heavy blade slammed into the creature's temple. With a dull crunch of breaking bone, the zombie crumpled limply to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen thrust his short spear forward, driving it precisely into the other zombie's eye socket. With a twist of his wrist, the spear tip shredded its brain tissue, and the zombie went still instantly. The 2 worked in seamless coordination. In less than 5 seconds, they had dispatched both zombies without making any unnecessary noise. Old Chen followed behind, his palms slightly sweaty, but he clenched his jaw tightly, not making a sound. His gaze was fixed on the courtyard gate behind them, alert for any zombies that might sneak in. The 3 advanced further, and soon reached the entrance of the reception hall. The glass doors were already shattered. Inside, the reception desk was overturned, statement papers scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with a faint stench of blood and decay. Lin Chen gestured to Old Joe, then pressed himself against the doorframe to listen. The sounds of 3 zombies were clearly audible, all in the main hall. One hiding behind the reception desk, one at the entrance to the household registration office, and one at the entrance to the case handling area. Old Joe nodded, then suddenly kicked open the remaining half of the glass door. The door slammed against the wall with a... The 2 zombies behind the reception desk were instantly startled. They roared and charged toward the door. The one in front was tall and burly, wearing a police uniform, and it lunged with arms outstretched, trying to grab Old Joe. Lin Chen reacted swiftly. He swept his short spear horizontally, striking the zombie's knee with a vicious crack of dislocating bone. The zombie dropped to one knee. Lin Chen stepped forward, reversed his grip on the spear, and drove the tip precisely into the back of its skull, finishing it instantly. Old Joe sidestepped the second zombie's charge, swung his fire axe in a horizontal arc, and the blade slammed into the creature's neck, severing its cervical spine. The zombie collapsed to the ground, its head twisted at an unnatural angle. Just then, from the shadows of the K-channeling area entrance, a third zombie burst forth. Its withered claws shot straight for Old Chen, who was bringing up the rear. Startled, Old Chen instinctively raised his crowbar to block. With a loud clang, the zombie's claws struck the crowbar with tremendous force, sending Old Chen stumbling back 2 steps, until his back slammed hard against the wall. "Uncle Chen!" Lin Chen roared, spinning around to charge back. But the zombie had already lunged again, its yellowed fangs aiming for Old Chen's neck. In the nick of time, a soft gunshot rang out. Old Joe, rifle steady, squeezed the trigger calmly. The bullet struck the zombie's brainstem with precision. The creature's movements froze instantly, and it collapsed heavily at Old Chen's feet. Old Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and waved a trembling hand at the two. I'm fine. Thanks to Old Joe. I'm okay." His voice quivered with lingering fear. "Don't panic. Stay close to us." Lin Chen patted his shoulder, then swept his gaze across the entire hall one more time. Only after confirming there were no other zombies did he allow himself to breathe a little easier. That made 5 zombies eliminated. The trio continued clearing the area. The household registration office was empty, only scattered ID cards and files remained. In the detention room of the case handling area, a zombie was locked inside, clawing frantically at the iron door. Lin Chen reached through the bars and drove his spear through its temple. In another office within the case handling area, a zombie was slumped over a desk. Hearing the noise, it jerked its head up and lunged for the door. Old Joe smashed his axe into its skull, and it went still. The first floor was completely cleared. The 3 stood at the foot of the stairs, listening to the increasingly distinct zombie roars coming from the second floor. There were at least 3 more. "They'll take point. Lin Chen, you're in the middle. Old Chen, bring up the rear. The stairs are narrow. Don't let a zombie knock you down." Old Joe gripped his fire axe and stepped onto the stairs, first his movements light and steady, each foot placed with care. As soon as they reached the second floor landing, 2 zombies charged from the end of the corridor. One wore civilian clothes, the other a cleaner's uniform. They were faster than the ones on the first floor, clearly roused by the earlier gunshot. The landing was cramped, leaving no room to dodge. Old Joe moved forward instead of retreating, thrusting his shield forward to slam into the chest of the leading zombie, forcing it back 2 steps. Then his fire axe came down, splitting its skull. The other zombie skirted its fallen comrade and lunged at Old Chen. Lin Chen immediately stepped in front of Old Chen, thrusting his short spear deep into the zombie's abdomen. But the creature felt no pain and continued to lunge forward, jaws agape. Lin Chen twisted his wrist, angled the spear tip upward, and pierced the aorta above its heart. He then yanked the spear free and drove it into the zombie's temple. The creature finally went limp. At the end of the corridor was the chief's office. The door was slightly ajar, and a faint thud came from inside. Old Joe and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, both reading caution in each other's eyes. Old Joe pressed himself against the wall beside the doorframe, while Lin Chen stood on the opposite side. Old Joe held up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. On the count of 1, he kicked the office door open with a powerful thrust. The instant the door flew open, a burly figure lunged from behind it. It wore a standard police uniform with stars on its epaulets, marking it as the chief of the Lioha Town Police Station. This zombie was taller and more muscular than the common ones. Its decayed face still bore the hard lines of its former life. Its charge was ferocious, slamming directly into Old Joe's raised shield with a deafening crash that drove Old Joe back half a step. Lin Chen reacted instantly, thrusting his short spear deep into the zombie's shoulder. But the creature's strength was immense. It bore the blow, still surging toward Old Joe, its yellowed fangs reaching for his neck. "Joe, get down!" Lin Chen roared as he yanked the spear free. Old Joe ducked low, and at the same moment Lin Chen hurled the short spear like a javelin, driving it precisely into the zombie's chest. But the creature still didn't stop its movements, only momentarily sluggish. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Old Joe raised his rifle, pressed the muzzle hard under the zombie's chin, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A dull thud rang out. The bullet pierced through the zombie's skull from beneath its jaw, exiting through the top of its head, splattering blackish red blood across the wall. The zombie's movements froze instantly. It crashed heavily to the floor and lay still. All 3 let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall as they gasped for breath, their camouflage uniforms soaked through with cold sweat. That had been a close call. The chief zombie's strength and speed were noticeably greater than those of ordinary zombies. One misstep could have resulted in injury. Old Chen hurried over, staring at the fallen zombie, then pointed at its waist. "Lin Joe, look. He's got a..." Lin Chen and Old Joe looked down. A standard-issue holster was fastened securely at the chief zombie's waist, its buckle tightly closed. Old Joe crouched down, carefully unfastened the holster, and withdrew the pistol inside. It was a QSC-92 G9mm semi-automatic, the same model as the one they had left with Xiaya. The firearm was in excellent condition with no dents or damage, but the magazine was completely empty. "Excellent. We've finally got a second pistol." Old Chen's eyes lit up. "Before we only had 1 gun left at home, and we had no backup when we went out. Now with this one we can use it." Lin Chen took the pistol and inspected it, confirming the chamber was clear and all parts were intact. He immediately loaded the 21 loose 9mm rounds they had brought into the magazine, filling it to its 15-round capacity, inserted it into the grip, and secured the pistol in his tactical belt. He couldn't suppress a satisfied nod. Right? Now both those going out and those staying behind have firearms for protection. Our firepower has increased a bit, but we can't use it yet. We need to get a suppressor for it first. Otherwise one shot will draw every zombie in the entire town. Come on, let's find the equipment room and see what else there is. The three searched the second floor, but found no equipment room. Eventually, at the innermost part of the first floor cache-handling area, they located the reinforced steel door of the police equipment depot. The door had dual locks requiring 2 keys, both slightly deformed. Clearly someone had tried to pry them open before, but without success. Leave it to me. Old Chen stepped forward with his toolkit, produced a crowbar and a wrench, and began working on the locks. In less than 3 minutes, 2 clicks sounded, and both locks were open. Old Joe stepped forward excitedly and clapped Old Chen on the shoulder. Not bad, Old Chen. You've got skills. Impressive. Old Chen, embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head and let out a hearty laugh. The three pushed open the heavy security door, and the scene inside was laid out before them. Most of the shelves were empty, clearly the result of an organized emergency evacuation after the disaster struck. Only a few shelves at the bottom still held items that hadn't been taken. In the corner stood a green police ammunition safe identical to the one at the East City Station. Lin Chen opened the safe first. There were no long guns inside, only 45 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition wrapped in oil paper, along with 4 brand new 15-round standard magazines, perfectly compatible with the 292G pistols they now had. There was no other ammunition. Not bad at all. With these bullets, we'll have real confidence with our pistols. Old Joe packed away the ammunition and magazines, his face beaming. Zioya's gun still has 30 rounds. We just loaded 15 into this one, with 6 left over. Adding these 45, that's a total of 96 rounds. That'll last us a long time. But we're running low on rifle ammunition. Only 14 rounds left. If we don't find more, it'll be no better. Lin Chen nodded, then scanned the remaining shelves. He only selected items useful for their survival: 3 brand new unopened stab-resistant police vests, 2 tempered glass riot shields, 5 new expandable batons, 3 cans of police-grade pepper spray, and 2 standard police trauma kits. They left behind the useless items like body cameras and Redan blue shoulder lights. The trio packed all the useful equipment, carried it out of the depot, and loaded it into the vehicles. As they worked, Lin Chen picked up the vehicle-mounted radio, pressed the transmit button, and spoke in a steady voice. Zhang Lei Xiaya, come in please. Zioya's voice came through the radio, immediately laced with barely concealed joy. Lin, we hear you. How are you? Are you safe? We're safe. Mission accomplished. Lin Chen smiled. We got 80 liters of gas from the station. The police station is cleared. We also picked up another pistol, 45 rounds of ammo, and some stab vests and gear. No injuries. We're heading to the radar station now. That's great. Glad everything went smoothly. But be careful, don't let your guard down. Zhang Lei's voice also came through, filled with concern. Copy that. You two stay safe too. Keep an ear out for anything. Over. Lin Chen set down the radio. After checking the vehicles and making a brief rest, confirming no zombies were following, the 2 Terramonts started up slowly and drove away from the Liuhe Town police station, heading steadily toward the radar station. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his eyes glancing at the rearview mirror. The main street of Liuhe Town gradually receded. He caught a faint wisp of smoke rising from the direction of the town center, carried upward by the wind. He frowned slightly, but said nothing. He only tightened his grip on the wheel and gently pressed the accelerator. 2 modified Terramonts crept slowly along the gravel dirt road at the foot of the mountain, flanked by dense, impenetrable thickets of arborvitae. Branches scraped against the vehicle's steel panels, producing a faint grating sound. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the winding mountain road ahead. The faint plume of cooking smoke that had risen over Liuhe Town moments earlier pricked at his heart like a thin needle. Lin Chen drove the lead vehicle with Old Joe in the passenger seat, holding a rifle fitted with a suppressor and scanning the forests and road ahead through the scope. The other Terramont, driven by Old Chen, followed 10 meters behind, maintaining a safe distance. There are living people in the town, Old Joe said, withdrawing his gaze and lowering his voice to a whisper. Judging by the smoke's position near the supply cooperative in the town center, there are at least 3 to 5 people. Otherwise, they couldn't sustain such a steady fire. Should we go check it out? No. Lin Chen shook his head without hesitation, gently turning the wheel to avoid a sharp rock in the middle of the road. Our primary mission is the radar station. We have wounded children and women back home. We can't afford any complications. In this apocalypse, the greatest danger has never been the zombies. It's the living whose motives you can't fathom. We'll see about making contact after we return from the radar station. Old Joe immediately nodded in agreement, his fingers lightly stroking the rifle's body. You're right. Our resources are thin now and bullets are precious. We can't take risks for strangers. Let's first assess the situation at the radar station and secure usable equipment before we can talk about anything else. After all, the Tindai deadline to rendezvous with Old Chen is almost upon us, and we must build up our strength before then. Old Chen said no more, merely pressing the accelerator slightly to keep close to the lead vehicle, his eyes locked on the forests on both sides, alert for any zombies that might suddenly emerge. The mountain road grew narrower, and after rounding a sharp elbow turn, the view suddenly opened up. Nestled deep in the mountain hollow, a well-structured military camp lay quietly beneath the cliff wall. A 3-meter-high solid concrete wall enclosed the entire camp, topped with 2 coils of razor wire. At each corner stood a 3-meter watchtower, its camouflage paint peeling and mottled, yet still exuding the distinct chilling aura of a military encampment. The main gate consisted of 2 heavy electric sliding iron doors, now half open. The doors were covered in dense claw marks and bullet holes, and the ground was littered with spent 5.8mm rifle casings, along with several long-decayed blackened zombie corpses lying haphazardly at the entrance, riddled with bullet holes, clearly the aftermath of a fierce defensive battle. "Stop the cars. Kill the engines," Lin Chen signaled, and both vehicles slowly came to a halt on a gentle slope 100 meters from the wall. From this vantage, they could overlook most of the camp over the wall, while the vehicles were concealed by the bushes on the slope. They completely shut off the engines and lights, leaving only a crack in the windows to observe. Old Joe raised his rifle, sweeping his scope inch by inch across every observable corner of the camp, his breathing deliberately slow, a reconnaissance habit ingrained in him as a special forces soldier. "The watchtowers are empty. The walls are intact. I see no wandering zombies inside the camp, nor do I hear any growls. But the shell casings at the gate are fresh. The signs of battle are no more than 5 days old. There are definitely living people inside." Lin Chen also cracked open the passenger window, using the shadow of the cliff to observe in the open space just inside the main gate were 2 military green vehicles. One was a 3rd-generation Mengsher armored jeep, its body welded with additional armor, the windshield covered in spiderweb cracks, and the doors splattered with dark red bloodstains. The other was a massive 8x8 wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle, its camouflage paint intact, with a phased array radar panel antenna clearly visible on top, along with optical reconnaissance windows and infrared detection equipment, exuding the precision and oppressive aura unique to military reconnaissance gear. "Those are military vehicles, no doubt," Old Joe said, his eyes brightening as he lowered his voice. "The Mengsher is standard for reconnaissance units. That 8x8 is a new model wheeled phased array radar vehicle, the core equipment of a brigade-level reconnaissance battalion. Its effective detection range for ground-moving targets is 25 kilometers, and even with forest cover it can guarantee a 15-kilometer early warning radius. The people inside are definitely regular army." Lin Chen nodded and quickly formulated a plan over the intercom. "Old Chen, stay in the car, lock the doors, and be ready to start the engine for support at any moment. Old Joe and I will clear the stray zombies at the gate and sneak in to assess the situation. Remember, no matter what happens inside, don't get out of the car unless you receive my signal. Don't worry, Shaolin, I won't hold you back." Old Chen immediately replied, gripping the crowbar in the passenger seat. Lin Chen and Old Joe pushed open their car doors, their movements utterly silent. One after the other, they hugged the base of the wall and quickly approached the main gate. Forlorn zombies still lingered at the entrance, all dressed in camouflage uniforms, with Kevlar helmets firmly strapped on, revealing only their murky, pale lower faces. Their movements were sluggish, and they emitted hoarse guttural sounds, completely unaware of the approaching living beings. Old Joe gestured a throat-slitting motion toward the leftmost zombie, then pointed at the wind direction blowing outward from the mountain. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, and they both moved simultaneously. Lin Chen crouched low and lunged forward, driving his alloy short spear toward the zombie's neck with a whoosh. But a dull clang rang out. The spear tip meant for the neck was deflected by the hard edge of the helmet, leaving only a shallow scratch on the armor. Startled by the impact, the zombie stiffly turned its body, opened its drooling mouth, and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He quickly sidestepped the attack, circled around to the zombie's flank, and exploiting the brief pause in its turn, drove the short spear precisely into the gap between the helmet and neck. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he shattered its cervical spine. The zombie's roar ceased abruptly, and it collapsed limply to the ground. On the other side, Old Joe encountered his fire axe struck the back of a zombie's neck, but the helmet deflected the blade, merely staggering the creature and inciting its ferocity. Instead of retreating, Old Joe pressed forward, slamming his shield into the zombie's chest and sending it stumbling backward. He then sidestepped low behind the zombie and drove the axe blade precisely into the gap between its jaw and helmet. The muffled crack of bone was carried away by the wind down the mountain, leaving almost no sound near the camp. The remaining 2 zombies turned at the noise about to roar, but Lin Chen and Old Joe were already upon them. Working in perfect tandem, one feigned a frontal attack to draw attention, while the other circled behind to strike the helmet's unprotected weak points. It took them nearly 2 full minutes to finish off all 4 helmeted zombies. The zombies' excited roars and the dull clangs of the helmets sent chills down their spines. "Damn it, with these helmets on, we can't break through from the front," Old Joe muttered under his breath, shaking his numbed arm. "We'll have to be more careful from now on. Don't get caught off guard. These garrison zombies are much tougher than the ordinary ones." Lin Chen cleaned the blood off his spear tip and nodded, a hint of gravity deepening in his eyes. They exchanged a glance. Old Zhou took the lead, holding his shield in front and carrying his rifle diagonally ready to fire at any moment. Lin Chen followed, gripping his short spear horizontally to cover their flank. Stepping over shell casings and gravel, they slipped silently through the half-open iron gate and entered the camp. The moment they stepped inside, a thick smell of disinfectant overwhelmed the faint scent of blood hitting them heated. On the concrete path from the gate to the office building, shell casings lay scattered densely. In the southwest corner of the camp downwind, more than 20 corpses were piled up, covered with 2 layers of thick camouflage tarps and sprinkled with disinfectant powder and lime. From their outlines, most appeared to be garrison zombies in uniforms and helmets, along with a few civilian-looking figures. Clearly someone had deliberately cleared them away. Behind the half-open electric gate, the entrance was tightly blocked by 3 layers of riot shields, concrete barriers, and welded steel bars, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. Even if zombies managed to reach the gate, they couldn't possibly force their way in, a defensive layout that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The camp was small, visible at a glance: a 2-story office building in front, barracks, and a mess hall on the left, a garage and fuel depot on the right, and at the deepest part beneath the cliff wall, a massive spherical radar antenna dome. The dome had a large hole blown in it, clearly a hasty destruction by the garrison before their withdrawal to prevent core equipment from falling into enemy hands. The entire camp was spotless, with not a single wandering zombie in sight. Only overturned riot shields, empty ammunition belts, and deformed barricades silently testified to the fierce battle that had taken place. The entrance to the first floor of the office building stood wide open, pitch black inside, with no sound emanating, yet it exuded a suffocating pressure. "Someone's here. This place has been cleaned up," Old Zhou whispered, tilting his chin toward the second floor of the office building. "In the easternmost window on the second floor, there's a reflection. It's a scope. We've probably been watched since we got out of the car." Lin Chen's heart leaped, but he didn't panic. He slowly raised his empty left-hand palm outward, signaling no hostility, and spoke in a clear, steady voice that echoed through the empty camp. "We're ordinary survivors. We're not infected. We're just here to scavenge for supplies. We mean no harm." The instant the words fell, a clear sound of a gun being chambered came from the second-floor window, followed by a hoarse, tense voice that carried the steady calm unique to a soldier. "Drop your weapons. Put your hands on your heads and stand still, or we'll open fire. Brother, if we meant you harm, we would have used the cover to clear the post and stormed in just now without wasting words with you." Lao Zhou spoke, his voice carrying the unique aura of a seasoned soldier. "I'm a retired veteran from the Southwest Tiger Fong Special Operations Brigade. Enlisted in 2008, 3rd Squadron, 1st Battalion, Southwest Tiger Fong Special Operations Brigade, codename Mountain Cat. We're all on the same side, don't misunderstand. Tiger Fong." The voice from the second floor paused, clearly taken aback, then came a series of light footsteps. Yet no one descended. Instead, a second verification question was asked. During the 2013 border counterterrorism operation, what was the operation code name for the 1st Battalion of Tiger Fong? The internal emergency code for the 3rd Squadron. The first line is Mountain Cat enters the forest. What's the Upon hearing this, Lao Zhou's lips curled into a knowing smile, his voice resolute and forceful. "Operation codename Snake Hunt. The second line is Blade Drawn. I was part of the left-wing assault group in that operation. You're from the Northern Theater Reconnaissance Battalion. During recruit training, you must have studied our battalion's battle cases. You know these internal details aren't something just anyone could fabricate." As his words fell, the second floor fell instantly silent. In less than half a minute, the office building's main door creaked open a crack, and 2 men in starry camouflage, their bodies stained with blood and grime, stepped out. The man in front, about 30 years old, was tall and robust, with a faint scar on his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He held a QBZ-191 automatic rifle, its muzzle always pointing at the ground, but ready to be raised and fired at any moment, exuding the seasoned aura of a battle-hardened soldier. Behind him was a young soldier of 18 or 19, his face still bearing traces of youth, his eyes filled with vigilance and exhaustion. He gripped his rifle so tightly his knuckles turned white, his lips dry and cracked. Clearly he hadn't slept in a long time. "My name is Ma Yong, Sergeant 1st Class from the Reconnaissance Battalion of a certain brigade in the Eastern United Defense Zone. This is Private Jiangcheng." The veteran in front spoke, his rifle now fully lowered. He stood at attention before Lao Zhou, saluted with a standard military gesture, his voice trembling slightly. "Greetings, old squad leader. When I enlisted, the company commander of my recruit company came from the 3rd Squadron. He talked about your snake hunt operation every day. Never thought I'd meet a Tiger Fong veteran here." The young soldier Jiangcheng quickly followed suit, standing at attention and saluting, his youthful face filled with admiration as he lowered his rifle. Lao Zhou returned a standard salute, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. He gestured toward Lin Chen beside him. "This is Lin Chen, the leader of our squad. We're brothers who crawled out of the pile of corpses together. What's your company commander's name? Let's talk inside. It's unsafe out here." Ma Yong replied Jiangcheng. As he answered, he immediately stepped aside to clear the barricade behind the door and led the two into the duty room on the first floor of the office building. The room was small, with tables and chairs pushed to the door as a secondary barrier. 2 camp beds lay on the floor, and in the corner were a dozen spent magazines, half a case of bottled water, and a few packs of compressed rations. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant with almost no smell of blood. Lao Zhou sighed emotionally. Squad leader Zhang, what a coincidence. He was also my old squad leader. We once crawled through the tropical jungles of Nan province together, sharing a bond forged in life and death situations. I wonder how he's doing now, alas. Alright, what's your situation here? We arrived here 3 days ago. Ma Yong poured 2 glasses of cold water for them, his voice hoarse, as he recounted the events. On the day the apocalypse broke out, we were stationed at a training ground on the outskirts of Jiangcheng City. Many comrades inexplicably began attacking their fellows, plunging the training ground into chaos. Later, though we managed to regain control, we lost over 70 of our people, and most of the training ground fell. After holding up there for 5 days, we finally got in touch with the brigade headquarters. They ordered us to escort an 8x8 radar vehicle and head to the assembly point in the northeast. There were 4 of us on the vehicle, all brothers from the same reconnaissance squad. His voice faltered, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Passing through Jiangcheng City, we encountered a horde of zombies blocking the way. We had no choice but to fight our way out. Using the map, we found this radar station was the nearest base. We planned to report our situation and await further orders, only to discover it had already fallen. The survivors had evacuated in a hurry. We had to storm in to clear the zombies inside, hoping for a foothold, but 2 of our brothers were bitten. They knew what happened after a bite, so they locked themselves in a dormitory on the 2nd floor. By the time we finished clearing the zombies outside and returned, they had already ended their own lives. We sealed the door cracks with wet towels and went up daily to disinfect, not daring to move them, hoping to give them a proper burial once it was safe. Zhang Sheng hung his head, his eyes reddening, gripping his rifle so tightly his knuckles turned white. The garrison at this radar station likely fell soon after the apocalypse began and evacuated in a hurry. Before leaving, they destroyed the main fixed radar antenna and took most of the weapons, ammunition, and core equipment, leaving only a few things they couldn't carry. Ma Yong continued. We too held out here fighting the zombie horde that chased us in for 2 days and nights. We've almost exhausted our own ammunition. The satellite communication radio module on the vehicle was damaged by shrapnel, so we can't contact the brigade or the main force. Only the radar detection system is intact. Over these 3 days, we used the radar to scan the area. All the mountain exits within a dozen kilometers are blocked by massive zombie hordes. With just the 2 of us and 2 vehicles, we can't break through. We're trapped here with no way out. Lin Chen listened, his heart stirred slightly. Then he spoke, his tone steady and resolute. Our squad is heading north now, destination Ji City in Dong Province, which is on the way. We have a fixed base, wounded comrades, ample supplies, and 8 other companions. If you trust us and are willing to join, you're welcome. We'll look out for each other on the road heading north to find the military and our families. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng exchanged glances, seeing hope in each other's eyes. Trapped here for 3 days, they had been in utter despair. Now encountering survivors heading the same way, led by a veteran squad leader from Tiger Fong Special Ops, it was like seeing light in the abyss. We're willing. Ma Yong immediately spoke, his tone resolute and firm. Old squad leader Captain Lin, we're both scouts. We can drive, shoot, and survive in the wild. We're also familiar with operating the radar vehicle. We won't hold the team back. Our families are also in the north, and we want to go home to see our parents. But the radar vehicle hasn't been delivered yet, and the mission isn't complete. As long as you can help us contact the military and deliver the radar vehicle, well, follow your lead. Zhang Xing nodded firmly, his youthful face full of determination. Yes. Lao Zhou patted Ma Yong on the shoulder, grinning. Good lad, we're all soldiers. No need for formalities. Helping you complete your mission is our duty. But first, let's deal with your comrades' remains together. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng moved with gratitude, immediately stood at attention, and gave Lao Zhou a standard military salute. Lao Zhou quickly returned the salute, joking with a hint of complaint. Don't keep saluting like that. I've been out of service so long, I'm not used to it. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng scratched their heads sheepishly. Lin Chen then said, Brother Zhou, it's fine to help with the remains. There are also some soldiers' bodies in the yard. We might as well deal with them together. But with limited hands, staying outside too long is risky. The zombies become more aggressive after dark. Let me first notify Xiaya back home that we might return late. If it gets dark, well, stay the night at the camp. Night travel is too dangerous. As for burial, it's a big job. I suggest cremating them in the yard. What do you think? Though Lin Chen addressed Lao Zhou, his eyes were fixed on Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng, clearly seeking their opinion. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng exchanged conflicted looks, but soon Ma Yong made a decision. Captain Lin is right. Let's cremate them. It's better than leaving them exposed in the wild. Lao Zhou nodded in agreement. Lin Chen immediately called Old Chen over the walkie-talkie. Uncle Chen, can you hear me? The walkie-talkie crackled with Old Chen's reply, Roger, Roger. Go ahead. Lin Chen. Uncle Chen, we've encountered 2 surviving soldiers here. We need to help handle their comrades' remains and search for supplies. Use the vehicle's radio to notify home that we'll be late. If it gets dark, well, stay the night at the barracks. Night roads are too dangerous. Tell them not to worry. Old Chen, Roger. They'll contact home right away. A few minutes later, Lin Chen received a call from Old Chen, contacted home. They said safety is the priority. Be cautious. Lin Chen replied, Roger, Uncle Chen. Drive the vehicle into the yard and seal the main gate. We might be spending the night here. Old Chen Roger. With the communication done, Lin Chen, Lao Zhou and Jiangcheng began moving the bodies. Old Chen drove the two modified Tuaregs into the yard one by one, took gasoline from the trunk, and handed it to Lin Chen. Then he returned to the gate to seal it. An hour later the group stood before a pile of bodies. Lin Chen stepped forward to pour gasoline, handed the lighter to Ma Yong, and stepped back. With tears in his eyes, Ma Yong lit the pile. Lin Chen watched the burning heap. His heart stirred. Before he hadn't felt much, but today, handling these remains, he realized these soldiers and police officers were ordinary people like him, yet they were using their lives to fulfill their duties. He silently decided that whenever conditions allowed, he would never let these guardians of the people lie exposed in the wild. Lin Chen made this vow in his heart, then along with Ma Yong, Jiangcheng, Lao Zhou, and Old Chen, he raised his hand in a solemn salute. After cremating the soldiers' remains, it was around 4 p.m. Old Zhou glanced at his watch, then turned to Ma Yong and said, "Xiaoma, since it's still early, let's first check what else in this radar station is usable. Let's take inventory, and tomorrow we'll take everything we can. We must arm ourselves first to survive." "No problem." Ma Yong immediately stood up and led the two toward the underground armory of the office building. When the garrison withdrew in haste, they couldn't crack the safe in the underground armory and didn't have time to blast it open. They were afraid the noise would attract the horde. "We've been fighting off the zombies for 3 days and didn't have the tools to open it. Good thing you're here." Using crowbars and hydraulic cutters brought in the vehicle, they pried open the safe, revealing the supplies within. It matched the emergency reserve configuration of an Army small tactical radar station. Primary weapons: 4 QBZ-191 assault rifles left behind by the garrison, all brand new and unsealed, each with 330-round standard magazines, plus 4 weapons from Ma Yong, Jiangcheng, and their 2 fallen comrades still usable, along with 12 magazines, 1 QJB-201 squad machine gun with 2 drum magazines, and a spare barrel set. Secondary weapons: 4 QSC-92 G9mm semi-automatic pistols, each with 3 15-round magazines, 6 military knives, 4 multi-purpose engineer shovels. Vehicle-mounted weapons: 1 Mengsher vehicle-mounted 35mm grenade launcher with 6 high-explosive grenades, 6 smoke grenades. Ammunition: 1 crate of 5.8mm rifle rounds, factory-sealed 1,500 rounds, 1 crate of 9mm pistol rounds, factory-sealed 360 rounds, 6 remaining 35mm grenades, 10 DSS, 160 one-hand grenades. Protective gear: 8 sets of new tactical vests with ballistic plates, 8 Kevlar helmets, 3 gas masks, 4 stab-resistant suits, 6 sets of starry camouflage uniforms, 9 pairs of combat boots, and complete knee and elbow pads. Survival supplies: food: 5 crates of military compressed rations, 20 packs per crate, 250g each, 3 crates of self-heating rice, 3 crates each of canned braised pork and canned fruit, 3 bags of dehydrated vegetables, 3 bags each of salt and sugar. Medical: 5 field first aid kits, 9 individual first aid packs, ample broad-spectrum antibiotics, antipyretics, hemostatic powder burn ointment, and anesthetics, 1 set of field surgical instruments, 6 sterile suture packs, 1 box of field water purification tablets, 1,000 tablets. Fuel and equipment: 600 liters of reserve diesel for the radar station, 150 liters of military gasoline, 12 sealed, 20-liter military fuel cans, 1 5 kilowatts diesel generator with spare oil and filters, 3 handheld high-power military radios with 72-hour battery life, and 15 kilometers communication range, 1 night vision device, 1 pair of binoculars. Vehicle status: 3rd generation Mengsher armored Jeep, body armor intact, engine and transmission fault-free, half a tank of fuel, vehicle radio damaged, but all other functions normal. Seats: 6.0 exceptional off-road capability. The windshield is cracked, but still usable, as it's bulletproof glass. 8x8 wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle, onboard passive phased array radar system, intact electro-optical reconnaissance, infrared night vision, and thermal imaging fully functional. 8-wheel drive with excellent off-road performance. Armor can withstand direct rifle fire. Seats: 8, with independent radar operation cabin and rest area. Over half a tank of fuel in perfect condition. Lin Chen's heart still raced uncontrollably as he looked over the inventory list. Even though the garrison had taken most of the equipment, the remaining supplies completely filled the gap in their ammunition shortage. The intact phased array radar vehicle in particular would allow them to detect zombie hordes and anomalies over 10 kilometers ahead on the road, avoiding most risks. Pack everything usable, Lin Chen ordered immediately. Pour all the fuel into the cans. Don't leave behind the generator, radios, or night vision device. Prioritize food and medicine. Store weapons and ammunition in separate vehicles to avoid losing everything at once. Seal the fuel we can't take, and look for a truck later to haul it. Understood. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng responded instantly, their military efficiency on full display. They turned and headed to the barracks to pack supplies, moving swiftly and methodically. Old Zhou took Lin Chen to inspect the 2 military vehicles and confirm their condition. Ma Yong also taught them the basics of operating the radar vehicle, verifying that the radar and infrared detection functions were all normal. Once powered on, it could scan dynamic targets within a 20-kilometer radius. After 3 full hours of work, all supplies were packed. The two Terramonts were loaded with food, medicine, fuel, and logistics supplies. The Mengshi's trunk held weapons, ammunition, and first aid gear. The radar vehicle's operation cabin had a dedicated storage area stuffed full yet orderly, with commonly used items like first aid kits, weapons, and radios placed within easy reach. After packing, darkness had fallen, and it was around 7 p.m. Everyone returned to the office building, opened self-heating rice, and ate. As they ate in silence, suddenly the entire building shook, and all the windows rattled violently. No, not just the building, the ground itself was trembling. Lin Chen leaped to his feet and shouted, "Run! Earthquake!" Everyone grabbed their gear and rushed out the door, abandoned. As they scrambled to the parade ground, a deafening roar echoed. Looking up, they saw half the sky lit up on the other side. Then a wave of scorching heat swept over them, bending even the thick trees on the mountaintop. The heat forced their eyes. Damn it! The suburban thermal power plant exploded. Old Chen was the first to speak after a brief daze. Everyone turned to look at him. Seeing their gazes, Old Chen quickly explained, "Northeast of Jiangcheng, it's the largest thermal power plant in the city, even the surrounding cities. It supplies power to over a dozen cities spanning 3 provinces. An explosion this big with such a far-reaching impact, and from this direction, it's almost certainly that place. After all, we're only about 10 kilometers away." Old Chen noticed the darkening expressions on Lin Chen, and Old Zhou fell silent and looked at them with confusion. Lin Chen explained the reason for their grim faces. "With such a loud noise and massive disturbance, the zombies will go berserk. We can't rest any longer. We must return to the base tonight, gather everyone, and even if we don't leave, we need to fortify the courtyard and arm everyone with weapons. Don't forget, back home we only have 1 pistol, and it's just women, children, and the injured." Realizing the urgency, Old Chen stamped his foot and said, "Let's pack up quickly and set out. Any later, and it'll be too late." He turned and went to gather supplies. Lin Chen turned to Old Zhou and said, "Brother Zhou, contact Old Chen now. Tell him to stay hidden, seal the doors and windows, and make no noise. The zombie tide is likely coming again." Old Zhou nodded and picked up the radio to call Old Chen. Lin Chen then led Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng to help Old Chen with the final collection of supplies, clearing obstacles from the entrance to prepare for departure. Half an hour later, as Lin Chen settled into the modified Terramont, Old Zhou opened the passenger door and climbed in. Old Chen has been notified. That impatient guy already ran out and was slightly affected by the blast, but he's fine, no injuries. I told him to find a hiding spot nearby and contact us later. Lin Chen nodded. "Hope he's lucky. We can't help him now." He started the engine, shifted gears, and flashed the lights to signal the group to move out. Lin Chen stepped on the gas, leading the convoy out of the camp gate toward the Forest Ranger Station base. The following vehicles fell in line one by one, with personnel and vehicle deployment arranged according to tactical needs without any confusion. Lead vehicle Vanguard, Lin Chen driving the first modified Terramont, with Old Zhou in the passenger seat, responsible for forward surveillance, long-range observation, and tactical command, controlling the convoy's route. Second vehicle assault support Jiangcheng driving the third-generation Mengshi armored vehicle, trailing 50 meters behind the lead vehicle, ready to respond to unexpected situations ahead and provide fire support. Third vehicle logistics support Old Chen driving the second modified Terramont, carrying all food, fuel generator, and other logistics supplies, positioned in the middle of the convoy, fully protected by the vehicles in front and behind. Rear vehicle full domain early warning Ma Yong driving the 8x8 wheeled phased array radar vehicle at the very back, monitoring the rear and the forests on both sides for anomalies, while operating the onboard radar in real time, scanning dynamic targets within a 20-kilometer radius and reporting warnings to the convoy at all times. The entire convoy was urgent but orderly, speeding toward the Forest Ranger Station base. There lay the people most important to him, those he needed to protect most. The convoy cut through the dark mountain road like a sharp blade. One crisis after another. Could Lin Chen, an ordinary salesman, lead his small team to survive? Faced with countless dangers and hardships, how would they overcome them? The sound of tires grinding over gravel and dirt was drowned out by the roar of engines. A convoy of 4 vehicles, like a blade cleaving through the darkness, raced at breakneck speed along the winding mountain road. In the driver's seat of the lead vehicle, a modified Terramont, Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles. The dim blue light from the dashboard illuminated his tense face. Beyond the windshield lay an impenetrable darkness, with only the car's headlights carving a faint 10-meter path that revealed the rough, potholed road. The searing heat and thunderous roar from the power plant explosion still stabbed at his eardrums. Even after driving over 10 kilometers, it felt as if the vehicle could still feel the subtle, persistent tremors from the ground. "Captain Lin, radar's got something." Ma Yong's steady but urgent voice crackled from the vehicle intercom, coming from the 8x8 radar truck at the rear. The explosion stirred up a massive horde of zombies in the surrounding area. At the main road junction 2 kilometers ahead, there's a horde of at least 200 moving, all heading toward the explosion. They're blocking the only way back to the ranger station. Old Zhou in the passenger seat immediately sat up straight, grabbing the intercom, his fingers already touching the strap of his rifle at his waist. "Can we take a detour? Any small paths through the woods on either side? A steep slope on the left, dense forest on the right. This is the only road passable for vehicles." A detour would add at least 20 kilometers of mountain road, costing us over 40 minutes. Ma Yong's voice came again. Plus radar shows scattered zombies in the woods on both sides converging on the main road. The longer the detour, the higher the risk. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the vehicle's map. He jabbed a finger firmly at the junction on the screen, but his foot never eased off the accelerator. Instead, he pressed it down further. The Terramont's engine let out a low growl, the speed increasing again. The vehicle sped steadily over the bumpy road without a hint of losing control. No detour. Lin Chen's voice transmitted through the intercom to the entire convoy, calm, without a ripple, yet carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Jiangcheng, your Mengsher vehicle will line up with our lead car at the front. Use the double-layer crash bar to smash a path. Uncle Chun, your second Terramont, follows 10 meters behind us. Maintain distance, absolutely no falling behind. Ma Yong, your radar truck, takes the rear. Monitor the flanks and rear for zombies at all times. Report any movement immediately. He paused, then added precise and ruthless instructions. All windows locked. Everyone stays inside the vehicles. No doors open, no heads poking out. No unnecessary shooting. Our objective is to charge through, not to clear the horde. Protecting the vehicles and ensuring everyone returns is the top priority. Understood. Understood. Roger. Mengsher in position. 3 affirmations came through the intercom almost simultaneously without a hint of hesitation. The convoy's formation shifted instantly. The third-generation Mengsher armored vehicle, originally the second in line, suddenly accelerated and pulled up steadily to the left of the lead car. The two vehicles sped side by side. The double-layer crash bars at their fronts gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen in the headlights like two steel beasts poised to strike. Old Joe put down the intercom, glanced at Lin Chen's tense profile, and reached over to pat his shoulder. Don't panic. Zhang Lei and Xiaoya are at the ranger station. They have a fully loaded pistol, and we welded the defenses shut. They can hold out for a while. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze locked on the junction ahead that was drawing ever closer. In the darkness, he could already see a dense, shifting mass of shadows. Murky, guttural growls muffled by the windows and engine roar still faintly reached his ears. He knew the situation at the ranger station all too well. Only 3 women, a severely injured man, and a child were there. Their only firepower was that single pistol. If the agitated horde surrounded them, the consequences would be unthinkable. The power plant explosion had been deafening, felt even over 10 kilometers away, let alone at the ranger station, which those zombies were extremely sensitive to sound, and their activity doubled in the darkness. That single explosion had effectively awakened every zombie for dozens of kilometers around. Here they come. Brace yourselves. Old Joe shouted in a low voice, gripping the riot shield in front of him with both hands and steadying his rifle against the gap in the window. The next second, the two vehicles charged side by side into the horde at the junction. Bam! Bam! A continuous series of dull, heavy impacts followed. The double-layer crash bars of the Terramont and the Mengsher slammed into the densest part of the horde. A dozen zombies were instantly sent flying into the air, only to be crushed under the rear wheels. The vehicles shuddered violently. The windshield was instantly splattered with dark, blackish red blood and gore. The wipers on their highest setting thrashed back and forth frantically, but couldn't keep up with the constant spray of blood and flesh. Lin Chen held the steering wheel in a death grip, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the path ahead. His foot was pressed to the floor with no intention of slowing down. He knew all too well that if he slowed down now and the horde surrounded them, the vehicles would be overturned in no time, and everyone inside would die. Zombie on the left jumping the car. Old Joe growled. The barrel of his rifle extended out the window. 2 faint muffled pops later, the 2 zombies clinging to the Mengshi's door were shot through the forehead, collapsing limply. The suppressor kept the gunfire to a minimum, leaving only a faint vibration in the confined space, attracting no more. The convoy was like a red-hot knife, tearing a gaping wound through the horde of over 200 zombies. The lead car and the Mengsher plowed the path ahead. The second Terramont followed closely behind, running over the fallen zombie bodies without a pause. The radar truck at the rear maintained its speed, Ma Yong staring intently ahead. In less than a minute, the 4 vehicles had broken free of the horde's encirclement. Not a single vehicle had fallen behind, not a single window had been breached. Lin Chen didn't relax in the slightest. He kept his foot on the accelerator, speeding onward until the shifting shadows were no longer visible in the rearview mirror. Only then did he ease off slightly, stabilizing the speed within a safe range. Status report, everyone. Lin Chen pressed the intercom, his voice carrying a hint of urgent breath. Mengsher safe. Minor scratches on the body. Crew unharmed. Terramont 2 safe. Supplies secured. Old Chen is fine. Radar truck safe. Systems normal. No zombies trailing from the rear. 3 responses came in succession. The weight on Lin Chen's heart finally lifted by half. He turned to look at Old Joe, about to speak, when a burst of static suddenly crackled from the intercom. Then a voice choked with tears, but forcibly steady, exploded from it. It was Xiaoya. Brother Lin. Uncle Joe. Can you hear me? The ranger station is surrounded. So many zombies. They're ramming the yard gate. Lin Chen's heart felt like it was seized by an icy hand. The blood in his veins seemed to freeze in that instant. Old Joe grabbed the intercom, his voice cracking. Xiaoya, don't panic. Tell me exactly what's happening. Has the gate been breached? Is everyone alright? The gate's not open yet. We've piled everything we can behind it. The barbed wire and traps stopped some, but there are too many. Xiao Ya's voice was tearful but unwaveringly firm, without a trace of panic. Dr. Zhang is guarding the inner room with Li Ming. Xiao He and Xiao Yu are inside. The door is closed. We can hold. Be careful, don't rush. Lin Chen slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Terramont's engine let out a near-shattering roar, the speed instantly spiking to its limit. The night beyond the windshield flew backward. Trees and weeds by the roadside blurred into indistinct streaks. His gaze was locked on the road ahead, his fingers trembling slightly from the strain. The ranger station was still 8 kilometers away. 8 kilometers. At best 6 minutes. Those 6 minutes were the distance between life and death. Shall you listen to me? Lin Chen pressed the intercom, his voice as steady as a rock, each word clear and distinct. Don't worry about the yard gate. Absolutely do not open the house door. Don't go near the windows or doors. Everyone stays in the inner room. Lock the door. Do not fire your gun. The sound will attract more zombies. We'll be there in 6 minutes. Do you hear me? I hear you, Brother Lin. We'll wait for you. The static on the intercom died. The cabin fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the roar of the engine and the sound of tires on the road. Old Joe leaned back in his seat, took a deep breath, and swapped the magazine in his rifle for a fresh full one. With a sharp click, he chambered around a soldier's cold, fierce resolve churning in his eyes. His daughter was still inside. His home was still inside. Lin Chen's gaze flickered to the speedometer's jumping numbers. His fingertips lightly brushed the handle of the pistol at his leg. His mind raced through the defensive layout of the ranger station. Barbed wire double-layered traps, the welded iron gate, the steel pipes, and concrete blocks bracing the door. These defenses could hold off scattered zombies, but not the endless tide awakened by the explosion. He knew all too well that once the gate was breached, the defenseless women and children inside would have no chance to fight. The convoy tore through the night at a frantic pace. The headlights were like two swords piercing the darkness, charging recklessly toward the ranger station. Meanwhile, at the ranger station, a tense, deadly silence had fallen. Xiaoya crouched behind a concrete block next to the iron door of the small room, her right hand gripping the 92G pistol tightly, her left hand clenching the steel pipe, bracing the door, her knuckles white. Her back was soaked with cold sweat. Her ears were filled with the maddening thuds and scratches of zombies against the door and the unnerving guttural wet growls that came one after another, pounding like a heavy hammer against her heart. The yard gate shuddered under the relentless assault. The hinges groaned in protest. The stench of rot and decay seeped through the cracks in the door, making it hard to breathe. The traps outside the yard were already filled with zombies that had fallen in. Sharp wooden stakes pierced their bodies, but they couldn't stop the endless stream of dark shapes rushing forward. The barbed wire was bent and distorted, creaking ominously, threatening to break at any moment. Behind the inner room's door, Zhang Lei held a scalpel in one hand, shielding Xiao Yu behind her with the other. Li Ming brandished a sharpened steel pipe, her body trembling slightly, but she stood her ground in front of the bed. On the bed, Xiao He's face was pale. The wound on his abdomen had started bleeding again from the earlier vibrations. He gritted his teeth, trying to sit up with one hand on the bed's edge, the other clutching a fruit knife, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sister Xiaoya, how much longer until they get here? Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly, but she clenched her teeth, refusing to cry. Soon, Xiao, you don't be afraid. Zhang Lei's voice was steady without a single tremor. She gently stroked the child's head, but her eyes were fixed on the door. Your father and Brother Lin will be back any minute now. The words had barely left her mouth when a piercing screech of tearing metal came from outside. The barbed wire fence in the yard had been breached by the horde. A dense mass of dark figures instantly flooded the yard, surging madly toward the iron gate. The pounding became frantic and violent. The entire iron gate shook violently. The concrete blocks bracing the door were slowly being pushed out of place. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the small ranger station. Xiaoya gripped the pistol slowly, raising her arm, the muzzle trained on the shuddering iron door. Her finger rested on the trigger. Behind her were the people she had sworn to protect. Even if she died, she would not retreat a single step. And at the edge of the night, 4 beams of headlights had already pierced the shadows of the mountain pass, appearing on the dirt road leading to the ranger station. They were back. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng City, the setting sun was completely swallowed by the smoke and dust churned up by the explosion, leaving only a murky darkness between heaven and earth. Old Chen clutched his left arm, staggering into the lobby of an empty office building. Blood dripped through his fingers, leaving a crooked trail on the dust-covered floor. The explosion at the power plant over 10 kilometers away had sent a residual shockwave, like an invisible giant hand sweeping ferociously across the entire street. He had been resting on the second floor of a roadside shop when the windows of the entire building shattered in an instant. Sharp fragments like flying blades swept and slicing open his left arm. The violent tremor nearly threw him from the window. What made his scalp tingle more than the wound was the mutation on the street. The zombies, previously shuffling aimlessly, suddenly became swift and brutal, as if injected with a maddening agent. Their howls pierced the eardrums as they crazily rammed into anything that made a sound or harbored life. He had escaped the fortress-like 4S dealership only 3 hours ago. Following the route agreed upon with Lin Chen and Old Zhou, he had hugged the walls, slipped through alleys, and crept toward Liuhe town, holding his breath and careful not to make a heavy footstep. But this sudden explosion shattered all his caution and plans. The walkie-talkie at his waist crackled. Suddenly, Old Zhou's urgent voice cutting through the static. Old Chen, reply immediately if you hear me. The power plant explosion has triggered a citywide zombie frenzy. Their activity is doubled. Don't travel. Find a closed space to hide, lock the doors and windows, and wait for us to extract you. Old Chen leaned against the cold, load-bearing wall, breathing heavily as he pressed the talk button, his voice trembling. Got it, Old Zhou. I'm in an office building on the east side of the city, looking for a hiding spot. Safe for now. You all. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash hit the lobby's glass door. Several zombies were ramming the tempered glass with their bodies, cracks instantly spreading across it. Old Chen dared not say more. He hastily added, "I'll hide first, keep in touch," then cut the communication. Dragging his injured arm, he tiptoed toward the stairwell. The stairwell was pitch black, lit only by the eerie green glow of emergency lights casting crooked shadows on. The crashing and howling from the lobby grew closer, the whole building shuddering slightly. Old Chen didn't dare go up too many floors. He stopped at the second floor, groping his way along the corridor until he reached a pantry at the end of the hallway. He gently turned the doorknob. The lock was broken, it opened with a twist. He slipped inside, pulled the door shut behind him, and used a heavy, standing water dispenser in the corner to brace it firmly. Only then did he slide down against the wall. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to tend to his wound, a suppressed scream erupted from the darkness. "Don't move. Come any closer, and he'll kill you." The hairs on Old Chen's body instantly stood on end. By reflex, he grabbed the fire baton tucked at his waist, pressing his back against the door, his body taut like a drawn bow. The emergency light in the pantry was long broken. Only a sliver of green light from the corridor seeped through the frosted glass, barely revealing 4 figures huddled in a corner. A man holding a mop handle, a woman clutching a child, and an elderly woman shrinking in the furthest spot. "I'm not one of those things. I'm alive, hiding from the disaster." Old Chen lowered his voice, trying to sound non-threatening. The wound on his left arm was pulled, and the pain made cold sweat bead on his forehead. The man's hands trembled violently, but he still forced himself to step forward half a pace, blustering, "Cut the crap. Drop what you're holding, or I'll split your skull with this stick. Jiangwo, don't shout." The woman tugged at the man's sleeve, her voice trembling but clear-headed. "His steps are steady, the blood on him is fresh. He's not one of those mad things." After a tense standoff of over 10 seconds, Old Chen slowly placed the baton on the ground and raised his uninjured right hand. "My name is Old Chen. I escaped from the Volkswagen 4S dealership in the west of the city, heading for Liuhe town. Got caught in the explosion and ducked in here temporarily. No ill intentions." Only then did the man lower the mop handle a bit, his face instantly breaking into a fawning smile, his tone warming up. "Ah, brother, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'm Wang Jiangwo. This is my wife Zhang Guilin, my son Xiaobao, and my mother-in-law. We've been hiding at home for almost 2 weeks. If the radio hadn't been broadcasting every day that there's an official shelter on the northeast coast of Jiangcheng with military guards, food, and medicine, would never have risked it." Sister Zhang held the little boy about 5 or 6 years old in her arms and nodded gently, her eyes filled with exhaustion and terror. "We'd just reached the bottom of this building when we heard the blast. Glass shattered like rain, and those mad things suddenly went berserk, lunging at people. We had no choice but to run up here and hide." Old Chen nodded, bent down to pick up the baton, and was about to find a corner to treat his wound when Wang Jiangwo suddenly sidled up, his eyes darting, putting on a familiar air. "Brother, you say you came from the Volkswagen 4S dealership in the west of the city. Do you know a young man named Lin Chen? About 20-something, tall, quite polite." Old Chen's head shot up, his eyes full of astonishment. "Lin Chen? Of course I know him. We were trapped in that 4S store together. He led a group to break out first and head to the forest station in Liuhe town. I stayed behind to cover the retreat and just escaped." Old Chen nearly let it slip. He rolled his eyes and on a whim came up with the rear guard story. At this, Sister Zhang froze instantly. She covered her mouth, tears welling up unbidden, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "It really is Shaolin. On the first day the apocalypse broke out, we were together along with Old Zhou and Xiaohe, 4 of us colleagues. We agreed to gather our families at the 4S store to set up a stronghold to survive the end of the world, but I thought he was long gone." Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up even more. He slapped Old Chen on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance, and launched into a flurry of words. This is really a case of great waters washing over the Dragon King's temple. Family not recognizing family. Brother, this is fate. To be honest, in this half-month, if I hadn't held on tight, dragging my wife, child, and mother-in-law from one hiding place to another, those women and the kid would have been done for. In this apocalypse, it's still up to us men to bear the burden." Old Chen subtly sidestepped his hand, a flicker of doubt stirring in his mind. He saw it clearly. Wang Jiangwo talked a big game, but his clothes were spotless, not a speck of dust. Sister Zhang, on the other hand, had torn trousers and small wounds all over her hands. The child in her arms was so hungry he was chewing on his fingers. Wang Jiangwo had half a bottle of mineral water stuffed in his pocket, but wouldn't even give the kid a sip. The pantry was empty with nothing but an empty water dispenser and a few dusty cabinets. Old Chin's arm was still bleeding. If he didn't disinfect and treat it soon, even if the zombies didn't bite him, it would get infected. The child was crying softly from hunger, and the old woman clutched her chest, coughing incessantly, without even a drop of hot water. The howling outside gradually faded, leaving only the occasional crash against the door. It seemed the zombies couldn't get up for now. There's no food or water here, and I need to treat my arm wound. Old Chin spoke in a low voice. The second floor is all office space. There should be vending machines or emergency supplies. They'll go search around just on this floor not far. Don't go. It's too dangerous. Sister Zhang immediately tried to stop him. Hey wife, that's not right. Wang Jingwo cut her off, puffing out his chest and sidling up to old Qian. Brother Qian is doing this for our family. Brother will go with you. He'll watch your back. I'm not bragging, but I used to work on a construction site. I've got strength. I can take down one of those mad things with a single swing of a stick. With me there you can rest easy. Old Qian initially wanted to refuse, but looking at the whimpering child in Sister Zhang's arms, he nodded anyway. He could tell that Wang Jingwo was all talk likely useless in a real crisis. But an extra pair of eyes at least could help keep. The two of them tiptoed out of the break room, creeping along the corridor. The office area was in utter disarray with papers scattered across the floor. Old Qian led the way, gripping a short bat and his senses on high alert for any movement around them. Wang Jingwo huddled half a step behind him, not daring to breathe too loudly. They searched 2 offices in succession, finding half a pack of soda crackers, 2 bottles of water, a small vial of iodine, and a pack of cotton swabs. Just as Old Qian was tucking the items into his pocket, the conference room door beside them suddenly crashed open with a bang. 3 frenzied zombies with bloodshot eyes charged out, their speed more than double that of ordinary ones, lunging straight at the pair. Old Qian's heart tightened. He was about to shout for Wang Jingwo to fall back when a tremendous shove hit him from behind. He stumbled forward, uncontrollably crashing directly into the arms of the foremost zombie. Hold on, bro. I'm going back for help. Wang Jingwo's voice rang out from behind, accompanied by the frantic sound of his retreating footsteps. The zombie's rancid mouth was already at Old Qian's neck. Thinking quickly, he rolled sharply to the side, using the momentum to crash into the nearby freight elevator door. The elevator was stopped on the first floor, the shaft gaping empty. He fell directly onto the car roof, his back slamming against the steel plate, pain blackening his vision as he nearly passed out. The zombies at the shaft entrance clawed wildly, but the narrow opening trapped them, unable to squeeze through. Old Qian took a full half-minute to catch his breath before gritting his teeth and climbing down the elevator cables. He circled around through the fire exit on the first floor and stealthily made his way back up to the second. Along the way, he picked up a steel pipe as thick as a wrist. His supplies were still intact, but the wound on his arm had been torn open again, leaving him covered in dust and blood. As he reached the break room door, he heard Wang Jingwo's wailing voice inside. Go on. It's all my fault. I couldn't hold him back. He went crazy at the sight of the zombies like a madman charging right into their midst. I barely made it back alive. He's definitely gone. Even if he's not dead, he's surely been scratched. If he turns into one of those things and comes back, we women and children. Sister Zhang's voice was choked with tears tinged with doubt. That can't be. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. He's not stupid. Why would he rush into a nest of zombies? What do you mean doesn't seem? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Wang Jingwo's voice suddenly rose. I'm your man. I've been keeping you all safe all this time, and you trust an outsider over me. He's a lunatic. His mind is seriously unhinged. He'll get us all killed sooner or later. When he comes back, even if he's not hurt, we absolutely cannot open the door. Old Qian stood outside the door, the blood in his veins turning ice cold. He kicked open the door, which was propped shut by a water dispenser, and stomped his steel pipe on the ground, growling. Wang Jingwo, say that again, will you? Who was it that shoved me out to face the zombies? Wang Jingwo's face went as pale as paper at the sight of Old Qian returning alive. But after only a second, he leaped up and pointed a finger at Old Qian, shouting, see. He's back. He must be infected. How else could he have survived 3 zombies? Go on. Don't believe him. He just wants to get in here to harm us. Get him out of here now. Open your damn eyes and look. Old Qian rolled up his sleeve, revealing the scratches on his arm. All cuts from glass and walls, not a single bite mark. Where's the bite? Wang Jingwo, you coward, you pushed me out as a meat shield when danger came, then ran back to twist the truth. Are you even a man? Sister Zhang looked at Old Qian's wounds, then at Wang Jingwo's evasive eyes, and understood most of it in an instant. She tugged at Wang Jingwo's arm, her voice heavy. Jingwo, tell me the truth. What really happened? You're turning against me too. Wang Jingwo violently shook off her hand, his face twisted with rage. I'm your husband. Would I ever harm you? He's an outsider. Who knows what he's really after? What if he's brought the virus in? What about our little Bao? Get him out of here. The old woman huddled in the corner was also swayed, speaking shakily. Guilin, don't let him stay. If he does turn, our little Bao is done for. Old Qian looked at the scene before him, and his heart grew utterly cold. He had thought since they all knew Lin Chen, he could lend a hand where possible. But now staying here a second longer felt nauseating. He bent down to pick up the iodine and mineral water from the floor, casting a cold glance at Wang Jingwo. Final go? Take care of yourselves. Don't let this piece of work sell you out and have you counting the money get you killed without even knowing it. Just as he turned to leave, a loud crash came from the restroom next to the break room, followed by a shriek from Wang Jing. Everyone was startled. Wang Jingwo scrambled out of the restroom door, clutching his calf, his face deathly pale. The restroom door behind him was wide open, and a blood-soaked zombie staggered out, a piece of bloody fabric dangling from its mouth. Old Qian reacted fastest. He raised his steel pipe and charged forward, landing a heavy blow on the zombie's shoulder before it could fully emerge. The zombie staggered, but grew even more enraged. Old Qian felt a flicker of fear, but with the elderly and children behind him, and remembering the vow he had made to never be a coward again, he steeled himself and advanced once more. Yet his heart still faltered. He merely delivered a solid front kick, sending the zombie stumbling back into the restroom. The zombie rose again and charged at Old Qian by the door. In his panic, Old Qian raised the steel pipe and swung it fiercely, this time striking the zombie square in the face. The zombie's head snapped back, pausing briefly. Seizing the moment, Old Qian struck several more brutal blows. The zombie fell onto its back, its arms still thrashing wildly. Driven by a frenzy, Old Qian pursued it, using the other end of the pipe to viciously stab at the zombie's head until it lay completely still. He turned to look at Wang Jingwo, who had already lowered his pant leg and wrapped the hem of his jacket tightly around his calf. Sister Zhang moved to check on him, but he shoved her away, his voice trembling. "I'm fine. Just a scratch. Didn't get bitten. Don't touch me." Old Qian frowned. He had seen it clearly. The zombie's mouth had clamped solidly onto Wang Jingwo's calf. His fight with the zombie hadn't been short or long. Nearly 5 minutes had passed. If nothing unexpected happened, Wang Jingwo would likely turn soon. But Old Qian couldn't be bothered anymore. He wanted nothing more to do with this family's mess. He turned and continued toward the door. Just as his hand touched the handle, Xiao Bao's voice came from behind. "Uncle, it's dangerous outside." Old Qian's hand trembled, a pang of reluctance stirring in his heart. He turned back to look at Wang Jingwo and said in a low voice, "These are all your family. I can understand you kicking me out. But you say your injury is just a scratch. Aren't you afraid you'll turn into one of those things and hurt your own family?" Wang Jingwo tried to argue, but Sister Zhang suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I know Jingwo has wronged you, but you can't falsely accuse him. I believe him. Besides..." Sister Zhang turned to Wang Jingwo. "Honey, we all know each other. You can't kick him out. It's too dangerous out there. And it was Lin Chen who escorted me home to pick you all up. If you hadn't stopped us, would have been long." "Enough." Wang Jingwo cut her off violently, his eyes bloodshot, just like the zombie Old Qian had killed. "I knew it. You've always resented me for not letting you go with that pretty boy Lin Chen, blaming me for us being hungry and stuck here. But wasn't I thinking of the old and the young? Zhang Guilin, tell me, what do you want? Am I still the head of this family or not? You fatso, all that blubber says you're no good. None of Lin Chen's lot are worth a damn. We got to this room first, and you're not welcome. Get the hell out." Wang Jingwo snarled in a low, agitated voice. Old Qian looked up at Sister Zhang. She was stunned by Wang Jingwo's sudden outburst, at a loss for words. She met Old Qian's gaze, her eyes conveying a helpless apology. Old Qian sighed, said nothing, and left the break room. After a few steps, he found a relatively intact office, and he took off his shirt, retrieved the iodine, and gently dabbed at his wounds. The sharp sting made him wince, but he had no choice. Treating the wound hurt, but neglecting it could mean death. He looked like a masochist, grimacing as he continued applying the medicine. About half an hour after he had left the break room and finished tending to his wounds, a heart-wrenching cry from Xiao Bao and the old woman's screams suddenly erupted from the break room. Old Qian spun around, staring in the direction of the break room. He thought of Lin Chen, stomped his foot in frustration, grabbed his steel pipe, and charged in, kicking open the door blocked by debris. The water dispenser partially blocked the door, so his kick only opened it halfway. But through the gap, he could see Wang Jingwo was clearly not right. He was convulsing violently, his eyes bloodshot, pupils dilated, a murky drool dripping from his mouth as he made guttural rasping sounds identical to a zombie's. "Jingwo, what's wrong? Jingwo." Sister Zhang's face went pale with terror as she reached out to steady him. But Wang Jingwo jerked his head up like a wild beast out of control and lunged straight at the defenseless old woman beside him, sinking his teeth deep into her neck. Blood sprayed instantly. The old woman couldn't even let out a full scream. Her body twitched twice before going completely still. "Mom." Sister Zhang threw herself at them frantically, trying to pull Wang Jingwo away. But the fully transformed Wang Jingwo turned his head, his eyes devoid of any humanity, and bit down on Xiao Bao, who was cowering in the corner. His sharp teeth sank deep into the child's tender arm. Xiao Bao's cries turned piercing. Without a second thought, Sister Zhang yanked Wang Jingwo away and shielded her child with her own body. Wang Jingwo's mouth clamped down solidly on her shoulder. Old Qian's eyes reddened at the tragic scene before him. With a roar, he raised his steel pipe and charged, using all his strength to bring it down in a brutal blow to the back of Wang Jingwo's head. A dull cracking sound echoed. Wang Jingwo collapsed limply, completely still. The break room fell silent, instantly broken only by Xiao Bao's faint whimpers and Sister Zhang's stifled, shattered sobs. The old woman lay on the cold floor, no longer breathing. Sister Zhang's shoulder and Xiao Bao's arm bore bite marks deep enough to reveal bone blood soaking through their clothes and pooling into a stark red stain on the ground. Old Qian stood there gripping the steel pipe, his entire body trembling. He had seen too much death, but this tragedy born of human selfishness still churned his stomach and clogged his throat with pain. Sister Zhang lifted her head, her face a mess of blood and tears. She looked at Old Qian, her voice hoarse and barely audible. Brother Qian, I know. There's no hope for me. Or for Xiao Bao. She held the fading child tightly, an endless wave of regret washing over her. If only she had listened to Old Qian or hadn't chosen to stay home. But there were no ifs in this world. In the end, she had to bear the consequences of her own choices. Back then Xiao Lin and Old Zhou escorted me home. But now I failed to fulfill our dream of surviving together. She wept as she looked at Old Qian. Brother Qian, please. If you see Xiao Lin, tell him I'm sorry. I couldn't. And thank him. Thank him for giving me the chance to choose back then. Ask him to lead everyone to survive, to live for me too, to see the end of this apocalypse for me. Old Qian's heart ached with a surge of bitterness. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew that a bite from these frenzied zombies meant an incredibly fast infection. Staying here, all he could do was watch them breathe their last, then rise again as monsters. He was powerless. The howls of zombies outside grew louder. The commotion had drawn the attention of every zombie in the building. The banging and scratching at the door grew more intense, the door panel beginning to tremble. Old Qian gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, rest assured. He'll deliver your message. Sister Zhang nodded through her tears, holding the child tighter, and waved her hand, urging him to leave quickly. Old Qian turned, pulled open the break room door, and faced the swarm of zombies flooding the corridor. Clenching his steel pipe, he gritted his teeth and charged out. From the break room behind him came Sister Zhang's last muffled, gentle hum of comfort, and then utter silence. Old Qian did not look back. He rushed down the stairs, fought his way out of the office building, and dashed into the alleys along the street. The wound on his left arm throbbed with a piercing pain, but he dared not stop. He ran with all his might, heading toward Liuhe town, toward that one faint glimmer of humanity and warmth. He finally understood that the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was never the flesh-eating zombies. It was the unfathomable selfishness and evil lurking beneath human skin. This encounter with Sister Zhang had infinitely magnified his trust in Lin Chen. Perhaps the most precious thing in this end times was that simple bond of friendship and family. He could hardly wait to see Lin Chen to return to the team he had once abandoned, but now missed with all his heart. Little did he know on the path that lay ahead something utterly despairing awaited him. For beams of headlights pierced through the darkness, crashing like heavy hammers onto the open ground outside. The intense light flooded the entire courtyard in an instant, and the horde of zombies violently crashing against the iron gate suddenly paused, their murky roars becoming densely packed. Most of the dark figures swiftly turned around and pounced towards the headlights. Turn off the lights. Switch from high beam to low beam. Maneuver the warrior vehicle to the left, blocking the courtyard entrance against the wall. Tuang, cut to the right with me. Use the front of the vehicle to scatter the zombie horde, then lead the zombies towards the slopes on both sides. The wheeled reconnaissance vehicle will cover the warrior. Do not let the zombies get past it and into the courtyard. Be careful not to hit Jiangcheng. The new 8x8 wheeled reconnaissance vehicle, although it is a radar vehicle, is also equipped with shooting ports. Old Zhou's shout exploded through the intercom as Lin Chen pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The Tuang charged forward like an enraged bull towards the densest part of the zombie horde on the right side. He was acutely aware that at this moment he could not allow the zombies to continue surrounding the iron gate. The gate was already at its limit. If it was hit a few more times, the hinges would surely break, allowing more zombies to rush inside the courtyard. The small house could not withstand such a massive impact from the zombies. Even if the door held, the structure might still collapse. By that time, even if they rushed back, they would not be able to save the people inside. Received. Jiangcheng's response was crisp and decisive. The warrior vehicle abruptly turned the steering wheel, its heavy body blocking the courtyard entrance, and the double-layered anti-collision beam instantly knocked away the zombies that were crashing into the iron gate. It firmly pressed against the zombies on the left side of the iron gate, while the heavy side armor acted like a moving steel wall, forcefully keeping the attacking zombies at bay. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous crashing sounds battered against the body of the warrior vehicle. The vehicle only swayed slightly. Its military-grade protective armor was not something ordinary zombies could shake. Old Zhou pushed open the car door, half his body sticking out. He rested his rifle on the roof of the car, the silencer muffling the gunfire, each shot precisely taking the life of a zombie. Old Chen. After the second vehicle lures the zombies towards the left slope, make sure to hold that slope. Do not let the zombies circle around to the back of the courtyard. Jiangcheng. Set up the machine gun and clear the zombies in the small courtyard and around you from the roof of the warrior vehicle. Then switch to the rifle for precise shots. The machine gun has no silencer. The sound is too loud, but remember, do not shoot the door. Understood. Old Chen's hands were steady on the steering wheel as the second Tuang firmly positioned itself on the left slope, facing the scattered zombies that were rushing over, showing no signs of retreat. Although he had never fought before, during this time spent with Lin Chen and the others, he had already developed courage. Moreover, the ones they were protecting inside were the companions who had rescued him from the supermarket and had never treated him as a burden. At the entrance of the courtyard, Jiangcheng had already moved to the back seat, climbed onto the roof of the warrior vehicle, and set up the light machine gun obtained from the radar station. The dense bullets swept like an iron broom, instantly knocking down a dozen zombies directly in front of the iron gate. Blackish red blood splattered across the iron gate, and the previously frenzied crashing sounds suddenly weakened. Then Jiangcheng decisively switched to his rifle for precise shots. Not far away, Ma Yong was also covering Jiangcheng from the shooting port of the infantry fighting vehicle, preventing zombies from climbing onto Jiangcheng's warrior and threatening him. Xiaoya, who was behind the iron gate, trembled all over. Hearing the gunfire and engine sounds outside her, taut nerves instantly relaxed, and her legs turned weak, almost making her fall to the ground. She bit her lip tightly, holding back the tears that welled up in her eyes, but her hand gripping the gun remained steady, still pointing firmly at the iron gate. It's Brother Lin and the others. They've returned. Li Ming inside the room burst into tears, the steel pipe in her hand clattering to the ground. Zhang Lei's tense jawline finally relaxed a bit as she gently patted the back of Xiao Yu in her arms, her voice still steady and reassuring. It's okay, they're back. On the bed, Xiao he clutched the fruit knife tightly, his chest rising and falling violently. The intense pain from his wound was nothing compared to the anxiety he felt at that moment. He hated himself for lying in bed, unable to join his companions in the fight, forced to hide behind women and children. This sense of helplessness gnawed at his heart like a knife. Outside the courtyard, Lin Chen's lead vehicle had already taken most of the zombie horde around to the right side of the open space. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, continuously crashing into the zombies rushing towards him, with the front of the vehicle maintaining speed and not allowing the horde to get close. Old Joe in the passenger seat continuously fired, clearing off the zombies clinging to the vehicle. The two worked in seamless coordination, reminiscent of their first breakout outside the 4S dealership, yet now they exhibited far more steadiness and synergy. Lin team, you have drawn away most of the zombie horde. There are hardly any zombies visible at the entrance. Ma Yong's voice came through the intercom. Lin Chen glanced in the rearview mirror at the ominous mass of zombies following behind, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Old Joe, prepare the grenades. Let's circle around a bit more and deal with this horde together. Old Joe's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled out the defensive grenades acquired from the radar station, ready to pull the pin at any moment. Ready. The Tuong suddenly executed a sharp turn, its body carving a graceful arc in the open space as it turned its head away from the courtyard entrance and slowly drove away. With the horn blaring, it lured the horde of zombies behind them, which roared and rushed after them, squeezing tightly together. Lin Chen ran for over 2 kilometers, finding a width suitable for 3-wheeled vehicles to enter the fields at the previously seen ridge. The horde behind had reached a terrifying scale, with at least 200 or 300 zombies visible at a glance. Lin Chen kept an eye on the zombies as they all entered the fields, continuously circling around the fields to maintain a high density, forming a ring. Among them were many zombie dogs, but due to the sheer number of zombie humans, they were crowded in the middle, unable to utilize their agility. Some of the smaller breeds, previously pet dogs, were trampled into mush by the crushing horde. Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Chen shouted, "Throw it." As soon as Lin Chen gave the order, Old Joe raised his hand, pulled the pin, and threw the grenade, which landed precisely in the center of the densest part of the horde. The Tuong accelerated instantly to avoid being hit by grenade shrapnel. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed, and the shockwave caused the vehicle to sway slightly, dirt and shredded flesh flying everywhere. The previously roaring horde of zombies fell silent in an instant. The dozens of zombies at the epicenter of the explosion were torn to shreds, while the remaining corpses were left missing limbs, incapacitated. Lin Chen observed that there were still quite a few zombies left. He continued to use the same tactic, driving in circles while avoiding the crater left by the previous explosion. Slightly deviating from the previous circle, he once again confined the zombies, throwing out grenades repeatedly. After 3 rounds, only about 20 to 30 zombies remained active, along with a couple of zombie dogs. Old Joe took out his rifle and began precise shots while Lin Chen tried to keep the vehicle stable. Ultimately, when only about 10 zombies were left, Old Joe stopped firing, then said to Lin Chen, "The rest are for you to practice." Understood. Lin Chen nodded in understanding, parked the vehicle, drew his pistol, and extended the silenced muzzle out the window to take precise shots. Due to the dim lighting and his less than perfect shooting skills, Lin Chen ended up emptying an entire 15-round magazine, eliminating 8 zombies. However, 3 or 4 still remained, and Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Old Joe observed Lin Chen's rare embarrassed expression and suddenly felt this was how a young man of his age should be. Damn the apocalypse. Old Joe pressed Lin Chen's hand to change magazines, handing him the rifle in his hand, saying, "Give this a try." In the end, under Old Joe's careful guidance, Lin Chen finally managed to avoid turning red again, taking down 6 zombies with 7 shots. The eastern sky gradually brightened. After a night of bloody battle, the entire field displayed 3 craters in a triangular formation amidst severed limbs and hundreds of zombie corpses scattered across the terrain. Some of the zombies that had not fully died were still trying to move forward with their remaining bodies. Lin Chen said, "Brother Joe, if those crawling zombies burrow deep into the weeds, they will be hard to detect. If we accidentally injure someone, we could be making a grave mistake. If they bite our own people, we will have even more trouble. Brother Zhou, I want to go down and clear out these not quite dead zombies. Old Zhou carefully looked into Lin Chen's eyes and said, I support you. I've always known you are a kind-hearted young man, but I still need to tell you that you are now the leader of the team, and you may lead even more people in this messed-up world. Those in power must be cold-blooded, rational, and selfish. This is not a mere saying, but a lesson our ancestors learned through countless experiences. Of course, I do not mean to make you utterly cold-hearted. After all, everyone gathers around you because of your kindness and steady. However, I still hope that at times you must suppress your kind heart and not forget how our 4S dealership fortress fell. Understood. Lin Chen looked at Old Zhou silent for a moment, then nodded, firmly patting Old Zhou's shoulder and saying, I understand. I am a good person, but not a pushover. Haha, Brother Zhou, let's get to work. Lin Chen pushed the car door open, swinging his entrenching tool with a whoosh, directly chopping off the head of a zombie that was rushing forward with a severed leg. He spoke into the intercom. I have dealt with my side. The vehicle and personnel are safe. Everyone else get out of the car. Clear away the not quite dead corpses near the small courtyard. Move quickly. Ma Yong, activate the radar to check if there are any new hordes approaching. Brother Zhou and I will handle the remaining corpses here to prevent leaving hidden dangers for everyone. At the entrance of the small courtyard, car doors opened one after another as Jiangcheng and Old Chen got out, in turn weapons drawn. Xiao Ye and Li Ming also stepped out armed, and helping everyone systematically clear the remnants inside and outside the courtyard. It was also a form of training for themselves. There was no panic, no unnecessary movements. Every swing and every shot was precise and lethal. This team had sharpened itself into a deadly knife in just 10 short days of the apocalypse. On Lin Chen's side, since the subsequent clearing was primarily done with firearms, there were not many corpses left. Coupled with Old Zhou's concern for Xiao Yu, they quickly scanned the area and signaled Old Zhou to drive back to the small courtyard. Brother Lin, you all are back. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen looked at her fingers, now pale from gripping the gun tightly, and her slightly trembling shoulders, feeling a pang in his heart. This recently graduated young woman had just defended the entire base filled with elderly, weak, and women and children with just a door and a gun safeguarding their home. He pushed open the iron gate and walked into the courtyard, observing the deformed barbed wire, the traps filled with zombies, the iron gate splattered with filthy blood, and the scattered rubble in the yard. Then he looked at Zhang Lei, Li Ming, and Xiao Yu, closely following Zhang Lei, and finally felt his long-suspended heart completely settle. Is everyone okay? Everyone is fine. Zhang Lei nodded, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but still professional. Xiao Yi's wound is oozing a bit. I will change his dressing later. The others are uninjured, just a bit scared. Xiao Yu quickly ran over, hugging Old Zhou's leg, burying his face in his tactical vest, his shoulders shaking slightly. Old Zhou's hostility instantly dissipated without a trace. He bent down carefully to embrace his daughter, his rough hand gently patting her back, his voice softer than ever. Don't be scared, Daddy's back. Lin Chen watched the scene before him, then turned to look back at the companions who were clearing the remnants and checking the defenses, taking a deep breath of the cold air, tainted with the scent of blood. They had survived the terrifying night road. Yet he knew that the crisis brought by the power plant explosion was only just beginning. When the morning sun fully rose, the cleanup at the ranger station was finally complete. The mangled remains in the yard were all dragged to a ravine 100 meters away, doused in gasoline, and burned to ashes, while the dark red bloodstains were repeatedly covered with sand and soil. The zombie corpses and the traps were cleared away, the sharpened hardwood stakes were reinserted, and the deformed wire mesh was straightened and reinforced by Old Chen, with Jiangcheng and Li Ming adding another layer of barbed wire on the outside. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the yard holding a notebook, reviewing the previous night's crisis with Old Zhou and Ma Yong. The notebook was filled with a defensive layout of the ranger station, densely marked with the vulnerabilities from the night before. First issue, our outer perimeter warning system completely failed. Lin Chen's fingertip tapped on the notebook, his voice steady but stern. Last night the zombie horde reached the wire mesh before anyone in the base noticed. If we had returned a bit later, the iron gate would have been smashed open. Old Zhou frowned and nodded, his finger tracing the forest around the yard. That's my fault. Before, we only set traps at the yard entrance with no warning devices on the forested slopes on either side. The zombies came around from the right side forest, bypassing our front traps and catching us off guard. Don't blame yourself, Brother Zhou. We all overlooked it. Lin Chen shook his head. We only considered the threat of scattered zombies before, never expecting a large horde to be drawn by the explosions. Over the next 10+ days of siege, we must expand our warning range to 500 meters. We need tripwire-style warning devices in the forest too, so we won't be caught passive like this again. Ma Yong, who had been observing the surrounding forest with binoculars, lowered them and added, Team Leader Lin is right. The core of a military outpost's defense is early warning. I suggest we set up observation posts at commanding heights in all 4 directions, equipped with the low-light night vision scopes we got from the radar station, with 24-hour rotating shifts. If any horde approaches, we'll spot them from 5 kilometers away. Agreed. Lin Chen nodded immediately. You and Brother Zhou are in charge of this. Finalize the observation post locations today and complete construction by tomorrow. He paused then continued, second issue, our defensive force left behind is too weak. Yesterday when everyone was out, the base had only one pistol, no heavy firepower, and no combat-ready personnel. If we were surrounded, there would be no means to fight back. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao He, who was helping Xiao Ye organize supplies in the yard, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Xiao He's penetrating wound would take at least half a month to heal, during which he couldn't participate in combat. The remaining personnel at the base were all women and children, with Xiao Ya's pistol as the only combat capability. Old Zhou sighed too. We didn't think it through before. From now on, whether we go out for supplies or to rendezvous with Old Qian, at least 2 people must stay to guard the base. Now we have enough rifles and pistols for everyone with spares to ensure the safety of those left behind. But we still need to make silencers, and there's that Type 201 light machine gun. Exactly. Lin Chen closed his notebook. Third issue, ammunition consumption. Last night we expended a considerable amount of bullets and 3 grenades. We now have less than 800 rifle rounds, under 300 pistol rounds, and only 7 grenades left. We can't afford such waste. From now on, don't fire unless necessary. Prioritize cold weapons. We must conserve ammunition for the tough battles on the journey north. But everyone still needs to familiarize themselves with firearms, at least being able to hit a target at close range without. Lin Chen's voice trailed off, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. Ma Yong, unaware, nodded. I agree. Starting today, Brother Zhou and I will conduct cold weapon combat training and firearm maintenance for everyone. We'll ensure each person can skillfully use an entrenching tool or fire axe for self-defense and handle a gun in critical moments without wasting bullets. As the 3 were talking, Old Chun approached with a welding torch, his face smudged with welding slag, but wearing a smile. Team Leader Lin, Captain Zhou, Squad Leader Ma, I've reinforced the iron gate. I added 2 channel steel beams behind the gate welded directly to the embedded parts in the ground. Even if as many zombies as last night come, they won't break it open. I also reinforced the inner room door with steel plates, turning it into a safe room. Even if the yard is breached, we can hold out for at least 2 hours inside. Lin Chen patted Old Chun on the shoulder, feeling a deep sense of reassurance. This retired veteran technician never spoke empty words. He always fulfilled every request flawlessly. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chen. Without you, we couldn't hold this base. By the way, we'll need you to make more silencers. Enough for the current firearms and some spares in case of damage. Oh, it's nothing. You're right, there's still plenty of silencer material left. He'll prepare it later. Old Chen smiled sheepishly. You all fight on the front lines. Ew, I just do what I can in the rear. I don't want to be a burden. By the way, I used the steel plates from the radar station to add underbody protection to both Terramots, so zombies can't puncture the tires. I also welded an auxiliary fuel tank onto the Warrior, adding 200 liters of capacity. Enough for the journey north. Excellent. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. On the 600-kilometer journey north, fuel was the scarcest resource. Old Chen had just solved one of their biggest worries. As they spoke, Zhang Lei walked out of the house holding a medication list, her expression serious. Lin Chen, come here. I need to talk to you about the medical supplies. Lin Chen immediately walked over, following Zhang Lei under the eaves. What's wrong? Is there a problem with Xiao He's? Xiao He's wound is stable for now. There was some oozing last night, but no infection. I've debrided and stitched it again. With rest it should be fine. Zhang Lei opened the list in her hand, lowering her voice. But we're running low on antibiotics. Xiao He needs daily cephalosporin to prevent wound infection, and what we brought will only last for him. Once his supply is used up, antibiotics will still be scarce. Also, iodine gauze and sutures may be consumed quickly in the coming days. Lin Chen's brow furrowed instantly. In the apocalypse, medicine was more precious than bullets. Without bullets you could use cold weapons, but without medicine even a small infected wound could be fatal. Especially with Xiao He's abdominal penetrating wound. If antibiotics were cut off, the risk of infection would multiply, and even Zhang Lei might not be able to save him. Liuhu Town has a health center. Lin Chen immediately recalled their previous supply point. When we went to Liuhu Town before, we only hit the gas station and police station, not the health center. Let's hold a meeting later to discuss it. After a bit of rest, we'll go to the Liuhu Town Health Center in the next couple of days to replenish our medical supplies. Zhang Lei nodded and added, also, I suggest we enforce strict hygiene rules starting today. Hands must be disinfected with alcohol before meals, wounds treated promptly, and trash taken far away to be burned. We absolutely cannot let a plague break out. In the current situation, even a common cold could kill the whole team. I fully agree. Lin Chen nodded immediately. I'm putting you in full charge of this. Draft hygiene rules, and everyone must strictly follow them. No exceptions. At noon, everyone gathered around the table in the mess hall for their first formal full-team meeting since the apocalypse. Lin Chen laid out everything transparently: the review of last night, the upcoming defensive upgrade plan, the medical supply plan, training plans, and hygiene rules, holding nothing back. For the next 14 days, we have only 2 core objectives. Lin Chen looked at each person around the table, his voice steady and resolute. First, hold this ranger station as our base, let Xiao He recover, and complete all preparations for the journey north. Second, originally we planned to rendezvous with Old Qian after 14 days and take him north. But since he's already left the 4S shop and his situation is unknown, we can't contact him proactively. We need to monitor for his message here, and if possible go to meet him. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I know some of you think old Qian deserted before and doesn't but I want to say in this apocalypse, just surviving is hard enough. He's someone I rescued. Ooh, I can't abandon him in the sea of zombies in Jiangcheng. I want to give him another chance. As long as he's alive, I must bring him out. Silence fell around the table. No one objected. Old Zhou looked at Lin Chen, spoke, first his voice firm. I agree with Lin Chen. A soldier doesn't abandon his... Even if he chickened out before, as long as he hasn't wronged us, we can't give up on him. I agree too. Zhang Lei nodded. A healer's heart. We can't stand by and let someone die. Xiaoyu also nodded gently. Brother Lin, I'll follow your lead. Without you all, Xiao He and I wouldn't be alive now. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng, having just joined yesterday, wisely remained silent. Lin Chen looked at everyone, warmth flooding his heart. In this apocalypse where humanity crumbled, his team still held onto the most precious principles and kindness. Good. Lin Chen nodded firmly. Then it's settled. In the days ahead, we'll all guard this home together, survive together, and go to Dongxing together. Survive together, go to Dongxing together. The voices of 10 people rang out in the small mess hall, drifting through the window into the noonday sky outside. In the still chilly season, the blazing noonday sun brought a sense of warmth. Their journey of survival was only just beginning to set foot on a new path, the future unknown. Who would live, who would die? Or perhaps... Lin Gu. Zhou Gu. Old Qian has a signal. Xiao Ya's voice came from inside the room, filled with uncontainable excitement. Lin Chen and Old Zhou turned simultaneously and rushed into the temporary command room piled high with supplies. The crackling sound of static came from the walkie-talkie, mixed with heavy panting and intermittent footsteps. Then Old Qian's voice, hoarse to the point of near distortion, squeezed through Lin Gu. Zhou Gu. It's Old Qian. Please respond if you receive. Lin Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, his voice steady as a rock. Old Qian received. Where are you? What's the situation? There was silence on the walkie-talkie for a few seconds, only the sound of wind. Then Old Qian's voice rang out again, laced with a sob, but he was desperately trying to suppress his tears. I'm on Binhe Road, near the abandoned ferry upstream of the power plant. Damn, there are zombies everywhere, still pouring towards the power plant. I don't dare to take the main road. I want to cross from the riverbank. There's a scenic mountain over there with steps. Can you come pick me up? Old Zhou snatched the map, his finger tracing up Binhe Road, quickly locking onto the location of the abandoned. He looked up at Lin Chen, his voice urgent. Cross the river here, climb over that scenic mountain, and the road north of Liuhe town is just under 20 kilometers from our current location. Lin Chen took the walkie-talkie, speaking clearly. Old Qian listened carefully. Cross the river from the ferry, climb over that mountain, and we will wait for you at the northern exit of the mountain tomorrow at noon. Remember, it's tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, we will be there on time. Your task now is to stay alive and get there, do you understand? The walkie-talkie crackled with Old Qian's choked response. Got it. Lin Gu. I will definitely make it there alive. I will definitely see you. The static cut off. The room fell into a brief silence. Zhang Lei stood at the door of the inner room, letting out a soft sigh. Old Zhou slapped the map on the table and turned to leave. I'll check the vehicle and fill up the gas. We'll set off early tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze lingering on the crumpled map, not moving away for a long time. At the foot of the scenic mountain 20 kilometers away, Old Qian slumped on a large blue stone, gasping for breath. He could no longer remember how long he had been running. Ever since he burst out of that blood-soaked office building, he had been desperately running north along the edges of alleys and abandoned houses. The wound on his left arm throbbed painfully. Every few steps he had to switch hands to hold it, blood seeping through the bandage and staining half of his sleeve. But he did not stop, nor could he. The sounds of zombies roaring behind him came and went, with a few particularly keen ones chasing him for 2 whole streets, until he squeezed into a garbage-filled, deadened, and barely shook them off by climbing over a half-collapsed low wall. He dared not take the main road. The zombies on both sides of Binhe Road were enough to make his scalp tingle. Those monsters, stirred by the sound of explosions, were continuously streaming from all directions towards the power plant, like a slowly moving, decaying black river. He could only stick to the riverside thickets, stepping through mud and gravel, inching upstream little by little. After more than 3 hours of walking, he finally saw the abandoned ferry. The ferry was small, with only a rickety wooden plank bridge, most of the boards rotting away, revealing the murky river. On the opposite bank lay a continuous mountain range where faintly visible man-made steps could be seen at the foot of the mountain, once a place for local residents to climb in the morning. Old Qian looked at the mountain, his legs turning to jelly. In his life, he had always been most afraid of climbing mountains. But now that mountain was his only path to survival. He gritted his teeth and stepped onto the half-rotten plank bridge, inching his way to the opposite bank. The river was not wide, only a few meters across, but with each step he took, the decaying planks emitted a sickening creaking sound, making his heart race. Only when his feet finally touched solid ground again did he slump down on the riverbank, hugging a crooked willow tree, nearly bursting into tears. After resting for a full 10 minutes, he stood up and began to climb the mountain. The steps in the scenic area were well constructed, one after another, perfectly aligned, but to Old Qian at this moment, each step felt like it was taking his life. Each time he lifted his left arm, the wound tugged painfully, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. His legs felt as heavy as lead each step requiring all his strength. His lungs felt like they were on fire. Every breath, he exhaled carrying a metallic taste. He climbed a few steps, paused, climbed a few steps, paused. The sun slowly crept from the east to the top of his head, and then slowly slid from the top of his head to the west. He was still halfway up the mountain like a slowly moving snail. But he did not dare to stop. He feared that if he stopped he would never get up again. Around 4 in the afternoon, old Chen finally reached the mountaintop. The wind at the mountaintop was terrifyingly strong, cutting across his face like a knife, turning all his sweat into... He huddled behind a massive rock, trembling as he dug out the last half-pack of biscuits from his backpack and swallowed it piece by piece with bottled water. The biscuits had long crumbled into dust, but he couldn't bear to waste any, pouring the crumbs from the packaging into his mouth and licking it clean. The sun had already tilted to the west, and in less than 2 hours it would be completely dark. He dared not move forward anymore. Walking the mountain road after dark was like courting death. If he slipped and fell off a cliff, his body would never be found. If he encountered the active zombies at night, he wouldn't have anywhere to run. He had to find a place to spend the night. Old Chen dragged his weary legs, circling around the mountaintop, and finally walked down more than 100 meters, finding a natural stone crevice. The crevice was not large, just enough for him to curl up inside, with hard rocks on 3 sides, and only one exit in front, which he blocked with his backpack and dead branches barely shielding against the night wind. He gathered a pile of dry twigs and fallen leaves outside the crevice, lighting it with a lighter for a long time before finally getting the pile of firewood to ignite. The firelight was small, flickering in the cold wind at the mountaintop, but that little warmth was worth more to old Chen at that moment than all the treasures in the world. He huddled in the crevice, using his backpack as a cushion, hugging his knees, staring at the flickering flame, tears silently rolling down. He remembered the last look Zhang Jia had given him. He remembered the soft little hand of Xiao Bao dangling down. He remembered Wang Zhangwo, who he had killed with his own hands. He remembered Lin Chen's voice, remembered Xiao Yu timidly calling him uncle in the corner. He wanted to live. He wanted to tell them in person that he was no longer a deserter, that he had not abandoned anyone, that he had fought to survive. The wind grew stronger, making the flame flicker uncertainly. Old Chen tightened his tattered-down jacket, with several holes, pulling the hood over his head, curling up into a ball. He dared not sleep, fearing that if he fell asleep, he would never wake up. He could only stare at the flame, repeatedly telling himself, just endure one more night, just one night, and tomorrow he would see them. But he was far too exhausted. 3 days and nights without closing his eyes, over 10 hours of fleeing and climbing. The wound on his left arm still throbbed, and his body had reached its limit. His eyelids grew heavier, his vision blurred, and the flame gradually turned into a hazy in his eyes. Then, woof woof, a frantic barking erupted from down the mountain like thunder. Old Chen jolted awake, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. It was a dog. It was a zombie dog. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, and he could clearly see a dozen meters beyond the crevice 4 zombie dogs with eerie green glows in their eyes, staring fixedly at him. Most of their fur had fallen off, revealing the festering flesh beneath. Murky saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, and low frenzied growls rumbled from their throats. Old Qian's head exploded with a bang. It was over. Truly over. He scrambled out of the stone crevice, his legs weak as noodles, yet the instinct to survive drove him to run desperately. He ran up the mountain into the forest towards any place he could escape. But those 4-legged beasts were far faster. In just a few seconds, the leading zombie dog had caught up to him, its foul breath almost spraying onto his back. Old Qian went mad. He spotted a thick tree nearby, its trunk so wide that one person couldn't wrap their arms around it, with the lowest branch about 3 or 4 meters off the ground. Without a second thought, he discarded his backpack and climbed with both hands and feet, digging his nails into the bark and scraping his knees against the trunk. The pain brought tears to his eyes, but he dared not stop climbing with all his might. Just as the zombie dog's fangs were about to sink into his heel, he finally reached the first branch. Gasping for breath, he clung tightly to the trunk and looked down. The 4 zombie dogs gathered beneath the tree, raising their rotting heads, leaping and barking wildly at him, their throats emitting frantic howls. They couldn't climb, but they refused to leave. They just circled the tree, occasionally slamming their bodies against the trunk, causing the whole tree to tremble slightly. Old Qian trembled all over with fear. His crotch was damp and warm. He had wet himself. Ignoring the shame, he shakily pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket, pressed the talk button, and screamed in a distorted voice, "Brother Lin. Brother Lin, help. I'm on the mountain, surrounded by zombie dogs. 4 of them. They can't climb trees. But they want leave. I can't get down. Help." A crackling static came from the walkie-talkie, followed by Lin Chen's steady voice. "Old Qian, don't panic. Describe your surroundings. Are there any notable landmarks? Is the forest dense? Can you see anything in the distance?" Old Qian frantically looked around, but the night was too dark. Only the campfire beneath the tree was still burning, casting a dim yellow glow that made it impossible to see far. He was on the verge of tears. "I can't see. It's too dark. There's only the firelight. Trees everywhere. I don't know where I am. Brother Lin, save me." "Don't worry, Old Qian." Lin Chen's voice remained calm. "Stay put on the tree and don't move. They can't climb, so I'm checking the map. Based on your earlier location, you should be near the summit of the scenic mountain. Hold on. We'll set out to rescue you before dawn." Old Chen was about to reply when his hand slipped and the walkie-talkie fell from his grasp, plummeting straight toward the ground. His eyes widened as he reached for it only to grasp at air. Smack! The walkie-talkie struck the head of a zombie dog below. Stunned for a moment, the creature instinctively lowered its head and clamped its jaws around the still crackling metal box. Crunch! Old Chen heard a crisp sound clearly. The zombie dog's virus-enhanced bite force crushed the walkie-talkie like a biscuit, snapping it in two. Shards fell from its mouth, sparks flickered twice before dying out completely. Old Chen collapsed onto the branch, staring blankly as the zombie dog chewed the remnants of the walkie-talkie, his mind devoid. It was over. Truly over. Without the walkie-talkie, there was no contact. Without contact, Lin Chen and the other, without being found, he would be trapped in this tree until he froze starved or was slowly exhausted by those beasts. The zombie dogs below kept circling, barking and slamming into the trunk. Once, twice, three times. Each impact made the whole tree tremble, shaking dead leaves down in a rustling cascade. Old Chen hugged the trunk, his entire body quaking. Cold, tired, hungry, thirsty, terrified. He had never been so frightened in his life. He unbuckled his belt and with trembling hands tied himself tightly to the trunk. He didn't know how long he had been in the tree when those beasts would leave, or if Lin Chen could still find him. All he knew was that he couldn't fall. Falling meant death. The night deepened, the wind grew stronger, and the mountain's chill cut into his face like a knife. He huddled on the branch, wrapping his down jacket tighter and tighter, his teeth chattering incessantly, his whole body shaking like a leaf. His mind began to wander to many, many things. He thought of his childhood, the braised pork his mother made so fragrant it could make you swallow your tongue. He thought of his colleagues at work calling him Old Chen with such warmth. He thought of the day the apocalypse broke out, the inexplicable peace he felt when Lin Chen and the others rescued him in the supermarket. He thought of those 24 hours he hid trembling in a safe, having fled during a breakout. He thought of Wang Jiangwo, whom he had killed with a single blow from a club, of Sister Zhang's final gaze, of Xiaobao's little hand going limp. Tears streamed down his face again, freezing into ice crystals. He looked up at the pitch-black sky above, devoid of stars or moon, only endless wind and endless cold. He pressed his frozen hands against the trunk, and with his last ounce of strength silently repeated over and over, "Brother Lin, Brother Zhou. You must come. You must find me. I don't want to die. I want to go home." The wind swallowed his whispers, the night devoured his figure, and only the zombie dogs below tirelessly circled and barked, waiting for the moment he would fall. 20 kilometers away at the forest ranger station, Lin Chen put down the walkie-talkie, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Old Zhou walked over and looked at him without a word. The walkie-talkie cut out. Lin Chen's voice was very soft. "The last thing I heard was Old Chen's shouts and dog barks. Then there was noise, and the signal was completely lost." Old Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. Surrounded by zombie dogs. Can that kid hold on? Lin Chen did not answer. He walked to the table, picked up the crumpled map, and slowly moved his finger along the contour lines of the scenic mountain, finally stopping at a marked point near the summit. He said he crossed the river at the abandoned ferry on the Bin Road. At his pace, he should have just crossed the summit around 4. Lin Chen looked up at Old Zhou. If he was surrounded near the summit, the climbable tree must be on the northern slope downhill. It's windy there with sparse trees, just a few thick old pines. Old Zhou nodded, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Kid, you can deduce that precisely from so little information." Lin Chen stared at the marked point, silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "I climbed that mountain a few days before the apocalypse, and even took some photos with a drone. But I haven't been back to my rental since the outbreak, so I didn't bring the drone. It would have made things much easier." He looked up at Old Zhou and said, "Brother Zhou, we set out before dawn. Bring the night vision gear, the rifles, everything we can use. Old Chen won't last long. We have to find him before he gives." Old Zhou nodded heavily and turned to leave. At the door he paused, looked back at Lin Chen's face flickering in the emergency light, and sighed softly. "That kid is lucky. Meeting us is the greatest fortune of his life." Lin Chen said nothing. He just looked up at the pitch-black night outside the window towards the summit, a maelstrom of complex emotions churning in his eyes. "Old Chen, hold on. We're coming." At 4:10 a.m., the iron gate of the ranger station was gently pulled open. The cold wind, laden with the chill of the mountain forest, rushed in like countless fine needles stabbing at the face. Lin Chen tightened the buckle of his tactical vest. His breath, a plume of white mist, condensed into a thin fog on the lens of his night vision goggles. He wiped it with his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 3 figures behind him. Old Zhou, holding a QBZ-191 rifle fitted with a suppressor, a fire axe hanging from his belt, stood like an iron stake driven into the ground. His night vision goggles were already on the lenses, reflecting an eerie green light. His face was expressionless, with only a hint of a veteran's sharpness hidden deep in his eyes. Jiangcheng gripped the same model of rifle he had brought, his young face etched with barely concealed tension, yet he clenched his teeth, stubbornly showing no sign of retreat. He checked the safety and magazine of his gun over and over. After installing the spare suppressor, Old Zhou had given him his knuckles turned white from gripping the rifle too hard. He breathed as shallowly as possible, terrified of holding the team back. Ma Yong had already climbed into the driver's seat of the 8x8 wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle and was bending over to adjust the display of the vehicle's radar. The blue light illuminated his angular face, exuding a soldier's characteristic calm. His fingers slid rapidly across the touchscreen, adjusting the scan range and sensitivity, muttering parameters under his breath. The two vehicles, the Mengshi and the 8x8, stood silently at the entrance of the yard, their bodies covered in a thin layer of white frost gleaming with a cold, hard light in the darkness. The front bumper of the Mengshi still bore the dense and dried black blood from a collision with zombies days earlier, appearing as eerie dark patches in the night vision. On the roof of the 8x8, the phased array radar antenna stood silently, like a silent eye ready at any moment to pierce through the darkness. Lin Chen made a final check of his equipment. A short spear was clipped to the quick-release mount on his tactical vest, its tip wrapped in black cloth. To prevent reflection, a silenced 92G pistol hung at his waist, with 4 magazines inserted into his tactical belt, easy to reach. A faint static hummed in his earpiece. The communication channel for the 4 of them had been debugged and was ready for contact. He raised his hand and pressed the earpiece, speaking softly, testing 1 2 3. Old Zhou here clear. Jiangcheng here clear. Ma Yong here, radar is warmed up and ready to scan at any time. Move out, Lin Chen ordered in a low voice, then climbed into the passenger seat of the Mengshi. Old Zhou sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The modified exhaust system had muted the roar to a minimum, leaving only a muffled growl, like a slumbering beast gently awakened. Jiangcheng sat in the 8x8's driver's seat. Before getting in, he had been clutching his rifle so tightly that the strap had left a deep red mark on his shoulder. The 8x8 followed closely. Ma Yong inside, operating the radar, spoke through the earpiece, his steady voice, laced with a faint static. Radar is active, scanning the surrounding 15-kilometer radius. Expect the first round of data in 30 seconds. The two vehicles, one behind the other, drove into the thick night. The road leading to the scenic mountain was tougher than expected. Old Zhou held the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the narrow path of light, torn open by the headlights. The road surface was riddled with potholes littered with rubble and broken branches that had fallen from the mountain after explosions. The Mengshi's bulletproof tires crunched over the gravel, and every jolt made the vehicle sway violently. In the passenger seat, Lin Chen gripped the handrail tightly, his eyes fixed on the vehicle's map as his fingertip moved gently across the screen, calculating the distance. The world outside the window was dyed an eerie dark green by the night vision goggles. The road was flanked by endless barren mountains with dead trees stretching toward the sky, like bones swaying gently in the cold wind. Occasionally, a fallen zombie could be seen by the roadside, its body frozen stiff, appearing as a dull grayish-blue in the night vision. A lifeless object with almost no heat, distinctly different from the thermal signals of living people or animals. Turn right in 500 meters, enter the auxiliary road at the foot of the mountain, Lin Chen reported in a low voice. Old Zhou nodded and gently turned the wheel, guiding the Mengshi onto a narrower dirt path. The withered grass on both sides of the road was taller than the vehicle, rustling against the bodywork like countless hands gently stroking the steel plates. In the night vision, the withered grass appeared an eerie grayish-green, bending over as the vehicle passed, then slowly springing back into place. Suddenly, Ma Yong's voice came through the earpiece, laced with urgency. Captain Lin, radar has a contact. Lin Chen immediately pressed his earpiece report. On the northern slope of the scenic mountain at an elevation of about 420 meters, there are 4 small thermal signals moving continuously, canines-ized. Ma Yong paused, then added, the thermal signals of zombie dogs are much weaker than those of live dogs, only about 1/3 of a normal body temperature, but still clearly distinguishable from the ambient temperature. They are circling the same spot, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Chen's heart pounded fiercely. A weak thermal signal from zombie dogs meant that if Old Qian was still alive, his thermal signal would be much stronger than those for beasts. Is there a human-shaped thermal source at that location? Yes. Ma Yong's voice was noticeably excited. On a large isolated tree, there's a faint human-shaped thermal source. The signal is much weaker than a normal living person. Body temperature is significantly lower, likely hypothermic, but he's still there. He's alive. Alive. Old Qian was still alive. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within him, and said in a steady voice, how far is it from us? Less than 3 kilometers in a straight line, but there's no direct road. We'll have to go around the base of the mountain, at least 5 to 6 kilometers of mountain road. Also, the radar shows scattered thermal signals moving at the foot of the mountain. Zombies. Not many, just 7 or 8, but they're fast. They were probably stirred up by the explosion and are wandering around. They haven't detected us yet, but if the engine noise is too loud, they might be attracted. Lin Chen was silent for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping over the darkness outside the window. Then he said firmly, continue monitoring and report any changes in the thermal sources. We aim to reach the foot of the mountain within 40 minutes. Understood. The Mengshi accelerated again, its tires kicking up a shower of sparks as they crushed over gravel. The vehicle bounced violently over the potholed road like a small boat navigating a stormy sea. Lin Chen stared straight ahead, his mind repeatedly running through the next steps, ascending the mountain, locating the target, eliminating the dogs, rescuing the man, and withdrawing. Every single step had to be flawless, or Old Qian's life would be forfeit on that mountain. 20 minutes later, the two vehicles stopped in a hidden depression at the foot of the scenic mountain. Lin Chen pushed open the door, and the cold wind instantly rushed into his collar, making him shiver. He looked up at the mountain before him. In the night, it resembled a slumbering beast, its pitch-black outline oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Above the mid-slope, it was lost in the dense darkness, completely invisible. Only the occasional bark of a dog carried by the wind pierced the air like needles stabbing into everyone's heart. Ma Yong jumped out of the 8x8, holding a handheld terminal with several red and green dots flickering on the. He hurried to Lin Chen's side and said in a low voice, "Captain Lin, the 4 thermal sources are still in the same spot circling that tree. Old Chen's thermal signal is very weak, but it's still there. He's holding on. Also, I just checked the wind direction. It's a north wind blowing from the summit down the mountain. When you go up, try to approach from the southern slope, staying downwind of the zombie dogs, so they can't pick up your scent. Take this." Ma Yong handed him a small anemometer. Lin Chen nodded, took the anemometer and the handheld terminal, glanced at them, and memorized the positions of the red dots firmly in his mind. Then he turned to look at Old Zhou and Jiangcheng. The two had already checked their weapons. The suppressors on their rifles were screwed on tight, the magazines securely inserted, and their night vision goggles were mounted on their helmets, the lenses reflecting an eerie green light. "Jiangcheng, you're with Old Zhou and me on the mountain," Lin Chen said very softly. "Ma Yong, you stay in the vehicle and continue monitoring our position with the radar, reporting any changes in the thermal sources. If you detect anything unusual, like a large group of zombies approaching, use the radio to inform us immediately, then drive to the extraction point at the foot of the mountain. Don't wait for us. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. We only have 3 suppressors, 2 for the rifles and 1 for the pistol. Gunfire would be too loud and could attract more danger." Ma Yong was taken aback, his lips moving as if to say something, but Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. "Your mission is more important than coming up the mountain with us." Lin Chen looked at him, enunciating each word clearly. "This radar vehicle is our greatest asset. It cannot be lost. Staying in the vehicle means you are our eyes. Also, be careful to distinguish between thermal sources. The heat signature of a living person and a zombie is very different. A living person is at least 30 degrees Celsius, while a zombie is only around 10 degrees, is similar to the ambient temperature, which can be confusing. Stay vigilant." Ma Yong nodded, emphatically gave a crisp military salute, and turned to climb back into the 8x8. Lin Chen, Old Zhou, and Jiangcheng, forming a triangular formation, stepped onto the stone steps leading to the mountaintop. The path up the mountain was even more treacherous than expected. The stone steps were covered in dead leaves and broken branches, making them slippery and wet, and a single misstep could lead to a fall. The night vision goggles painted everything in an eerie dark green. Among the bushes on both sides, pairs of faintly glowing eyes could be seen. They were startled night birds, flapping their wings and disappearing into the darkness. The stone steps underfoot were covered in moss, appearing as a slick dark green in the night vision. Every step had to be planted firmly to avoid slipping and falling. Old Zhou led the way, his rifle held at the ready, the muzzle always pointing forward. His steps were steady, each one landing on the edge of the step to minimize noise, while he constantly adjusted his position to stay upwind, so their scent would only drift down the mountain and not alert the zombie dogs at the summit. Lin Chen followed 5 meters behind him, the short spear in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the darkness on both sides, missing not a single anomaly. Jiangcheng brought up the rear, his young face covered in sweat, but his breathing was kept extremely shallow. His night vision goggles periodically scanned behind them to ensure nothing was following. The night wind howled, rustling the dead branches on both sides like countless hands slapping against something. The temperature was at least -5 degrees Celsius. Their breath condensed into frost on the lenses of their night vision goggles, requiring them to wipe them every few minutes. The footsteps of the 3 men made a very faint rustling sound on the stone steps, completely swallowed by the wind. After climbing for about 20 minutes, Lin Chen's breathing became heavy, his lungs feeling as if they were on fire. But he dared not stop, could not stop. Old Chen's life hung in the balance of these few minutes. "Captain Lin, you're less than 500 meters from the target." Ma Yong's voice sounded in the earpiece, laced with a faint static. "The 4 thermal sources are still in place, but the scattered thermal sources at the foot of the mountain have started moving up the slope, probably disturbed by the engine noise. There are 7 or 8 of them moving fast, estimated to reach your rear in 20 minutes. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately ordered in a low voice, "Speed up. We must take out those 4 dogs before that group of zombies catches up." The 3 men's pace quickened noticeably, the stone steps flying by under their feet. After another 10 minutes of climbing, the lone old pine tree finally appeared in the night vision goggles. Its trunk so thick it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it, its crown swaying gently in the night wind, the dead branches creaking. Beneath the tree, 4 pairs of eerie green eyes were fixed on the direction of the tree, their throats emitting low, frantic growls. The 4 zombie dogs. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, and the 3 stopped, simultaneously crouching behind a large boulder, keeping their profiles low. In the night vision, the appearance of the 4 zombie dogs was horrifyingly clear. The largest one at the front had almost no fur left, revealing the festering blackened flesh beneath, with a deep gash on its spine, through which the white bone was faintly visible. A patch of fur still hung from its hind legs, swaying with its movement like a rotting rag. Its eyes were completely clouded over, appearing as a dull grayish white in the night vision, yet they were fixed on the tree. Thick sticky drool dripped from its mouth, making a faint plop sound as it hit the ground. Its ears twitched periodically, catching any suspicious sound in the surroundings. The second dog was slightly smaller, but faster, constantly circling the trunk, occasionally slamming its body against the tree, making the entire tree tremble. Its left forepaw was already broken, leaving only a bloody stump of bone. Yet it seemed to feel no pain, continuing to slam and scratch frantically. With each scratch, the bone stump dug an inch into the trunk, leaving a bloody pit. It made a strange whining sound from its throat, as if calling to its companions. The third dog crouched a little farther away, its rotting head tilted back, staring up at the tree, its whining rising and falling like a beast ready to pounce. Half of its face had rotted away, revealing the white gum beneath. Drool dripped from the corner of its mouth, pooling into a viscous puddle on the ground. The fourth dog lay in the withered grass on the other side, completely still, only its eyes open, fixed on the direction of the tree. It was waiting for the prey in the tree to lose its grip and fall. In the tree, old Qian's figure was curled up on the thickest branch, strapping himself tightly to the trunk with his belt, completely motionless. In the night vision, his thermal source was as faint as a candle flame about to go out. A normal living person's thermal source would appear as a bright orangerd in the night vision, but old Qian was now only a dim, dull orange with edges starting to turn blue, a sign of severe hypothermia. But he was still there. He was still alive. Lin Chen exhaled softly and began to assess the terrain and wind direction. He retrieved a small anemometer, raised it above his head, and measured for a few seconds. A north wind, approximately force 3, blowing from the mountaintop down the slope. Their current position was on the southeast side of the pine tree upwind. The scent would drift directly toward those 4 beasts. They had to circle around to the downwind side. Lin Chen gestured, and the 3 of them pressed close against the massive boulder, moving slowly as they detoured to the northwest side of the pine tree. The ground beneath their feet was covered in gravel and dead branches. Every step had to be placed with extreme caution, as the slightest misstep would make a sound. The night wind howled, masking most of their movements, yet the ears of those 4 zombie hounds still twitched, ready to catch any anomaly at any moment. It took a full 5 minutes for the 3 of them to circle around to the northwest side of the pine tree, less than 30 meters from those 4 beasts, perfectly positioned downwind. Their scent was carried down the mountain by the wind, failing to alert the keen-nosed beasts. Jiangcheng, you aim for the rearmost zombie hound first. After you fire, quickly secure the path down the mountain, and keep an eye on the zombies behind. Old Zhou's voice was extremely low, issuing orders word by word through the earpiece. Lin Chen, you take the right, I'll take the left. 1 beast each fires simultaneously, aim for the head. Don't give them a chance to react. Note that zombie hounds have low body temperature. Their head contours might be unclear in the night vision scope. Take an extra look before pulling the trigger. As for the last one, well, concentrate fire and take it down together. Understood. Jiangcheng aimed at the farthest hound, regulated his breathing rhythmically, recalling the marksmanship tips his old squad leader had taught him in boot camp. Lin Chen nodded slightly, raised his pistol, and the suppressor's muzzle locked steadily onto the second zombie hound, which was ramming a tree. His left hand supported his right wrist for greater stability, the front sight locked unwaveringly onto the beast's head. In the night vision scope, the zombie hound's head was merely a slightly brighter outline. He had to keep it fixed to shoot accurately. Old Zhou's finger rested on the trigger, the muzzle locked steadily onto the largest zombie hound at the front through the night scope's crosshairs. He adjusted his breathing, calming his heartbeat, then held his breath as his finger slowly took up the first stage of the trigger pull. 3, 2, 1, fire. Fut, fut, fut. 3 extremely faint gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The suppressors minimized the muzzle flash and report to the lowest level, leaving only a muffled sound, like striking a thick quilt, nearly inaudible in the night breeze. The head of the largest zombie hound at the front burst open with a spray of black blood. Its body stiffened for a moment before collapsing rigidly to the ground, twitching twice, and then falling still. The rearmost one was also felled by a shot to the head from Jiangcheng, dead on the spot. The second hound, which had been ramming the tree, was struck in the neck by a bullet. Lin Chen's aim had been off by an inch. The projectile grazed past its cervical vertebrae, tearing open a large patch of rotting flesh, but failing to hit a vital area. The beast let out a snarling roar, whirled around abruptly, its rotting eyes locking onto the boulder where Lin Chen was hiding. Its forelegs pushed fiercely against the ground, and it sprang forward like a black bolt of lightning. Damn it! I missed. Lin Chen's heart sank. He immediately rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the lethal lunge. The zombie hound's claws scraped across his tactical vest, leaving 3 deep gouges on the steel plate. The screeching sound of metal friction was especially clear in the night. The stench of rot rushed toward him, choking Lin Chen until he could barely breathe. The remaining zombie hound was startled by the sudden commotion. The third one sprang up from its ambush position, letting out a frenzied bark as it lunged toward Old Zhou. Old Zhou reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the third hound's pounce. The stock of his rifle slammed heavily into its head, knocking the beast sideways to the ground. But it scrambled back up instantly and lunged at old Joe again faster than before, its fangs nearly touching his neck. Old Joe had no time to fire. He could only raise his rifle to block. With a crack, the rifle's handguard was deeply gouged by the zombie hound's fangs. Brother Joe. Lin Chen roared, but he was pinned down by the fourth zombie hound. That beast's frontal assault had failed, so it circled behind him, leaping from the side rear to sink its teeth into the back of his neck. Lin Chen ducked instinctively. The zombie hound's fangs scraped across his helmet, leaving 3 deep scratches on the Kevlar material. The piercing sound made his scalp tingle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen fired his pistol again. 2 shots fut-fut precisely struck the back of the head of the hound that was mauling old Joe. The beast's body stiffened midair before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching and then falling still. But the other zombie hound, having failed twice in its attacks on Lin Chen, turned and lunged at Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng had no time to fire and raised his weapon to block. The hound clamped its jaws onto his rifle barrel. The frenzied shaking caused Jiangcheng's entire body to wobble, and the rifle nearly slipped from his grasp. Seeing it couldn't bite through the metal, it immediately released its grip and lunged for Jiangcheng's throat. Jiangcheng had no time to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his left arm to shield his face. Crack. The zombie hound's fangs sank deeply into his tactical arm guard. The cut-resistant material blocked most of the biting force, but the immense impact still sent Jiangcheng toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The zombie hound mounted him, shaking its head wildly, trying to tear through that defense. Jiangcheng. Old Joe roared as he charged forward. He was only 7 or 8 meters away. Lin Chen raised his gun to fire, but Jiangcheng and the zombie hound were locked in a frantic struggle, rolling wildly, making it impossible to aim. Just then a dark figure lunged from the side. It was old Joe. He tossed his rifle aside, grabbed a fire axe from his belt, and with all his strength brought it down in a savage arc. Crack. The axe blade precisely cleaved into the zombie hound's cervical spine. The crisp sound of shattering bone was especially harsh in the night. The beast's body stiffened for a moment before collapsing limply onto Jiangcheng, motionless. Old Joe gasped for air, yanked the dead hound off, and reached out to pull Jiangcheng up. Did it bite you? Jiangcheng slumped to the ground, trembling all over. Several of the zombie hound's teeth were still embedded in his left arm guard, but he shook his head, his voice quivering. No. The arm guard blocked it. Old Joe breathed a sigh of relief and patted his shoulder. Good, you didn't lose your nerve. Lin Chen stood up from behind the boulder, his gaze sweeping over the 4 bodies of the zombie hounds scattered on the ground. The first had been shot in the head, the second finished off with a follow-up shot, the fourth shot in the head, and the third killed by the axe. All 4 were dead. It had taken less than a minute, yet that minute felt as long as a century. He gasped for air, his heart still pounding in his chest, the sweat on his forehead mingling with the cold light from the night vision scope as it trickled down. Old Joe's fire axe was coated in black blood, dripping down drop by drop, with a few strands of rotting fur clinging to the blade. Jiangcheng leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily, the color not yet returned to his face. Several fangs were embedded in his left arm guard, a gruesome sight. Is everyone unharmed? Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, carrying the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. No. Old Joe shook his head, walked over to Jiangcheng, and helped him pull the embedded fangs out of the arm guard. Damn, these beasts have some serious bite. Jiangcheng forced a smile that was uglier than crying, his voice still trembling. I thought I was about to die. A voice weak to the extreme suddenly called out from the tree, interrupting their respite. Lin. Brother Joe. Lin Chen's head snapped up, looking toward the old pine tree. Old Qian was still tied to the fork of the tree. In the night vision scope, his figure was clear enough to tug at the heartstrings. His once stout frame was now visibly mud. His down jacket was stained with mud and blood, with several tears from branches revealing the gray down feathers beneath. His face was blue with cold, his lips cracked and covered in blood, his eye sockets deeply sunken, his cheekbones protruding sharply. He looked as if he had been drained hollow. Seeing the 3 men below the tree, tears streamed down his face again, leaving 2 streaks on his frozen cheeks. His voice trembled uncontrollably. You really came. I thought I was going to die here. Old Joe cursed impatiently. Cut the crap. Get down here now. Old Qian fumbled with numb fingers to undo his belt, but his hands were frozen stiff and wouldn't obey. He tried 3 times, but couldn't untie the knot, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Without a word, Lin Chen thrust his short spear into the ground and scrambled up the tree trunk in a few swift moves. The trunk was covered in scratches and bite marks from the zombie hounds. The bark curled back to reveal the white wood beneath, with some places even bitten into deep grooves. He climbed along the branches, inching his way to Old Qian's side. Drawing the dagger from his waist, he sliced through the frozen stiff belt in one cut. Old Qian's body went slack, sliding limply downward until Lin Chen caught him. Supporting him, Lin Chen carefully descended from the tree, each step placed with utmost steadiness, afraid they might both fall. As soon as Old Qian's feet touched the ground, his legs gave way, and he was propped up by Lin Chen and Old Joe on either. He was trembling all over, his teeth chattering incessantly, his lips a bluish purple. The frostbite on his face was shocking. His earlobes and the tip of his nose were blackened, a sign of severe cold injury. Yet he still stared fixedly at Lin Chen's face, mustering his last ounce of strength to force out a sentence. Brother Lin. I didn't run away again. I didn't abandon anyone. I survived. Lin Chen looked at him, a complex emotion welling up inside. This man, once a coward who feared death, who had fled the battlefield and hidden trembling in a safe, had now fought with all his might to survive, traversing over 30 kilometers through the horde of corpses, crossing the mountain he had feared most in his life, and enduring a sub-zero night on the summit. He gently patted Old Qian on the shoulder, his voice soft, yet carrying an understanding that only they shared. I know. You did it. Old Qian's tears welled up again, but he smiled. An ugly smile, yet one of genuine joy. Suddenly Ma Yong's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Captain Lin. That group of zombies is catching up less than 200 meters from you. Get down the mountain now. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He immediately supported Old Qian, and together with Old Zhou and Jiangcheng sprinted back down the path they had come. Old Qian was being dragged along, his legs barely able to support him, but he clenched his teeth stubbornly, not uttering a sound, just forcing his legs to move. Behind them, the 4 bodies of the zombie hounds lay sprawled beneath the tree, slowly stiffening in the night. Ahead, the engine of the 8x8 radar vehicle had already started, its headlights tearing through the darkness like a guiding beacon waiting for their return. At 6:03 in the morning, a faint hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The iron gate of the ranger station opened again, and 2 vehicles slowly drove into the yard. Xiaoya and Zhang Lei immediately rushed over. Xiaoya carried a steaming bowl of ginger soup, while Zhang Lei held a... Xiaoya stood at the doorway. At 13, the girl was nearly as tall as Xiaoya's shoulder. She watched in silence as the man was helped inside, her eyes holding a composure beyond her years. Supported by Lin Chen and Old Zhou, Old Qian shuffled step by step into the room. The moment his legs touched the stool, his whole body went limp, and he slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Xiaoya brought the ginger soup to his lips. He downed it in one gulp, the heat bringing tears to his eyes, yet he couldn't bear. Zhang Lei crouched down and began to examine his wounds. The gash on his left arm was already inflamed, the frostbitten ears and nose needed treatment, and his soles were covered in blood blisters, some of which had burst and stuck to his socks. Frowning, she cleaned them bit by bit, murmuring softly, "What a miracle you survived. To spend a night on the mountain in this weather." Xiaoyu stood at the door watching all this in silence. His gaze fell on Old Qian's gaunt, hollow face. He was silent for a few seconds, then turned, walked to the supply cabinet, took out a pack of compressed biscuits, and silently placed it on the table beside Old Qian. Old Qian was stunned for a moment, looking up at the girl. Xiaoyu said nothing, just nodded, and walked away. Lin Chen stood at the doorway looking at the scene inside the room, a tangled mix of emotions rising in his heart. He turned and walked into the yard, looking up at the increasingly bright patch of dawn on the horizon. Old Zhou walked over and handed him an unlit cigarette. "That kid's lucky to be alive. Running into us is the greatest fortune of his life." Lin Chen took the cigarette, but didn't light it, just held it. But he looked toward the mountaintop where a faint glow still lingered. The campfire Old Qian had lit last night, slowly dying out in the morning light. "It wasn't luck," Lin Chen said softly, his voice quiet yet resolute. "He earned it himself." Old Zhou nodded and said no more. From inside the room came Old Qian's weak but cheerful voice. How much weight have I lost?" 20 gene at least. Guess I don't need to diet anymore." Li Ming scolded him good-naturedly. "Save your breath. Let's finish treating the blisters on your feet first." Li Ming couldn't believe what he was seeing. The cowardly fat man from the supermarket and the 4S store had actually made it. After finishing his ginger soup, Old Qian leaned against the wall, his eyelids growing heavy. 3 days and 2 nights, without sleep, over 10 hours of fleeing a night of torment on the mountaintop, plus being half carried down the mountain. He was completely spent. Zhang Lei had just finished treating the blisters on his feet when she looked up to find the fat man already asleep, his head lolled to the side, snoring thunderously. "Let him sleep." Lin Chen stood at the doorway watching the scene. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for 2 days finally settled. He turned to look at Old Zhou, Ma Yong, and Jiangcheng. The 3 men, also sleepless all night, had bloodshot eyes. "Let's take turns catching some rest. We'll deal with daytime matters when day comes." Old Zhou nodded, leaned his rifle against the wall, and collapsed onto the adjacent cot. Within 2 minutes he was snoring. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng also found spots to lie down. The nerves that had been taut all night finally relaxed, and soon the room was filled with a chorus of snores. But Lin Chen didn't sleep immediately. He walked into the yard and looked up at the sky. The pale light of dawn in the east was growing brighter, the morning rays slowly dispelling the night's chill. He took a deep breath of the cold air, then turned and went back inside. He lay down on the empty space beside Old Zhou and closed his eyes. That sleep was deep and dreamless. Old Qian was awakened by hunger. He opened his eyes groggily to a dim scene. The emergency light was weak, casting a faint yellow glow on the walls. He blinked a few times before realizing he was no longer in that damn tree. He shifted and a wave of pain washed over him, as if his whole body had been torn apart. His frostbitten ears and the tip of his nose itched and ached, making him want to scratch them raw. "Awake!" A voice came from beside him. Old Qian turned to see Xiaoyu sitting on a stool nearby, holding a tattered copy of Reader's Digest, looking at him with calm eyes. "What time is it?" Old Qian's voice was hoarse, not sounding like his own. 6 in the evening, Xiaoyu said, closing the book and standing up to walk out. You've slept the whole day? They'll go get Sister Xiaoya. Old Qian was stunned for a moment. He struggled to sit up and looked out the window. It was already dark outside. An emergency lamp was lit in a corner of the yard, its dim light casting shadows of several busy figures. He touched his face. It was so gaunt that his cheekbones stuck out, but his stomach was growling loudly. The door curtain was pushed aside, and Xiaoya walked in carrying an enamel mug, steam rising from it. Awake. Have some kanji to settle your stomach. We'll eat soon. Old Qian took the mug and drank the kanji in small sips. The warm porridge slid down into his stomach, and only then did he feel truly alive again. He finished the kanji, set the mug aside, and let out a long sigh. Being alive is damn good. At 6:30 in the evening, the temporary dining hall of the ranger station was packed with people. It was called a dining hall, but it was really just the largest outer room. A long table was cobbled together from a few wooden planks, and the stools scavenged from all over, varied in height and style. On the table were a few simple dishes: soft, well-cooked rice porridge, 3 plates of pickled radishes, a few pieces of toasted brown compressed biscuits, several military-issue, self-heating rice packets, and 2 open cans of luncheon meat sliced and arranged on a plate. Old Qian sat at the table looking at the dinner that could be considered luxurious in this apocalypse, but his eyes felt hot. He remembered the 24 hours he'd spent in the 4S store fortress, huddled in a safe, gnawing on half a pack of soda crackers, afraid even to chew loudly. He remembered that day in the office building, the pitifully small amount of food Sister Zhang's family had. He remembered that night on the mountain, cold and hungry, hugging the tree trunk, waiting for death in despair. Now sitting in this room lit by an emergency lamp with hot kanji before him and people by his side, he suddenly felt that this was the best meal he had ever seen in his life. Old Qian, what are you spacing out for? Eat. Old Zhou slapped him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. Old Qian came to, chuckled twice, picked up his chopsticks, and stuffed a piece of luncheon meat into his mouth. The meat's flavor exploded on his tongue. As he chewed, tears began to stream down his face. Everyone watched him, but no one laughed. Xiaoya silently added another spoonful of kanji to his bowl, and Li Ming pushed the plate of luncheon meat closer to him. Old Qian wiped his tears and grinned. It's nothing. It's just, it feels so good to be alive. He picked up his kanji bowl and looked at the people gathered around the table. Lin Chen, Old Zhou, Xiaoya, Li Ming, Zhang Lei, Xiaoyu, Old Chun, Ma Yong, Zhang Shang, and Xiao He was lying in the inner room recovering. These people, some he had known from the supermarket, others from the 4S store, but sitting together now, they felt like a brother Lin, brother Zhou. Old Qian put down his bowl, his voice suddenly turning solemn. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have died on that mountain. From now on, I'll go through fire and water for you, without a second thought. Lin Chen glanced at him and shook his head gently. Don't say that. You made it here alive because you fought for it. We just helped you along the way. Old Zhou also nodded, a rare moment, without a teasing retort. Just don't act like a coward again, like after we saved you at the supermarket last time. But you escaped the 4S store, crossed that mountain alone, and survived a night in a tree. You're not that scaredy-cat anymore. Old Qian gave an embarrassed chuckle, his eyes reddening again. He lowered his head, took a couple of mouthfuls of kanji, then suddenly remembered something, and looked up at Lin Chen and Old Zhou. Brother Lin, brother Zhou. I ran into Sister Zhang on the road. Lin Chen's hand paused. Old Zhou's eyes widened instantly. What? Sister Zhang? Which Sister Zhang? The one from the 4S store, your receptionist, Old Qian said, his voice dropping. I met her in an office building on Bin Road. She was with her husband, her mother, and her son Xiaobao. He recounted the events of those days in detail. From meeting Sister Zhang's family in the office building, to Wang Jiangwo's selfishness and hypocrisy, to being pushed out as bait for the zombies during a supply run, to Wang Jiangwo twisting the truth after they escaped, to the zombie in the bathroom, Wang Jiangwo hiding his scratch after being bitten, and finally the mutation, biting the old lady to death and biting Xiaobao and Sister Zhang. Old Qian's voice grew lower and lower until at the end he was almost murmuring to himself, I wanted to save her and Xiaobao, but they were already bitten by Wang Jiangwo. Sister Zhang looked at me at the end and told me to give you a message. She said to tell you she was sorry that she didn't fulfill the dream of surviving together. She said you have to live on to see the end of this apocalypse for her. The room fell into a deathly silence. Xiaoya covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. Li Ming bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Zhang Lei leaned against the doorframe, letting out a soft sigh. Xiaoyu stared silently at the table, lost in thought. Although many among them had never met Sister Zhang, they still felt sorrow for what had happened to her family. They wondered if their own families had endured similar fates. Father eating son, mother eating daughter. All because of this damned virus. Old Zhou's hands clenched, his knuckles turning white. After a long moment, he let go, his voice hoarse. Sister Zhang. She was a good person. Back at the 4S store, she boiled hot water for us, soaked instant noodles, and covered us with blankets during night watch. That bastard husband of hers, if it weren't for him. He couldn't finish. He slammed his fist on the table, rattling the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Chen said nothing, just bowed his head, staring at the half bowl of kanji in front of him. His mind flashed back to the first day of the apocalypse. Sister Zhang holding a thermos, scrolling on her phone under her desk, smiling, as she said to him, Xiao Lin, that La Vida customer is a sure thing. That smiling older sister, that woman who always talked about her husband and child, the one who had given them the last bit of warmth in the 4S store. Gone. Lin Chen slowly raised his head. His voice was soft, but carried an indescribable weight. That day I took her home, she said she wanted to go back to get her husband and child, that the family had to be together. I saw her to the door and watched her go inside. I thought she would make it. I should have insisted she come with us. Old Zhou, who had been there for that incident, glanced at Lin Chen. He opened his mouth to offer comfort, but didn't know what to say. The door curtain to the inner room was pushed aside, and Xiao He, supporting himself on the doorframe, shuffled out step by step. His face was still pale, and the wound on his abdomen made him wince with every step, but he forced himself to the table and sat down, holding onto it for support. Old Qian. Xiao He looked at him, his voice raspy. Sister Zhang. Is she really gone? Old Qian nodded, unable to meet his eyes. Xiao He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. A laugh more bitter than a cry. That day we agreed to set out together to pick up our families. She held my hand and said, Xiao He, you have to live. We promised to survive together. And she goes and leaves first. Old Zhou sighed and reached out to pat Xiao He on the shoulder. The dead cannot be brought back. Sister Zhang was a good person. She'll be fine wherever she is. Lin Chen picked up his kanji bowl and drained it in one gulp. He set the bowl down on the table, his voice regaining its usual calm. We'll keep Sister Zhang in our hearts. But now is not the time for grief. She told us to live on, so we have to live well. He looked at Old Qian, his gaze steady. Old Qian, you said Sister Zhang's family heard something on the radio. What news? Old Qian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Right. I almost forgot the important thing. Sister Zhang's husband, that bastard, even though he's scum, his radio did pick up a frequency. It said there's an official settlement camp on the northeast coast of Jiangcheng guarded by the military with food and medicine. He told me himself, and Sister Zhang confirmed it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Everyone else grew excited as well. An official shelter. Old Zhou sat up straight. What's the exact location? What's it called? Old Qian scratched his head trying to recall. What was it? Something Bay. Golden Bay. No. It's Yellow Sea Bay? Yes, Yellow Sea Bay Shelter. They said it's northeast of Jiangcheng, near the coast. It used to be a resort, but the military requisitioned it. Lin Chen turned to Ma Yong. Did your unit receive any related missions? Ma Yong shook his head. We got orders to assemble north, no specific shelter mentioned. But if the military built it, there should be communication frequencies and contact methods. If we can fix the vehicle radio, we might pick up their signal. Old Zhou slapped his thigh. Right? The radio in the warrior vehicle is busted, isn't it? Old Chen made a few more suppressors during the day, and now he's tinkering with that radio. Old Chen poked his head out from a corner screwdriver in hand, his face wrinkled in frustration. Don't get me started. That damn radio. The transmitter module is fried. The receiver module works, but it's all static. Can't hear a thing. We need replacement parts, or it's not getting fixed. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Is there an electronics repair shop in town? Or a communications equipment store? There is one in Liuhe town, Old Zhou nodded. I saw it last time I was there, right next to the health center. A small shop that sells phones and fixes appliances. They might have usable parts. All right. Lin Chen nodded, filing that away, then looked at Old Chen. Uncle Chen, try to fix it first. If you can't, well, go to town for parts. Old Chen grunted in acknowledgement and retreated back to his corner to fiddle with the circuit boards. Ma Yong picked up the thread. Captain Lin, if we can confirm the shelter's location, we can deliver the radar vehicle. Once we find the military, our mission is complete. You could also stay at the shelter. It's bound to be safer than the wilderness. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head gently. My family is in Ji City East Province. My parents are still there. I have to go back for them. But I can give everyone else a choice. I don't want to drag everyone into my risk. Ma Yong was taken aback, then nodded without saying much. The others fell silent too. Human nature being what it is, if a safer haven presented itself, everyone would weigh their options. Old Zhou had his daughter Xiaoyu Li Meng was just an ordinary nurse before the apocalypse. Xiaoya was worried about Xiaoyi's health. Old Chun was a simple worker, and Zhang Lei was a professional surgeon, a rare talent in this new world. Suddenly Xiao He broke the awkward silence impulsively. I'm not going either. Brother Lin saved my life, twice. Once he risked infection and got scratched by a zombie. I'm not abandoning him. Where he goes I go. Anyway, I've lost contact with my family long ago. The others looked at the agitated Xiao He in surprise. Xiaoya then spoke up. I'm not going either. Brother Lin saved my life too. Besides, my parents died when I was young, and my grandmother raised me. She passed away just before the apocalypse. Xiao He is my only family now. Where he goes I go. Zhang Lei spoke, then her voice carrying a doctor's characteristic calm and clarity, shifting the topic. Before we discuss that, let's sort out our immediate situation. I reorganized all the medicine today. The situation isn't good. She pulled out a notebook, flipped it open, and read item by item. We're critically short of 3 things. First, antibiotic injections, cephalosporins, penicillin, that sort. Xiao He is recovering well, but if his wound gets infected, oral medication alone won't cut it without for access. Second, oral antibiotics, amoxicillin, levofloxacin. We have only a week's supply left. Third, medical supplies, forceps, catheters, syringes. These consumables are almost gone. Whether we head to the shelter or continue north, these are our most urgent needs. As for the question of staying or leaving, we can decide that on the day we set out. She closed the notebook and looked at Lin Chen. The Liuhe Town Health Center should have these supplies. We have to go there. I must accompany you this time. Your haphazard method of collecting supplies gives me a headache. Every time I need something, you only bring back a fraction of it. Lin Chen nodded awkwardly. We'll go tomorrow. We need to find radio parts anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone. Old Zhou glanced at Xiao He and interjected, so how is Xiao He doing now? Zhang Lei looked at Xiao He with a hint of relief in her eyes. I did a full examination today. The wound is healing faster than expected. No signs of infection, normal temperature, bowel sounds have returned. In another 2 or 3 days, he can get up for rehabilitation exercises. Slow walking will be fine then, but no vigorous activity for a few more days. However, he can handle the jostling of a vehicle now. Xiao He's eyes lit up. Really? So I don't have to lie down anymore. Don't get too excited. Zhang Lei shot him a warning look. You can walk, but take it slow. A few steps a day gradually. If you dare to run or jump and burst your wound, I'm not responsible. Xiao He nodded repeatedly, a rare smile spreading across his face. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao He's recovery, they could move again, whether to the shelter or continuing north with him. At least they were no longer trapped in this deadened forest station, which was still perilously close to Jiangcheng, a city of tens of millions. He looked at the group gathered around the table and began assigning tasks for the next day. Tomorrow we'll split into 2 teams. Old Zhou Zhang, Lei Ma Yong, Old Chun, and I will go to Liuhe Town. Our targets are the town health center and the communications equipment shop. Zhang Sheng will stay behind to man the watchtower. Xiaoya and Li Meng will take care of Old Qian and Xiao He. Xiaoyu, you're in charge of monitoring the radio. Report any anomalies immediately. Xiaoyu nodded, a maturity beyond his years in his eyes. Old Qian raised his hand weakly. Brother Lin, in my current state ID, just be a burden. He'll stay put and rest. I won't cause any trouble. Lin Chen glanced at him, a rare hint of a smile tugging at his lips. All right, you rest. Get your strength back in the next few days. Just don't hold us up when we leave. Old Qian chuckled, then remembered something. Oh, Brother Lin, one more thing. Sister Zhang said that on the radio they reported that after the power plant explosion, the entire Jiangcheng area lost power and communications. They received messages intermittently, then nothing more. Old Chun poked his head out from the corner. I was just about to talk about the power issue. Our emergency lights and walkie-talkie charging here at the station all depend on that little generator. But it makes too much noise. Running it during the day is fine, but at night you can hear it for miles. If it attracts zombies, we'll be in trouble. Old Zhou frowned. That is a problem. It's cold now. We could do without lights at night, but we have Xiao He the injured. Without a heater, he'll catch a cold. But running it risks attracting zombies. We need a solution. Ma Yong thought for a moment. Can we dig a basement? Put the generator inside, cover it with thick planks and dirt. That should muffle most of the noise. Old Chen slapped his thigh. Great idea. I used to work in a factory. There's a standard way to build soundproof basements. Dig 2 meters deep, line the walls and ceiling with thick planks and geotextile, then pack at least half a meter of soil on top. It'll dampen the sound to a minimum. Unless someone puts their ear to the ground, they won't hear a thing. Lin Chen nodded immediately. We'll dig tomorrow. Dig during the day and move the generator in before dark. We'll postpone our trip by 1 day. We can all take turns digging. Old Chen calculated. With the 5 of us men digging, we can probably finish in a day. We need to pick a good spot close to the house for easy wiring and leave a refueling pipe. Old Zhou pointed to the northwest corner of the yard. They're against the hillside. Easier to dig, and we can plant something on top for camouflage. The matter was settled. As the night deepened after finishing their business and some idle chatter, everyone dispersed. Li Meng helped Old Qian to his makeshift bed, and he was snoring the moment his head hit the pillow. Xiaoya helped Xiao He back to the inner room. Zhang Lei changed his dressing one last time and told him to rest well. Lin Chen didn't go to sleep immediately. He walked into the yard and looked up at the night sky. The clouds were thick tonight, no stars were visible. He was filled with mixed feelings about Sister Zhang. He thought he had been thorough, maintaining composure and giving orderly commands, but he had still overlooked many things, like the radio that could receive outside news or the fact that he could have gone to rescue Sister Zhang earlier. He also recalled the signal fire they had seen in Liuhe Town. Perhaps tomorrow he could check if there were survivors. Old Zhou had somehow come out to stand beside him. He handed Lin Chen an unlit cigarette. Don't dwell too much on Sister Zhang's situation, Old Zhou said softly. In this apocalypse, these things are too common. You're not a god. You can't save everyone. Don't forget you were just a car salesman before this. A top seller, sure, but you need to know that just being alive is the greatest fortune. Lin Chen took the cigarette, holding it between his fingers, saying nothing. Old Zhou was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke. What are your plans? For your parents? Lin Chen's hand trembled slightly. He looked up at the northern sky, his voice soft, but filled with unwavering determination. Once I find them and bring them with me, I'll find a safe place to settle down. As for you with Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Old Zhou paused, as if thinking, or perhaps making a decision. He'll go with you. I think Xiaoyu would want it too. In this world, I don't believe I can keep Xiaoyu safe and alive alone in a shelter. Remember the lesson I always taught you. Zombies are never as terrifying as humans, especially humans without moral constraints. Lin Chen was both surprised and unsurprised by his choice. Surprised because Old Zhou's reason for sticking with him wasn't the loyalty Lin Chen had assumed, but rather his belief that a shelter wasn't a safe place to be. Unsurprised because Old Zhou had indeed chosen to go with him. He smiled and patted Old Zhou on the shoulder. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out the smoke. Alright then. When we find a safe place, me and my parents, you and Xiaoyu, Xiaohe and Xiaoya, we'll all live together. Find a safe haven, and we'll start farming. Old Joe was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Alright, we'll build our own compound. With food, drink, guns, and people, no one will dare mess with us. Lin Chen smiled broadly, his expression blurry in the darkness, but warm. Footsteps sounded behind them. It was Ma Yong. He walked up to them, looking northward, and spoke softly. Captain Lin, once we find the military and complete the mission, I want to go home and check on my family too. My parents are still in the northeast. I don't know how they are. I want to request leave from the unit to go see them. Jiangcheng feels the same way. Lin Chen nodded and patted his shoulder. Then we'll go together. Well, I'll head north. Ma Yong looked at him, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, and nodded firmly. The three stood in the yard silently gazing northward. The night wind was strong and cold, but none of them moved. The distant stars flickered in the sky. Perhaps with less pollution in this apocalyptic world, the starlight, though far, was exceptionally bright. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, the forest station came alive. Old Chun with Ma Yong and Jiangcheng marked out a 2-meter square area in the northwest corner of the yard and began digging the basement. Old Chun, shovel in hand, instructed the other two on how to dig efficiently and prevent cave-ins. Jiangcheng listened attentively and worked steadily, digging with a steady rhythm. Ma Yong was in charge of hauling away the dirt, running back and forth swiftly. Zhang Lei and Li Ming were inside, changing dressings for Xiao He and Old Qian. Xiaoya and Xiaoyu were busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Lin Chen and Old Zhou inspected their gear, preparing for the trip to Liuhe town. During a break, Old Chen emerged from the tool shed with several newly made suppressors and handed them to Old Zhou. I made a few more last night. 3 for rifles, 2 for pistols. Take them just in case. Old Zhou took the suppressors, weighed them in his hand, and looked at Old Chen with admiration. Uncle Chen, with your skills, it's a shame you're not working in a weapons factory. Old Chen chuckled, waved his hand dismissively. Go on, get to business. He turned and went back to directing the digging. Lin Chen and Old Zhou attached the suppressors to their respective guns to test them. On the horizon, the sun was slowly rising, casting golden light across the wilderness, dispelling the chill of the night. At 6 in the morning, the lights were already on in the yard of the forest ranger station. Old Chen crouched in the northwest corner of the yard, conducting the final inspection of the underground generator room that had just been completed the day before. The 2-meter square pit was tightly sealed with thick planks covered with a layer of geotextile fabric, then pressed under half a meter of soil, and finally topped with withered grass and gravel, blending seamlessly with the surrounding ground. A fuel pipe as thick as a finger emerged from the soil, sealed with an iron cap. Beside it was a waterproof power switch modified from a discarded switch panel, and on the other side a fist-sized pipe served as an exhaust and ventilation duct, camouflaged, while the wires were quietly led into the house along the wall. Done. Old Chen stood up, dusted the dirt off his hands, and wore a smug grin. Even if you stand on this, you won't hear the generator noise from below. If zombies can still hear it, it'll eat this dirt. Old Zhou walked over and stomped on it with his foot. There was only a dull vibration, and listening closely, almost no sound came from beneath. He nodded and gave a rare compliment. Old Chen, your craftsmanship is incredible. Old Chen chuckled twice and turned to fetch something from the tool shed. Inside the house, everyone had gradually woken up. Xiaoya and Li Ming were busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The aroma of millet porridge mixed with baked flatbread wafted out, making everyone's stomachs growl. Xiaohe was much better today, able to slowly walk to the outer room with the support of the wall and sit on a stool waiting for the meal. Old Qian still looked half dead, lying on the temporary camp bed, but his eyes were darting around, staring at the pot of millet porridge and swallowing saliva. Xiaoyu sat by the radio wearing military headphones, focused on tuning the frequency. Amidst the crackling static, occasional vague voices could be heard, but never clearly. She wasn't in a hurry, just scanning the bands over and over. Lin Chen walked out of the inner room fully dressed, tactical vest, ballistic plates, arm and knee guards, with a silenced 92G pistol at his waist and a short spear slung diagonally in a quick-draw holster on his back. He walked to the table, spread out the crumpled map of Liuhe town, and circled 3 points with a pencil. Old Zhou, Ma Yong, Zhang Lei, and Old Chun gathered around one by one, all fully armed. Jiangcheng, holding a rifle, had already climbed up to the watchtower, overlooking the surroundings from a height. Before breakfast, let's review today's tasks. Lin Chen said, his voice low but steady. We're heading to Liuhe town today with 3 objectives. He pointed to the first circle on the map, a mobile phone repair shop right next to the health clinic which Old Zhou saw last time. Uncle Chen, Yumi, and Old Zhou will go in to search for parts. Zhang Lei will observe the surroundings from the vehicle, and Ma Yong will handle the 8x8 radar, scanning, monitoring the movements of zombies in town at all times. Old Chen nodded, weighed his tool bag, and said, don't worry. I know exactly what parts we need, I can spot them as soon as I walk in. Lin Chen moved his finger to the second circle, town health clinic. Me, Old Zhou, and Zhang Lei will get out to search for medicine. Uncle Chen will handle observation, and Ma Yong will continue radar monitoring. Zhang Lei, make a list of the medicines you need, and we'll find them by the list. Quick in, quick out. Zhang Lei pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket, densely written with drug names and quantities. Follow this list. Prioritize antibiotics, 4 sets, and anesthetics. Grab as much of the rest as we can. Lin Chen took it, glanced at it, nodded, and finally rested his finger on the third circle. It was an abandoned residential area north of Liuhe town, about 2 kilometers from the town, right next to a dry riverbed. He looked up at the group, the last target. 3 days ago, on our way to the radar station, when we left Liuhe town, I saw a plume of smoke to the north. We were in a hurry then and didn't investigate. In the past 2 days, we've observed it twice more from the watchtower. Someone is there, and they've been lighting fires consistently. Old Joe frowned. What if they're hostile? That's why we need to be careful, Lin Chen said, looking at him with a calm gaze. Old Joe and I will approach for reconnaissance. Ma Yong will provide cover from a distance with the 8x8s radar and optics. Old Chen and Zhang Lei will stand by in the vehicle. If things look wrong, we pull out immediately, no lingering. Ma Yong nodded. The 8x8s thermal optics can see up to 300 meters. As long as they're not hiding in concrete fortifications, I can keep an eye on them. Plus, they can't escape the phased array radar scan. Don't worry. All right. Lin Chen put away the pencil, folded the map, and tucked it into his tactical vest pocket. Let's eat. We leave in half an hour. At 7 o'clock sharp, just as the sun climbed over the mountain, 2 vehicles slowly drove out of the forest ranger station. The warrior led, followed closely by the 8x8. Outside the window, the wilderness glowed a withered yellow in the morning light. Occasionally, a few startled wild birds flapped into the distance. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, holding the map, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the road conditions on both sides. Old Joe drove his hand steady on the wheel, maintaining a moderate speed to avoid kicking up too much dust. Ma Yong's voice came through the vehicle intercom. Radar scan normal. No large-scale heat source movement within 1 kilometer. Only a few scattered zombies all far from the road. We're seeing fewer and fewer zombies lately. They've probably been attracted by the power plant explosion. Copy that. Keep monitoring. Lin Chen replied, then turned to look at Zhang Lei in the back seat. She had also changed into a tactical vest today, with a pistol at her waist and a medical kit on her lap. She caught Lin Chen's gaze, looked up, and offered a rare smile. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. If a fight breaks out, I'll hide behind the vehicle and not cause trouble. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing. The vehicle soon entered the main street of Liuhe town. Most of the shop shutters on both sides were tightly closed. A few that had been pried open were pitch black inside, revealing nothing. The ground was littered with various debris. Overturned bicycles, rotten cardboard boxes, a few dirty clothes, and several patches of dried blackened bloodstains. A few scattered zombies were wandering by the roadside. Hearing the engine, they turned their heads sluggishly and began moving slowly toward the vehicle. Old Joe glanced in the rearview mirror and lowered his voice. The ones behind are following us. Lin Chen also looked. 3 zombies dragging stiff steps, trailing about 10 meters behind the vehicle. The vehicle wasn't fast, so they kept following, emitting hoarse guttural sounds from their throats. But after turning a corner, the engine sound faded, and the zombies lost their target, stopping in place and wandering aimlessly again. After following for a while, without hearing anything, they scatter. Old Joe said, turning the wheel slightly into the street where the repair shop was. The mobile phone repair shop was easy to find, right next to the health clinic. The sign above the door had lost most of its letters, leaving only the 4 broken neon tubes reading mobile phone repair. The rolling shutter was half up in the inside, dark, and unclear if there were any zombies. Old Joe parked the warrior 30 meters from the shop and turned off the engine. The 8x8 stopped at a farther intersection, its roof radar antenna slowly rotating. Ma Yong scanned the shop. Lin Chen pressed his earpiece. After a few seconds of silence, Ma Yong's voice came through. No obvious heat sources in the shop, just a few rats. It's safe. Lin Chen pushed open the door, and together with Old Joe and Old Chen quickly walked to the shop entrance. Old Joe stood guard with his rifle at both ends of the street. Lin Chen bent down, grabbed the lower edge of the rolling shutter, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted it. The shutter let out a faint squeak, piercingly loud in the quiet street. Lin Chen immediately stopped. The 3 of them froze, holding their breath. The zombies at the street corner heard the sound and turned to look in their direction. Lin Chen didn't dare move, half crouching with his hand still on the shutter's edge. After a full 10 seconds, the zombies, hearing no further noise, slowly turned back and continued their aimless wandering. Only then did Lin Chen lift the shutter again, this time even slower and lighter, moving it inch by inch. The shutter made a very faint scraping sound, which was carried away by the wind. Finally, the shutter was raised high enough for a person to squeeze through. Lin Chen ducked inside, followed closely by Old Chen, and Old Joe entered last, pulling the shutter down gently, leaving only a palm-width gap for ventilation. The shop was in complete disarray, shelves knocked over, mobile phone parts scattered everywhere. Old Chen plunged into the mess with his tool bag, crouching behind the counter to rummage. Lin Chen guarded the door, observing the outside through the gap. Old Joe stood with his rifle, keeping watch over every corner of the shop. Found it! Old Chen suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, holding up a circuit board. This is the power amplifier module for the vehicle radio. It matches the model in the warrior. And this filter, it's usable too. Lin Chen sighed in relief and went over to help him pack the parts into the bag. Old Chen also found a box of various capacitors and resistors, a few rolls of fine wire, and 2 brand new antenna connectors, all stuffed into the bag. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 of them were out. Lin Chen carefully pulled the shutter down again, this time controlling the force to produce only the faintest scraping sound. The zombies at the street corner showed no reaction. The group quickly returned to the vehicle. First objective complete, Lin Chen reported over the earpiece. The health clinic was only 100 meters from the repair shop, a 3-story building surrounded by a rusty iron fence. The weeds in the yard had grown knee-high, and a few overturned electric scooters lay on the ground. The main entrance of the outpatient building was wide open, pitch black inside, exuding a chilling aura. Ma Yong scanned the clinic first. Lin Chen said, not in a hurry to get out. After a few seconds of silence, Ma Yong's voice came through trouble. There are dozens of heat sources in the building scattered across all rooms. 2 in the first floor lobby, 3 or 4 in the second floor corridor, and dozens on the third floor. Dense clusters. Probably people who came for treatment when the apocalypse broke out and got trapped inside, turning into zombies. Lin Chen's heart sank. Dozens of zombies spread over 3 floors. Charging in would be too dangerous. This was practically a zombie nest. Can you pinpoint their exact positions? Yes. Thermal imaging shows approximate distribution, but walls cause attenuation, so I can only give rough locations, Ma Yong paused. If you go in, I can report zombie positions in real time. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then turned to Old Zhou and Zhang Lei. Old Zhou frowned, dozens of them scattered everywhere. Charging in is out of the question. But the pharmacy must be on the first floor. We just need to find it, grab the supplies, and leave, trying not to alert the ones upstairs. Zhang Lei nodded. In a clinic like this, the pharmacy is usually on the first floor near the registration hall. While stick-to-the-walls move quietly and should be able to sneak in. Lin Chen pressed his earpiece. Ma Yong, keep a close watch and report zombie movements in real time. We're going in. Guide us. Understood. The 3 of them got out, hugged the wall, and crept into the outpatient building. As soon as they entered, Ma Yong's voice came through the earpiece. 2 in the lobby. 1 crouching behind the registration window, 1 at the corridor corner, about 15 meters from you. Lin Chen gestured, and the 3 pressed against the wall, inching forward. The zombie behind the registration window was lying on the ground, gnawing on a long-dried corpse, completely unaware of their presence. The one at the corner had its back to them, growling hoarsely into the depths of the corridor. Lin Chen pointed to himself, then to the zombie at the corner, and made a throat-slitting gesture. Old Zhou nodded, aimed his rifle at the zombie behind the registration window, while Zhang lay crouched by the wall, motionless. Lin Chen crept forward inch by inch toward the zombie at the corner. At 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, he lunged forward, his short spear piercing the zombie's skull with a whoosh. He twisted his wrist, and the zombie crumpled to the ground, the entire process silent except for the dull thud of the body falling. Almost simultaneously, Old Zhou crept up behind the registration window and smashed the rifle, but into the crouching zombie's head. With a crack, the zombie twitched twice and lay still. First floor lobby cleared, Lin Chen gasped. Ma Yong, where's the pharmacy? Go straight, take the second corridor left, and it's the room at the end. There are 2 in the corridor, 1 wandering in the middle, 1 crouching by the door. The 3 continued forward. The corridor was dim with only a sliver of light coming from the window at the end. The zombie in the middle was indeed wandering, dragging its feet with hoarse gurgles. Lin Chen assessed the terrain and gestured to Old Zhou. Old Zhou understood, picked up a small piece of broken glass from the ground and flicked it gently down the corridor. A sharp clink rang out. The zombie turned its head sharply and lunged toward the sound. Just as it passed the doorway where the 3 were hiding, Lin Chen's short spear and Old Zhou's rifle, but struck simultaneously. The zombie didn't even have time to groan before collapsing. The one crouching by the door heard the noise and started to stand, but Zhang Lei had already crept behind it, her scalpel precisely piercing the gap in its cervical spine. A technique she had learned from Old Zhou, targeting the zombie's weakest point. The zombie stiffened and slumped against the door. Lin Chen pushed the door open. It was indeed the pharmacy. The shelves were stacked with various medicines, most still in intact packaging, clearly not yet thoroughly looted since the apocalypse began. Zhang Lei strode in, her eyes lighting up. She pulled out the list from her pocket and rapidly called out drug names. Cephalosporin, levofloxacin, metronidazole injection. Forceps, indwelling needles, sterile gauze. Anesthetics, adrenaline. Lin Chen and Old Zhou packed the boxes into their backpacks as she directed. Zhang Lei herself didn't idle, gathering various emergency supplies into her arms. The 4 large backpacks they had brought, along with Old Chun who guarded the door, were soon stuffed full. Enough. Zhang Lei stopped Lin Chen, who was about to stuff more in her face, barely containing excitement. This is enough for 2 months. Let's go. We can't carry any more. The 3 quickly exited the pharmacy and retreated from the clinic along the same path. Throughout the journey, Ma Yong continuously reported the movements of the zombies upstairs. A few on the second floor, disturbed by the noise, were pacing at the stairway, but didn't come down. The dozens on the third floor remained in place, seemingly oblivious to the commotion below. Back in the vehicle, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and pressed his earpiece. Second objective complete. Plenty of medicine. Preparing to head to the third point. The vehicle departed from Liuhe town, heading north along a dry riverbed. The further north they went, the more desolate the terrain became. Farmlands on both sides had long been abandoned, with withered weeds growing taller than a man. Occasionally, a few abandoned farmhouses could be seen, their doors and windows gaping open, half of their roofs collapsed. Distant mountain shadows loomed faintly through the thin mist, exuding an indescribable bleakness. Captain Lin, 800 meters ahead, thermal imaging has detected several targets. Ma Yong's voice came through the earpiece. 4 humanoid heat sources in the row of houses on the east bank of the river. 2 are inside the houses and 2 are active in the yard. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Can you tell if they're living people or zombies? Living people, Ma Yong's voice was certain. Their heat source temperatures are normal above 30 degrees, and they show regular movement patterns. The one inside seems to be lying down, 2 are walking around in the yard, and another is in a different room, barely moving, as if sitting. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with old Zhou. Living people. 4 of them. That bonfire was indeed made by them. Slow down, pull over, Lin Chen ordered. The warrior and the 8x8 slowly came to a stop behind a thicket on the west bank of the river about 300 meters from that row of houses. Lin Chen and old Zhou got out, crouching low, using the bushes for cover as they crept forward. Ma Yong climbed out of the 8x8, rifle in hand, and lay prone behind the vehicle's hood. He aimed his gun at the row of houses, observing through the optical scope. Old Chun and Zhang Lei remained by the warrior, waiting for orders, ready to provide backup at any moment. They're still in their original positions. They haven't spotted us, Ma Yong reported continuously through the earpiece. The 2 in the yard. One is chopping wood, the other is hanging things to dry. The one lying down inside is probably injured or sick. The other one sitting seems to be watching over him. Lin Chen nodded and continued forward with old Zhou. They crept to within less than 100 meters of the row of houses and stopped behind a dirt embankment. From here they could clearly see the houses, 3 connected brick and tile rooms with a small yard. The courtyard wall was built of piled stones about waist high. There were indeed 2 people in the yard. A man was swinging an axe, splitting wood, while a woman beside him was hanging up a few pieces of laundry. Just as Lin Chen was about to peek out from behind the embankment, he noticed something tucked into the waistband of the man chopping wood. A homemade shotgun, its barrel short and thick, clearly self-made. The woman hanging clothes also had a suspicious bulge at her waist. Lin Chen's heart sank. He lowered his voice. Old Zhou, they have guns. Old Zhou squinted, his brow furrowing. Homemade, but still lethal. What do we do? Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure flit past behind a row of houses. Ma Yong, how many heat sources did you say there were? 4, Ma Yong replied immediately. 2 in the yard, 2 inside. What's wrong? Lin Chen stared at the withered grass behind the houses, lowering his voice. I saw a 5th person moving around the back of the house. Ma Yong, scan again. Is there a 5th heat source? The radio was silent for a few seconds. Ma Yong's voice turned grave. No. The thermal imager only shows 4. But if someone is hiding in a cold spot pressed against a wall, or overlapping with another source, they could be obscured. Before he could finish, a dog bark suddenly erupted from behind the row of houses. Then a dark shadow shot out from the withered grass, lunging directly at the man in the yard. It was a zombie dog. Its fur had fallen off in patches, revealing festering flesh underneath. Viscous saliva dripped from its mouth, and a frantic growl rumbled from its throat. Clearly attracted by the human scent, it had circled around the back of the house, and now launched a sudden attack. The man chopping wood was caught off guard, and was tackled to the ground by the zombie dog. He instinctively raised his arm to block, and the zombie dog's fangs sank deep into his forearm. Blood splattered instantly. Taiju. The woman hanging clothes screamed, pulling out a machete and rushing forward. 2 people also burst out of the house. A young man carrying a homemade gun, and a young woman holding a child standing in the doorway in terror. Chaos erupted in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen grabbed his rifle and aimed at the zombie dog. But the man being attacked, Zhao Taiju, was rolling on the ground with the dog, making a clean shot impossible. Ma Yong, can you take the shot? No. The angle is too bad, I might hit the man. Old Zhou was about to rush forward in desperation, but Lin Chen held him back. Wait. Just then the young man with the gun, Zhao Tiniu, raised his homemade shotgun, aiming at the zombie dog. His hands were shaking violently, sweat beading on his forehead, but he still pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The buckshot grazed Zhao Taiyi's shoulder and struck the zombie dog's hind leg. The attack, though painless to the creature, triggered its primal instinct. Unlike human zombies, animal zombies retain some base nature. The dog released its bite and lunged at Zhao Tiniu. Run! Zhao Taiju roared, struggling to his feet. Zhao Tiniu stood frozen in terror, unable to move. The zombie dog, jaws agape, leaped toward him. Uffed! An extremely faint gunshot sounded. The zombie dog's head exploded in a burst of black blood. Its body stiffened midair for an instant, then crashed heavily to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. Old Zhou stood up from behind the dirt embankment, his rifle still emitting a faint wisp of smoke. The yard fell into dead silence. Zhao Tieju, clutching his bleeding arm covered in blood, stared blankly at Lin Chen. Zhao Tiniu collapsed to the ground, his homemade gun lying beside him, his entire body trembling. The woman holding the child shrank back in the doorway, too frightened even to cry. Lin Chen didn't move. He lowered his rifle, but didn't holster it completely. Old Zhou also stood up from behind the embankment, raising his hand to show they meant no harm. Don't be nervous. Lin Chen called out in the calmest voice he could muster. My name is Lin Chen. We're survivors. We saw activity here and came to help. That zombie dog is dead. Someone's injured. They need treatment. Zhao Taiju stared at him for several long seconds. Finally, he slowly released the machete he was clutching, slumped to the ground, and gasped for air. The woman who had been hanging clothes, Lu Guifeng, stumbled over and helped support him, her voice trembling. Taiju. Taiju, how are you? Zhao Taiju shook his head, looking at Lin Chen with an expression of profound complexity. You? Who are you? You're so well equipped. Are you an official rescue team? No, Lin Chen replied honestly. I'm Lin Chen, and this is Zhou Jianbin. We're survivors who escaped from the auto town west of Jiangcheng along with some companions from other places. We're all trying to survive together. Ma Yong, Old Chen, and Zhang Lei, having heard the gunshots, drove over as well. Lin Chen quickly said to Zhang Lei, take a look. He's injured. Then turning to Zhao Tieju, he added, this is Dr. Zhang, our team's surgeon. Zhang Lei hurried to Zhao Taiyi's side, crouching down to examine his wound. But when she saw the bite mark deep enough to reveal the bone, her expression changed instantly. This is a bite wound. Her voice dropped sharply. Zhao Taiju nodded, grimacing in pain. That beast bit me. Damn, it hurts like hell. Zhang Lei said nothing, only lifting her head to look at Lin Chen. That single look was enough for Lin Chen to understand. He strode over, quickly crouched beside Zhao Tieju, and asked in a low voice, Zhang Lei, what's the situation? Zhang Lei's voice was soft, but it struck everyone's hearts like a stone, bitten by a zombie dog. He'll be infected. The yard fell silent instantly. Zhao Taiju was stunned for a few seconds, his face slowly turning deathly pale. He looked down at the bloody wound on his arm, his lips beginning to tremble. You? What did you say? Isn't it just a matter of treating it? Zhang Lei looked at him, a flicker of pity in her eyes, but she shook her head. The virus is transmitted through saliva. A bite leads to infection. Antibiotics can't cure this. From injury to mutation, it can be as fast as 10 to 30 minutes, or at most within a day. From what I've observed in infected individuals and corpses, the closer the wound is to the head, the faster the onset, the less decay, and the stronger the aggression. Of course, this isn't entirely certain without extensive data and experiments, but bite-induced infection and mutation seem to be 100%. Zhao Taiyi's eyes widened, his soul seemingly drained from his body as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Guifeng screamed and rushed over to embrace him. No, it's impossible. Doctor, please save him. I beg you, save him. Zhang Lei bowed her head, saying nothing. She couldn't save him. No one could. Zhao Tiniu scrambled to his feet and staggered over, kneeling before his brother, his face streaked with tears. Brother, I'm sorry. It was me. I missed that dog. It's my fault. Zhao Taiju looked at him, his lips moving, but no words came out. The young woman holding the child, Wang Suihua, covered her face, crying silently. Nuno didn't understand what was happening, only shrinking into her mother's arms, watching everything with timid eyes. Lin Chen stood up and called Old Zhou and Ma Yong aside. What do we do? Old Zhou's voice was heavy. Lin Chen looked at the chaotic family in the yard, silent for a few seconds. Isolate him first. Have Zhang Lei find a separate place to put him. Give him some time to say goodbye to his family. Ma Yong nodded and went to discuss it with Zhang Lei. Old Zhou looked at Lin Chen and sighed. This kind of thing is the hardest. Lin Chen said nothing. Zhang Lei found an empty woodshed at the far end of the row of houses. It was piled with some dry firewood and odds and ends with a small window that could be locked from the outside. Zhao Taiju was helped inside and sat down on a stack of firewood. His arm had been bandaged by Zhang Lei, but he knew it was only to give him a semblance of dignity. Lu Guifeng, Zhao Tiniu, and Wang Suihua stood at the doorway, no one daring to enter. Nuno was left outside with Wang Suihua holding her and covering her eyes. Zhao Taiju looked at the faces at the door and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Guifeng, come in. I need to say a few words to you. Lu Guifeng walked in, crying, and threw herself into his arms. Zhao Taiju held her, gently patting her back. Don't cry. Don't cry. Listen to me. He paused, his voice hoarse. From now on, you take Nuno and go with them. I can tell those people are good. They'll protect you. Lu Guifeng shook her head desperately. No, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. Zhao Taiju cupped her face, looking into her eyes. Be good. Nuno is still young. You have to protect her. I won't be myself for much longer. If you stay here, you'll only... He couldn't finish. Lu Guifeng cried so hard, she couldn't speak, only clinging to him tightly. After a long while, Zhao Taiju gently pushed her away and looked at Zhao Tiniu at the door. Tiniu, come here. Zhao Tiniu was trembling all over. He shuffled in step by step and knelt before his brother. Zhao Tiniu looked at him, silent for a long time before speaking. You've always been timid, panicking at every turn. Brother doesn't blame you. What happened today? It was fate. Zhao Taiyi's face was covered in tears, he couldn't utter a word. Zhao Taiju reached out and patted his shoulder. From now on, you're the only man in the family. Protect Guifeng and Nuno for me. Don't be afraid when things happen. Being afraid won't help. Listen to Brother Lin and the others and live well. Zhao Tiniu nodded frantically, crying so hard he couldn't speak. Zhao Taiju then looked at Wang Suihua at the door and gave her a nod. Suihua, you've had a hard time all these years. If Tiniu acts up, give him a slap for me. Wang Suihua covered her face, crying, and nodded. Zhao Taiju leaned back against the woodpile and let out a long sigh. All right, all of you go out. Let me be alone for a while. Lu Guifeng refused to leave, but he gently pushed her out. The woodshed door was closed from the outside, and the bolt was slid shut. Zhao Taiyi's final voice came from inside. Brother Lin, thank you. Please look after them for me. Don't let them come in. Lin Chen stood outside the door and softly replied, At 6 in the evening the sun began to set. The woodshed had been quiet for a long time. Zhang Lei went to the window every half hour to check. The first time Zhao Taizhu was still sitting on the woodpile, head bowed, lost in thought. The second time he had started shaking, his whole body curled into a ball. The third time his eyes were already growing clouded, and a faint rattling sound came from his throat. The fourth time Zhang Lei took one look and turned away. It's almost time, she said. Lin Chen walked to the woodshed door and peered through the crack. Zhao Taizhu was no longer Zhao Taizhu. He was huddled in a corner, convulsing violently, his eyes bloodshot, a murky drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hearing the sound, he jerked his head around and lunged at the door. Bang! The door panel shuddered from the impact, followed by frantic scratching. Lin Chen stepped back and looked at Zhao Tiniu, who stood not far away. Zhao Tiniu was trembling all over, his face as pale as paper. He clutched the homemade gun, his knuckles white. Are you sure you want to do this yourself? Lin Chen asked. Zhao Tiniu and nodded, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. He's my brother. He'll do it. Lin Chen looked at him for a few seconds, then stepped aside. Zhao Tiniu walked step by step to the woodshed door, raised his gun, and aimed at the door. The door was still shaking violently, the roaring inside growing more frantic. Zhao Tiniu's face was streaming with tears, his hands shaking so much he could barely hold the gun. But he didn't lower it. Brother. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, and a hole blasted through the door panel. The commotion inside stopped abruptly. The gun fell from Zhao Tiniu's hands. He collapsed weakly to his knees, clutching his head, sobbing silently. Lu Guifeng and Wang Cuihua held each other, tears flowing without a sound. Niu, with her eyes covered, still didn't know what had happened. Lin Chen stood aside, watching it all, unable to utter a single word. Old Zhou walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and let out a soft sigh. The sun finally sank behind the mountains, leaving the world in a dim twilight. The door to that woodshed remained tightly shut, never to be opened again. At 7 in the evening, the temporary dining hall of the forestry station was filled with people. But the atmosphere that night was especially heavy. The family of 5 Zhao Taizes was now only 4. Zhao Tiniu was curled up in a corner, head down, silent. Lu Guifeng held Niu, her eyes swollen from crying, not saying a word. Wang Cuihua sat beside her, gently patting her back. The same meal was laid out on the table, but no one touched their chopsticks. Old Qian lay in bed, watching the scene, uncharacteristically quiet. Xiao He leaned against the wall, watching in silence. Xiao Ye and Li Meng stood in the kitchen doorway, not knowing what to say. Lin Chen stood up, walked over to Zhao Tiniu, crouched down, and looked into his eyes. Do you remember what your brother said to you at the end? Zhao Tiniu looked up, his eyes red, but he said nothing. He said that from now on you're the only man in the family. Don't be afraid when things happen. Being afraid won't help. Lin Chen looked at him, speaking each word clearly. You did it today? Even though your hands were shaking, the gun still went off. Your brother can rest in peace. Zhao Tiniu's tears welled up again, but he didn't cry out loud, only clenching his teeth tightly. Old Zhou came over and placed a bowl of porridge in his hands. Eat. Your brother wants you to live, so you have to live well. Zhao Tiniu held the bowl of porridge, lowered his head, and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Tears fell into the bowl, swallowed down with the porridge. Outside the window, the night wind blew. The newly erected antenna in the yard swayed gently in the breeze. The faint firelight on the distant mountaintop had long been extinguished. But a new flame was slowly kindling within the forestry station. At 10 in the evening, everyone gradually went to sleep. Lin Chen, as usual, walked into the yard to inspect the defensive installations. The barbed wire on the courtyard wall was intact, and the traps showed no signs of being triggered. At the lookout post, Jiangcheng, holding a rifle, nodded at him. He walked to a corner of the yard, where there was a freshly piled mound of earth. That was Zhao Taiz's grave. No tombstone, no name. Just a pile of yellow soil, and a wooden stick planted in it. Lin Chen stood before that mound of earth, silent for a long time. Ma Yong stood beside Lin Chen and muttered, Captain, this time it was my fault. I only focused on the body temperature of living people and overlooked the temperature of zombie animals. I'll recalibrate the radar parameters properly. I'm sorry, Captain. Lin Chen could hear the genuine remorse in Ma Yong's apology. This time he had cleverly omitted Lin Chen's surname and simply addressed him as Captain, indicating that he no longer saw himself as an outsider, but had fully embraced his role as a member of the team. Lin Chen turned and patted Ma Yong on the shoulder. People aren't machines. Even machines can make mistakes, let alone humans. But you must remember, always remember, that you are the eyes of the team. A single small oversight on your part could lead to needless sacrifice. Learn from this lesson. Remind yourself to be ever more careful and cautious from now on. Keep it up. I believe in you. Hearing that Lin Chen wasn't blaming him, but instead encouraging him, Ma Yong was even more moved. He couldn't help but snap a standard salute. Yes, Captain. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and told him to go get some rest. Only then did Ma Yong calm himself and turn to leave. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. But soon another set of footsteps approached. Recognizing the gate, as old Zhou's Lin Chen listened as he came to stand beside him, offering him an unlit cigarette. That kid came to confess his mistake. Old Zhou asked. Lin Chen nodded. Old Zhou looked again at the mound of earth before them and sighed softly. In the apocalypse, there are too many things like this. Lin Chen nodded then shook his head. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Neither of them spoke again. In the night breeze, a vague zombie roar came from afar, quickly carried away by the wind. Lin Chen and old Joe finished their cigarettes, turned around, and walked back toward the house one after the other. Behind them, the wooden stick swayed gently in the wind like a silent sentinel. The morning sunlight slanted through the gaps in the forest station's window, casting golden bands of light across the floor. Lin Chen opened his eyes, for once not getting up immediately. Lying in bed, listening to the alternating sounds of breathing and occasional snores around him, a strange sense of unreality washed over him. Such stability was an extravagant luxury in the apocalypse. Days of relentless travel, combat, rescue missions, and rotating night shifts had exhausted everyone to their limits. After returning from Liuhe town yesterday and dealing with Zhao Tai's incident, they had practically collapsed into sleep after dinner. No one woke in the night, no one startled from nightmares. They slept deeply until dawn. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at old Zhou on the cot beside him. The veteran soldier lay sprawled out, half his blanket kicked off, snoring thunderously, not a trace of the elite soldier he once was. A faint smile tugged at Lin Chen's lips. He rose quietly, slipped on his jacket, pushed open the door, and stepped into the yard. The morning air was crisp and fresh, carrying the scent of earth and withered grass. At the watchtower, Jiangcheng nodded to him, rifle in hand, signaling that all was clear. Lin Chen took a deep breath, rolled his shoulders, and began jogging around the yard. He had been running for less than 10 minutes when sounds came from the kitchen. Xiaoya poked her head out and smiled when she saw him. "Brother Lin, breakfast won't be ready for a bit. Take a rest first." Lin Chen nodded, ran 2 more laps, then stopped to wipe his sweat. By the time he returned inside, old Zhou was already awake, sitting on the edge of his cot and rubbing his eyes. Damn, that was a good sleep. Old Zhou yawned and glanced out the window. "What time is it?" "Almost 7. Lin Chen poured him a glass of water and handed it over. "Lots to do today. The communicator needs fixing, weapons need practice, we have to check the perimeter defenses again, and those 2 Tuaregs need looking at. We've been so focused on the warriors and the 8x8, they deserve some maintenance too." Old Zhou took the cup, gulped it down, and nodded. "All right, we'll start after breakfast. Those 2 cars are our old comrades. We fought our way out of the 4S dealership together. Can't neglect them." Breakfast was millet porridge with baked flatbread and a small dish of pickled radish. Everyone got up one by one and gathered around the table. Old Zhou sat at the table, lifting his bowl to drink the porridge in big mouthfuls. Halfway through, he stopped, stared at Lin Chen for a few seconds, and chuckled. "Lin Chen, tell me when you sold cars, was it all because of that face of yours? Fair-skinned and clean-cut, standing there, those older ladies probably couldn't bring themselves not to buy a car." Lin Chen was taken aback, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Zhou, is that a compliment or an insult?" "It's a compliment." Old Zhou grinned. "Look at this old mug of mine. When I stand there, people just think I'm a mechanic. You're different. You look like an educated man, and you speak gently." Old Chen chimed in, Right. With Brother Lin's looks before the apocalypse had have been the idle type." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. All right. Even food can't shut you up." Xiaoya covered her mouth with a laugh, and even Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly. The little girl sat quietly beside old Zhou, sipping her porridge, her eyes bright. Old Chen added another remark. "But Brother Lin's looks have their advantages too. He just looks reassuring. Not like Brother Zhou. One look, and you know he can fight." Old Zhou shot him a glare. "You fatso, getting more glib by the day." Old Chen chuckled and buried his head in his porridge, saying no more. After breakfast, everyone split up. Old Chen carried the vehicle-mounted communicator out of the tool shed and set up his workspace in the yard. Assorted parts, circuit board, screwdrivers, and a multimeter were spread out on the ground. He crouched there, squinting at the burnt-out power amplifier module. "Ma Yong, come give me a hand." Old Chen called without looking up. Ma Yong hurried over and crouched beside him. "What do you need me to do?" "Hold this for me." "Yeah, like that." Old Chen carefully tested the solder points on the circuit board with the multimeter's probes. "This power amp module is fine, but there's a filter capacitor that's blown. We need to replace it." Ma Yong watched his skillful movements with admiration. "Uncle Chen, where did you learn this craft?" Old Chen chuckled twice. "Worked in a factory for over 30 years dealing with this kind of stuff every day. I could fix it with my eyes closed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I'd be retired by now, babysitting my grandkids." As he spoke, his hands paused and his voice dropped. "Too bad. My son and daughter-in-law are gone. My grandchild too." Ma Yong fell silent, not knowing what to say. Old Chen waved a hand and forced a smile. "Let's not talk about it. Let's not. The living have to look forward. Come on, hand me that capacitor." Ma Yong passed him the component, and the two of them buried themselves in tinkering with the pile of circuit boards. At the other end of the yard, old Zhou gathered a few people together. Xiaoya, Li Meng, and Xiaoyu stood before him, each holding a different weapon. Xiaoya grasped a short spear, Li Meng held a collapsible baton, and Xiaoyu clutched a dagger brought back from the radar station, its blade longer than her forearm. Old Chen hung back at the rear, clutching a steel pipe, reluctance written all over his face. Everyone stand at attention. Old Zhou swept his gaze over them, pausing an extra moment on Old Chen. "Today I'm teaching you some real skills. Not so you can charge into battle, but so that when you're in danger you can hold on for a few more seconds, long enough for us to get to you." He walked over to Xiaoya and took the short spear from her hand. "Lin Chen uses this best. Don't let his refined looks fool you. The kid is ruthless. You don't have his foundation, so you need to learn something simpler. He demonstrated a few basic moves. Thrust, parry, sweep, block. His movements were clean and efficient without any flourish. Remember, when dealing with zombies, go for the head. Hitting anywhere else is useless. Old Zhou handed the short spear back to Xiaoya. You try. Xiaoya took the spear and imitated Old Zhou, thrusting it into the air a few times. Her movements were a bit awkward, but the force was decent. Not bad. Keep practicing. Old Zhou turned to Li Ming. Your baton works the same way as the short spear, but it's shorter, so you have to get in close. You'll need to be more agile in dodging. Pair it with a riot shield, and it'll be better. Li Ming nodded, gripping the baton tightly, a light sweat on her forehead. Old Zhou then walked over to Xiaoyu, crouched down, and looked into her eyes. Xiaoyu, do you know why I'm teaching you to use a knife? Xiaoyu thought for a moment, her voice clear and crisp. Because the knife is short, and I'm not strong enough to use a long one. Old Zhou smiled. Smart. The knife is short, but it's agile. You're small and quick. If you're in real danger, squeeze into a tight spot and stab the zombie in the eye or the neck. Remember, don't fight Heaton. Staying alive is what matters. Xiaoyu nodded, seriously gripping the dagger and making a few practice swings. Old Qian, still hanging back, thought Old Zhou had forgotten about him. Just as he tried to sneak away, Old Zhou's voice rang out. Old Qian, get over here. Old Qian trudged over with a grimace. Brother Zhou, I really can't. Can't. You have to. Old Zhou shoved the steel pipe into his hands. You only need to learn one move, swing. When a zombie comes, swing it hard at its head. If you miss, hit the shoulder. If you land a hit, follow up. Simple, right? I don't know how a coward like you managed to run all the way from the 4S dealership. Old Qian pouted, but kept quiet for fear of getting hit. He gripped the pipe and took a practice swing, nearly toppling himself over. Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Li Ming covered her mouth. Even Xiaoyu was stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Old Zhou glared at them. What's so funny? Train. They all obediently began their drills. Xiaoya thrust her spear into the air one after another. Li Ming practiced blocking with her baton repeatedly. Xiaoyu held a horse stance and stabbed forward again and again. Old Qian swung the steel pipe, muttering under his breath, hit the head. Hit the head. Nyonyo crouched in a corner of the yard, watching them curiously. After a while, she quietly crept over to Xiaoyu, imitating her stance, and poked at the ground with a small stick. Xiaoyu glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing her own practice. Not far away, Zhao Tiniu, Lu Guifang, and Wang Zuihua stood under the eaves, watching everything from a distance. Zhao Tiniu hung his head, unconsciously picking at the wall plaster. Lu Guifang's eyes were red again, and Wang Zuihua gently patted her back. Lin Chen took Jiangcheng and climbed up to the watchtower, first scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The wilderness was still desolate. Withered yellow grass undulated in the wind, and occasionally a few wild birds flew by. The distant mountain silhouettes were hazy with no smoke or moving shadows. Ma Yong, scan the perimeter for me. Lin Chen pressed his earpiece. Ma Yong's voice came through the radio. Copy that. Scanning now. No large heat sources within 2 kilometers. Only a few scattered zombies near the gully to the east, at least 1.5 kilometers away. No threat. Copy. Lin Chen put down the binoculars, feeling a bit more at ease. The two of them climbed down from the watchtower and began inspecting the perimeter defenses. The traps Old Chen had dug were undisturbed, the wooden spikes at the bottom still sharp. The barbed wire was intact, and Old Chen had reinforced a few welds yesterday. The caltrops piled in the corner of the yard were stable, with no signs of being moved. After checking the perimeter, Lin Chen led Jiangcheng over to the 2 modified Tuaregs. The 2 dark gray Tuaregs sat quietly on the east side of the yard, still bearing the marks of their breakout from the 4S dealership, dense scratches, and a few patches of dried blackened blood. Lin Chen walked around the car, then crouched to inspect the undercarriage. Jiangcheng, get me the jack. Jiangcheng brought the jack from the tool shed, and together they lifted the front of the car. Lin Chen slid under the vehicle, shining a flashlight as he carefully examined each component. The front left suspension is a bit loose. Needs tightening. Lin Chen's voice came from under the car. Tire wear is acceptable, tire pressure is normal. The oil needs changing, and brake fluid is low. Jiangcheng crouched beside him, handing him tools. Brother Lin, how long have you had these 2 cars? Lin Chen crawled out from under the car and wiped the dust off his face. Since the second day the outbreak started. We fought our way out of the 4S dealership, rammed through hordes, ran over zombie dogs, and they've protected us all the way here. He patted the car's body, a hint of emotion in his voice. Old comrades. They spent nearly an hour thoroughly inspecting both Tuaregs. They tightened the suspension, changed the oil, topped up the brake fluid, checked the tires, tested the lights. Everything they could think of. Finally, Lin Chen checked the double-layer crash bars on the front. The welds were still solid. All right, no problems. Lin Chen closed the hood and brushed the dust off his hands. We'll fill up the gas before we leave. Ready to go at any time. Jiangcheng looked at him and suddenly asked, Brother Lin, do you think we'll really make it to Jishur? Lin Chen turned to look at the young soldier. Jiangcheng's face still bore a trace of youthfulness, but his eyes held a steadiness beyond his years. Yes, Lin Chen said. Step by step, we'll get there. Inside the house, Zhang Lei was changing Xiaohe's bandages. Xiaohe lay in bed as the gauze wrapped around his abdomen was peeled away layer by layer. The wound was healing well, Clean edges, no redness or swelling. Zhang Lei gently wiped it with an iodine cotton swab. Xiaohe winced in pain, but held back from crying out. It's healing nicely. Zhang Lei nodded with satisfaction. In 2 more days you can get up and walk around slowly. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Really? Can I train with you guys then? Dream on. Zhang Lei shot him a glare. You can walk, but no strenuous exercise. If you dare run or jump and your wound opens up, don't come crying to me. Xiaohe chuckled sheepishly and lay still. Zhang Lei applied fresh gauze and took out a few antibiotics from the medical kit. Take these to prevent infection. Xiaohe took the pills and swallowed them with water, then suddenly asked Dr. Zhang, where do you think we should go next? Zhang Lei paused in her movements, but didn't answer. Xiaohe continued. I heard Brother Lin say his home is in Jishur East Province. He wants to go back to find his parents. Uncle Zhou is bringing Xiaoyu and says he'll go with him. Xiaoya, and I want to follow Brother Lin too. He saved us so many times. Zhang Lei was silent for a moment, then said softly, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Focus on healing your injury first. Xiaohe nodded and asked no more. At noon, a cheer suddenly erupted in the Old Chen held up the repaired power amplifier module, his face beaming. It works. It works. Ma Yong, hook up the communicator. Ma Yong immediately installed the module back into the communicator, connected the antenna, and tightened the screws. Old Chen pressed the power switch. The indicator lights came on, and a crackling static hissed from the speaker. Old Chen carefully turned the frequency dial, searching bit by bit. The static ebbed and flowed, occasionally mingling with faint human voices, but they were soon swallowed by the noise again. Slow down, slow down. Old Zhou also crowded and staring at the small frequency display. Old Chen's hands were steady as he turned the dial 1 notch at a time. Suddenly a clear voice came through the speaker. Golden Gulf Resettlement Camp. Repeat, Golden Gulf Resettlement. This camp is based at the Golden Gulf First Resort and has now expanded to cover the entire Golden Gulf town area. We have built permanent defensive walls and can accommodate 100,000 people. Currently supplies are ample, medical facilities are well-equipped, and the Golden Gulf Fleet is responsible for security and order. Survivors are welcome to make their way here to join us. Everyone was stunned. Old Chen's hand jerked, nearly turning the dial past the frequency, but Ma Yong grabbed his arm just in time. Golden Gulf Settlement Camp, located along the coastal highway northeast of Jiangcheng, approximately 45 kilometers from the city center. This camp is equipped with armed checkpoints, open during the day and closed at night. Survivors must undergo health screening upon arrival. Only those without infection symptoms may enter. Repeat. The voice came in fragments, yet it was sufficiently clear. The broadcast lasted about 3 minutes, detailing the camp's scale, facilities, and admission procedures before repeating the coordinates and frequency once more. Old Chen looked up at the crowd gathered around him, his face etched with disbelief. I received it. I really received it. Lin Chen strode over and pressed a hand on Old Chen's shoulder. Uncle Chen, jot down the frequency, play it a few more times, and get all the details. Old Chen nodded, pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, and began to listen and write simultaneously. Ma Yong leaned in close to the radio, listening intently to the broadcast. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Golden Sea Fleet. It's one of our Navy's frigate squadrons stationed at the Jiangcheng Naval Port. If they can hold a camp that big, it means the military is still organized and combat ready. A camp for 100,000 people. How long a wall must they have built? Old Zhou nodded. 45 kilometers along the coastal highway. We can make it in a day. The key is ample supplies, proper medical care, walls, and the military. It's far better than us hiding out in the wild. The group exchanged glances, a complex light flickering in their eyes. During lunch, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Lin Chen didn't rush to speak, just ate his meal in silence. He knew what this news meant. It meant a choice. The others at the table were also silent, but each was calculating in their own mind. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen put down his bowl and swept his gaze across the group. You've all heard the news. Golden Gulf Settlement Camp built for 100,000 people with military walls and supplies. Anyone who wants to go can go. He paused, then continued. But there are many of us here and opinions will differ. This afternoon, let's clear the air. Everyone decides for themselves where they want to go. No pressure, no coercion. Old Zhou was the first to speak. I'm taking Xiaoyu and following Lin Chen. He glanced at his daughter beside him, his rough hand gently patting the little girl's head. This kid may look refined like an office worker, but he's steadier than anyone when it comes to getting things done. He saved our lives. He's going back to his hometown to find his parents, and we're going with him. The settlement camp might be good, but it's someone else's territory. Following him, I feel at ease. Xiaoyu, sitting beside him, nodded seriously and said softly, Brother Lin will go with you. Xiaoyu struggled to sit up, his voice weak but firm. I'm not going either. Brother Lin saved me twice, so once I almost got infected. My life is his. Wherever he goes, I follow. Xiaoya stood beside him and said quietly, my parents passed away long ago. My grandmother raised me. Grandma passed away before the apocalypse. I have no family left in this world. Brother Lin saved me, and Xiaohe is here. He'll go anywhere as long as I'm with them. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaohe, a faint smile gracing her lips. Old Qian, for once without his usual cheeky grin, scratched his head and mumbled, you guys saved my life too. Escaping from the 4S shop, almost being torn apart by dogs in the mountains. You pulled me through every time. I'm not going to any settlement camp. I'm sticking with you. Old Chen was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. My son and daughter-in-law are gone. My grandson is gone too. There's no one left in my hometown. It's all the same wherever I go. Staying with you all gives me peace of mind. Zhang Lei looked up at Lin Chen. I grew up in an orphanage. My foster parents died long ago. To me, everywhere is the same. But compared to strangers, I trust you all more. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng exchanged a glance. Ma Yong spoke up. Captain Lin, we need to deliver the radar vehicle to the military. It's an order, we have to complete it. Once we reach the camp and hand over the vehicle, we'd like to request leave from the unit to check on our hometowns. If you're still around by then, we'll travel together. Lin Chen nodded. That's only right. The remaining people, Li Ming, Zhao Tinio, Lu Guifeng, Wang Zuohua, and Nyonyo, stood to the side saying nothing. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then said in a small voice, I want to go to the settlement camp. I don't know if my parents are still alive, but I have to go see. Besides, I'm a coward. I don't dare to wander outside. Her voice grew softer, afraid of being ridiculed. Lin Chen looked at her and nodded seriously. That's understandable. The camp is safe, it's right for you. Li Ming's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Zhao Tinio kept his head down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Lu Guifeng held Nyonyo, tears welling up in her eyes again. Wang Zuehua stood beside them, gently holding Lu Guifeng's hand. Old Zhou walked over, crouched in front of Zhao Tinio, and looked into his eyes. Son, where do you want to go? Zhao Tinio looked up, his eyes red-rimmed. I don't know. My brother is gone. I don't know what to do. Old Zhou looked at him and sighed. Your brother told you to protect Guifeng and Nyonyo. The camp is safe. They'll be fine there. You go too and protect them. Zhao Tinio looked at Lu Guifeng and Nyonyo, then at Old Zhou, and slowly nodded. Lu Guifeng held Nyonyo close, and finally the tears fell. But she didn't sob, she just silently wiped her tears away. Nyonyo looked up at her mother, then at the people around her, and asked in her childish voice, Mommy, where are we going? Lu Guifeng hugged her, voice choked with emotion. To a safe place, Nyonyo, be good. Nyonyo blinked her big eyes, seeming to understand, but not quite. Lin Chen watched the scene, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. From the initial 4 people to over a dozen now, some stayed, some left, some died. The apocalypse was like a sieve tossing people's fates about. He cleared his throat and spoke. Then it settled. We'll head to Golden Gulf Settlement Camp first. Those who want to stay can stay. Those who want to continue north will go together. He looked at Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng. Your mission is critical. We'll escort the radar vehicle to the camp first. Once there, you complete your mission. We'll restock supplies and ask about the road conditions heading north. Ma Yong nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. Lin Chen continued, 3 days from now, after Zhang Lei finishes Xiao He's health assessment, we'll set out. In these 3 days, fix what needs fixing, pack what needs packing, and train what needs training. I checked the 2 Terramons this morning. The left front suspension was a bit loose, I've tightened it. The oil and brake fluid have been changed. They're ready to go at any time. Old Zhou nodded. Good. Those 2 vehicles are our treasures. They fought their way out of the 4S shop with us. We need to take good care of them. He turned to Old Chen. Uncle Chen, any issues with the radio? Old Chen waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I've recorded it several times. The frequency is memorized. We can listen anytime. Lin Chen swept his gaze across the group. In this apocalypse, just being alive is the greatest fortune. That we've come together is fate. No matter where we go from here, let's all live well. The group was silent, but in each person's eyes there was an In the afternoon, everyone split up to work. Old Chen and Ma Yong continued tinkering with the radio, recording the frequency several times to ensure it was foolproof. Old Zhou led Xiaoya and the others in more training. This time, even Zhao Tinio was dragged along, gripping a steel pipe and clumsily learning the motions of swinging and striking. Zhao Tinio trained with great seriousness, gritting his teeth and swinging again and again, sweat covering his forehead. He would occasionally steal a glance at Lu Guifeng and Nyonyo nearby, a new light in his eyes. Zhang Lei was indoors giving Xiao He his final rehabilitation. Xiao He supported himself against the wall, moving step by step, sweat beading on his forehead, but a smile on his face. It was the first time he had walked since being injured. Though slow, each step was a step of hope. Xiaoya stood at the door, watching his limping figure, her eyes slightly red. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the entire forest ranger station in gold. Lin Chen stood in the yard, watching the sun sink in the west, silently calculating the journey ahead. Northeast of Jiangcheng, 45 kilometers, the coastal highway, Golden Gulf Settlement Camp, for 100,000 people. Once there, Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng would complete their mission, the others would make their choices, and then continue north, heading home. Old Zhou walked over and handed him an unlit cigarette. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen took the cigarette, holding it between his fingers. Just wondering how much longer this road will be. Old Zhou smiled, looking at the sunset. However long it takes, as long as we're all alive. He turned to look at Lin Chen's profile and suddenly chuckled. Seriously, if you stood at the camp's entrance with that face of yours, even the soldiers would hesitate to turn you away. You look too kind, like a good person. Lin Chen was speechless. Brother Zhou, are you fixated on my face today? Old Zhou laughed heartily. I just think it's a shame. If you'd been an actor before the apocalypse, you might have been famous by now. Instead, you're stuck out in the wild with us roughnecks. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed too. Behind them came Xiao He's laughter, Zioya's gentle reminders, Old Qian's exaggerated groans, and Nyunia's childish voice. Lin Chen turned back and looked at the people in the yard. A wave of warmth suddenly surged in his heart. The apocalypse was cruel, but the human heart remained. That was enough. That night the group sat together listening to the radio broadcast the camp's message over and over again. The clear female voice was like a thin thread connecting them to that distant place, with its military, its walls. Golden Gulf Settlement Camp can accommodate 100,000 civilians. It is guarded by the Golden Sea Fleet. Survivors are welcome to make their own way to the assembly point. Old Chen leaned against the wall and muttered, I wonder what it's like there. Is there hot food? Old Zhou retorted, there will be definitely and plenty of it. Old Chen chuckled twice and fell silent. Niunyo, lying in her mother's arms, asked with sparkling eyes, Mommy, will there be candy there? Lu Guifeng held her close and nodded gently. Yes, there will be. Niunyo smiled a sweet, innocent smile. Watching this, Lin Chen felt a sudden surge of curiosity about this official settlement camp. He restrained himself and silently counted the days in his mind. 3 days. In 3 days they would depart. 3 days passed in a blur of busy work. At 6 in the morning, the yard of the forest ranger station was already ablaze with light. Old Chen crouched in the northwest corner, making a final check on the generator room buried deep underground. The cap of the oil pipe was screwed on tight, the power switch wrapped in layers of waterproof cloth, and every wire joint was sealed with insulating tape before being encased in a steel pipe and buried in the earth. All right. Old Chen stood up, dusted the dirt off his hands, and gazed at the ground that now blended seamlessly with its surroundings. A hint of reluctance tinged his voice. This thing. If someone comes later, it'll still be usable. Old Zhou walked over and patted his shoulder. Let's go, Brother Chen. Everything's loaded. In the yard, 4 vehicles were lined up, their trunks and roof racks packed to the brim. Everyone was making final checks. Guns, ammunition, food, medicine, fuel. Each item was verified to ensure nothing went wrong on the road. Their attire was now completely different from just over 10 days ago. The equipment seized from the radar station had given the team a new look. Except for Lu Guifeng, Wang Zuohua, and Niunyo, everyone wore brand new starry camouflage uniforms, tactical vests with ballistic plates, inserted arm and knee guards, and non-slip abrasion-resistant combat boots. Lin Chen stood in front of the first vehicle, his tactical vest neatly fastened. A silenced 92G pistol hung at his waist, a short spear was attached to a quick-release mount on his back, and a silenced QBZ-191 rifle sat in the passenger seat. He checked his gear, pressed the talk button on his earpiece, and said, Full team test. 1, 2, 3. Old Zhou stood nearby, fully armed. A fire axe hung at his waist, his rifle was slung across his back, and a pistol was holstered in a quick-draw rig on his leg. Old Chen received clear. Old Chen wore the starry camouflage, his tactical vest cinched tight. A pistol was tucked at his waist, and he still carried his toolbox. Jiangcheng received clear. The young soldier held his rifle, the ballistic plates in his vest, making him look sturdier. Ma Yong received. Radar is active, scanning normal. Ma Yong poked his head out of the 8x8, also in camouflage, his rifle slung across his chest. Suya received. Xiaoya wore a fitted training uniform, her tactical vest protecting her chest and back. A pistol hung at her waist, and she gripped a short spear. Li Meng received. Li Meng was also in camouflage. Though her face still showed some tension, her hand holding the pistol was steady. Xiaoyu received. The little girl wore the smallest size training uniform they could find. It was still a bit large, but her arm and knee guards were strapped tight. She had no gun, only the dagger in her hand, her gaze calm. Zhang Lei received. Zhang Lei adjusted the medical kit at her waist, her pistol holstered at her side, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. I received too. Old Chen wore the starry camouflage, the tactical vest squeezing him so tight, he was panting. In his hand, he still clutched the steel pipe he had practiced with countless times. Zhao Tiniu was silent for 2 seconds before letting out a muffled received. He wore a slightly oversized camouflage uniform, the tactical vest fitting uncomfortably, and he also held a steel. Lu Guifeng and Wang Zuohua each held a short spear, wearing thick cotton jackets scavenged from a farmer's house. They stood beside the 8x8, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. Niunyo was held tightly in her mother's arms, her little face full of innocence. Once the weapons were distributed, the supplies in each vehicle's trunk were adjusted accordingly. Lin Chen walked to the back of the first Terramont and opened the trunk for a quick look. 4 spare rifles and 12 fully loaded magazines were neatly arranged in a waterproof case, next to 7 grenades wrapped in oil paper and 6 grenade rounds. This was the entire haul from the radar station. Every single piece was accounted for. Old Zhou approached and handed him a sheet of paper. The supply list. Take a look. Lin Chen took it and glanced over it. Over 800 rounds of rifle ammunition, over 200 pistol rounds, 7 grenades, and 6 grenade rounds. Food and water, if rationed, could last half a month. Medicine was enough for 2 months, and fuel was sufficient for 600 kilometers. That's enough. Lin Chen folded the list and tucked it into his pocket. Let's go. Lin Chen looked up at the forest ranger station that had been their home for over 10 days. In the morning light, the outline of the brick building was bathed in a layer of gold. The boards nailed over the windows were tight, and the barbed wire on the courtyard wall swayed gently in the breeze. The watchtower stood alone, now empty. The freshly turned earth in the northwest corner of the yard blended perfectly with the surrounding ground, leaving no trace. Old Zhou stood beside him, also taking in the sight, and let out a soft sigh. After living here for half a month, I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Lin Chen nodded, but said nothing. Old Qian walked over from the vehicles, unusually serious. Brother Lin, brother Zhou, do you think we'll ever be able to come back? Old Zhou glanced at him. Come back for what? This place might be nice, but it's temporary. People have to look forward. Old Qian scratched his head and fell silent. Suya leaned against the car door, her eyes reddening. In this room she had changed Xiaohe's bandages countless times. At this table she had shared countless meals. In this yard she had watched countless sunsets. Though it had been only a little over 10 days, it felt like an eternity. Xiaohe lay in the car looking through the window at the brick building and gently tightened his grip on Suya's hand. Niu lay in her mother's arms, asking in a childish voice, Mommy, are we leaving? Lu Guifeng held her close, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, Niu, be good. We're going to a safe place. Lin Chen took a deep breath, turned, and opened the car door. Everyone in. Let's move out. The 4 vehicles drove out of the ranger station's gate one by one, heading northeast along the bumpy dirt road. Lin Chen drove the first Terramont, with old Zhou in the passenger seat, rifle in hand, his gaze alertly scanning the wilderness on both sides. In the rearview mirror, the brick building grew smaller and smaller until it vanished into the morning mist. Ma Yong's voice crackled over the vehicle's intercom, laced with static. Radar scanning normal. No large heat sources within 2 kilometers. Only scattered zombies all far from the road. Received. Keep monitoring. Lin Chen replied, gently pressing the accelerator. The convoy followed the pre-explored route, passing through abandoned farmland and scattered villages. The road conditions were better than expected. Though there were occasional overturned cars and fallen power poles blocking the way, the 8x8's off-road capability was strong enough. They either used a tow rope or simply pushed through. Xiaohe lay in the warrior vehicle, watching the wilderness flash by outside the window, and suddenly spoke. Suya, what do you think the settlement camp is like? Suya thought for a moment. I don't know, but it should have walls and army, food and water. It should be safer than the will. Xiaohe was silent for a while, then said softly, when we get there. Do you want to stay? Suya was startled and turned. Xiaohe didn't meet her gaze, just stared at the roof, his voice muffled. I'm going with Brother Lin no matter what. If you want to stay, then stay. I won't blame you. Suya took his hand and said gently, wherever you go, I'll go. Xiaohe turned to look into her eyes. His own eyes were red, but a wide grin spread across his face. Xiaoyu sat in the corner quietly watching this scene, a slight smile curving her lips. The convoy had traveled about 10 kilometers when Ma Yong's voice suddenly exploded from the intercom. Stop. Everyone stop. Lin Chen slammed on the brakes, the vehicle lurching to a halt. The 3 cars behind followed suit. What's wrong? Lin Chen pressed his earpiece. Ma Yong's voice was urgent and grave. Ahead. About 25 kilometers ahead at the intersection that's on our route, the radar is full of heat sources. Countless, too many to count. Lin Chen's heart sank. He pushed open the door and jumped out. Old Zhou, Old Chen, Jiangcheng, and Ma Yong also got out and gathered in front of the warrior vehicle. Ma Yong spread out the military map, his finger pointing at a route marked in red. Our plan was to take this road, cross the river here, then follow this county road northeast, bypass the power plant ruins, and get onto the coastal highway. But now the radar shows here. He jabbed his finger hard on the map. 15 kilometers northeast of our route, on the southeast side of the power plant ruins, the whole area is swarming with zombies. At least 10,000. Lin Chen stared at the map, his brow deeply furrowed. That spot was exactly the core area of the last power plant explosion. The explosion had attracted zombies from dozens of kilometers around, gathering them into a massive horde. Take a detour? Old Zhou asked. Ma Yong shook his head. Can't. This road is the only way to cross the river. There are mountains on both sides, vehicles can't get through. A detour would mean an extra 80 kilometers, and the road conditions there are unknown. He didn't finish, but everyone present understood his meaning. 80 kilometers of unknown terrain, the risk of encountering blocked roads again, the chance of getting stranded halfway. The risks and costs were far too great. Old Chen said in a low voice, we have enough fuel. The fuel we brought from the radar station is good for 600 kilometers, so even a detour is doable. But the key is no one knows what's over there. If we go all that way for nothing, we'll waste time and fuel and miss our chance to reach the settlement. We're only about 30 kilometers from the settlement now. The group fell into silence. Old Qian, who was hanging back, suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, Brother Zhou, I have an idea. Old Zhou turned to look at him. Spit it out. Old Qian scratched his head and said, during those days I spent in the 4S shop, I was hiding upstairs observing the zombies' patterns. I noticed that around 10 o'clock every morning the zombies downstairs would move outward for a bit. Then around 3 in the afternoon some would come back. At the time I didn't think much of it. I just figured it was their own habit. He paused, then continued. Later, when I escaped from the 4S shop, I followed the direction they were moving in for a while, and I found a cleared path on the main road. The cars on both sides had been pushed to the edges, leaving a space wide enough for a truck to pass through. I thought I was just lucky at the time, but now that I think about it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. You mean 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon are exactly the times for a round trip? The 10 o'clock trip is the outgoing direction, and the 3 o'clock trip is the return direction. Old Qian slapped his thigh. Exactly. On the way there, the zombies are attracted by the sound and move outward. On the way back, after loading up, they're attracted back again. 2 trips a day, and the pattern emerges. To the west. Old Zhou slapped his thigh. The road you took back then was heading west. A few people immediately huddled around the map. 20 kilometers to the west, a location marked Jiangcheng Grain Bureau directly affiliated granary was. Ma Yong drew in a sharp breath. This is a national-level reserve granary. I remember a news report saying that this granary in Jiangcheng has a reserve of nearly 300,000 tons. Lin Chen stared at the granaries, mark his mind racing. The settlement needs to feed 100,000 people. Food is the top priority. They'll definitely organize teams to transport grain. And the granary's transport route must have been cleared, leaving at 10 in the morning, returning at 3 in the afternoon, 2 trips a day. That perfectly matches the pattern Old Chen observed. Old Zhou nodded. If that's the case, there might even be a grain convoy on that road right now. If we can find them, we can not only use their route, but also make a connection which would give us some support once we reach the settlement. Lin Chen looked up at the group. Let's change course. We're heading to the granary first. The convoy turned around, drove back a few kilometers along the way they came, then turned onto a westward fork. This road was even harder to traverse than the previous one. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles. Some were blocking the middle of the road, some had overturned into ditches, and others were burned down to their frames. In the fields on both sides, a few zombies could occasionally be seen wandering. They would turn their heads at the sound of the engines and slowly shuffle toward the convoy, but they were soon left behind. When they encountered a particularly bad blockage, Lin Chen would get out to assess the situation. If they could go around, they did. If not, they used a tow rope. If that failed, they let the 8x8 ram straight through. The 8-wheeled armored vehicle was like a steel beast rumbling over every obstacle. The sound of tearing metal from the cars it smashed into echoed across the empty wilderness. Xiaohe lay in the vehicle grimacing from the jolts, but he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Suya held his hand, sweat beading on her forehead. Xiaoyu clung tightly to the handrail, her small face tense, but her eyes were fixed on the window. Zhao Tiniu, sitting in the 8x8, was experiencing this for the first time, his face pale. Every time the 8x8 smashed into a car, he would flinch, his lips trembling, but he clenched his teeth and said nothing. Lu Guifeng held Nyonyo, burying the child's face in her chest to shield her from the sight. Wang Cuihua gripped the seat tightly, her eyes closed, muttering under her breath. After 3 hours of this grueling journey, with the sun climbing from the east to directly overhead, the convoy finally neared the granary. Stop! Lin Chen ordered over the intercom. The 4 vehicles slowly came to a halt in front of an abandoned roadside shop. It was a 2-story building with a small supermarket on the ground floor. The glass door was shattered, and the inside was a mess. The second floor was a residence, its windows still intact, with an external staircase leading up. Old Zhou and Jiangcheng went in first to clear the area. After confirming it was safe, everyone else got out and moved the supplies up to the second floor. The second floor was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Though covered in dust, the doors and windows were intact, and it had a good view. From the window, they could see the direction of the granary. Several huge silos stood not far away, their gray concrete walls gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The granary was surrounded by a high wall topped with barbed wire. The main gate was closed, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Lin Chen stood by the window, observing carefully through binoculars. There were no zombies wandering near the granary gate. The wall was intact, and the barbed wire was unbroken. But there was also no sign of any living person. No smoke from cooking fires, no lights, only a dead silence. Old Zhou walked over and handed him a bottle of water. What do you think? Lin Chen took the water and took a sip. Too quiet. Either there's no one or there are people, but they're hiding deep. Go take a look. Lin Chen nodded. Just me, you, and Ma Yong. The rest of you stay here. Lock the doors and windows. No matter what happens outside, do not open the door. He turned to Old Chen. Uncle Chen, you're in charge of holding down the fort. Suya Li Meng, take care of the wounded and the children. If anything happens, call me on the radio immediately. Old Chen nodded. Don't worry. I've got this. Suya gripped her short spear, her expression serious. Brother Lin, be careful. Xiaoyu stood beside her, clutching her dagger, and gave Lin Chen a nod. Lin Chen patted her on the shoulder, then turned and led Old Zhou and Ma Yong quietly down the stairs, disappearing into the afternoon sunlight. Behind the second-floor windows, a pair of eyes watched their retreating figures until the 3 shadows turned into a small alley and were lost from sight. A gentle breeze blew through the window, and from afar the muffled roars of a few zombies drifted over, soon carried away by the wind. The afternoon sunlight slanted lazily against the gray concrete walls of the grain depot, casting elongated shadows across the potholed ground. Lin Chen and Old Zhou hugged the base of the wall, using the withered shrubs as cover as they crept toward the depot gates. Their footsteps were deliberately light, their combat boots barely making a sound on the gravel. The star-pattern camouflage blended seamlessly into the afternoon light and shadows, allowing them to merge with the surrounding weeds and broken walls. Lin Chen held his rifle fitted with a suppressor, the muzzle always pointed toward the most likely threat. Old Zhou followed 5 meters behind, a fire axe tucked at his waist, and his pistol already drawn ready for any contingency. They continued advancing. The closer they got to the depot, the more eerie the surroundings became. Normally, a national grain repository of this scale should have been teeming with zombies. Though the horde attracted by the explosion had moved toward the power plant, there should have been some stragglers. Yet along the way Lin Chen hadn't seen a single zombie. Something's off, old Joe whispered. Too clean. Lin Chen nodded. He pointed to the ground, and old Joe followed his gaze. On the cement road there were clear tire tracks, and more than one set. The tire marks were fresh, their edges not yet covered by windblown sand clearly left within the last few days. More critically, the tracks were regular, all leading in and out of the depot gates. They pressed against the wall, inching their way to the side of the main gate. The depot's main entrance consisted of two massive electric sliding iron doors tightly shut and covered in rust, but the hinges bore fresh traces of lubricant. Beneath the door gap, clear tire tracks were also visible. On either side of the gate were guard rooms, their windows coated with thick dust obscuring the interior. Lin Chen signaled, and old Joe understood. They split up. Lin Chen crept along the wall toward the left guard room, while old Joe covered the right flank, his rifle trained on the gate. Lin Chen crouched low, moving to the window of the guard room. Holding his breath, he slowly raised his head and peered through a gap in the glass. The guard room was empty. Tables and chairs were overturned with a few registration books, and an overturned thermos scattered on the floor. But oddly, the dust layer was thin, and the tabletop bore several distinct scratches, as if someone had been there not long ago. In the corner was a cot, the blanket folded neatly into a perfect square. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He retreated and gestured to old Joe. Old Joe frowned, and they continued along the wall deeper into the depot. The depot was far larger than they had imagined. Towering silos stood like giant concrete giants, silently basking in the afternoon sun. Between them were corridors and conveyor trestles, their rusted steel frames creaking softly in the wind. Further in were rows of flat-roofed warehouses with gray tiles and white walls, their doors and windows sealed, the outer walls dotted with vents and temperature measurement holes. The entire depot was deathly still, only the moan of wind through the conveyor trestles breaking the silence. But Lin Chen noticed more details. On the ground at the base of the silos there were tire tracks, and these were from heavy-load tires pressing deep into the surface. On the path between the flat-roofed warehouses lay a few fresh cigarette butts, the filters still white, left no more than 2 or 3 days ago. More critically, several of the flat-roofed warehouses had their doors wide open, revealing dark interiors where neatly stacked grain bags were faintly visible. Someone was transporting grain, and it was organized, planned. Lin Chen was about to signal old Joe to push deeper when he suddenly stopped. He pressed his earpiece, his voice barely a whisper. "Ma Yong, can you hear me? Scan the interior of the depot for me." The earpiece was silent for a few seconds before Ma Yong's apologetic voice came through. "Captain Lin, I can't. The depot walls are reinforced concrete. Radar waves can't penetrate. I can only scan ground targets within 200 meters around you. Anything deeper is completely invisible." Lin Chen frowned, but didn't blame him. Military radar wasn't X-ray vision, and concrete walls were indeed its nemesis. "Understood. Keep monitoring, though we're moving deeper." "Roger. Be careful." They continued inward. After passing 2 rows of silos, the view opened up. Before them was a wide loading area adjacent to a rusted railway spur. Several freight cars sat on the tracks alongside a row of tall platform warehouses with their doors wide open. In the open space in front of the platform warehouses, 3 military trucks were parked. Navy-grade Dongfeng trucks with white Navy insignias and license plates, starting with Hague, on the sides of their cabs. The truck beds were covered with dark blue tarps, and several were already fully loaded. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Navy personnel. The 2 of them lay behind a pile of discarded railroad ties, observing through binoculars. Figures moved inside the platform warehouse wearing ocean-pattern camouflage training uniforms. The distinctive blue and white camouflage of the Navy trousers tucked into combat boots, white standard-issue web belts around their waists. They were hauling sacks of grain from the warehouse onto the trucks. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly well. 2 sentries stood guard at the warehouse entrance, muzzles pointed down, but eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. They wore Navy-issued blue-gray tactical helmets, and their rifle slings and canteen carriers were standard Navy equipment. On the other side of the loading area was a temporary field tent with a military jeep parked outside, a Navy ultra-shortwave radio antenna mounted on its roof. The tent flap was half open, revealing figures moving inside. Old Joe took a deep breath and whispered, "They're Lin Chen nodded. He stared at the tent, his mind racing. Regardless of the branch, these were regular troops, not bandits. That was clear from their movements and equipment. Lin Chen made his decision. "Old Joe, stay here for cover. They'll go make contact alone. If they really are military, I'll identify myself. Be careful." Lin Chen slung his rifle over his back, raised his hands, and stepped out from behind the railroad ties, 1 step at a time. He moved slowly, each step deliberate, ensuring the sentries could see he meant no harm. "Who goes there?" "Halt!" The sentry's shout echoed across the empty loading area, followed by the sound of weapons being chambered, several rifles trained on him simultaneously. Lin Chen stopped, hands raised above his head, his voice steady. "Easy. I'm a survivor from the north. Saw activity here, and came to see if you need help." The sentries didn't lower their weapons, but they didn't fire either. One spoke into his earpiece, and soon the tent flap opened and 3 men emerged. Leading them was a man in his early 40s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and sun-darkened skin. He wore an ocean-pattern camouflage training uniform with the rank insignia of a lieutenant colonel, 2 bars and 2 stars, on his shoulders, and a rectangular Navy nameplate on his chest. His gaze was sharp hawk-like as he strode toward Lin Chen. Who are you? How did you get in? Lin Chen looked at him, and the last shred of doubt in his mind dissipated. This man's eyes, his aura, his standard military gait, none of it was faked. My name is Lin Chen. I'm a survivor from the Lihua Auto City 4S shop in Jiangcheng. There are about a dozen of us. We were heading for the Golden Bay settlement, but the only route was blocked by a zombie horde. Someone thought there might be a grain convoy here, so we detoured to check. The lieutenant colonel stared at him for a few seconds, his gaze lingering on Lin Chen's star-pattern camouflage and tactical vest, then suddenly asked, "Where did you get this gear?" "Found it at a radar station to the north," Lin Chen answered truthfully. "We met two brothers from the recon battalion, they're Ma Yong and Jiangcheng. They were escorting an 8x8 wheeled reconnaissance vehicle to the settlement. Their comms were damaged, they couldn't contact the military." At the name, Ma Yong, the lieutenant colonel's brow twitched slightly as if trying to recall something. He turned and muttered a question to the young captain beside him, who nodded and went back into the tent. Suddenly Ma Yong's voice came through Lin Chen's earpiece, barely a whisper, but brimming with excitement. "Captain Lin, do they have a Navy radio? Can you get them to contact me?" Lin Chen's heart stirred. Slowly he pulled a walkie-talkie from the side pocket of his tactical vest, not the encrypted channel 1, but a spare on a regular frequency, and held it up. "The two recon battalion brothers with us want to get in touch with you. Can we use your channel?" The lieutenant colonel stared at the walkie-talkie for a few seconds, then looked up toward the direction Lin Chen had come from. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand. "Give it to me." Lin Chen handed over the walkie-talkie. The lieutenant colonel pressed the transmit button and said in a deep voice, "Ma Yong, this is Wang Jianqi. Do you copy?" Instantly Ma Yong's nearly cracking voice came through the earpiece. "Chief of Staff Wang. It's you. The lieutenant colonel, Wang Jianqi, furrowed his brow again, a faint flicker of surprise finally crossing his face. He spoke into the walkie-talkie, his tone still stern. "Ma Yong, report your status." "Reporting, Chief of Staff. Jiangcheng and I are alive. The 8x8 is in good condition, all radar systems normal. But the vehicle comms were damaged by shrapnel, we couldn't contact the unit. We lost two brothers. Now we're with Captain Lin's team in a commercial building 2 kilometers east of the depot." Wang Jianqi listened silent for a few seconds, his hand tightening on the walkie-talkie. Though he didn't smile, there was a noticeable warmth in his voice. "Stay put. They'll come see you later." He handed the walkie-talkie back to Lin Chen, his gaze lingering on Lin Chen's face for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help asking, "Chief of Staff, Wang, do you know Ma Yong?" Wang Jianqi turned and walked toward the tent without looking back. "Last year's joint exercise. Their recon battalion was attached to our fleet for an amphibious assault. That kid led 3 men to take out one of our command posts. Got me chewed out by the commander for 3 days." His voice carried a hint of gritted teeth, but Lin Chen clearly saw the corner of his mouth twitch, an expression caught between a suppressed smile and something else. Half an hour later, inside the tent, Wang Jianqi poured a cup of hot water for Lin Chen and Old Zhou each, then pushed a few packs of hardtack from a nearby military ration box toward them. "You're lucky. This is our 3rd grain run this week. If you'd come 2 days later, you would have missed us." Lin Chen took the cup, the warmth seeping into his skin from his palm. He surveyed the tent setup, a cot, a folding table, standard Navy comms equipment, a map on the wall. Everything was standard military issue. "Chief of Staff, Wang, did you come from the settlement?" Wang Jianqi nodded. "Golden Bay settlement. The Army got orders to move north, so there aren't many left. The Navy handles perimeter security and logistics. This depot has 3,000 tons of reserve grain, enough to feed 100,000 people for years. We run a daily convoy leaving at 10 a.m. and returning by 3 p.m. to avoid the zombie horde attracted by the power plant explosion." Old Zhou couldn't help asking, "Has it always been this smooth?" "No major trouble." Wang Jianqi pointed to the sentries outside the tent, with them around. "And it hasn't been completely smooth sailing. There's a massive horde near the power plant, nearly 100,000 strong, hasn't reached the settlement yet, but we've had to put in a lot of effort just to make these runs. We've lost dozens of soldiers. We move fast, load up, and leave immediately, no lingering. There were quite a few zombies in the depot at first, turned garrison soldiers. It took us 2 full days to clear them out." Lin Chen looked at the route marked on the map and suddenly asked, "Chief of Staff, Wang, if we want to continue north, what do you?" Wang Jianqi was silent for a few seconds, staring at him for a long moment before speaking. "Kid, the road north isn't easy. Our intel says the cities up north are in chaos, worse than Jiangcheng. But if you're determined to go, I won't stop you. Get your gear replenished at the settlement, get your wounded settled, then decide." He stood up, walked to the tent entrance, lifted the flap, and looked into the distance. "Come on, take me to see your team. I need to see with my own eyes if Ma Yong is really alive, and ask him how the hell he got into that command post during the exercise." Lin Chen and Old Zhou followed him out of the tent. The afternoon sun was blinding, making them feel slightly dizzy. In the platform warehouse, the soldiers in ocean pattern camouflage were still busy loading trucks. When they saw the Chief of Staff emerge, they snapped to attention and saluted, movements crisp and sharp. Wang Jianqi waved them back to work. Lin Chen pressed his earpiece. "Attention all, we've made contact with military personnel, a Navy grain convoy. Ma Yong, get ready to meet an old acquaintance. Ma Yong's excited yet nervous voice came through the earpiece. Roger. Getting ready now. Old Joe couldn't help chuckling. That kid, is he scared of getting beaten up? Lin Chen shook his head, looking at the gray depot buildings in the distance, and then at the soldiers in ocean pattern camouflage beside him, quietly planning the road ahead. First the settlement, then northward. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the bulletproof glass of the 8x8 reconnaissance vehicle, casting mottled shadows inside the cabin. Ma Yong sat in the driver's seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the distant granary. In his earpiece, Lin Chen's words, "Get ready to meet your old acquaintance," spun around in his mind, unable to settle. Jiangcheng leaned over from the back seat, disbelief etched on his face. "Brother Ma, is it really that Chief Wang? The one from last year's exercise?" "That's him." Ma Yong licked his cracked lips, his voice tense. "I'll never forget those words of his. It's in my hands now." Xiaoya, holding a short spear, asked curiously, "What grudges do you two have?" Ma Yong forced a bitter smile, and he couldn't explain. During that exercise, he had snuck past 3 lines of defense with 3 men under the cover of night, took out the Navy's forward command post, and captured the chief of staff, who was plotting in front of a sand table, right in front of a group of naval commanders. Wang Jianqi had been blindfolded and dragged out of the tent, uttering only 3 words, "Impressive, truly impressive." Ma Yong remembered those words to this day. The sound of engines approached from a distance. Ma Yong straightened his back, abruptly peering through the car window. Lin Chen and Old Joe were walking ahead, followed by 3 navy gray SUVs, the white military insignias on the vehicles glaring under the sunlight. Ma Yong pushed the car door open and jumped out, his legs almost giving way upon hitting the ground. He stood tall, watching the convoy approach, his heartbeat racing as if it would burst from his throat. The foremost SUV stopped 3 meters in front of him. The door swung open and a middle-aged man in ocean camouflage jumped out, removing his sunglasses to reveal a sun-baked face. Wang Jianqi, in that moment of eye contact, time seemed to freeze. Ma Yong opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Report to the chief of staff," wanting to say, "It was my fault during the exercise," wanting to say, "What are you doing here?" But his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a word. Wang Jianqi stood there staring at him for a full 5 seconds before striding over. Ma Yong instinctively straightened his posture, bracing himself for a tirade. But in the next moment, he was enveloped in a tight embrace, his back receiving 2 hard pats. "Look at you, kid." Wang Jianqi's voice exploded in his ear, filled with laughter, reprimands, and an indescribable emotion. "You took out my command post during the exercise, and now you bring me an 8x8. Are you here to deliver gifts?" Ma Yong was stunned for a second, then his eyes grew warm as he hugged back tightly. "Chief of staff, I never expected to see you again." Wang Jianqi released him, taking a step back to assess him, the smile on his face fading into a complex expression. He raised his hand and pressed firmly on Ma Yong's shoulder. "It's good to be alive. Good to be alive." Ma Yong nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening, yet he smiled broadly. Jiangcheng emerged from the vehicle, standing behind Ma Yong and saluting sharply. "Good day, Chief of Staff." Wang Jianqi glanced at him and nodded. "Jiangcheng, right. You were in the communications team during the exercise. Oh, I remember you. Good, you all made it." He finished, his gaze drifting past the 2 settling on the 8x8 reconnaissance vehicle parked behind. The massive vehicle stood silently, its phased array radar antenna glinting in the sunlight. Wang Jianqi, he walked over briskly, circled the vehicle, and gently traced his fingers over the armored plates, finally stopping at the heat dissipation grill at the rear, noticing several marks left by shrapnel, his brow furrowing. "Has it taken hits?" Ma Yong followed closely behind, his voice lowered. "When we crossed the urban area of Jiangcheng, we were surrounded by a horde of corpses. For brothers only Jiangcheng, and I made it out. The communication device on the vehicle was damaged by our own single chip. The radar and power systems are fine." Wang Jianqi fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. He didn't ask for details, but patted the vehicle's armor gently, whispering, "To keep this thing intact, you two have done more good than harm. Do you know how valuable this thing is, eh?" He turned to look into Ma Yong's eyes. "Do you know how precious it is, eh?" Ma Yong was taken aback and shook his head. He knew the 8x8 was valuable, but he had no concept of just how precious. Wang Jianqi took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. "The entire Eastern Command of the Army has only 3 units. One was lost during the exercise, another followed the main force north, leaving only this one, originally assigned to your reconnaissance brigade, but it hadn't even warmed up before this mess occurred. The phased array radar on this thing can track up to 200 targets simultaneously, on the ground, in the air, in the water, all clearly visible within 20 kilometers. Your brigade commander entrusted it to you for believing you could deliver it to a safe place." He paused, his gaze stopping momentarily on Ma Yong's face. "You succeeded." Ma Yong opened his mouth, wanting to speak of the 2 brothers they lost, but nothing came out. Wang Jianqi saw his thoughts and patted his shoulder. "We'll talk about those 2 brothers later. Now." He turned to Lin Chen and Old Joe, glancing at Xiaoya, Xiao He, Li Meng, Xiao Yu, and the Zhao Tiniyu family huddled in the back. "Your group is quite complex, isn't it?" Lin Chen stepped forward, briefly recounting their journey, from the 4S shop to the forestry station to Liuhe town to Zhao Taiyi's affair, and finally to their encounter with Ma Yong. Wang Jianqi remained silent for a long while after listening. "Your team has an interesting story," he said, looking at Lin Chen. You mentioned wanting to continue north. Lin Chen nodded. My parents are in Jishe East Province. Do I need to go back to find them? Wang Jinshi was silent for a few seconds, not dissuading him, just nodding. The road north is not easy. But now I have something more important to discuss first. He walked to the 8x8, patting its body. This vehicle. Ma Yong was taken aback looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained silent, merely watching Wang Jinshi. Wang Jinshi continued seriously. You may not know, but the radar capabilities at the resettlement camp are essentially zero. The army took most of the equipment while moving north. We in the Navy only have shipborne radars, all focused on the sea. Any movement on land with hordes of zombies surging from 20 kilometers away, we can only rely on sentries to watch with their eyes. He paused, pointing at the radar antenna on top of the 8x8. This thing can detect all living beings within zombies, wild dogs, wild boars, and those beasts that eat human flesh. If it moves, it can be seen. With it, the defenses of the resettlement camp can be elevated, and the patrol teams can lose half their casualties. After hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Ma Yong. Ma Yong took a deep breath, standing tall. Chief of Staff, this vehicle was always meant to be returned to the army. Now that we've found the army, the vehicle is yours. Wang Jinshi looked at him, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation, but also complexity. You kid are not selfish at all. Ma Yong scratched his head, displaying a rare bit of youthful innocence. What do I have to protect? It's public property. But Chief of Staff. He glanced at Jiangcheng, the two exchanging glances before turning back, his voice dropping a few notches. Jiangcheng, and I would like to request a leave of absence. Wang Jianxi's brow furrowed. A leave? What for? Ma Yong licked his lips, his voice a bit tense. My home is in northeast China, and Jiangcheng's is in the southwest of Sanda. We want to go back and take a look. What if our families are still alive? Wang Jianxi remained silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on Ma Yong's face, as if assessing a disobedient child. Do you know the current situation outside? Yes. Do you know what you might encounter on the way? Yes. Do you know the chances of not returning? Ma Yong was silent for a few seconds, then lifted his head, looking Wang Jianxi in the eye. Chief of Staff, we soldiers are not afraid of death. But we are afraid of not knowing if our families are gone. Wang Jianxi stared at him, something flickering in his eyes. He didn't answer, immediately turning instead to gaze at the distant gray granary buildings, remaining silent for a long time. Then he turned back, looking at Ma Yong and Jiangcheng, cursing. You two, do you think I owe you something? Ma Yong was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Wang Jinsha, however, laughed, a helpless smile crossing his face. I owe you guys once during the exercise, and now I owe you again. All right, truly impressive. He walked over, patting each of their shoulders. Go ahead. But there's one condition. Come back alive. If you die out there, I'll personally go to northeast China and dig up your graves. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng exchanged glances and saluted sharply. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Wang Jianxi waved his hand, his smile fading slightly, turning into a solemn expression. I'll prepare the equipment for you. Take all the unused fuel and weapons from me. I'll distribute some ammunition for rifles and pistols. Also, he looked at Lin Chen. You all heading north is just in time. You can share part of the route with them. Help each other out, and make sure these two boys don't die out there. Lin Chen nodded, rest assured. As the sun set, Wang Jianxi returned to the granary loading area with the convoy. Wang Jianxi kept his promise. Each of the three vehicles was filled to the brim with fuel, the trunks now stocked with 2 boxes of military compressed rations, a box of canned food, 5 boxes of mineral water, and a full 100 rounds of rifle ammunition and 50 rounds of pistol ammunition. Lin Chen gazed at the pile of supplies, unable to help but exclaim, Chief Wang, this is too much. Wang Jianxi waved his hand, interrupting him, not too much. If you all can make it to the resettlement camp alive, it saves them the effort of collecting corpses. Consider these supplies as an advance payment for your efforts. He called Ma Yong forward, pulling something from his pocket and placing it in his hand. Ma Yong looked down to find a military watch, the dial inscribed with the words, Joint Exercise Commemoration. I confiscated this during the exercise, Wang Jianxi spoke casually. I had a few more made, initially planning to distribute them as mementos to the troops during the next exercise. Now I'm giving you one. Remember, come back alive. I'm still waiting for you to bring me my command post. Ma Yong clutched the watch tightly, his eyes reddening once more. Wang Jianxi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to him and taking one for himself. Tomorrow morning you all will depart with my convoy. Wang Jianxi exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting as he said, 30 kilometers, if the road conditions are good you can reach in 2 hours. Once you arrive at the resettlement camp, hand over that 8x8, then go wherever you like. Ma Yong nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, Chief, do you think my parents are still alive? Wang Jianxi remained silent for a few seconds, flicking off the ash. I don't know. But as long as you're alive, there is hope. Don't overthink it, just take care of what's in front of you. Ma Yong did not ask again. He paused, turning to Lin Chen, his tone growing serious. If you encounter any beasts that eat human flesh on the way, especially those that can fly, keep your distance. Those things are 10 times more dangerous than zombies. Just look at why we haven't seen any helicopters or that group from the Air Force until now. Lin Chen nodded, committing this warning firmly to memory. At 6 in the morning, the sky was still veiled in a gray-blue dawn light when everyone was roused from sleep. Xiaoyu sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and found the area outside the tent already bustling with activity. Navy soldiers were making final preparations for the trucks, refueling, replenishing water, and lashing down supplies, each movement swift and solid. Wang Jianxi stood beside the 8x8 armored vehicle speaking in low tones with Ma Yong. Lin Chen, fully dressed, lifted the tent flap and stepped out. The morning wind, carrying a salty tang, rushed to meet him. The faint light of dawn was slowly spreading across the dark wilderness inch by inch. Old Zhou followed behind him and handed him a bottle of water. "Let's go." Lin Chen nodded as he took it, but an indescribable emotion churned deep within his heart. After more than half a month of harrowing escape, they had finally found a place to temporarily settle. Yet he alone knew that for him, this was merely a waypoint on a long journey home. His home lay 300 kilometers away in Ji City, Eastern Province. The convoy was soon ready to depart. 8 vehicles formed an orderly line. 3 grain trucks led the way. Wang Jianxi's off-road vehicle took the center, and Lin Chen's group of 4 vehicles brought up the rear. The radar antenna atop the 8x8 armored vehicle slowly rotated, clearly displaying the movements within a 20-kilometer radius on the radar screen. "Move out." Wang Jianxi's voice came clearly through the intercom to every vehicle. The convoy slowly rolled out of the grain depot's gate and proceeded steadily northeast along the pre-cleared road. This road was far easier to travel than the one they had taken to get here. Abandoned obstacles on the road had been cleared to both sides. A few stray zombies roamed in the distant wilderness, turning their decayed heads vacantly at the sound of the engines, utterly unable to keep pace with the speeding convoy. Ma Yong's voice came over the intercom, carrying a hint of rare ease. "Radar scan is normal. No large heat sources within 2 kilometers. This road is indeed safe." Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping over the rapidly receding wilderness outside the window. Withered wild grass rippled like waves in the morning breeze. In the distance, a few abandoned farmhouses stood, scattered, their collapsed roofs and dark, gaping doors and windows like silent eyes watching the open country. Old Zhou sat in the passenger seat, rifle in hand, but without the constant vigilance of before. He gazed at the scenery flashing by and suddenly spoke. "Lin Chen, what do you think this settlement camp will be like?" Lin Chen paused, then replied. "Chief of Staff Wang said it can house 100,000 people. It should be very large." Old Zhou nodded and said no more. After more than an hour, a distinctly different outline finally appeared on the horizon. The first thing to strike their eyes was a colossal wall spanning the heavens and earth. Not an ordinary brick and stone rampart, but a barrier built from stacked shipping containers. Hundreds upon hundreds of standard containers were stacked layer upon layer, tightly interlocked, forming a towering barrier that rose into the clouds, gleaming with mottled metallic cold light under the rising sun. The containers were a motley of colors: blue, red, gray, white. Now all dyed a warm, soft gold by the morning sun, like a dormant steel dragon crouching where the sea met the sky. Lin Chen's hands tightened on the steering wheel. This was no makeshift shelter, it was a living city rising from the earth in the midst of the apocalypse. As the convoy drew closer, the full panorama of the settlement camp unfolded before them. The container wall was only the first line of defense. Behind it was an even more stunning sight. Countless living people busy at work in a fervent bustle. Some were bent over, digging foundations, others pushed wheelbarrows mixing cement, still others carried bricks on their shoulders. Dense scaffolding rose from the ground into the air, with countless workers climbing on it, pouring concrete shovel by shovel. In the distance, several cranes rumbled and roared, their long booms rising and falling in the air, precisely hoisting bundles of steel bars to the work sites. Dust swirled in the wind, and the sounds of people and machinery collided in a deafening uproar. This was a sight Lin Chen had never seen since the apocalypse began. Tens of thousands of living people, using their own scarred hands, were building a city for the living right on top of the ruins. Old Zhou instinctively lowered his rifle, staring blankly out the window. After a long moment, he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn. How many people is that?" Xiaoya pressed her face against the car window, her eyes wide, her breathing light, unable to utter a single word. Li Ming bit her lip and hot tears streamed down her face without warning. Old Qian stood with his mouth agape, stunned for a long time before trembling out a single sentence. Is this real?" Wang Jianxi's voice came over the intercom, dripping with undisguised pride. "Well, didn't disappoint you, did it?" Lin Chen took a deep breath and pressed the transmit button. "Chief of Staff Wang, this city wall. Is it all stacked with containers?" "That's right. The port has no shortage of containers. Trucks haul them over, cranes stack them up, and the wall was up in 2 days. Weld a steel mesh on the outside, and even if zombies pile up like a mountain, they can't climb over. Once the main concrete wall is built later, these containers can be dismantled and used for housing. Nothing goes to waste. But with all this noise, won't it attract a horde of zombies?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Wang Jianxi laughed heartily. "On the other side, you haven't passed 5 kilometers from this wall, there's another wall. That's the front line. The noise here can't reach there. We have patrols between the 2 positions. That's why we're recruiting soldiers from the survivors. We really are short-handed. You're a talented guy. Want to come work with me?" Lin Chen. Wang Jianxi laughed. "I know you want to go home. But once you find your parents, if you have nowhere else to go, you can come here. You're always welcome." Lin Chen. "Alright, it's a deal, Chief of Staff Wang." "Haha, it's a deal." Wang Jianxi's hearty laughter came. The convoy was stopped 500 meters from the wall. A temporary roadblock spanned the road, and several soldiers in marine camouflage stepped forward, quickly, rifles at the ready. Halt for inspection. Wang Jianqi's off-road vehicle stopped first. He leaned out and called to the sentry. It's us. Let us through. The sentry immediately snapped to attention and saluted swiftly, removing the roadblock. The convoy slowly rolled into the deep shadow cast by the container wall. The moment they passed through the narrow passage and truly entered the camp, Lin Chen felt the city's immense scale. Behind the wall lay a vast open expanse stretching beyond the horizon. As far as the eye could see, there were dense clusters of tents and simple prefab houses extending all the way to the distant construction zone. Between the tents, dirt paths crisscrossed. People hurried by with baskets, barefoot children chased each other through the alleys, and women hung freshly washed clothes at their tent entrances. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from all corners of the camp, slowly dispersing in the afternoon sunlight, carrying a long mist scent of human life in the apocalypse. Further away were the permanent buildings under construction. Massive foundations had been excavated, steel bars were tied into orderly frameworks, and concrete was being poured in a steady stream. Workers swarmed like ants over the scaffolding, cranes rumbled incessantly, and the entire construction site was immersed in a vibrant, thriving energy. The convoy moved slowly along the main road, with people on both sides stopping to watch. Curious children pointed at the 8x8 armored vehicle, tugging at their parents' clothes and asking endless questions. Elderly people stood at their tent entrances, their gazes complex as they watched these fully armed, travel-worn newcomers. Lin Chen's eyes swept over the faces that passed by. Some numbed by hardship, some weary from survival, some with faint glimmers of hope in their eyes, and others still hollow and lost. All kinds of expressions, all kinds of lives, all crowded together within this city. He suddenly recalled the fearful nights in the 4S shop. Sister Zhang smiled as she handed him a biscuit. Old Zhou's silent figure always standing guard at the door, and Xiao He's bloodless face when he was stabbed. Survival. So many people were desperately fighting to survive. The convoy stopped in front of a row of neatly arranged military tents. Several doctors in white coats rushed over with medical kits, examining everyone one by one. Checking temperatures, inspecting wounds, repeatedly confirming they hadn't been bitten or scratched by zombies. When Xiao He was carefully carried down from the vehicle, the doctor took one look at his wound and immediately had him taken into the nearby medical tent. Zhang Lei hurried in after him, briefing the doctor on his medication and recovery progress as she walked. Xiao Yu stood beside old Zhou, watching the people coming and going. For the first time, the little girl's eyes held the curiosity of a child her age. Niao nestled in her mother's arms, her bright black eyes fixed unblinkingly on the children running wildly in the distance. She tugged at Lu Guifang's sleeve and whispered, "Mommy, can I go play too?" Lu Guifang held her daughter, tears welling up instantly, but she smiled forcefully, nodding again and again. Go ahead, go ahead. Our Niao is a good girl. Go play, don't worry." Niao hesitated for a few seconds, took a biscuit from Xiaoya, and then with her short little legs ran timidly yet expectantly toward the group of children. Lin Chen stood there watching everything before him, his heart filled with a bittersweet warmth. Old Zhou walked over and handed him an unlit cigarette, his voice low. "We've arrived." Lin Chen took the cigarette, holding it between his fingers. Gazing at the bustling camp in the distance, he nodded gently. "Yeah, we've arrived." Wang Jianqi got out of his off-road vehicle, walked over to Ma Yong, and patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, I'll take you to meet We need to hand over that 8x8 quickly." Then he turned to Lin Chen. "Kid, come see me in my office tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you." The office is in the reception hall of the original resort's lobby. Just ask anyone, they'll point the way. Lin Chen acknowledged, and Ma Yong nodded to him before following Wang Jianqi away. Jiangcheng hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Lin Chen watched their figures disappear into the dense sea of tents, then turned to old Zhou. "Let's get settled first. Find a place to stay, and then..." He didn't finish the sentence, but old Zhou understood. Once everything was in order, they would continue north. By evening, the setting sun bathed the entire settlement camp in a warm golden-red glow. Lin Chen sat at the entrance of the tent they had been assigned, gazing at the distant container wall. In the twilight, it shed its daytime coldness, taking on a gentle, warm hue. Patrolling soldiers walked along the wall, their small figures weaving through the gaps between the containers like persistent stars in the wilderness. Old Zhou approached, carrying 2 bowls of hot porridge. He handed one to Lin Chen. The command issued it. They said since new arrivals are here today, they added an extra meal. Lin Chen took the bowl and looked down. In the thin rice porridge floated a few plump grains, and a small piece of salted radish rested on the rim of the bowl. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, this was a rare treat. He took a sip. The warm porridge slid down his throat into his stomach, soothing him all the way, relaxing even his long, tensed muscles. Old Zhou sat beside him, slowly drinking his porridge, then suddenly asked, "When do you plan for us to leave?" Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds before replying, his voice steady. 3 days from now. Wait until Xiao He's condition stabilizes, until Ma Yong and the others finish their handover, and until we replenish our supplies. He'll go see Wang Jianqi tomorrow." Old Zhou nodded and said no more. In the distance, the clear laughter of children rang out. Lin Chen looked up. Niao was running and chasing after some unfamiliar children in an open space. Lu Guifang stood nearby, watching with an irrepressible smile, though her eyes were red-rimmed. Xiaoyu crouched beside old Zhou, clutching the brightly polished dagger in her arms, quietly staring at the distant wall. Her small figure held unspoken thoughts. Lin Chen averted his gaze and continued drinking his porridge. The sun sank slowly into the distant sea, and the clouds in the sky burned a brilliant orangerd. Night would gradually creep in, but a new dawn would eventually come again. And their road lay ahead. They still had to keep moving forward. He wondered if Chief of Staff Wang would agree to the conditions Lin Chen's team planned to propose tomorrow. Would the loss of this armored vehicle, a great weapon for survival on the road, earn Lin Chen's team enough in return? At 6 in the morning, the sky was barely brushed with a pale fish-belly white, and over half the settlement camp had already stirred awake. On the main road, survivors with cloth bags slung over their shoulders queued in long lines for the morning gruel, while patrolling soldiers in ocean-pattern camouflage marched past with rifles, shouldered their boots, thudding in unison on the dirt path, kicking up fine dust. From the distant construction zone came the roar of cranes, the sharp clang of steel colliding with steel, mingling with human voices carried by the cool morning breeze, a faint trace of the warmth of human life in this desolate apocalypse. Lin Chen was already fully dressed, wearing the starry pattern camouflage training uniform he had found earlier at the abandoned armed police detachment. His cuffs were tightly fastened, a loaded pistol tucked at his waist, and a rifle slung diagonally across his back. Old Zhou leaned against the wooden post at the entrance of the tent, an unlit cigarette pinched between his fingers, gazing at the bustling crowd in the distance. He spoke in a low voice. The camp looks lively, but underneath the tension is taut as a bowstring. Just now, passing by the food distribution point, I overheard 2 survivors saying that last night someone tried to steal from the logistics warehouse, stabbed a militia guard with a knife, and was executed on the spot by the patrol team under wartime regulations. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the newly added machine gun posts on the container wall. To hold such a large camp and manage 100,000 people, you need an iron fist to keep things under control. I'm going to see Wang Jianxi. You keep an eye on things at home. Check on Xiao's recovery and ask everyone what they think, whether to stay or head north with us. Don't worry. Old Zhou tucked the cigarette back into his pocket and patted the pistol at his waist. Call me on the radio if anything comes up. The command office, converted from the original resort's reception hall, was less than a kilometer from the military tent area. Lin Chen walked along the main road, passing numerous simple prefab buildings bearing signs for various departments: communications, logistics, medical, military affairs, all neatly categorized and orderly. Yet each door was guarded by armed sentinels, the atmosphere far more solemn than outside. The reception hall's main door stood open, and 2 sentries at the entrance raised their hands to stop Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave his name. The sentry confirmed over the radio for a moment, then immediately stepped aside and saluted crisply. Captain Lin, the Chief of Staff, is waiting for you inside. The office was far more Spartan than Lin Chen had imagined. The once luxurious reception hall had been partitioned in 2. One half served as the staff officers' work area. A dozen officers in ocean-pattern camouflage huddled around a map, discussing in low voices, while the beeping of radios intermingled. The other half was a separate room enclosed by glass, Wang Jianxi's office. The glass door was open. Wang Jianxi stood before a large wall map, a marker pen in hand, circling and marking something on it. His training uniform collar was unbuttoned, and faint dark circles under his eyes betrayed a sleepless night. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, a faint smile crossing his face as he pointed to a folding chair opposite him. Have a seat. Lin Chen walked in and sat down, his eyes scanning the desktop. A pile of documents stacked half a man high, several flickering radios, a half-drunk military canteen, and an overturned black-and-white photograph, its edges worn and frayed. I was busy until the early hours last night, all about the handover of the 8x8 radar vehicle. Wang Jianxi poured Lin Chen a cup of hot water, slid it over to him, then pulled up a chair and sat opposite, cutting straight to the chase. The reason I called you here today is first to thank you in person. If it weren't for you, my young, those 2 lads and that radar vehicle would probably have rotted away in the city by now. That thing gives the camp a 50-kilometer early warning perimeter. It's a real lifeline. I, Wang Jianxi, won't forget this debt. It was the right thing to do. Lin Chen took the cup, feeling the warmth against his fingertips. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng helped us a lot too. Without their radar warnings, we wouldn't have made it here. Wang Jianxi smiled, but didn't reply. He just took a sip from his own cup. When he spoke again, the smile had vanished, and his tone grew heavy. The second thing is to level with you. You want to head north, but I can't let you charge blindly into a death trap. This camp looks calm on the surface, but the pressure is crushing. We in the Navy are barely keeping our heads above water. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. He leaned forward slightly, listening intently. When the virus broke out, most of our fleet was on exercises in the open sea, so we dodged the initial outbreak on land. We thought that with the warships we could hold the coastline and the ports. Wang Jianxi's fingers unconsciously rubbed the rim of his cup, his voice laced with undisguised weariness. But no one expected that this virus wouldn't just ravage the land. It didn't spare the sea either. The night before last, a Type 052D destroyer on a patrol mission in coastal waters sent back its last complete communication, reporting an encounter with a mutated sea monster. It was a blue whale infected by the virus over 30 meters long. It burst out from a shallow reef area, first smashing the bow sonar, then wrecking the portside gas turbine intake, crippling most of the ship's power. He paused, picked up the overturned black-and-white photo from the desk, glanced at it, then quickly turned it back down. His Adam's apple bobbed as his voice dropped lower. The water there was too shallow, less than 10 meters deep. The warship couldn't maneuver to evade. The blue whale was too close, the ship's torpedoes had a minimum firing range, and the main gun couldn't depress enough to hit it. The captain had to order the Type 1130 Closian weapon system to fire horizontally. It took over 1,000 armor-piercing rounds to kill that monster. But the port side was torn open with 3 huge breaches. The flooding was too fast, the beach landing attempt failed, and the ship sank. Of the more than 300 men on board, fewer than half were rescued. Now we don't dare send any formation into deep waters. The shipboard radar can't detect mutants underwater. Going out is just gambling with lives. Lin Chen's heart sank. He had seen the mutated zombies on land, witnessed the ferocity of wild dogs that had fed on zombie flesh, but he had never imagined that even the colossal creatures of the deep sea could be infected, nor that a mainstay Navy destroyer could be lost so close to shore. It's not just the sea, Wang Jianqi continued. Many of the sailors who came ashore were infected in the initial chaos. Some were bitten by zombies charging from the shore, others ate coastal catches contaminated by zombie corpses. Let me make this clear, the virus only affects warm-blooded animals. Fish and shrimp, cold-blooded poikilothermic creatures, won't be infected, but their skin and gills can carry live virus. If you eat them without thoroughly cooking them, the virus can enter through the digestive tract. Right now, the entire Eastern Fleet can field less than 1/10 of its original combat strength. Most of our forces are spread thin on the defensive lines. We can't even muster enough personnel for 2 rotating shifts. He rubbed his brow, then looked at Lin Chen with a solemn tone. The ordinary survivors in the camp don't know any of this. We're afraid of triggering a riot. I'm telling you because you're about to travel hundreds of kilometers through infected zones. You need to understand the situation out there. There is no absolutely safe place. The road north will be even more perilous than the journey you've already made. Once these words leave this room, I'll deny ever saying them. You can't mention them to anyone, understand? Lin Chen nodded silently, waiting for him to continue. As for the virus, the few remaining experts at the Central Research Institute have managed to produce some research results. The command just distributed them to us. Wang Jianqi pulled open a drawer, took out a document stamped with a classified seal, skimmed through it, and then relayed the key points to Lin Chen. First, if you're bitten by a zombie, the virus spreads through the bloodstream with a 100% infection rate. There are no exceptions so far. No matter how strong a person's resistance, they won't last more than 24 hours. Second, people with different blood types show markedly different resistance to the virus. Those with type O blood as well as negative blood, the so-called panda blood, have much stronger resistance to contact infections like scratches compared to other blood types, making them less likely to be infected. But that doesn't mean they can't be infected by bites. It just means their risk of contact infection is lower. The camp is now surveying the blood types of all survivors. We're prioritizing assigning type O individuals to positions like medical logistics and second-line defenses, roles with high contact infection risk, but lower likelihood of direct bites. Third, as I mentioned, the virus only affects warm-blood animals. Cold-blooded animals won't be infected, but may carry the virus. Any warm-blood creature, whether flying in the sky or running on the ground, that eats infected zombie flesh or is bitten by an infected animal will mutate. Around the camp, we send out patrols every day to cull wild dogs and crows that come to feed on zombie corpses. A few days ago, a flock of mutated crows smashed through a sentry post window and injured 2 guards. On your journey north, stay far away from scavengers and carnivores. After mutation, they're fast, evasive, and can coordinate group attacks, 10 times harder to deal with than ordinary zombies. Lin Chen's fingers tightened slightly. He recalled the pack of wild dogs with red eyes he had encountered earlier in Liuhe town, which had tried to outflank them. That must have been a precursor to mutation. The worst part is the virus is still evolving. Wang Jianqi's tone grew heavier. According to the experts, the virus mutates rapidly. In as little as 10 days, or at most a couple of months, even more powerful mutant individuals could emerge. When we cleared the grain depot on the outskirts, before the zombies just mindlessly banged on the doors. Now the ones we encounter on the outer defenses, a very few of them, can already climb walls, and they're much stronger than before. If it keeps evolving, no one knows what they'll become. Silence fell over the office, broken only by the faint beeping of radios from outside, making the atmosphere even heavier. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Wang Jianqi. Chief of Staff, there's one more thing. I heard from Ma Yong that the virus outbreak was too sudden, too globally synchronized. Could it be? We have a strong suspicion internally, but no solid proof. Wang Jianqi cut him off, a chill in his eyes. For all major cities worldwide to erupt simultaneously within the same hour with no diffusion gradient, the only possibility is a deliberate global deployment. But now all communications are down. We can't find more evidence or trace who did it. He took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, his voice tinged with helplessness. All signals from abroad have basically... The last message from the so-called most powerful nation, the United States, reported the fall of its capital, a military mutiny, and the entire country plunged into complete anarchy, overrun by gangs and zombies. Europe, South Asia, Africa. It's even worse there. No complete emergency communications ever came through. We can basically conclude they're completely lost. Things aren't much better here at home. Wang Jianqi continued. Of the major command zones across the country, only our eastern zone and the central zone can still maintain stable encrypted communications and have set up a few functioning settlement camps. The northeast, northwest, and southwest. Either they've gone completely silent or they've become territories of local warlords. Government orders can't even get out of the county seats. The military strength is decimated. Less than a tenth remains. Most of the officers and soldiers fell in the initial outbreak, either sacrificing themselves to cover the evacuation of civilians or getting infected. He pointed toward the officers in the outer office. Half of those people out there are cadets fresh out of military academies, and the other half are civilian staff scraped together from various units. There are hardly any left who've actually been on a real battlefield. So the command has already issued an order. In 3 days we're going to start recruiting soldiers from among the camp survivors. Men aged 18 to 40 voluntary enlistment. They'll get food, lodging, weapons, and their families will receive priority supplies. There's no choice. If we don't replenish our ranks, this defensive line will eventually be overrun by the zombie tide. Lin Chen felt as if a boulder had been pressed onto his heart. Before this, he had only thought about heading north to find his parents. He had never realized that the entire country, the entire world, had already fallen to such a dire state. Seeing the gravity on Lin Chen's face, Wang Jianqi softened his tone. I'm not telling you all this to scare you, but to make sure you're fully aware. If you want to go north to find your parents, I won't stop you. It's only human. But all I can give you is what I can squeeze out. He paused, tapping his fingers on the desk, hinting, wherever there are people, there are factions. Even more so in the apocalypse. This camp isn't a monolith. The Navy, the remaining army garrison troops, and the local cadres. 3 sides all together fighting tooth and nail over every scrap of supplies, equipment, and manpower. I can give you a green light because you brought back the 8x8. That's a combat merit. No one dares to openly object. But anything beyond that, I'm afraid I can't help. You'll have to understand. I understand. Lin Chen nodded earnestly. Chief of Staff, I'm already very grateful that you've told me all this. I came today to ask for a few favors as well. Go ahead. The windshield of my warrior vehicle was cracked by a zombie ramming into it. I'd like your help in finding materials to repair it and replace it with thicker bulletproof glass. Also for the 2 Terramonts in the warrior, I'd like the logistics workshop to reinforce and modify them. Weld on armor plating, install bulletproof glass, and do basic protection work. Lin Chen paused, then continued. Our team has quite a few people and a lot of supplies to carry. The current vehicles aren't enough. I'd like to request another warrior light transport vehicle, one that can haul cargo and also mount a machine gun. Wang Jianqi raised an eyebrow after hearing this, stared at Lin Chen for a couple of seconds, then suddenly laughed. You sure don't hold back, do you? Fine, I'll approve it. He picked up the internal phone on his desk, dialed a number, and spoke in a deep voice. Logistics. This is Wang Jianqi. Send me a set of factory original bulletproof windshield for a warrior vehicle. Then take all the bulletproof steel plates stripped from the scrapped armored vehicles in the warehouse, plus the leftover armor stock, and send them to the maintenance shop, enough for 4 vehicles. Also dispatch 4 sets of vehicle bulletproof glass and 16 puncture-resistant off-road tires to the maintenance, and bring that 4-wheel drive warrior reserve transport vehicle, the one with the damaged front end that just got repaired, to the shop too. Yes, the one with the roof-mounted machine gun mount. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Chen. Everything's ready for you. 16 tires, all 4 vehicles get new ones. The ones you take off, if they're in good condition, keep them as spares. I've already spoken to the maintenance shop. They'll work 2 shifts around the clock for you. It'll be done in 3 days, just in time before you set off. Also, I'm approving a 12.7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun for your warrior jeep with an internal mount and periscope sight, so you can fire without climbing onto the roof. A Type 80 general-purpose machine gun for the transport vehicle, also modified with an internal mount that can be operated from the passenger seat. For ammunition, you'll get 800 rounds of heavy machine gun ammo, 1,000 rounds for the general-purpose machine gun, 1,500 rifle rounds, 500 pistol rounds, and 8 hand grenades, enough for emergencies on the road. He paused, then added, I'm squeezing all this out under a lot of pressure. If it weren't for the radar you brought back, giving the camp an extra early warning layer, I couldn't have gotten you a single steel plate. There are plenty of people eyeing my position. Don't cause me any trouble, and don't tell anyone that I authorized these things for you. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Lin Chen stood up and gave a solemn salute. Don't thank me. Wang Jianqi waved his hand, also standing up, and patted him on the shoulder. These are to help you reach Jishur alive, not to go on a suicide mission. Remember, if you run into something you can't handle on the road, fall back. As long as you're within 50 kilometers, my encrypted radio can reach you, and I can send a patrol to pick you up. He opened a drawer, pulled out a black military backpack, and handed it to Lin Chen. Inside are 4 handheld encrypted radios with a 20-kilometer range on flat terrain for internal convoy communication, and 1 small shortwave encrypted radio for long-range communication with command. There's also a military map with routes our patrols have taken before. I've marked spots that were previously confirmed to have supplies and no large zombie hordes, but it's been over half a month, so take it only as a reference, not gospel. And a few boxes of broad-spectrum antibiotics and emergency medicine. You'll need them on the road. Oh, and one more thing. A portable battlefield reconnaissance radar we've phased out. It has a maximum effective detection range of 5 kilometers against moving clustered heat sources like zombie hordes or mutant beasts, and up to 6 kilometers for a single vehicle target. Terrain obstructions affect it significantly. Ma Yong and Jiangcheng know how to operate it. Mounted on the transport vehicle, ITLL give you enough early warning on the road. Lin Chen took the backpack. It was heavy, and a wave of warmth surged through his heart. In this apocalypse where human life was as cheap as weeds, this help was truly precious. By the time he emerged from the command post, the sun had already climbed high. Lin Chen strode briskly toward the tent area with his backpack. As he turned a corner, he spotted old Zhou waiting for him by a utility pole, with Li Teniu standing beside him looking ill at ease, his fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, clearly wanting to speak, yet too embarrassed to do so openly. How did it go? Old Zhou stepped forward, lowering his voice. Let's talk back at the tent, Lin Chen replied, patting his arm. He turned to Li Teniu and said, Brother Teniu, if you have something to say, we can discuss it in the tent. There are no outsiders here. Li Teniu let out a relieved breath and quickly nodded, following them toward the tent area. When they returned, everyone had gathered inside Lin Chen's tent waiting for his arrival. Lin Chen shared with the group what he could from Wang Jianche's briefing. The pressure on the camp, the risk of viral mutation precautions along the route, and the matters of vehicle modification and material assistance. He explained everything clearly but omitted not a single word of the military's classified information. The tent fell into a profound silence. No one spoke, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. The first to break the silence was Lu Guifang. Holding Nyo in her arms, her hand clenched tightly around her daughter's clothes, her eyes re-dimmed, she spoke with a choked voice. Captain Lin, thank you for looking after us mother and daughter along the way. If it weren't for you, our family would have died back in Liuhe town, and we wouldn't even have been able to find Nyo's grave. But Nyo is still too young. The journey has been far too perilous. I simply can't bear to drag her through more hardship. She sniffled and continued, the shelter has food and lodging and soldiers on guard. It's safe. Teniu also went to ask around. The construction site is hiring workers. They provide meals and even give out grain rations. It's enough to support us. Our family. We've decided to stay. We're not heading north with you. Nyo nestled in her mother's arms, her bright, dark eyes shifting from Lu Guifang to Lin Chen. Her small hand clutched something tightly, and she remained timidly silent. Lin Chen looked at them, having long anticipated this. He nodded gently, his tone warm. Sister-in-law, I understand. It's stable here. Staying is the right choice. Nyo is still young. She shouldn't have to risk the dangers with us. From now on, just live well here. Nothing matters. Captain Lin. Li Teniu stood up, bowed deeply to Lin Chen, and old Zhou, his voice hoarse. Words cannot express my gratitude. If you ever return to Golden Bay in the future, you must come find us. As long as I, Li Teniu, have even a single bite to eat, I will never let you go without. My wife and I have to stay. Thank you for saving our lives. You're too kind, old Zhou said, patting him on the shoulder. We've been through this together, brothers. No need for such talk. The second to speak was Li Ming. She sat in the corner of the tent, twisting the hem of her shirt. When she noticed everyone looking at her, she took a deep breath, lifted her head, and met their gazes with firm resolve. Captain Lin, I want to stay too. The doctor at the medical tent told me they're short of experienced nurses. I worked in the emergency department of the city hospital for 3 years before. I can be of help here. Here I can save more people. She lacked the courage to admit she was still afraid of the outside world, so she simply She paused, her eyes reddening. Thank you, and Brother Zhou, for taking care of me all this way. If it weren't for you, I would have died at the forestry station. I hope you both stay safe, find your parents, and that everything turns out well. Lin Chen nodded, offering no insistence. He understood Li Ming's unspoken thoughts. Still, with her medical experience, staying at the medical tent would indeed allow her to make a greater contribution and provide her with a stable refuge, sparing her the hardships and dangers of traveling with them. Captain Lin, I'm definitely coming with you. There's no need to ask. Xiao, he propped himself up, his face still pale, but his tone unwaveringly firm. Suya immediately reached out to support him. Suya also lifted her head, her gaze steady as she looked at Lin Chen. I'm coming too. I can take care of Xiao, he helped with cooking, stand guard, and organize supplies. I'm not afraid of hardship, and I'm not afraid of danger. Lin Chen looked at them silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. Xiao's wound hasn't healed yet, so you'll ride in the second vehicle. Old Chen will drive nice and steady. Focus on recovering and don't move around. Old Chen immediately nodded. He had been rescued from the supermarket and brought to the 4S shop before following Lin Chen. With decades of experience as a machinist, he was highly skilled, a man of few words, but reliable, and had never let them down throughout the journey. I'm going with you, Zhang Lei also spoke up. I won't say much more. I've already said it before. I'm a professional surgeon. It's as simple as that. I'm coming too. Old Qian raised his hand and chuckled. Hee, wherever Captain Lin goes I go. I'm Captain Lin's little sidekick. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng exchanged a glance, then stood up simultaneously and saluted Lin Chen. Captain Lin, the Chief of Staff, has approved a 15-day external reconnaissance mission for us. We're to head north with you, surveying the epidemic zone and mutant movements along the way, testing the portable radar's performance, and sending intelligence back to headquarters. Beyond 15 days, we'll send an encrypted radio report every 3 days. We've got the safety warnings for this journey covered. We won't hold you back. Lin Chen looked at the people in the tent, feeling a warmth fill his heart. Tiany's family and Li Ming had chosen safety and stability, while the rest were willing to follow him on this unknown and perilous journey north. He took a deep breath, stood up, and swept his gaze across everyone, his voice resolute. All right. Then it's settled. We'll set out at dawn 3 days from now, heading north to Jishur. For the next 3 days, everyone gets moving. Old Chun, and Xiao, he will follow the logistics team and oversee the vehicle modifications. Make sure all 4 vehicles are upgraded to the safest possible state, especially the firing ports. They need to be fitted with closable armored covers sealed normally to prevent accidents. Old Zhou, you'll take Ma Yong and Jiangcheng to inventory the weapons and ammunition. Disassemble and service every single gun, ensuring each one can fire properly. Distribute the ammunition by vehicle and secure it within easy reach. Zhang Lei and Suya, you're responsible for preparing medicine, food, drinking water, as well as sleeping bags, tents, and cooking gear for the road. Stock up on as many practical supplies as you can. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Over the next 3 days, the entire team was busier than ever, barely stopping. In the maintenance workshop, Old Chun and Xiao, he practically lived there, supervising the mechanics as they modified. Both Terramonts had their bodies welded with high-strength bulletproof steel plates. Even the door gaps were sealed. The windows were replaced with thicker bulletproof glass, and impact-resistant steel beams were added inside the doors. The tires were swapped for new puncture-proof off-road tires, and even the fuel tanks were wrapped in steel plates to prevent them from being shot and exploding. 2 armored firing ports with covers were installed on each side of the vehicles. Lin Chen's Warrior Jeep had its front windshield replaced with factory bulletproof glass. All cracks in the body were welded and reinforced, and a 12.7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun was installed on the roof. The ammunition box was welded directly into the body to prevent it from falling off during rough rides. Inside, a fixed weapon rack was added to securely hold rifles and pistols, preventing accidental discharges from movement. The newly added Warrior transport truck had its cargo compartment reinforced in layers. The lower level for fuel drums, spare tires, and repair tools, the upper level for food, water, tents, and other supplies. Both sides of the cargo compartment were fitted with firing ports featuring protective mesh and closable armored covers. The roof-mounted general-purpose machine gun was modified with an interior control mount, allowing the passenger to operate it via a periscope. It could serve both as a transport vehicle and a mobile bunker, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Old Zhou, along with Ma Yong and Jiangcheng, disassembled every weapon and meticulously serviced them. Each gun barrel was polished to a shine, every part was inspected, and any components that were jammed or rusted were replaced. They counted and recounted the ammunition approved by Wang Jinsha, wrapped it in oil paper, and sorted it into waterproof ammunition boxes. The boxes were then distributed and secured in each vehicle, ensuring that everyone could grab ammunition easily in an emergency. Zhang Lei and Suya organized all the medical supplies meticulously. First aid kits, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, iodine gauze, bandages, and specialized wound treatment medications, filling 2 large crates. Li Ming even brought over several boxes of scarce cold and fever medication, repeatedly urging them to keep warm and avoid catching a cold on the road. Food and water were also well prepared: 8 boxes of military compressed biscuits, 12 boxes of canned meat and fruit, 20 bags of vacuum-packed rice, 2 sets of gasoline stoves with full cookware, 50 liters of dedicated gasoline, and a box of solid alcohol, enough for cooking on the road. They stocked 15 20-liter containers of purified water for emergencies, along with 10 boxes of water purification tablets and 2 manual water filters, so they could filter river or rainwater along the way without needing to carry excessive water. Lu Guifang, along with Wang Zihua, spent the night baking dozens of durable unleavened flatbreads and pickling a large jar of vegetables, which they packed for the team to eat in emergencies on the road. By the evening before departure, all preparations were complete. 4 vehicles were parked neatly in the open space in front of the tents. Their armored bodies gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the setting sun, and the machine guns on the roofs exuded an air of deadly intent. Each vehicle was fully fueled, and all supplies were loaded and secured, ready and waiting. Lin Chen led everyone in a final inventory of supplies and vehicles, confirming that nothing was missing. Old Zhou walked over, handed him a cigarette, and lit one for himself. Gazing at the distant container wall, he said quietly, "Everything's ready. We can leave at dawn tomorrow." Lin Chen took the cigarette, but didn't light it, holding it between his fingers. He looked at the 4 vehicles before him, at his companions by his side, and nodded gently. "Yes, we're ready." That evening, Tiany's family, Li Ming, and a few familiar soldiers from the camp came to see them off. Nyo took a wrinkled fruit candy from her pocket and pressed it into Lin Chen's hand. It was one he had given her back in Liuhe town, which she had never been willing to eat. She whispered, "Uncle Lin, this is for you. It's sweet. Eat it on the road, and you won't be scared." Lin Chen took the candy, still warm from her body, crouched down, and ruffled Nyo's hair. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Nyo. You have to be good here, eat well, and grow up fast." Lu Guifang, her eyes red, handed a cloth bundle to Suya. Inside were several knee pads she had sewn overnight and a few pairs of thick socks. She urged repeatedly. It gets cold on the road. Wear these knee pads to protect your legs from the chill. Take care of yourself, and take care of Xiaohe. You must stay safe. The farewells stretched late into the night before everyone finally dispersed. In the tent, Lin Chen sat on a small stool studying the military map Wang Jianqi had given him by the light of a kerosene lamp. His fingers slowly traced the route north. From Golden Bay to Jishur, a journey of 600 kilometers, they would have to cross the epidemic zones of 3 prefecture-level cities along with countless towns and wilderness. The road ahead was unknown and fraught with danger. Old Zhou leaned against the tent entrance, watching him in silence. Old Zhou, do you think my parents are still alive? Lin Chen suddenly asked, his voice very soft, carrying a hint of unease he himself hadn't noticed. Old Zhou was silent for a few seconds before replying. They must be alive. They're definitely waiting for you to come back to them. Lin Chen looked up at the pitch-black night sky outside the tent. The stars were bright, like countless eyes. He tightened his grip on the map, silently vowing, Dad, Mom, wait for me. I'm coming home soon. The next morning at the break of dawn, the shelter was still mostly asleep, with only sporadic mechanical sounds drifting from the distant construction area. All 4 vehicles were already running their engines, emitting a low rumble. Headlights cut through the morning mist, illuminating the road ahead. They lined up strictly according to the predetermined formation. Vehicle 1, Warrior Jeep, lead vehicle Lin Chen at the wheel, Old Zhou in the passenger seat ready to operate the roof-mounted heavy machine gun. Vehicle 2, Modified Terramont, second vehicle Old Chen driving Suya in the front passenger seat, the injured Xiao, he lying in the back. Vehicle 3, Modified Terramont, third vehicle Zhang Shunk driving Zhang Lei in the front passenger seat, with the little girl Zhou Xiaoyu in the back along with medical supplies and equipment. Vehicle 4, Warrior small transport truck trailing vehicle Old Qian driving Ma Yong in the passenger seat ready to operate the roof-mounted general-purpose machine gun. The cargo compartment was packed with all the supplies, and the portable radar was secured at the front of the compartment to ensure Uno. Li Tainia's family and Li Ming stood by the roadside to see them off. Lu Guifang holding Nyo kept waving, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Wang Jianqi also came dressed in a clean set of marine camouflage, flanked by 2 guards. He walked up to Lin Chen's vehicle and knocked on the window. Lin Chen rolled down the window and looked at him. I've told you everything I needed to, Wang Jianqi said, bending down to look at Lin Chen in the car, his tone solemn. Be careful on the road. If you run into something you can't handle, fall back. Don't fight recklessly. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Take good care of Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng for me. He handed in a small metal plate engraved with a unique identification number. This is a temporary Navy pass. The number is linked to Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng's external mission. If you encounter any of our Navy patrols along the way, present this. After they verify the number, they'll provide you with whatever assistance they can. Ma Yong, Zhang Sheng, remember, you must send your first reconnaissance report within 15 days. Is that clear? Understood, Chief of Staff. Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng immediately responded over the intercom, their voices loud and clear. Lin Chen took the plate, clutching it in his hand, and nodded. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Don't worry. They'll do my best to keep them safe. Wang Jianqi smiled, patted the car door, straightened up, and gave the convoy a standard military salute. Everyone inside the vehicles instinctively sat up straighter. Move out. Lin Chen pressed the intercom, his voice cutting clearly through to every vehicle. The headlights of all 4 vehicles blazed simultaneously as they slowly began to roll forward, heading toward the campsite gate. The sentry, seeing the convoy, immediately removed the barriers and pulled open the iron gate. As the convoy drove out of the camp, the morning sun was just rising from the eastern horizon over the sea. Golden sunlight flooded the entire wilderness, casting long shadows from the 4 vehicles. Behind them lay the temporarily safe Golden Bay shelter, a place of human warmth, of halted footsteps. Ahead lay 600 kilometers of unknown wilderness, epidemic zones teeming with zombies, mutated beasts, and countless unseen dangers. But it was also the direction of home. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed firmly on the road stretching into the distance. He pressed gently on the accelerator, and the speed of the vehicle slowly increased. Ma Yong's voice came through the intercom, tinged with excitement and determination. Captain Lin, the portable radar scan is normal. No large-scale moving heat sources within 5 kilometers. The road conditions are good. Acknowledged, Lin Chen replied. He looked ahead at the ever-brightening morning light, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The journey north had from this moment truly begun. By the time the morning sun had fully emerged from the sea, the convoy had already traveled over 60 kilometers from the Golden Bay settlement camp. The asphalt road had softened under the scorching summer sun, with cracks filled by weeds as tall as a man. Abandoned vehicles littered the road from one end to the horizon. Family cars burned down to black iron frames, refrigerated trucks overturned in drainage ditches, and a dozen passenger buses tangled in a chain collision, their shattered windows scattered across the ground, their surfaces covered in dark scratches and dried bloodstains. The wind swept across the wilderness, carrying a mix of rot and gasoline. Even with the windows tightly shut, the cloying, sweet-scented odor unique to this post-apocalyptic world seeped relentlessly into their nostrils. The lead vehicle, a Warrior off-road Jeep, maintained a steady speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead, the open fields on both sides, and the rearview mirrors. His star camouflage sleeves were tightly fastened, and the pistol at his waist was already loaded and fitted with a silencer, the holster unbuttoned. His fingers rested on the wheel, ready to draw and fire in a single motion. In the passenger seat, old Joe rested his fingers on the control handle of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun, his eyes fixed on the overgrown fields on either side. A cigarette dangled unlit from the corner of his mouth. In this environment where danger could strike at any moment, the slightest unusual noise could attract fatal trouble. The zombies had incredibly acute hearing, and even a single gunshot could draw the horde from miles around. Captain Lin, no large heat sources detected within 5 kilometers ahead. 7 scattered solitary zombies are wandering in the weeds over 100 meters from the road. Their vision is poor. They haven't noticed the distant convoy only moving aimlessly with the wind. They won't affect our progress. Ma Yong's voice came through the encrypted radio, carrying the steady calm of a soldier. The portable radar in the trailing vehicle was continuously scanning the road ahead, providing the convoy with a 5-kilometer early warning line. Copy that. Maintain surveillance focus on the blind spots on both sides. Lin Chen pressed the radio to reply, his eyes sweeping over the military map spread across the center console. The northward route marked in red was clearly visible. A 600-kilometer journey from Golden Bay to Jishur City, crossing the core epidemic zones of 3 prefecture-level cities. They hadn't even reached the outskirts of the first city, Linshur. In the storage compartment next to the map lay a crumpled fruit candy that Nyo had given him, its wrapper worn, and Lin Chen's fingertips traced across the map, a flicker of rare tenderness flashing in his eyes before it was replaced by an icy calm. He knew all too well that from the moment they drove out the side gate of the settlement, the world of warmth and humanity they'd left behind had become a distant memory. Ahead lay only a wilderness teeming with zombies, ever-evolving mutants, and countless unknown dangers. The convoy had barely advanced another 3 kilometers when the speed dropped sharply. The national highway ahead was completely blocked. 7 or 8 semi-trailer trucks were tangled together in a massive wreck, blocking the entire 4-lane road. Even the emergency lane was sealed off by an overturned cement mixer, its cracked shell still leaking solidified concrete. There was no room to bypass. Trouble, old Joe muttered, lowering his binoculars. It'll take at least half a day to clear this mess. The noise will attract every zombie within earshot. We can't afford to stay here. Lin Chen had already spread the map out again, his finger tracing quickly across the paper before he stopped. There's a junction 1 kilometer ahead. We'll take a county road west, go around 5 kilometers, and rejoin the highway past the blockage. The county road goes through a village called Wangjiatan. According to pre-outbreak maps, it was a small settlement. It should be empty by now. All vehicles, attention. The highway ahead is completely blocked. We're switching to the county road. Old Joe picked up the radio, his voice low. The county road is flanked by cornfields. Visibility is limited, and our radar range will be severely reduced. Lock all doors, close all windows, open all firing ports. Confirm rifle and pistol silencers are attached, weapons loaded. Maintain a 50-meter distance. Do not fall behind under any circumstances. Do not use vehicle-mounted machine guns unless absolutely necessary. The noise will attract every horde for miles. Vehicle 2 copy. Vehicle 3 copy. Vehicle 4 copy. The responses came in sequence over the radio. Lin Chen turned the wheel, and the warrior jeep led the convoy onto the county road at the fork. The cement road was crumbling and potholed, causing the vehicle to bounce incessantly. Their speed was forced down to 20 kilometers per hour. On both sides, the cornfields were impenetrable, the stalks overgrown and towering above a man's height. The wind rustled through them with a sound like countless hands rubbing together, completely blocking their view of the surroundings. They could only see the road less than 100 meters ahead. Inside the sealed cabin, a suffocating tension immediately filled the air. Captain Lin, the cornfields are severely blocking our radar. Effective scanning range is reduced to 1 kilometer ahead and 100 meters on each side. Heat signatures are obstructed. We can't achieve full identification. Ma Yong's voice came through the radio again, this time carrying a clear note of gravity. Copy that. Lin Chen's voice was flat, but carried an unyielding command. Old Chen focused the trailing vehicle on our rear. Do not let anything flank us. All vehicles enter combat readiness. If anything charges, don't wait for orders. Open fire immediately. No sooner had he spoken than Suya in Vehicle 2 had already chambered a round in her silenced rifle and reached over to adjust the blanket over Xiaohe. Xiaohe sat in the back seat, his abdominal wound still unhealed, his face pale. Yet he firmly gripped a pistol, also silenced, his knuckles white from the strain. Suya glanced at him and said softly, "Don't move. We've got you." "I'm fine," Xiaohe replied, his voice quiet but resolute. "If something happens, I'll take them out one by one. I won't hold the team back." In Vehicle 3, Jiangcheng held the steering wheel steady, one hand resting on his rifle stock. In the passenger seat, Zhang Lei had already moved the first aid kit to her feet, with disinfectant tourniquets and antibiotics neatly arranged for quick access. Her rifle was also silenced and loaded. Xiaoyu sat quietly in the back, staring wide-eyed at the tense Zhang Lei clutching his own dagger. In the trailing vehicle, old Qian stared intently at the rearview mirror. Ma Yong kept one hand on the control handle of the roof-mounted machine gun and the other on the radar screen, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. The convoy jolted forward for 2 kilometers. As they rounded a sharp bend, several overturned vans suddenly appeared on the road, blocking half the lane. Beside them lay the partially eaten, decayed remains of zombies, already black with rot. Lin Chen had just stepped on the brakes, preparing to have Old Joe clear the debris, when the low-frequency vibrations of the convoy's engines and the scent of living humans from the sealed cabins drifted into the depths of the cornfield. The next second, the stalks on both sides exploded. Over a dozen grayish-yellow figures, accompanied by a maddening, piercing howl, shot out like arrows, charging straight at the convoy. Mutant zombie dogs. Each one stood half as tall as a man, their fur mostly gone, revealing bloody, festering skin. Their murky eyes held only a ferocious, murderous gleam. Fangs grew long enough to protrude from their lips, and a mix of drool and black blood dripped from their jaws onto the ground. Their vision was poor, they relied entirely on sound and smell to lock onto the convoy's direction. Their bodies were a full size larger than the pack Lin Chen had encountered in Liuhe town, and their speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the convoy, their sharp claws scraping against the cement with a piercing screech. Here they come. Everyone fight back. Lin Chen slammed the radio button and floored the accelerator. The warrior jeep let out a low roar and surged forward, its front bumper slamming into 2 charging zombie dogs. The immense impact sent both mutants flying 7 or 8 meters. One of them had its spine snapped on impact, its lower body completely paralyzed, but it still dragged itself toward the sound of the engine barking ferociously. The other smashed its head against the curb, its skull shattering, and finally fell still. The vehicle barely shuddered, suffering no damage. Almost simultaneously, Old Joe pulled the trigger on the heavy machine gun. A deafening roar echoed down the county road as the 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds, trailing tongues of fire, erupted from the roof-mounted gun. The 3 leading zombie dogs didn't even have time to finish their howls before they were blown into a mist of blood, their flesh and bone fragments splattering across the ground. The other 3 vehicles opened fire at the same time. From the firing ports of vehicles 2 and 3, silenced rifles let out a series of dull thuds. They didn't tear through the sky with thunderous roars, but each shot carried an undeniable force. Old Chen held the steering wheel steady, maintaining their speed to prevent the dogs from surrounding them. Suya pressed against the firing port, her fingers white from gripping the rifle. It was her first time facing such ferocious mutants, and her heart pounded as if it would shatter her ribs. She closed her eyes, steadied her breath, and pulled the trigger at the zombie dog clawing at her door. The silencer coughed twice. The first shot struck the armored door, sending up a shower of sparks. The second shot barely tore into the beast's foreleg, sending bone shards and black blood spraying out. But the zombie dog seemed unfazed, showing no pause. Instead, the scent of living humans drove it into an even greater frenzy. It let out a vicious roar, slammed its head against the window, and scraped its sharp claws across the glass, leaving a web of white scratches. Seeing this, Old Chen wrenched the steering while swinging the vehicle hard. The body slammed the monster under the wheels, instantly crushing it into pulp. In Vehicle 3, Jiangcheng spun the wheel to shake off 2 zombie dogs that had leaped onto the hood. Zhang Lei pressed herself against the firing port, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she gripped her rifle. She was a surgeon, steady as a rock with a scalpel, but holding a rifle, the barrel seemed to have a mind of its own. 2 zombie dogs, drawn by the noise and scent inside the vehicle, clung to the windows. Their murky eyes rolled aimlessly, and their fangs gnashed against the bulletproof glass with a grating screech. Zhang Lei gritted her teeth and fired repeatedly. The silencer coughed out a series of dull reports. Most of the 4 or 5 bullets struck the monster's torsos, tearing through their festering flesh. Even one round pierced its abdomen, spilling blackish red entrails mixed with blood. Yet the 2 zombie dogs felt no pain, clinging to the window with increasing force and ferocity. Jiangcheng slammed on the brakes. The inertia threw the zombie dogs to the ground. Before they could scramble up and lunge again, Old Joe's heavy machine gun swept across, turning their heads into a fine mist and leaving them lifeless. In the trailing vehicle, Ma Yong manned the roof-mounted general-purpose machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage at the zombie dogs pursuing from behind. The roar of the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun was equally deafening. Bullets rained down like a tempest, tearing apart the 4 zombie dogs attempting to flank them from the rear. Yet even with shattered legs and mangled torsos, as long as their heads remained intact, they dragged themselves toward the convoy, emitting low, guttural growls. Old Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, maintaining a 50-meter gap from Vehicle 3 to prevent any disconnection in the convoy. But these mutated zombie dogs were far more cunning than they had imagined. Instead of foolishly charging at the steel wall of the front vehicle, they used the cornfield for cover, relying on hearing and smell to discern the convoy's formation. They split into 2 groups, one feigned an attack from the front to divert attention, while the other circled to the side and rear, targeting the gaps between wheels and windows. 2 of the largest zombie dogs exploited the blind spot created by the vehicle's turn, leaping directly onto the roof of Vehicle 3. Target on the roof of Vehicle 3. Hold steady. Lin Chen, seeing it clearly in the rearview mirror, shouted into the Jiangcheng jerked the steering wheel hard, causing the vehicle to sway violently from side to side. The two zombie dogs on the roof lost their grip and were flung off. One was instantly obliterated by old Joe's heavy machine gun. The other, with a broken foreleg, still dragged itself toward the cornfield, attempting to circle around and continue the pursuit by scent. Ma Yong finished it off with precise headshots, leaving it motionless in the roadside ditch. The entire assault lasted less than 10 minutes. The gunfire gradually ceased, leaving the country road littered with the corpses of mutated zombie dogs. A thick stench of blood mingled with gunpowder, saturating the air. Amid the idling engines, only two zombie dogs, their torsos torn apart, but not yet dead, writhed violently on the ground. Their claws scraped the earth as they stretched their heads toward the convoy's engine, noise emitting ferocious growls. Old Joe ended their struggle with two muffled shots from his suppressed rifle, each round finding its mark in their heads. Report status from each vehicle. Lin Chen pressed the radio, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Vehicle 2, all clear. No injuries. Minor scratches on the exterior, no impact on functionality. Vehicle 3, all clear. No injuries. Minor claw marks on the roof, nothing serious. Vehicle 4, all clear. No injuries. Vehicle fully operational. Hearing the confirmation of no casualties, Lin Chen's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Old Joe, having completed a security sweep with his rifle, gave him a safety signal. The others also disembarked to inspect the vehicles and the carcasses of the zombie dogs. Old Joe turned and walked to the rear of Vehicle 3, where Xiaoyu sat obediently. He asked Xiaoyu, "Are you scared?" Xiaoyu flashed a bright smile. "With Dad and Brother Lin here, I'm not scared. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen this before. I'm not a little girl anymore, Dad." Old Joe affectionately ruffled Xiaoyu's hair and smiled. Zhang lay crouched beside a zombie dog carcass, using a scalpel to cut through the fur and skull. Her brow furrowed deeper. The muscle density of these mutants is at least double that of an ordinary wild dog, and the bone hardness far exceeds normal levels. The virus has completely destroyed their pain receptors. Unless the brain or spine is directly destroyed, they won't stop attacking even if their torso is torn apart. They operate purely on the instinct to feed and attack, far more aggressive than regular zombies. She paused, then pointed to the zombie dog's eyes, nasal cavity, and ear canals. Their vision is extremely poor, they can barely see stationary objects. They rely entirely on hearing and smell to lock onto targets. Our engine noise and the scent of living humans inside the vehicles can be detected from several kilometers away. The same applies to regular zombies. Their hearing is incredibly acute, their vision is poor, and their sense of taste is nearly gone. They track targets only by sound and the scent of blood at close range. They're slightly less effective trackers than these zombie dogs, but they make up for it in numbers. There's something more troublesome. Old Joe crouched beside another corpse, using a dagger to extract a deformed rifle bullet from the zombie dog's torso. His face darkened instantly. "This isn't our bullet. It's a 7.62mm standard rifle round, domestically produced, but not our model. These zombie dogs have been shot before." Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He walked over, took the bullet, and ran his fingers over the deformed casing. Then he scanned the cornfields on either side. Fresh footprints trampled the stalks, and several empty shell casings lay scattered in the grass. The scratches on the casings were still fresh, clearly left within the last 24 hours. There are armed individuals nearby, and not just one or two. Lin Chen stood up, his gaze fixed on the outline of a village not far ahead along the country road. Either they engaged these zombie dogs and we stumbled into the aftermath, or they deliberately made noise and left a scent trail to lure the dogs here, using them to block the road, or even to test passing convoys. "So do we take a detour?" Old Chen approached, his usual joking demeanor gone. "Who knows what kind of trouble is hiding in this village? No need to force our way through. There's no detour." Lin Chen shook his head, spreading out a map and pointing. "Going back would add over 30 kilometers. We wouldn't make it back to the national highway before dark, and traveling unfamiliar wilderness at night is 10 times more dangerous than entering the village. Poor visibility, and zombies and mutants rely entirely on hearing and smell, putting us at a greater disadvantage. Even if we bypass this spot, we don't know if there are similar ambushes ahead. Rather than passively avoiding them, it's better to proactively check it out." He paused, his eyes carrying an unmistakable chill. "As long as they don't provoke us, we'll keep to ourselves. But if they dare to raise a weapon at us, don't blame us for being unforgiving." Lin's right. Xiaoyu, supported by Suya, had gotten out of the vehicle. Even standing was an effort, but he still firmly gripped his suppressed pistol. "We have 4 modified vehicles, 2 machine guns, and plenty of ammo. If it comes to a fight, these cowards hiding in the shadows are no match for us." Lin Chen patted his shoulder, signaling him to rest back in the vehicle. Then he spoke firmly to everyone. "All personnel back in the vehicles immediately. Continue forward. Maintain maximum alert. If you see anyone raise a weapon, open fire without waiting for orders." The group acknowledged and quickly returned to their vehicles. The convoy started up again, slowly driving over the scattered corpses of the zombie dogs, heading toward Wangjiatan. The deeper they ventured into the village, the more abnormal the surroundings became. Most of the houses along the road had their doors and windows wide open, walls riddled with bullet holes and claw marks. Rotten corpses and debris littered the ground, yet not a single wandering zombie was in sight. The silence was terrifying. Apart from the whistling wind through broken windows, the crunch of gravel under the convoy's tires, and the low hum of the engines, there wasn't a sound. It was like a dead tomb. Lin, something's wrong. Ma Yong's voice came through the radio thick with unease. The radar is picking up fixed heat sources in the center of the village, at least 20 of them, all completely stationary. And within the entire village there are no other moving heat sources. Not a single living creature, not even a wandering zombie. Normally any human noise here would attract zombies with their keen hearing. This is too abnormal. Lin Chen immediately hit the brakes, and the convoy came to a halt at the village entrance. Old Joe had already aimed the heavy machine gun toward the center of the village, his finger resting on the trigger, every muscle in his body tensed. The setting sun had dipped behind the western hills, casting long shadows from the dilapidated houses like grotesque monsters lurking in the darkness, silently watching them. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few figures flickered briefly before quickly retreating behind the houses, their footsteps suppressed to avoid attracting nearby zombies. Suddenly a crisp gunshot rang out from the center of the village. It wasn't aimed at them, it was fired into the air. The unsuppressed sound exploded through the silent village, jarringly loud. Then a voice amplified by a loudspeaker echoed from within the village, carrying a mix of caution and bluster. Attention, convoy ahead. This is the territory of the Wangjiatan Self-Defense Force. Stop your vehicles immediately. Turn off the engines. Drop your weapons and get out for inspection. Otherwise we will open fire. Old Joe let out a scoff, turning to Lin Chen, tapping the control handle with his finger. Ha, a bunch of cowards afraid of zombies, and they think they can play highwayman. Lin, what's the plan? Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, staring into the dark alley ahead, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only an unfathomable coldness. He pressed the radio, his voice carrying clearly to every vehicle, and through the open windows into the village. All vehicles maintain formation. Advance steadily. He took a deep breath, gently pressed the accelerator, and the warrior vehicle let out a low, powerful roar as it began to slowly move forward, heading toward the center of the village. The modified steel body gleamed cold and hard in the setting sun. The roof-mounted heavy machine gun, like a beast poised to strike, bared its fangs at the hidden threats, revealing its own claws. The journey north had barely covered 100 kilometers, and the first true test already loomed before them. The engine of the warrior vehicle idled at an extremely low speed, the wheels crunching over the uneven concrete road at the village entrance, producing a faint grinding sound. For modified vehicles maintained a tight formation, like a lurking steel behemoth, slowly advancing toward the center of the village, with two machine guns on the roof, always aimed at the houses on both sides of the alley, their cold barrels glinting in the setting sun. Suddenly, a chorus of the sound of guns being loaded erupted from the houses on either side of the alley. Dozens of guns of varying lengths emerged from broken windows and half-closed doors, mostly makeshift shotguns and old hunting rifles with shortened barrels mixed with a few worn standard rifles, all aimed squarely at the slowly advancing convoy. But not a single person dared to pull the trigger. Everyone could clearly see the 12.7mm heavy machine gun mounted on the roof of the lead vehicle. They also saw the welded bulletproof steel plates on the vehicle, realizing that the mishmash of weapons they held were insufficient even to scratch the surface of that machine. Suddenly a voice from a loudspeaker echoed from the alley, feigning arrogance, but betraying an underlying panic. Stop. If you move forward, we will really open fire. Our village has no food, no supplies, just a few dozen living people. There's nothing worth stealing. Lin Chen stepped on the brake, and the convoy came to a halt 50 meters from the alley. He did not roll down the window but pressed the vehicle's loudspeaker, his voice steady and clear, resonating throughout the village entrance. We are merely passing through, avoiding the traffic jam on the national road. We won't touch a single thread of your village, nor will we linger. Now put away your guns, don't get yourselves into trouble. He paused, adding a hint of coldness to his tone. Also, that shot you fired into the sky will soon attract all the zombies within a few kilometers. Do you think you can hold the village against the endless tide of corpses, eh? This sentence struck like thunder, instantly stirring chaos in the houses on both sides of the alley. Faint voices of panic and argument could be heard inside. Someone shouted, "I told you not to listen to Wang, who insisting on firing that shot." Another cursed, "It's over now, if the horde comes we're all dead." While someone else clutched their gun tightly, their eyes darting between the convoy and the alley behind them, filled with fear and struggle. Old Joe chuckled, his fingers still resting on the heavy machine gun's control handle, turning to Lin Chen and saying, "These people are being used as guns by others without realizing it, too busy trying to show bravado, forgetting what they fear the most." Lin Chen's gaze swept over the young men standing openly at the alley's entrance, then glanced at the figures lurking behind the door, their eyes darkly fixed on the convoy, and he instantly comprehended. This village was not united. Some feared they were here to rob food, while others were envious of their vehicles and weapons, wanting to use the guise of self-defense to commit robbery. At that moment, Ma Yong's voice suddenly exploded from the intercom, filled with unprecedented gravity. "Team Lin, the radar is alarming. Large-scale moving heat sources are appearing simultaneously in the southwest and northwest directions of the village. At least 300 of them. They are moving rapidly toward the village, less than 3 kilometers away, estimated to arrive within 10 minutes. Lin Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. 300 zombies. If they were on an open national road, they could simply step on the gas and bypass them. But Wangjiatan was a closed village with only 2 exits. Once surrounded by the horde, they would be trapped like fish in a barrel. He lightly tapped his fingertips on the steering wheel, fully aware that the villagers shot into the sky would at most attract a few scattered zombies within a few hundred meters. The real reason for this wave of 300 zombies being drawn here was the roar of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun and the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun that they had fired at the zombie dogs just over 10 minutes ago. The sound of such large-caliber weapons could travel several kilometers in the open wilderness, far greater than the range of a handgun shot. The villagers' shot was merely coincidentally hitting the point at which the horde was approaching. Almost simultaneously, an elderly man with graying hair burst out from the houses at the alley's entrance, wearing a faded old coat, his face lined with wrinkles, gripping an old Type 54 pistol, followed by 7 or 8 young men armed with guns, all pale-faced and sweating profusely. The old man rushed in front of the convoy, stopped, deeply bowed to Lin Chen's vehicle, his voice trembling, yet still upright. "Captain, I am Wang Chong'an, the village chief of Wangjiatan. What happened just now was our fault. A few kids in the village were blinded by greed and insisted on blocking the road. I couldn't stop them. I apologize to you. Please help us. If that horde rushes over, our village is done for. There are still elderly and children inside, dozens of lives." The young men behind him also lowered their guns, their faces filled with despair and pleading. Only the young man at the back with a buzz cut and a scar on his face still tightly gripped his makeshift shotgun, his expression dark as he scanned the 4 modified vehicles, muttering curses, yet daring not to provoke further. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had defended this village for over half a month, relying on a few militia guns stored by the village office and the hunting rifles and homemade guns gathered by the villagers, managing to withstand 3 waves of zombie hordes. But 3 days ago, a band of bandits from Haishi Ridge snuck into the village to steal food. They fought desperately to drive them off, but the western wall was blown open by the bandits with explosives, creating a gap over 2 meters wide that had yet to be repaired. Just now, Wang, who led his men to provoke and block the road, insisting on stealing the convoy's vehicles and weapons, claiming that with these iron gadgets they wouldn't fear bandits or zombies anymore. He couldn't stop it, and that's how it escalated to this point. Lin Chen fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the houses behind the old man. He could see the women and children hiding behind the windows, cowering in the corners, their eyes filled with fear. The cursed feeling of compassion began to stir again. Lin Chen knew he could not remain uninvolved. Old Zhou glanced at him, whispering, "Lin Chen, there's no need to wade into this muddy water. If we reverse and drive back 2 kilometers, we can find high ground to bypass. There's no need to fight Heaton again. We can't bypass it." Lin Chen shook his head, lightly tapping his fingertips on the steering wheel. "This village is the only high ground on this rural road, surrounded entirely by cornfields. Once the horde disperses, we would be at a greater disadvantage in the open field. Moreover, this wave of zombies was drawn by us. We cannot leave this mess for the villagers to clean up." He paused, pressing the intercom, his voice clear as it transmitted to every vehicle. "All vehicles prepare for combat. Old Chen, bring the transport vehicle to the left side of the alley, position it horizontally as a moving shield to seal off the side gaps. Jiangcheng, move the 3rd vehicle to the right side of the alley to form crossfire with the transport vehicle. Lock all doors and windows, especially protect Xiaoyu in the back, and ensure Zhang Lei is ready to provide medical assistance." Old Chen parked the 2nd vehicle in the middle to protect Xiaoyu. Ma Yong, continuously monitor the zombie hordes. Movements, report their positions in real time, and focus on watching for any fast-moving targets. Old Zhou, the heavy machine gun, should primarily focus on the main road at the village entrance. Do not fire continuously unless necessary to conserve ammunition and avoid attracting more zombies. Understood. The 2nd vehicle acknowledges. The 3rd vehicle acknowledges. Ensure Xiaoyu's safety. Zhang Sheng's voice immediately came through the intercom, carrying a note of seriousness. The 4th vehicle acknowledges. Tighten surveillance on all heat sources. Responses came one after another over the intercom, and the 4 vehicles quickly moved into position, their actions swift and decisive, completing the defense setup in just over 10 seconds. The warrior vehicle stopped right in the center of the alley, its front facing the open wilderness outside the village, while the heavy machine gun firmly locked onto the main road. The transport vehicle and the 3rd Tuantong were positioned on either side, sealing off all potential gaps for entry, with shooting ports fully opened and rifle barrels extending from within, aimed at the wilderness outside. Inside the 3rd vehicle, as soon as Zhang Sheng parked steadily, he immediately engaged the central locking, pressing the lock button for all the car windows. Zhang Lei quickly turned, pulling out the 2 bulletproof panels that had been secured to the side of the back seat, constructing a semi-enclosed temporary barrier on the rear floor, lining it with thick blankets to shield against potential stray bullets. "Xiaoyu, hurry and squat down here. Hold onto the handrail tightly." Zhang Lei's voice was steady as she pulled the little girl behind the barrier, securely fastening her safety belt to the vehicle's anchor. "Stay here quietly. Don't raise your head. Don't get close to the windows. Only pass out the magazines when needed. Understood?" Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her small body tucked behind the bulletproof barrier, tightly gripping the polished dagger in her hand, her dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhang Lei's back, not a hint of crying or trembling from fear, just quietly staying within the safe area. Only when Zhang Lei emptied a magazine did she pass the prepared full magazine steadily through the gap in the barrier. Wang Changjin watched this scene stunned for a few seconds before reacting, turning to the young men behind him and shouting, "What are you all frozen for? Back to the village. Move everything you can to the west side gap and seal it off. Those with guns get up on the walls. Hurry. Wang Hu, you lead the men to guard the gap. If something goes wrong again, I'll deal with you first." The young man with the scar on his face scoffed, but didn't dare to retort, grumbling as he led the others toward the west side of the village. The previously chaotic village suddenly found its backbone, and everyone started to move. Women and children hurried to move stones and sacks to block the gap in the wall. Young men armed with guns climbed onto the walls lying behind the parapet, closely watching the wilderness outside the village. Several elderly men carried bundles of sharpened bamboo toward the gap in the wall. Old Zhou observed the busy figures in the village, chuckled softly, but didn't voice any further objections, merely lowering his head to check the ammunition belt of the heavy machine gun. Addressing the intercom, "Ma Yong, report the position." The horde is splitting into two teams. One team is on the main road 1 kilometer from the village entrance. The other team is heading toward the gap in the western wall 800 meters away. They are all ordinary zombies not moving fast, and there are currently no mutated ones. Ma Yong's voice was steady, carrying the unique precision of a soldier. Lin Chen nodded, pressing the loudspeaker to call out to the village, "Those at the western wall, pay attention. The horde is heading your way, approximately 80 of them. Hold the gap, don't expose yourselves, wait until they get closer to shoot. Try to use cold weapons, fire less to avoid attracting more zombies." A voice from the wall responded. It was Wang Changjin. "Received. Thank you, Captain." Old Chen parked the vehicle Suya in the passenger seat of the second vehicle, tucked the blanket around Xiao He snugly, then loaded the rifle beside her. Her fingertips still trembled slightly, but she spoke into the intercom. "Team Lin, I'm ready here. The shooting port is aimed to the left. I can assist. Don't push yourself too hard. Protect Xiao He." Lin Chen replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the open wilderness. The sunset had completely sunk behind the western mountains, and dusk quickly enveloped the entire wilderness, turning it into a dark, gloomy gray. In the distance, dense shadows finally appeared on the ridge. They were zombies. Following the distant sounds of gunfire and engine roars, they dragged their stiff bodies toward. Rotting flesh hung from their bones, their murky eyes lacking focus, emitting low growls as their numbers increased, resembling a tide of darkness surging along the main road. "They're coming." Old Zhou whispered sharply, his finger tightening on the trigger. "Wait until they're closer to shoot." "Within 50 meters. Lin Chen said solemnly, "Heavy machine guns first, silenced rifles for backup, but don't waste all the ammunition in one go. Open fire." The zombie crowd drew ever closer. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. At Lin Chen's command, the heavy machine gun roared to life, while the rifles equipped with silencers fired a muffled sound from the shooting holes on either side of the alley. Under the heavy machine gun's fire, the first several zombies were torn to shreds like ragged dolls. However, the zombies behind showed no signs of stopping, continuing to trample over their fallen comrades as they surged toward the alley. The silenced rifles accurately struck the heads of the zombies rushing forward. Their vision had deteriorated, but their hearing and sensitivity to living humans were incredibly sharp. The scent of the living and the gunfire at the car's mouth acted like a beacon, irresistibly drawing them forward. Old Zhou controlled the heavy machine gun, targeting the few zombies at the front. The power of the 7mm armor-piercing rounds was astonishing, capable of blowing the upper bodies of zombies apart with a single shot, but he fired only single shots, accurately picking off stragglers to avoid attracting more zombies with excessive gunfire. Inside Vehicle 2, Suya gritted her teeth as she pulled the trigger at the approaching zombies. Having gained experience from earlier encounters with zombie dogs, she was much steadier this time. Although she still couldn't achieve headshots every time, she could hit the zombies' bodies, slowing their advance, while Old Chen next to her finished them off with precise shots to their heads. In Vehicle 3, Jiangcheng firmly held the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the open wilderness to the right. Whenever a zombie darted out from the cornfield, he would immediately adjust the vehicle, using its armor to block the impact, determined not to let any zombies reach the spot where Xiao Yu was sitting in the back. Zhang Lei crouched at the shooting hole. Although her hands still trembled, she had managed to steady her breathing. Before each pull of the trigger, she would hold her breath to aim significantly, improving her accuracy compared to before. Every time she emptied a magazine, she would reach back, and Xiao Yu would always accurately pass her a full magazine, without making a sound or leaning out. Two zombies madly slammed against the window of Vehicle 3, their sharp claws scraping against the bulletproof glass with a piercing sound, causing Zhang Lei to flinch and miss her shot, the bullet hitting the car body. Zhang Sheng slammed on the brakes and immediately surged forward half a meter. Two zombies tumbled to the ground due to inertia, and Zhang Lei quickly fired two shots, accurately hitting their heads. After the gunshots, she quickly turned to check on Xiao Yu, who was safely crouched behind cover, nodding at her, which relieved her, and she aimed back at the shooting hole. At that moment, Ma Yong's voice suddenly erupted from the intercom, sounding more urgent than ever. "Team Lin. Bad news. 8 high-speed moving heat sources have emerged from the cornfield on the west side. They are mutated zombie dogs. They're charging toward the west gap. Their speed is too fast. Expected to arrive in 30 seconds. This announcement was like a thunderclap, instantly raising everyone's anxiety. They knew all too well how formidable these zombie dogs were. No pain response, incredible speed, and a powerful bite using their hearing and sense of smell to accurately lock onto targets, posing a threat far greater than ordinary zombies. This is bad. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. The West Gap was already poorly blocked, and the villagers couldn't withstand the ordinary zombies. With this pack of zombie dogs, it would be impossible to hold the line. Almost simultaneously, anguished screams erupted from the west side of the village, followed by a flurry of gunfire and the frantic barking of zombie dogs. The gap has been breached. Dogs. There are dogs. Ah! Wang Changjin's scream carried on the wind, filled with sheer terror and despair. Wang Hu, where the hell are you? Open fire. Not good. The west side can't hold. If the zombie dogs get in, all the elderly and children inside are doomed. Old Zhou's expression changed, and he was about to push open the car door to charge out. Stop. Lin Chen grabbed him, his words coming out as fast as bullets. Jiangcheng. Stay in the car and guard the right side, lock the car doors, and absolutely do not leave the vehicle. Keep an eye on Xiaoyu. Old Zhou used the heavy machine gun to guard the main road at the village entrance. We must not let the horde come through here. Ma Yong, follow me. To the west gap. Old Qian used the general-purpose machine gun to suppress the horde at the village entrance. Don't let them get close. Understood. Team Lin, rest assured I will ensure nothing happens to Xiaoyu. Jiangcheng immediately responded, simultaneously pressing the secondary lock of the car door, setting the vehicle's bulletproof mode to maximum, while gripping the pistol from the passenger seat, vigilantly watching the cornfield on the right. Old Zhou watched their backs, gritting his teeth as he controlled the heavy machine gun to fire a short burst at the horde on the main road, instantly shredding the first 7 or 8 zombies, forcibly suppressing the momentum of the horde. He picked up the intercom and shouted at Vehicle 3, Zhang Lei, keep your eyes peeled. Watch over my daughter. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Zhang Lei replied, immediately propping her rifle against the shooting hole, firmly guarding both sides of the vehicle to prevent any zombies from approaching the back. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he pushed open the car door and jumped out, rifle in hand, his movements swift. Ma Yong also jumped out from the rear vehicle, gun in hand, following closely behind him as they swiftly dashed toward the west side of the village using the cover of the houses. The gap in the west wall had turned into a hell on earth. 8 mutated zombie dogs stealthily approached the wall's edge, using the distraction from ordinary zombies to villagers to slip through the inadequately blocked gap like lightning. Their speed was like flashes of gray shadows. The villagers' shotguns couldn't keep up with their movements, and the first wave of assaults took down 2 young men guarding the gap. The 2 young men barely had time to scream before the zombie dogs seized their throats, blood instantly spraying everywhere. The remaining villagers were thrown into confusion, their shots wildly missing, and 2 stray bullets even hit their own. Wang, who along with 2 others had already been hiding in a house beside the gap, seeing the zombie dogs burst in, he panicked and dashed deeper into the village, inadvertently leading 2 zombie dogs after him. An elderly man following him lagged behind and was suddenly pounced on by a zombie dog, its sharp fangs piercing through. The old man let out a painful groan, reaching out for Wang Hu in desperation, but Wang Hu didn't look back. Instead, he locked the door of the nearby house behind him, trapping the old man with the zombie dog. Wang Changan, holding a pistol, fired 3 shots at a zombie dog lunging at a woman and child, but only 1 bullet. The bullet penetrated the zombie dog's abdomen, blackish red entrails mixed with blood flowed out, but it seemed oblivious, continuing its mad advance, biting down on the woman's arm, the sound of breaking bones sending chills down one's spine. The child in the woman's arms screamed in terror, yet she clung to the child tightly, using her body to shield him from the zombie dog's second bite. At that moment, Lin Chen and Ma Yong charged over. As they reached the corner of the gap, a zombie dog lunged at Lin Chen from the shadows of a house, like an arrow targeting his throat. Lin Chen instinctively rolled to the side. The sharp stones dug into his back painfully, and in a rush he squeezed the trigger on his rifle, the bullet barely grazing the zombie dog's belly and hitting the wall, sending a spray of cement debris flying. As the zombie dog landed, it quickly turned around and lunged again. Ma Yong raised his gun and fired. The silencer let out a dull thump as the bullet accurately pierced its skull, causing the zombie dog to crash to the ground and convulse twice before falling still. Watch your sides. They'll try to flank us. Ma Yong shouted, leaning against the wall and firing a series of shots at another charging zombie dog, but it was too fast. He missed with both shots as it lunged directly at him, its sharp teeth less than half a meter from his neck. Lin Chen, just getting back on his feet, saw this scene, and without a second thought lunged forward, striking the zombie dog hard with the stock of his gun. The immense force knocked the zombie dog off course, slamming it against the wall. However, as it turned, its sharp claws raked across Lin Chen's left arm. The camouflage uniform was instantly torn, 3 deep gashes, exposing bone, blood seeping out immediately, and a searing pain radiated through his body, numbing his entire left arm. Team Lin. Ma Yong's eyes turned red as he raised his gun and fired at the zombie dog that had crashed against the wall. The bullet blew off half its head, spraying black-red blood everywhere. The remaining 6 zombie dogs were startled by the gunfire and instantly split their tactics. 2 continued to pounce on the panicking villagers, while 4 encircled Lin Chen and Ma Yong from both sides. With his left arm injured, Lin Chen could only hold the gun, with one hand significantly reducing his shooting stability. He fired twice, but only managed to hit the zombie dogs' bodies, failing to halt their charge. One zombie dog, using the corner for cover, circled behind Lin Chen and lunged at his back. Ma Yong reacted quickly, yanking Lin Chen aside and raising his gun to shoot, but another zombie dog entangled him, causing his bullet to graze the zombie dog's ear as it flew past. Lin Chen staggered to regain his footing and swung the gun stock at the zombie dog behind him, but it clamped down on the stock with its jaws, the immense tug nearly pulling him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he freed his right hand to draw his pistol, pressing it against the zombie dog's head and pulling the trigger. The bullet shattered its skull at close range, warm blood splattering all over his face. In the narrow alley, the two men pressed back to back, dodging the zombie dog's attacks while searching for shooting opportunities. Lin Chen's left arm bled, continuously dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. Each shot pulled at his wound, causing him to break into a cold sweat, yet he didn't blink, each trigger pull steady and surprising. Ma Yong fired accurately at the approaching zombie dogs while using his body to shield Lin Chen's injured left side, his back soaking with cold sweat. After more than 2 minutes of fierce struggle with the last gunshot, the 8th zombie dog fell heavily to the ground, convulsing before falling silent. Lin Chen's rifle magazine was completely empty. He slid down against the wall, gasping for breath, while the wound on his left arm had soaked half his sleeve. Ma Yong was also exhausted, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed. Looking at Lin Chen's wound, his voice trembled. "Team Lin, I'm sorry, it was my negligence that put you in danger. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Chen waved his hand, dismissively, gritting his teeth as he stood up, looking toward the gap, still being flooded with ordinary zombies. "First, we need to secure the gap. There are still zombies outside that haven't been cleared out." Wang Changjin stared at the corpses and blood on the ground. The gun in his hand clattered as it fell, his lips trembling. For a long moment, he could not utter a single word, and his eyes instantly reddened. He had guarded the village for over half a month, ensuring not a single villager fell to the zombies. Yet today, 3 lives were lost in an instant, and 3 others were wounded. Don't just stand there. Seal the breach. There are still dozens of zombies outside. And finish off those bitten by zombies, or they'll rise again and harm others. Lin Chen roared at him, then fired a shot into each corpse's head. Turning, he leaned against the wall, gripping his gun with his uninjured right hand, and opened fire on the ordinary zombies surging in from outside. "Move the wounded aside and get Zhang Lei to handle them." Wang Changjin snapped back to reality, his eyes red as he shouted at the villagers behind him. "Hurry! Move the stones. Block the gap. Quick!" The villagers snapped out of their stupor, frantically hauling rocks and sandbags to pile up the breach. Women and children rushed forward to help pass supplies, steadying the chaotic scene once more. Old Joe also charged over, rifle in hand, taking position on the other side of the breach and firing at the zombies outside, while cursing under his breath. "A bunch of spineless bastards. Fierce as lions when stirring up trouble, but quick as rabbits when it's time to fight. Without us, you'd all be zombie chow." His gaze swept over Lin Chen's bleeding arm, and his expression shifted instantly. He rushed over. "What happened? Were you scratched?" "It's nothing, just a flesh wound. I'm immune. It didn't take last time, so don't worry." Lin Chen shook his head, but before he could finish, Old Joe grabbed his arm and carefully tore away the camouflage fabric stuck to the wound. Seeing the 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes, Old Joe's face darkened like ice. He shouted into the distance, "Zhang Lei, get over here." Zhang Lei soon arrived, carrying a first aid kit. Her expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Lin Chen's wound. She knelt, immediately rinsing the wound repeatedly with iodine and hydrogen peroxide, her movements swift yet steady. But her voice betrayed a hint of panic. "Captain Lin, this was caused by a zombie dog's claws coated with its fluids and blood. The infection risk is extremely high. You must be isolated immediately." Lin Chen nodded silently. He understood the consequences of a zombie scratch better than anyone. In that moment, he hadn't had time to think, while saving Ma Yong. Now calmed, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Half an hour later, the final gunshot echoed, and the wilderness fell utterly silent. The main road at the village entrance was strewn with zombie corpses. Outside the western wall, not only lay a thick layer of ordinary zombie bodies, but also 8 mutated zombie dogs mingled with the villagers' blood, soaking the soil at the wall's base into a deep brown. The villagers collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, their faces devoid of relief, replaced only by silence. The 3 deceased villagers were moved aside, covered in old sheets, their families weeping heart-wrenchingly beside them. 2 young men scratched by zombies, a woman with a bitten-through arm, and Lin Chen with his left arm gashed. All faced strict isolation. Only Wang, who along with 2 others stood far off after emerging from a house, their eyes evasive, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. He muttered under his breath, "I didn't mean to," yet his eyes still held no trace of remorse. As soon as the gunfire ceased, Old Joe's first move was to turn and dash toward the alley, his steps swift as the wind. In a few strides, he reached vehicle No. 3 and yanked open the rear door. Hearing the door open, Xiaoyu immediately crawled out from behind the bulletproof barrier, arms wide, and threw herself into Old Joe's embrace, her voice crisp. "Dad." Old Joe hugged his daughter, tightly checking her over from head to toe. Seeing her clean, uninjured, not even a strand of hair out of place, his anxious heart finally settled. His tense shoulders relaxed, and he ruffled her hair, his voice softer than ever. Were you scared? No, Xiaoyu shook her head, pointing at Zhang Lei's back. Auntie Zhang and Uncle Zhang kept me safe. I even helped Auntie Zhang pass magazines. Jiangcheng also got out of the vehicle, smiling at old Zhou. Brother Zhou, rest assured. Xiaoyu was very well behaved, steady the whole time, not a bit of trouble. 2 zombie dogs charged the alley earlier, but we took care of them. They didn't touch the vehicle. Old Zhou nodded at Jiangcheng, offering a rare word, thanks. On the other side, following Zhang Lei's instructions, the warehouse at the western edge of the village was transformed into a temporary isolation point. The warehouse was partitioned with wooden planks into 4 separate cells, each fitted with reinforced iron doors and a small serving window. Lin Chen and the 3 bitten villagers were isolated, 1 per cell, completely separated to prevent harm if anyone mutated. Each cell is locked individually. No one is to have private contact with them. Water and food are passed through the window with no physical contact whatsoever. Zhang Lei's face was stern as she instructed Wang Changjin and old Zhou. Every 2 hours they'll come to check their temperature and observe their condition. If any symptoms of fever, agitation, or confusion appear, measures must be taken immediately. No hesitation. Old Zhou stood at the door of Lin Chen's cell, his fingers whitening from gripping. He looked at Lin Chen leaning against the wall and sighed, his voice hoarse. You reckless kid, why did you have to play the hero? I couldn't just watch my Yong get bitten. Lin Chen smiled, lifting his injured left arm, now bandaged, but still throbbing with pain. Don't worry. I got scratched by a zombie before and nothing happened. Now I've got 3. Guess I'm a big team leader now, huh? I'm tough, it's not easy for me to mutate. Ma Yong stood beside old Zhou, listening to Lin Chen's forced lightness. His head hung low, eyes red, unable to utter a word. He knew deep down that Lin Chen's injury was entirely for his sake. If anything happened to Lin Chen, he would never forgive him. Before nightfall, the bitten woman began to show symptoms and was promptly dealt with by the guard. The first night of isolation passed without incident. But the next morning before dawn, the warehouse erupted with frantic banging on doors mixed with beastly guttural growls. Lin Chen jolted awake, grabbing his pistol and pressing against the iron door to listen. The sound came from the cell of the young man scratched by zombies deep inside. Zhang Lei, he's mutating. The villager guarding the warehouse shouted in terror. Gunfire erupted instantly, but the bullets only struck the wooden planks, failing to stop the mutated villager. With a deafening crash, the wooden door shattered. The mutated villager, his skin cyan and eyes clouded, staggered out, drooling, and lunged toward Lin Chen's cell. Freshly mutated, he could clearly smell the scent of the living. He clawed frantically at the iron door, producing piercing screeches, threatening to tear the lock apart. Don't come in, Lin Chen shouted to those outside. He knew that if they opened the door, the mutant would have a chance to break out, endangering the entire village. He took a deep breath, retreating to the corner of the cell, raising his pistol to aim through the gap in the iron door. The instant the mutated villager burst through, Lin Chen pulled the trigger. The suppressor emitted a dull thud. The bullet struck its head precisely. The mutated villager crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. The warehouse door swung open. Old Zhou and Ma Yong rushed in with rifles raised. Seeing the corpse on the floor and Lin Chen pale-faced in his cell, their anxious hearts finally settled. But Lin Chen's heart felt heavy. The day before this had been a living person, now dead by his hand. And he himself didn't know if he would end up the same. The other scratched young man showed no symptoms. His wounds had scabbed over, and he was released. Just as he was freed, Lin Chen began to develop a fever. His temperature climbed from over 37°C to 39.8°C. He grew drowsy, his consciousness. The entire team panicked. Zhang Lei stayed in the warehouse, checking his temperature every hour, administering fever reducers and saline solution, her eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Old Zhou remained steadfast at the warehouse entrance, smoking one cigarette after another, his eyes veined with red. Ma Yong was consumed by guilt, kneeling at the door, vowing to end his own life if Lin Chen mutated to atone for it. Wang Changjin and the villagers also waited outside, silent in oppressive stillness. They all knew Lin Chen was injured, saving their village. If anything happened to him, none of them could bear it. The fever raged for 2 full days and nights. Just as everyone was on the verge of despair, on the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Chen's temperature finally dropped to normal and his consciousness cleared. Zhang Lei conducted a thorough examination. Aside from the inflamed and swollen wound, there were no signs of viral infection. No agitation, no bloodlust, only weakness from the fever. It's likely not a viral infection, but a high fever caused by wound inflammation and stress response. When Zhang Lei stepped out of the warehouse and spoke those words to those waiting outside, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The cigarette slipped from old Zhou's hand, and Ma Yong collapsed to the ground, covering his face and sobbing. Lin Chen's safe recovery brought joy not only to the team, but to all the villagers of Wangjiaton. Many had reddened eyes, repeatedly expressing gratitude toward the warehouse. Yet no one knew that during those 2 days when Lin Chen was delirious with fever and all attention was fixed on the isolation zone, a calamity was quietly brewing. Wang, who had been confined by Wang Changjin in an empty house at the eastern edge of the village, originally to be dealt with after Lin Chen's matter was resolved. But taking advantage of the village's focus on the isolation zone and the night guard's laxness, he used a piece of iron hidden in his shoe to pick the lock and slipped out. He hated Lin Chen's group for ruining his plans and coveted the weapons, ammunition, and modified vehicles in their He knew that in this apocalyptic world, guns and vehicles meant survival. If he could get his hands on them, he could lead a gang to Black Rock Ridge and join the bandits, living a life of luxury and never suffering in this wretched village again. At 3 in the morning, when people were at their sleepiest, the night guard dozed against the wall. Jiangcheng, on duty, rotating by the convoy, leaned against the door of the Mengsher vehicle, checking his rifle's magazine. Wang, who crept silently through the shadows of the houses, clutching a sharpened steel rod, his eyes fixed on the transport vehicle's door. He had long figured out that most of the ammunition and weapons were stored in its cargo hold. He had just reached the transport vehicle's rear door, attempting to pry the lock with the rod, when Jiangcheng spotted him. "Who goes there? Stop!" Jiangcheng instantly raised his rifle, aiming at Wang, who in the shadows barking a stern warning. Realizing he was caught, Wang, who abandoned all caution. With a roar, he charged at Jiangcheng, brandishing the steel rod. Jiangcheng hadn't expected him to attack outright. He dodged hastily, but the rod struck his arm hard, nearly knocking the rifle from his grasp. The two grappled instantly. Wang, who a village ruffian, fought dirty, aiming every blow at Jiangcheng's vital point. Though Jiangcheng was a soldier with formal training, he had enlisted recently. In the apocalypse, he had only killed zombies, never fought a living person. He was soon overpowered by Wang, who taking more hits to his arm, which throbbed with pain and weakened his grip. Wang, who shoved Jiangcheng aside, snatched the pistol from his waist and pulled open the transport vehicle's door. Finding the keys inside, he jumped into the driver's seat, ready to start the engine and flee. "Drop the gun. Get out." Jiangcheng, clutching his injured arm, aimed his rifle at Wang, who in the driver's seat. His voice trembled. He had never imagined he would one day point a gun at a living person. But Wang, who was unafraid. Instead, he rolled down the window, raised the pistol at Jiangcheng, and flashed a vicious grin. "Kid, get out of my way, or I'll blow your brains out. With these guns, and this vehicle, I'll be on top of the world. You fools deserve to be zombie chow in this dump." No sooner had he spoken than Wang, who pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed past Jiangcheng's ears, striking the vehicle behind him and sending sparks flying. Jiangcheng's pupils contracted. Almost by instinct, he squeezed the rifle's trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Wang Hu's chest with precision. The grin on Wang Hu's face froze instantly. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed heavily into the driver's seat, his eyes wide open, lifeless. The gunshot startled the villagers awake. Lao Zhou, Ma Yong, and Wang Changjian rushed over, and upon seeing Wang Hu in the car, as well as Jiangcheng standing there trembling with his rifle clattering to the ground, they instantly understood what had happened. Jiangcheng looked at his hands, and then at the dead Wang Hu in the car. His stomach churned violently, and he squatted down, vomiting uncontrollably. He had killed many zombies, but this was the first time he had shot a living person. Even if the other was a wicked man, the shock. For the next day, Jiangcheng locked himself in the house, neither eating nor drinking, not speaking to anyone. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw Wang Hu getting shot. His hands kept trembling, and he didn't even dare touch his gun. At night, when he tried to sleep, he would suddenly wake up drenched in cold sweat, muttering, "I killed someone." Lao Zhou and Ma Yong watched helplessly. That night, Lao Zhou brought 2 bottles of liquor and pushed open Jiangcheng's door. He placed the liquor on the table, poured a glass for Jiangcheng, and took a swig of his own. "I know you're feeling terrible inside." Lao Zhou's voice was heavy, devoid of any reproach. "When I first shot a living person, I was even worse off than you. That was when I had just joined the special operations team. I encountered a drug enforcement operation. At that time, those drug dealers were extremely cruel to the local people to prevent them from tipping us off. While executing an arrest, I happened to confront one of them in a room. To my shock, there was a corpse of a teenage girl inside, completely naked and covered in injuries, clearly a victim of abuse. In anger, I shot him dead. For 3 days afterward, I was like you, unable to eat or sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his dead face, feeling as if I was no different from those murderous beasts. Later, my captain told me a phrase: killing beasts is justice. If I hadn't killed him, more people would have been slaughtered by him." Jiangcheng raised his head, his eyes red, looking at Lao Zhou, his voice hoarse. "Brother Zhou, I killed someone. Even if he was a bad person, I still killed someone. He was a bad person. He wanted to rob guns and vehicles and kill you. If you hadn't shot, it would have been you who died, along with our entire team, and even the villagers." Lao Zhou looked at him, speaking clearly. "You were not killing. You were protecting everyone. In the apocalypse, we do not harm others, but we cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered. You maintained your principles and did nothing wrong. You do not need to punish yourself for another's evil." Ma Yong also entered, sitting beside Jiangcheng and patting his shoulder. "Brother, you did nothing wrong. As soldiers, it is our duty to protect our homes and punish evil. People like Wang Hu, if he doesn't die at your hands today, he will kill more tomorrow. By shooting him, you saved more lives." He paused and pushed his sidearm toward Jiangcheng. "We are soldiers. Guns in our hands are meant to protect people, not to do evil. Remember this, and you won't fear the gun in your hand." The two took turns comforting Jiangcheng throughout the night, sharing stories from the army and experiences from the apocalypse, slowly unraveling the knots in his heart. The next morning, Jiangcheng stepped out of the house. He walked over to the convoy, picked up the rifle resting on the car, expertly pulled the bolt, and chambered around, his movements crisp and clean, and his hands no longer trembled. He saluted Lao Zhou and Ma Yong with a standard military salute, the confusion and fear in his eyes gone, replaced by the steadfastness of old. On that morning, Lin Chen was also released from isolation. His wounds had not fully healed and his body was still weak, but his spirit had improved significantly. As he stepped out of the warehouse, everyone surrounded him. Suya handed him hot water, Lao Qian brought porridge he had cooked, and Wang Changjin and the villagers deeply bowed to him. Lin Chen looked at the crowd before him, then glanced at the recovering Zhang Sheng, feeling warmth in his heart. Due to this incident, their journey had been delayed by 2 whole days. Originally, they had planned to depart early the next morning, but now they had to prepare again. For the next day, everyone busied themselves with recounting supplies, checking vehicles, and preparing medicines for the journey. Wang Changjin had the villagers send more food and dried vegetables along with many herbs for treating injuries, all loaded onto the transport vehicle, filling the cargo area to the brim. That night, Lin Chen sat on the threshold of the house watching the flickering torches in the yard, seeing Xiao Yu quietly sitting on the steps sharpening a dagger, watching Su Yo accompany Xiao He as they strolled slowly in the yard, and watching Ma Yong and Zhang Sheng squatting to clean their guns and chat, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. Lao Zhou walked over, handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and in a mysterious tone, said, "Last time I was scratched by a zombie, I didn't have a fever. This time I was scratched by a mutated zombie dog and got a fever. I've read novels where the protagonists gain special abilities after getting injured and having a fever. Do you feel anything different?" Lin Chen took the cigarette, holding it between his fingers without lighting it, and fell into deep thought. Lao Zhou looked at him curiously like a child, full of wonder, observing Lin Chen's serious contemplation, wondering if he might really have gained some mutated ability. Overwhelmed with curiosity, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and after exhaling, said, "Now that you mention it, I do feel something different." Lao Zhou immediately pressed for more. "What's different?" The over 40-year-old veteran's face was filled with gossip. Lin Chen frowned and said, "I feel thirstier than before and want to drink water." Lao Zhou nearly fell over laughing and scolding, "You're messing with me, what is that?" "Water, hero." The two laughed and joked for a while. Then Lao Zhou became serious and said, "We should set off tomorrow, right? What are your thoughts on that group of bandits?" "We will take the provincial road early tomorrow morning to bypass the urban area of Linhai, first stopping at that gas station to refuel, then heading north. On the Black Rock Ridge side, if they don't provoke us, we won't bother them. If they dare to block the road, then don't blame us for being rude." Lao Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder, not saying anything more, his gaze returning to his daughter, not far away, his eyes filled with tenderness. As night deepened, the village gradually quieted down with only the sound of patrolling sentries' footsteps on the walls, and occasionally distant roars from the wilderness, the source unknown. Lin Chen lay on the hard bed, yet he couldn't feel the slightest sleepiness. He took out the military map he had kept close, and by the moonlight coming through the window, he slowly traced his finger along the route heading north. From Wangjiatin to Jishir, there are still over 500 kilometers to go. Ahead are unavoidable epidemic areas, roadblocking bandits, continuously evolving mutations, and countless unknown dangers. Yet his gaze remained firmly fixed to the north. "Mom and Dad, wait for me." The next morning at the break of dawn, the convoy was already prepared. Wang Changjin stood at the village entrance with all the villagers, sending them off. The villagers' faces still bore sadness, yet they waved their hands repeatedly, saying safe travels. Wang Changjin stuffed a cloth bag into Lin Chen's hands. Inside were dried herbs for stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and treating colds and fevers, all gathered by the villagers in the mountains. "Captain Lin, please be careful on the road. If you encounter trouble and cannot bypass it, just return to Wangjiatin. Our village may be small, but we can offer you a meal and a place to rest." Wang Changjin deeply bowed to Lin Chen, saying, "Great kindness does not require thanks. Our Wangjiatin will always remember your kindness." Xiao Yu waved goodbye with her little hand to the new friends she had just made, then obediently climbed into the back seat of vehicle No. 3, where Zhang Lei had already set up the bulletproof shielding, waiting for her to sit inside. Lin Chen accepted the cloth bag, nodding solemnly, "Thank you, Secretary Wang. Take care and protect the village." He turned and jumped onto the Hummer, pressing the intercom button, his voice clearly reaching every vehicle. "Let's go." The engines of the 4 vehicles roared to life, simultaneously their headlights cutting through the morning mist as they moved forward in sequence towards the provincial road outside the village. Outside the window, the villagers of Wangjiatin stood at the village entrance, waving their hands continuously until the convoy's shadow disappeared into the morning fog, not letting go. The morning wind swept across the wilderness, carrying the coolness of dawn. The convoy traveled along the smooth provincial road heading north. Ma Yong's voice came through the intercom, steady and calm. "Captain Lin, radar scanning normal, no large-scale moving heat sources within 5 kilometers ahead. Road conditions good." The pavement of the provincial road is much smoother than that of the rural road. Although the shoulders have long been overgrown with weeds, the main road is not blocked by abandoned vehicles. 4 modified vehicles maintain a steady speed of 60 kilometers per hour, with the afternoon sun casting long shadows of the convoy on the asphalt road. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, the wound on his left arm still wrapped in thick bandages. Every gear shift tugged at the injury, sending sharp pangs of pain through him. Yet there was no sign of discomfort on his face. His gaze was locked onto the road ahead and the blind spots on both sides, his fingertips gently tapping on the steering wheel as he silently calculated the distance to the target gas station. Old Joe in the passenger seat held a rifle, his finger resting on the trigger guard, occasionally scanning the wilderness on both sides through the window. The vehicle-mounted machine gun's periscope system was already powered on, its firing range covering the suspicious areas to the east. After days of life-and-death cooperation, an unspoken understanding had formed between the two. Lin Chen was responsible for controlling the overall situation and the route, while Old Joe kept watch for any threats from the sides, ensuring that no enemy would have an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Lin team 5 kilometers ahead to the target gas station. Ma Yong's voice came through the intercom, steady as a soldier's. Thermal imaging has detected 78 low-speed heat sources around the station, which are wandering, ordinary zombies, with no large-scale gathering. Additionally, he paused, his tone suddenly growing serious. To the east of the gas station, there is an abandoned repair shop piled with at least 20 scrapped vehicles. The millimeter-wave radar's echoes are completely obscured by the metal bodies, and thermal imaging cannot penetrate the iron shed, creating large blind spots. Within the shed, 6 irregular heat sources were detected, fluctuating slightly. They are likely sun-heated iron sheets or abandoned oil drums, but the possibility of living creatures hiding there cannot be ruled out. It is advised to slow down while passing through and maintain a state of heightened alert. Received. Lin Chen responded, gently easing off the accelerator, bringing the speed down to 40 kilometers per hour. All vehicles be aware that there are obstructed blind spots around the gas station. Maintain tactical spacing and be prepared for any sudden situations. Old Chen, you drive the tail vehicle sideways at the rear, facing the incoming direction. Keep a close watch on the rear and left rear grassy area. All doors must remain unlocked and no one is allowed to exit the vehicle. Report any unusual movements immediately. We cannot allow anything to circle behind us. Vehicle 2, the Tuareg, guards the left wing. Vehicle 3 guards the right wing, while the lead vehicle, the Mantis, charges ahead to form a trapezoidal defensive formation. Understood. Old Qian's voice came through the intercom, unusually free of joking. Since the night of the zombie tide breakout on the mountain, this once timid fat man has slowly learned to tense his nerves at critical moments, safeguarding the team's rear defense. The convoy continued forward, the silhouette of the gas station gradually appearing on the distant horizon. A lonely blue roof, 4 fuel dispensers leaning awkwardly beneath the canopy, and the convenience store's doors and windows long smashed, its dark openings resembling blind eye sockets. Behind the station is a patch of half-a-man-high dried yellow grass which rustles and waves as the wind blows, hiding anything within. To the east, as Ma Yong had mentioned, a cluster of crooked iron sheds huddled together, the entrance piled high, with rusting scrapped vehicles resembling a silent steel graveyard that completely obscured all movements inside. Lin Chen gradually applied the brakes. The convoy stopped steadily according to tactical orders. The lead vehicle, the Mantis, wedged itself at the entrance of the gas station, facing outward, ready to launch and escape at any moment. Vehicle 2, the Tuareg, and Vehicle 3 positioned themselves on the left and right rear, their gun barrels aimed at the grassy area and the repair shop respectively. The tail vehicle, Old Qian's, firmly blocked the rear, its front facing the incoming direction, completely sealing off the rear defense line, forming a position that could be both offensive and defensive. He carefully observed the surrounding environment. The gas station was more desolate than expected, with overturned oil drums, rotten cardboard boxes, several stained pieces of clothing, and a few patches of dried, darkened blood scattered across the ground. The 7 or 8 zombies wandered near the station, moving sluggishly, issuing hoarse sounds from their throats, showing no reaction to the convoy's arrival. Old Joe stayed in the passenger seat and used the vehicle-mounted machine gun's control system for cover, ensuring the firing range fully covers the eastern repair shop, prioritizing high-speed moving targets. Be mindful of the periscope's field of view. Do not let the enemy get close to any blind spots. Ma Yong stay in the lead vehicle and continuously monitor the radar and thermal imaging, scanning all frequency bands. Report any movements of heat sources or changes in metal echoes immediately, even if it's just a rabbit passing by. Old Jiangcheng, come with me to clear the area. Suppressors on, swift and decisive, do not linger. Lin Chen pushed the car door open and jumped out, holding a rifle equipped with a suppressor, crouching low as he made his way towards the station. The two immediately exited the vehicle, spreading out in a triangular tactical formation, their gun barrels aimed at the wandering zombies. The muted sound of suppressors echoed, and before the 7 or 8 zombies could react, they were accurately shot in the head, collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Old Chen's movements were the most efficient, one shot for each, without any unnecessary hesitation. His decades of experience as a mechanic had honed his steady hand, making him more suitable for such precise tasks than younger individuals. Area secure. Lin Chen reported softly into the intercom just as he raised his hand to signal Jiangcheng to check the blind spots around the eastern repair shop. Old Chen's voice came through. He hurriedly approached the fuel dispenser, squatting down to open the inspection hatch, shining a flashlight inside the fuel dispenser's internal pipelines. His brows furrowed tighter. Lin team, this fuel dispenser has been empty for a long time, and there are signs of violent tampering at the outlet of the underground fuel tank. Not a single drop of oil is left. Given the level of rust at the interface, it must have been drained at least 10 days to half a month ago. Lin Chen felt a sudden weight in his heart. On the route map provided by Wang Jinsha, this gas station was clearly marked as the only fuel supply point along this road, but it seemed that it had long been reached by others. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a faint glimmer of reflection from the gap in the iron shed of the repair shop to the east. It was the reflection of an optical sight's glass. Not good. It's an ambush. Everyone get in the vehicle. Quick. Lin Chen's expression changed dramatically as he sprinted towards the mantis, his shout cracking. Almost simultaneously, Ma Yong's urgent alert came through the intercom. Lin team. A large number of heat sources suddenly emerged from behind the repair shop. At least 25 of them. All are living people. They are rushing towards us. There are also movements in the grassy area. Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of dust exploded behind the repair shop to the east. 5 modified pickup trucks and off-road vehicles roared out with people on the rooftops waving rifles and shooting wildly into the sky, the raucous gunfire ringing through the wilderness. More deadly was that just as all attention was drawn to the pickup trucks charging heat-in from the left rear of the gas station, a heavy dump truck covered with a heat-insulating tarp made of dry grass suddenly broke through the earthen barricade prepared in advance and charged out. It had been parked for 3 days deep within the pile of scrap vehicles in the repair shop, its body completely wrapped by the iron sheets of several scrapped vehicles, perfectly shielding it from the millimeter-wave radar's metal echoes. The battery had been removed in advance, completely cutting off power, and the engine had cooled down. The driver had not been waiting in the cab, but had been hiding in the iron shed until 30 seconds before the pickup truck started, quickly diving into the cab, reconnecting the battery, shifting into low gear, fully pressing the clutch, and pulling the handbrake. Taking advantage of the slope at the entrance of the repair shop, he released the handbrake and stomped on the accelerator the moment the pickup attracted all fire, using gravitational acceleration combined with the torque of the diesel engine to launch the steel behemoth onto the road in less than 10 seconds. Neither thermal imaging nor radar had detected its presence from start to finish. Old Joe in the passenger seat steadily locked on to the leading pickup truck through the targeting system of the periscope. He took a deep breath, his right hand steadily pulling the trigger on the control handle. 12. 7mm armor-piercing rounds erupted from the machine gun, mounted on the roof, accurately penetrating the pickup truck's engine compartment. The driver was hit by a stray bullet. The front of the vehicle instantly turned into a sieve. The radiator exploded, and steam, mixed with coolant, gushed out, causing the entire vehicle to lose control and crash into a ditch by the roadside. However, the remaining 4 pickup trucks had already dispersed and charged over with the bandits on board, shooting frantically at the mantis, bullets sparking as they hit the armor plating. 2 bullets precisely struck the observation port of the periscope, forcing Old Joe to temporarily withdraw his gaze and adjust the firing range to suppress the fire from the sides. He wanted to turn the gun to shoot at the incoming heavy truck, but the heavy truck was just blocked by the overturned scrap vehicle from the firing range. By the time it burst through the obstruction, it was already less than 30 meters away from the convoy, fully entering the machine gun's shooting blind spot. But no one expected that this heavy truck was the real ace in the hole. Old Chen, behind you. Heavy truck. Quick dodge. Jiangcheng's frantic shout exploded through the intercom. Old Chen had just stood up and hadn't had time to react when he heard a deafening roar from behind. He turned his head sharply, his pupils constricting in an instant. The heavy truck had already charged up from the grassy area onto the road, its massive front resembling a moving iron wall, less than 20 meters away, heading straight for the stopped Tuareg. It was too fast. Old Chen barely had time to run towards his vehicle and could only instinctively throw himself to the side, rolling into a drainage ditch over a meter deep by the roadside. His back slammed hard against the ditch wall, causing his vision to darken. His left arm pressed at a strange angle beneath him, dislocating his shoulder in an instant, and the back of his head struck the stones at the bottom of the ditch, a wave of intense pain hitting him, followed by darkness as he fell into a brief unconsciousness. A deafening metallic crash sounded from above. Boom! The heavy truck's bumper violently scraped against the left rear of the Tuareg, the immense impact instantly sending the 2-ton vehicle out of control. Fortunately, this Tuareg had undergone Doomsday modifications, equipped with a high-strength roll cage, and its seats replaced with racing bucket seats, featuring 4-point safety belts preventing it from being completely flattened. The vehicle flipped twice on the road, finally landing on its roof in the ditch. The steel frame twisted and deformed, the windows shattered into 1,000 pieces, and thick smoke billowed from the engine hood. No! Su Ya's scream erupted from the intercom, heart-wrenching. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He raised his rifle ready to charge toward the heavy truck, but Old Joe firmly grabbed his arm and pressed him against the vehicle. Don't be impulsive. They're trying to lure you out. If you rush over now, you are walking to your death. The hostages are still in their hands. The door of the heavy truck swung open and 3 bandits armed with rifles jumped out, sprinting toward the overturned Terramot. One of them slammed the deformed door with his rifle butt and bellowed into the vehicle. All of you inside, don't you fucking move. Anyone who dares to twitch, they'll blow your brains out. 2 bandits rushed over with crowbars, prying fiercely at the gap of the mangled door. Amid the grating screech of twisting metal, the door was forced open a crack. 2 people were dragged out. Xiao He was held up by 2 men. The old wound on his abdomen, stitched up previously, had burst open from the violent impact. Blood seeped out, staining half of his clothes crimson. Fortunately, it was only a superficial tear, not damaging the internal organs. He trembled all over from the pain, but clenched his teeth tightly, uttering not a single sound. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the bandits with an unyielding glare. Suya was dragged out by a burly, scar-faced man, her face streaked with tears and dust, a cut on her lip bleeding. Yet she didn't cry out. Instead, she desperately twisted her head to check on Xiaohe's condition. The man shoved her, causing her to stumble 2 steps and nearly fall. Just these two. The bald man walked over, scanned the pair, then peered into the empty carriage. His brow furrowed. His name was Hu Biao, the leader of the largest bandit gang in the area, commanding over 20 men who survived by robbing passing survivors. 3 days ago, he had hidden his men on the hillside west of Wangjiatin and witnessed Lin Chen's convoy battling the zombie horde in the village. The precise marksmanship, the seamless tactical coordination, and the 2 vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns spitting fire filled him with both fear and envy. Half a month ago, he had tried to storm the armed police compound to the north. But inside there were not only hundreds of zombies, but also mutated ones, swift and ferocious. He lost half of his men and couldn't even breach the main building, retreating in disgrace. He knew the arsenal inside could equip a force of over 100 men, but his people lacked the skill to clear out the threats with, and Lin Chen's team was exactly the expendable pawn he needed, the only ones capable of cracking that tough nut. He had considered directly seizing Lin Chen's equipment, but the armored Mengshi vehicle could withstand all his rifle rounds, and there was that 12.7mm heavy machine gun. If it came to a fight to the death, even if he won, his men would be wiped out. Calculating that this group would head north, he set an ambush at this gas station, knowing they would surely come for supplies. He didn't want the vehicle's equipment. He wanted the armory in the armed police compound, and Lin Chen's crew were his perfect suicide squad. Boss, there are only 2 in the car. The driver got away earlier, a bandit reported. Hu Biao's gaze swept the area and finally landed on the roadside drainage ditch. A scrawny bandit suddenly pointed into the ditch and shouted, "Boss, there's another one in the ditch. He's passed out." 2 bandits immediately rushed over, jumped in, and dragged the unconscious Old Chen out. Old Chen's head hung limply, a gash on his forehead with blood smeared across his face. His left arm hung at a grotesque angle, and even in his coma his brow was tightly furrowed. 3 is enough. A sinister grin spread across Hu Biao's face. He waved his hand, and the bandits immediately herded the 3 hostages together. One of them pulled open Su Ya's coat, revealing a remote-controlled bomb strapped around her waist. The detonator was in Hu Biao's hand. He turned and shouted to Lin Chen, who was a dozen meters away, "Hey, you over there. I've got 3 of your people. If you want them back alive, listen up." Old Joe stared at him intently, his fingers white-knuckled on the rifle. With his left hand hidden behind his back, he gave Lin Chen a signal, meaning, "Find an opportunity," and pressed the talk button on the radio to alert Ma Yong in the vehicle. Raising his voice, Hu Biao shook the detonator. 20 kilometers north, there's an abandoned armed police compound. It has an armory, guns, bullets, bulletproof vests, even heavy weapons. You go and clear out all the zombies and haul out every piece of equipment. The gear is mine, and I'll release these 3 unharmed. I want the equipment piled at the compound gate by tomorrow night. Or else." He made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes brimming with cruelty. Old Joe sneered from the side, his rifle trained on Hu Biao. "Why should we trust you? After we clear the compound, you could renege and would have no way to find you. You don't have a choice." Hu Biao laughed heartily, nodding toward the 3 captives. "I've been watching you in Wangjiatin for 3 days. I know everything about your skills. You're good fighters, huh? Perfect. Go clear those zombies for me. Don't try any tricks. I've noted your vehicles. They'll strap remote bombs on all 3 of them. If you dare to chase us or try to find my hideout, I'll press the detonator and blow them to bits." Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the murderous intent in his eyes. His voice steadied but carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Fine. I agree. But I warn you. If a single hair on their heads is harmed, I'll hunt every one of you down to the ends of the earth and tear you apart limb from limb." Hu Biao felt a chill from Lin Chen's stare, instinctively stepping back half a step before spitting in anger. "Enough bullshit. The armed police compound before tomorrow night. Bring out the gear and I'll release them. Now get lost." He waved his hand, and the bandits split into 2 groups. 3 modified vehicles sped east with the hostages, while 2 pickup trucks blocked the road. Their roof-mounted machine guns kept trained on Lin Chen's group as they reversed slowly for 200 meters, scattering a large number of spike strips on the road. Then they turned and sped away. Lin Chen immediately ordered a pursuit, but the Mengshi had only gone 100 meters before its front tires were punctured by the spikes, forcing it to stop. The other vehicles were also blocked by the spikes. Forcing through would leave them all stranded on the road, completely immobilized. Ma Yong was already on the roof with high-powered binoculars locked onto the bandits' escape route. He quickly reported landmarks and marked their path and possible hideout on the map, eastward into a series of abandoned villages. Hu Biao's convoy eventually turned into a residential area near the foothills, narrowing the search range to within 3 kilometers. When the dust settled, the gas station was a wreck.